Super-Dimensional Wizard Chapter 1 to Chapter 80. Gru Town, Yame Province. At the beginning of the month of freezing earth, this remote town far away from the center of the Gold's Pink Empire suddenly welcomed a row of silver-armored knights with family insignia and banners. Gru Town's old scholar, Parsia, saw the pattern on the banners and his eyes widened. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fierce tiger stepping on a python coiling around the full moon. Parsia's neighbor was the only blacksmith in the town, Tim. Tim saw his old neighbor's expression and asked while smoking a hookah, "Hey, old man, what's with your expression? Do you know where these knights came from?" Parsia took a deep breath and whispered to Tim, "If I'm not wrong, the pattern on the banner seems to be the family insignia of the Morn family." Morn family? Hearing this, Tim turned around and looked at old man Parsia in a daze. "Are you sure?" Before Parsia could answer, Tim seemed to have thought of something. His whole body trembled, and he slipped into his narrow and cramped blacksmith shop. He locked the door and trembled. Parsia shook his head when he saw Tim's cowardice through the window of the blacksmith shop. In the past, these two bad friends would have laughed at each other. But today, the Morn family suddenly came to Gru Town. Thinking about the Morn family's role in the empire, Tim's cowardice could be explained. Parsia recalled the rumors he heard in the Hunter's Tavern in the city. The Morn family was known as the backbone of the Gold's Pink Empire. In the past hundreds of years, they had produced at least 6 military generals and made great military achievements in defending against enemy invasions. Moreover, every time there was a war, the members of the Morn family didn't hide in a safe shelter and give orders. Every member of the family was a warrior of the vanguard battalion at the front line. They weren't afraid to fight, and they were brave and resourceful. Such a family with such a strong background naturally controlled the military lifeline of the empire. Recently, the Gold's Pink Empire and the neighboring Halon Empire were in a state of war. The border of the Halon Empire wasn't far from Gru Town. Maybe the Morn family's knights came for this reason. Parsia guessed that there were two purposes: recruiting soldiers or setting up defenses. Maybe both. Either way, it was fatal to Tim the blacksmith. According to the conscription law of the Gold's Pink Empire, every family in a town that was included in the conscription area must have at least one young adult or 100 gold coins to get a conscription exemption token. He was the only male in the Dimmu family, and he happened to be at the age of conscription. If he was conscripted, the lives of his future wife and daughter would definitely be at risk. As for the gold coins? The Pat family was probably the only family in Gru Town who had 100 gold coins in their bank account. One had to know that 1 gold coin was enough for his family's living expenses for half a year. After experiencing the initial shock, Pasha quickly recovered. He was an old bachelor who was approaching the end of his life. He was not in the conscription range, so he was not worried. He even had the time to observe the Morn family's movements. Wait, they didn't look for the mayor of Gru Town. Are they not here to recruit soldiers? Parsia continued to observe and found that the Iron Horseshoe cavalry went to another place. Even in the month of freezing earth, this Count Pat's mansion was still filled with flowers and flowers, Pat Manor. 2 maids wearing beige linen headscarves were whispering to each other as they worked. They were gossiping about the 2 young masters of the Pat family. Master and Madam have been dead for 2 years. According to the laws of the empire, the month of frost after the month of freezing earth will be the time for the first young master to inherit the title. The younger maid with an apple-shaped face was a bit worried. I wonder if the second young master's situation will change after the first young master inherits the title. Ollie, it's better for us to not talk about the adults' business. But I don't think you need to worry about this. You work in the tea garden of the second young master, but it's too far away from the main house. You might not know, but the first young master and the second young master are very close. Don't worry, the conflicts between the rich and powerful like in the opera won't happen in our manor. The middle-aged maid with a pockmarked face smiled. At this time, the sound of hooves came from the path outside the tea garden. Not long after, a knight in bronze armor appeared in front of them. The knight stopped at the entrance of the tea garden and took off his helmet. This was a brown-haired young man full of masculine aura. The backlight illuminated the contours of his face, making his originally handsome appearance even more extraordinary at this moment. The young man glanced at the two maids with his gray-green eyes. He ignored Ollie and focused on the middle-aged maid. "Good afternoon, head maid Manna." Manna put down the bamboo basket in her hand and bowed to the young knight. "Good afternoon, Mr. Leo." Leo glanced at the newly picked tea leaves in Manna's basket and felt a bit helpless. "Did my brother go to that old man again?" Manna lowered her head and answered politely, "He's studying with Mr. John." Leo curled his lips and muttered to himself, "Studying? What's wrong with that old man? He's talking nonsense every day. My brother wants to learn from him and gives him tea leaves every day. I think he's a psycho. I don't know what's wrong with my brother, but he insists on studying with that old man." Leo pulled the reins of his horse in annoyance. "All right, I know. Go on with your work. I'll go find him now." With that, Leo urged his horse to gallop away. A moment later, Leo arrived at the southeast corner of the manor. On a small hill near the woods, there was a rather delicate wooden house. The style of the house was very strange. It had 2 floors. One side of the house was connected to the ground, while the other 3 sides were suspended in the air and supported by pillars. This stilted building was totally different from the buildings in Gold's Pink Empire in terms of construction, shape, and style. Even the other countries that Leo had been to didn't have similar styles. What an amazing building. 3 sides are suspended in the air, and it's still standing. Although Leo complained that old man John stole his brother's attention, he was also impressed by John's amazing craftsmanship. However, he never showed it on his face. Besides, other than the stilt house in front of him, Leo didn't admire Chown at all. Perhaps the construction method of the stilt house was very popular in Chown's country? Even though John had been living in Pat Manor for nearly 20 years, Leo never knew where John's country was. Leo pushed open the fence and saw some vegetables and fruits in the yard of the house. There were also withered vines crawling on the shelves. During the month of harvest, these vines would produce many hanging bunches, which John called grapes. Leon had tasted them before. They tasted sweet. However, it was already past the grape season. As soon as he opened the bamboo door of the house, he saw a young man with delicate features inside a small room. He was writing something on a parchment scroll with a quill dipped in ink. Leon walked closer. Even though he tried to hold back his steps, his bronze boots still made loud noises when they touched the wooden floor. "Oh, you're here?" The young man wrote down a period on the parchment and looked up at Angor. His voice was clear and gentle, with a strong sense of intimacy. "My dear little brother, Angor. From your tone, could it be that you knew that I would come today?" Leon said with a smile. Angor shrugged and chuckled. "I don't know. But answering like this will make it seem like I have more authority. Did the old man teach you that?" Angor shook his head. "Do I need to teach you that? My old man liked to talk like that when he was alive. What if someone misunderstands you and doesn't say anything after coming in? What will you say?" Leon raised an eyebrow. "I won't say anything and wait for him to speak first." "What if he doesn't say anything?" Angor curled his lips. "That'll be awkward. If it's me, I'll turn around and leave to avoid further embarrassment. If someone asks me to stop, there will be a follow-up." Leon nodded with a smile. He did not comment on this. Instead, he looked around the room. "Where's old man John?" Angor frowned when he heard Leon mention John's name. He looked a little worried. "You know, the professor's health is getting worse. Every part of his body is shrinking. 2 days ago, he couldn't move his legs anymore. He just applied some medicine on them. He's resting upstairs now. 20 years ago, the brother's father, Noah Patton. He saved John, who was dying outside the manor. After John recovered from his injuries, Viscount Noah was soft-hearted and took him in after learning that he was homeless. At the same time, he gave him a lucrative job as a fruit farmer. The reason why Chown was injured and lying outside the manor, as well as his background, was still a mystery. He had never told anyone about it. He always said that he came from another planet, but he never explained where this planet was. John was a good talker, and he was good at planting and building. When they were young, they liked to come to John's place and listen to his amazing stories. In his stories, there were buildings that reached the clouds, iron machines that flew in the sky, and even a garden built on the moon. Leon enjoyed listening to John's stories when he was young. He always wanted to see the world in John's stories. He thought that he could visit the country in John's stories when he grew up. However, as time passed and Leon gradually woke up, he realized that everything that John said was just a fabrication. Leon could not accept the feeling of his childhood dreams being shattered. Since then, Leon always treated John with disdain and anger. Leon was angry that Angor trusted John so much that he even took John as his teacher. However, no matter how hard he tried to persuade Angor, Angor only responded with a smile. He neither rejected nor retorted. Angor's attitude was very similar to John's. He looked calm and gentle, but he would not yield to force or persuasion. Leon picked up the parchment on Angor's desk and read the words written on it. His eyes widened. Why use the common language of the continent instead of the old man's? Isn't something written for people to read? Unless, it's a secret, Leon muttered. Then he suddenly thought of something and looked at Angor with a wicked grin. My dear brother, won't you explain it to me? You're not writing down your little troubles in adolescence, are you? Why don't you tell me? I can help you. Angor sighed helplessly and pointed at a corner of the paper. These are Chinese characters, taught to me by my professor. It's the common language of my professor's hometown. It records the meaning of several physical constants calculated by my professor. He then pointed at several symbols that looked like tadpoles. These are Arabic numerals, similar to the units of measurement used in Gold's Pink Empire. But they're easier to use. The meaning of these numbers corresponded to the above physical constants. It can record a lot of things. Leon did not understand a single word he said. But he didn't mind. He only thought that old man Chown's ability to bluff had increased again. His cute and innocent brother's brainwashing had increased again. Lion's sympathy and concern for Chown's health were gone now. Leon waved a hand to stop Angor's rambling. He then took out a beautifully wrapped envelope from his armor. All right, stop talking. I don't understand anyway, and I don't want to listen. Here, take this. It's an invitation from the mayor. I'm inheriting my father's title, and I need the mayor and Marquis Merlin to notarize it. We'll leave in half a month. You always wanted to listen to Master McGee's solo concert, right? When we arrive at Waterford, I'll take you to the Ocean Theatre and let you listen to it as much as you want. Angor accepted the invitation with a slightly excited expression. He had heard about a famous musician in Waterford for a long time. His compositions and poems were all top-notch. However, he never had the chance to meet the musician. Now that his brother was inheriting the title, he could have the chance to listen. How could he not be happy? Leon watched Angor trying to hold back his excitement and pretend to be calm. He couldn't help but ruffle Angor's golden hair. As expected, Angor glared at him. I told you, don't touch my hair. It's a man's dignity, and I won't back down. Ha 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 ha. Leon was stunned for a moment before he suddenly raised his head and laughed. You just turned 14, and you're not a man yet. You're just a teenager. The two brothers bickered for a while. Angor was still in his puberty stage. He could not win against Leon, who was already as strong as a tiger. In the end, Angor could only glare at Leon angrily and continue his homework. Leon could not do anything about his little brother's tantrum. He could only rub his nose and leave. About half an hour after Leon left, Angor finally reached the shore of the Sea of Numbers. Looking at the empty room, Angor knew that Leon must have been gone for a long time. Looking at the time, it was almost time for lunch. He opened the door and saw 2 lunch boxes on the stone table in the courtyard. Headmaid Manna was taking out the dishes from the boxes. Another vegetable soup with bread and fruit. Angor felt a little unhappy. He missed his teacher's cooking. Even the simple fried rice seemed to contain some magical power, which made him want to eat as much as he could. Ever since his teacher's health deteriorated, Angor never had such delicious food again. Last time, Angor asked his teacher to teach the cook, but the final product was too horrible to look at. Sigh. Now his teacher's limbs are all shriveled up. I probably won't be able to eat his food in the future. Manna carried the soup upstairs to feed the sick John, while Angor immersed himself in his own sorrow. After lunch, Angor entered the room and saw Manna coming down from the second floor. "Aunt Manna, is the teacher awake?" "Mr. John is awake, Mr. John." Manna shook the clean porcelain plate in the basket. "Mr. John has a good appetite today. He finished all the soup." "Good. I'll go check on him." Watching Angor running upstairs in a hurry, Manna lowered her head and chuckled softly with a doting look. The Pat Manor was now under the control of two young masters. The first young master was cold and arrogant, while the second young master was gentle and quiet. However, no one knew that these two young masters were still kids. No matter how tough they looked on the outside, they still had a soft side inside. Only in front of their servants would they let down their guard and show the liveliness that people their age should have. "Professor." Angor pushed open the attic door and saw an old man lying on a deck chair on the balcony. A mute servant stood behind him respectfully. The old man's face was sallow and his skin was dry. He looked completely different from the locals. His eyes were a little cloudy, but Angor could still see the black irises in them. He was John, Angor's most respected elder since his father passed away, and also Angor's life mentor. "You're here." John did not turn around. He was still looking at the forest in the distance. Hearing those familiar words, Angor suddenly recalled the conversation between him and his brother when they met. He couldn't help but smile. "Yeah, I'm here." Angor pointed at the ointment on the table. The servant waved a hand at Angor. Angor sighed helplessly. He picked up the ointment and sat down beside John. "Professor, you didn't follow the doctor's order again." Angor opened the glass bottle and applied the thick green ointment onto John's shriveled limbs. "It doesn't matter if I do it or not." There was a trace of nostalgia and sadness in Chown's eyes. "I'm about to die. It won't let me live anymore." "Who is it?" Angor looked around cautiously. "Is it an enemy of yours?" John hesitated for a while and shook his head. "No enemy. My enemy is in another spacetime." Angor asked the mute servant to leave as soon as he heard about the other dimension. Even though the servant could not speak, Angor would always ask the mute servant to leave whenever his teacher talked about the past just in case. Even now, Angor still found it hard to believe about his teacher's background. John came from another world. Or rather, another planet. Because of an accident, John transmigrated from his hometown to this strange land. Angor's father saved John's life, and that was how everything happened. Angor did not believe in travel at first. However, as John taught him more knowledge and built up his understanding of the microscopic and macroscopic worlds, Angor had no choice but to believe it. What John taught him was just a concept without any real knowledge. However, Angor already knew how valuable the knowledge was based on his own calculations. It was far beyond the current education level of Gold's Pink Empire. Angor still had his doubts, but he was more or less convinced now. The mute servant closed the door and walked down the stairs. Angor asked in a soft voice, "So, who's it, sir?" John remained silent for a while. Then he asked Angor a question that did not convey his meaning. "Do you believe that the world has consciousness?" Angor was taken aback by the sudden question. He pondered for a moment before answering carefully, "You mean Gaia's consciousness?" There was no such thing as Gaia's consciousness in the Gold's Pink Empire, and there was no such thing as Gaia, Mother Earth. The concept of Gaia's consciousness was something that John had told him. Back then, he had only treated John's words as a myth from another world. Who knew that John would suddenly ask about it? Similar. John nodded slightly. "I used to be a believer in science. Even if someone once said that the end of science was God, I never believed it. But after coming to this world, I increasingly feel that some things are slowly changing. One of them is about the Gaia consciousness." Chowan looked at Xianxia die in the distance. "My body started to deteriorate after I came to this world. I let the parasitic chip do a thorough check on my body, and there are no signs of disease. In other words, I am not sick." Angor did not know what a parasitic chip was, but he understood John's words. "If you are not sick, then why?" Angor looked at John's shriveled body and felt even more confused. John was only in his early 50s, but his appearance would not raise any suspicion even if someone said that he was in his 80s or 90s. why did I become like this? John mumbled to himself. He then shook his head and chuckled. You asked me half a year ago, and I could not answer it. But, as I am about to enter my grave, it seems to have calmed down a lot. It also helped me indirectly understand the source of my illness. Source? Angor looked at John in confusion. Like the Gaia's consciousness I asked you about, I think, there might be a giant collective consciousness in this world. It operates indifferently and fairly, rejecting all foreign souls. It is the consciousness of the world. As for me, this sickly body of mine is perhaps its masterpiece. John looked at Angor. In short, my body is like this because it is not acclimatized to this place. Because I do not belong to this world. In the luxurious main hall, under the crystal chandelier, there were 2 people sitting on each side of the long table. Behind the 2 people sitting were several knights in full armor. On the left was the next heir of Pat Manor, Leon Pat. He had a frown on his face. On the right was a middle-aged man in silver armor, whose face was obscured by a brown beard. He was Eaton Morn. Eaton Morn, Count Eaton. He came from the backbone of Gold's Pink Empire, the Morn family. This family had existed for hundreds of years and was famous for their bravery and fighting skills. Most of the Morn family's elites were fighting against Halon at the front line. Angor did not know why Count Eaton suddenly came to Gru Town. After a moment of silence, the knights on both sides began to unleash their auras. The Morn family was a family of warriors, after all. The aura of their knights soon suppressed the knights of Pat Manor. One of the knights even could not stand the pressure and let go of his sword, which fell to the ground with a loud clang. Seeing this, Leon frowned slightly and could only take the lead to speak. Forgive me. My knights do not know the rules. Leon waved his hand. The knights behind him immediately saluted and took a step back. This simple action had easily suppressed the surging momentum of the opposing knight. Is Count Eaton's sudden visit about the supply at the front line? Halon was not a big country, but most of its land was made up of islands. They were scattered like stars between the blue sea and the stormy sea. Gold's Pink Empire was not strong in naval warfare. They could only defend the coastline passively against Halon's invasion. After a long time of stalemate, and a lack of fresh water near the coastline, the supply of water was naturally shared by the nearby towns. Gru Town was one of the links in the supply chain. The supply of water to the front line was all done by Pat Manor. Ordinary townspeople might not know about this, but as the owner of Pat Manor, Leon knew. It's all thanks to the Pat Manor support these past few months. Otherwise, our vanguard battalion would not have survived. Count Eaton expressed his gratitude and changed the topic. Of course, the supply of water is not a problem. I'm here today to ask about something. What is it? Leon raised an eyebrow. Eaton smiled, but his beard covered his face, making it difficult to see him clearly. However, Leon did not see any smile in Eaton's eyes. Have you heard of Morning Dew, Viscount Pat? Morning Dew, Leon felt a sense of familiarity when he heard the name. It was as if he had heard of it somewhere. But he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. Seeing Leon's thoughtful expression, Eaton asked in surprise, Don't you know about it, Viscount Pat? I haven't inherited the title yet. Count Eaton, you don't have to call me that. Just call me Leon. Leon shook his head. Morning Dew? It sounds familiar, but I can't remember what it is. Eaton gave Leon a deep look. He took a wooden box from his servant and handed it to Leon. Do you have any impression of this box? It was a beautifully carved wooden box. The carvings were very different from the relief carvings that were popular in the Empire. The simple outline of the carvings was enough to show the curse of clouds. It was completely different from the style of the current school of thought. Others might not recognize it, but Leon did. It was Old Man John's personal tea box. Did John's enemy come knocking on his door? This should be a box for storing things, right? Leon was about to say it was a tea box, but he changed his mind after thinking about it. Even if he did not like Old Man John, who asked his most beloved brother to be so respectful towards John? Even for this reason, he wouldn't expose John's identity. Lion was too young. Although he quickly hid his expression, Eaton still caught the surprise in that split second. You don't remember this box? Eaton questioned. No, Leon said without hesitation. After a long time, Eaton curled his lips and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, fine. Since Viscount Pad doesn't remember it, we won't waste any more time. Farewell. As Eaton and his attendants left, Leon's expression slowly sank. Leon had a bad feeling about Eaton leaving so decisively and the murderous intent he showed before leaving. After thinking about it, Leon ordered the knights in the manor to be on alert. He then rushed to the stilted house where Old Man John was. It was his second time here today, but his mood was completely different. He came in a hurry, bringing with him a gust of wind. The short grass in the yard swayed up and down. Brother, why are you here? Seeing Leon's strange expression, Angor did not bother to play the "you're here" joke. He thought something serious must have happened. Do you see the tea box? It's the box that Old Man John used to store his tea leaves, Leon said as he quickly went up to the second floor and pushed open John's bedroom door. Tea box? Angor followed behind. You mean this? Angor took out a round box with a dragon engraved on it. John was sitting at the desk reading a book. He was in charge of flipping the pages of the mute servant. Naturally, he noticed Leon's actions. What? Leon, you're finally enlightened. You know how to appreciate my tea? Chown laughed. Gold's Pink Empire also had tea, but it was completely different from John's tea. To be precise, the tea of Gold's Pink Empire was a beverage made of fresh flowers, syrup, and milk. It was similar to milk tea. Both Angor and John liked milky tea, but John rarely drank this kind of tea. He only drank tea leaves from the green tea trees he planted, which were handmade without adding any other flavoring. The tea garden where Ori worked was built by John himself when he was still in good health. However, when he became unwell, he asked Headmaid Manna to take care of it. Leon ignored John's teasing and took the tea box from Angor's hand. Leon frowned. Wait. What's wrong? Patterns. This box is carved with a basilisk. The box I'm talking about has wavy patterns. Leon recalled the box he saw in Eaton's hand. Basilisk? Brother, it's a dragon. A dragon? I've never seen such a slender dragon. Angor knew that he would not be able to explain the myths of different worlds to Leon, so he did not try to argue. Professor usually uses his own boxes to store his tea with dragons carved on them. Apart from that, he carved peach patterns on my mother's rose tea box, and bat patterns on my father's tea box. He also used other types of boxes. The wavy patterns you mentioned should be cloud patterns, which are used as gifts. So the old man's boxes are so special? I didn't notice it before. Leon quickly regained his composure. Then it must be the cloud pattern. Where's the cloud pattern box? Angor gave Leon a strange look. Didn't I tell you? Cloud boxes are for gifts. There aren't any here. Father once asked Professor to carve a bunch of cloud boxes. Apart from the ones for gifts, they should be stored in the warehouse, right? Tell me, Leon. What's going on? The one who spoke was Chown. Although he hadn't spoken, his eyes had been paying attention to Leon's expression. Leon's expression had been anxious from the beginning to the end, and his brows had never relaxed. Leon looked at John from head to toe for a while before he slowly said, Today, Count Eaton of the Morn family, hee. So lad, Leon is worried that this old man's enemies will come looking for me? Chown chuckled after hearing Leon's words. Who's worried about you? I'm just helping you hide it for Angor's sake. Leon turned his head away and snorted. Angor was also complaining in his mind. He always thought his brother was a male chauvinist, but it turned out that he was also a tsundere. Tell me. What's going on between you and Count Eaton? He came and left in a hurry. Today. Especially when he left, his eyes were too fierce. If I can resolve it, I'll do my best. If not, you'll have to pray for yourself. There's no conflict, John said without hesitation. Nothing? No way. That box in his hand was carved by you. John looked at Leon. I only know people in this world who live in Gru Town. I don't need to lie. John's body was already damaged when he came to this world. Besides, he did not understand the language and culture here. It took him several years to get used to this world with Viscount Pad's help. When he got used to this world, his limbs were already showing signs of atrophy, which meant he could no longer travel. The furthest place John had been to was the capital of the empire with old Pad for treatment. He did not have many connections, and it was impossible for him to make enemies. Angor saw Leon's doubtful look and spoke up as well. Professor didn't lie. He doesn't need to. Maybe, you're wrong from the start, brother. Count Eaton doesn't even know about your existence. What do you mean? Leon asked. According to you, Count Eaton came for something, and he asked about the morning dew at the beginning. That's what he's here for, right? Angor tilted his head slightly. This was his habit when he was thinking. But isn't the morning dew a kind of tea? Is he here for tea? Something doesn't feel right. When Leon heard about morning dew from Eaton, he already felt something familiar about it. So this is a kind of tea. When the sealed memory box was opened, Leon immediately recalled a series of memories about morning dew after the rain. He had drunk the morning dew before. This was a green leaf tea that Chown liked. The tea was light green in color, and the needle-like tea leaves moved up and down in the boiling water. Looking at the green color, it was like looking at a lush forest. As for the taste, Leon could not remember it. It should be bitter water, right? Because old man John liked this type of tea. Is there anything strange about the morning dew? Lion asked Chown. Chown's expression didn't change, but a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. There's nothing strange about it. It's just ordinary tea. You've drunk it before, and so have your parents, but if there's anything strange about it, there's only one possibility. What is it? Leon quickly asked. John did not answer right away. He asked the mute servant to leave first and slowly spoke. The tea sprouts of the morning dew are not from this world. They came with me from another world. Before John could finish, Leon rolled his eyes. All right, since Count Eaton isn't here for you but for the morning dew, I'll send him an invitation later. He'll come to the manor for tea tomorrow night. He did not want to hear John's otherworldly theory at all. With that, Leon turned around and left. John stared at the tea box in silence. Steam filled the air, and sparse smoke rose slowly. Angor leaned on the crafting table and watched the tea leaves in the transparent cup rise and fall under the boiling water. This was the morning dew after the rain. There was nothing strange about it. In private, Angor liked to drink thick, milk-flavored tea. When he drank his fill, the rich milk and tea dregs would stick to his mouth, and he would lick them with his tongue to take away the last bit of flavor. He would feel extremely satisfied. John liked to tease him that only children liked milk. Therefore, in order to show his mature side in front of John, he would usually drink tea leaves with a bitter and herbal smell in front of others. He had drunk the morning dew countless times. It tasted bitter and had a sweet aftertaste. There was nothing special about it, but why would Count Eaton ask about the morning dew from my brother? Could it be, as the tutor had said, that they were suspicious of the source of this tea sprout? He pondered for a while but could not come up with an answer. So he gave up and went back to reading the books in the professor's bookcase. Most of the information was about the Gold's Pink Empire and its neighboring countries, including language, culture, history, characters, medicine, astrology, and so on. John commented at the bottom of the poem, "Beautiful language, well organized, but too many words of praise. I can't get any information from them. It could be used as a supplement to the historical records of Halon Nation." In his early years, John liked to study physical data and biological forms. But later, he found that the physical constants represented by some data did not follow the rules of the Earth. This made him realize the uniqueness of this world. So in recent years, he became more interested in studying literature. The Gold's Pink Empire and its neighboring countries did not have any historians. So the book John compiled in the past 10 years was the only one of its kind. Angor was also very interested in the new material, so he read it carefully. When he finished reading, he saw John's annotation in Chinese at the beginning of the next parchment. Few people in this world are literate, and basic universal knowledge does not seem to exist either. For example, ancient Xianxia had the concept of a square sky and a square earth. Although they misunderstood it, they already had a general idea about the planet they lived on. People in this world, on the other hand, only know about the concept of a country. They have no idea about the great unity of the world. Let's hope I can find the name of this planet, or world, in other documents. If I can't find it, I'll give it another name. After that, John began to record some information about the universal values of the people in this world. As a native, Angkor was familiar with such information, so he only skimmed through it briefly before opening another volume. A guide to the application of traditional and Western medicine in this world. This was a volume written in Chinese. Angkor and John were probably the only people in this world who could understand it. Dusk came without them noticing. The firewood in the fireplace was lit up by a servant. The warm firelight, the buzzing of insects in the yard, and the cawing of crows came from nowhere. It was another gentle night. On the other side, on a plain not far from Gru town, rows of temporary tents were set up around a burning campfire. What attracted people's attention was a large and luxurious black tent with golden edges in the center. The other tents surrounded the black tent like stars surrounding the moon. This was Eaton Moan's temporary encampment, but the black tent wasn't Eaton Moan's tent. The cold wind of the month of freezing earth was blowing. Without the shelter of trees, even the armored knights began to shiver. Seeing this, Count Eaton ordered a pair of guards to patrol outside the tent while the rest of the knights rested by the campfire. After the arrangements were made, Count Eaton slowly walked into the luxurious black-roofed tent. As soon as he entered the tent, the dignified expression he had when giving orders was replaced with a respectful and ingratiating expression. There weren't too many decorations in the tent, but everything had a mysterious meaning to it. In a corner of the tent, an old man with a white beard and a black robe was writing rapidly. A strange crystal ball was floating beside him. There seemed to be mist in the crystal ball. The white-bearded old man looked at the crystal ball from time to time and then buried his head in writing. Eaton looked at the crystal ball, but he only felt dizzy and quickly shifted his gaze to the other side. "You found the morning dew?" A hoarse voice came from the white-bearded old man. With a hint of fear, Eaton told the old man about his conversation with Leon Pat in Pat Manor. "Oh?" The white-bearded old man put down his quill and blew dry the blood-red ink on the paper. Although the other party didn't know about morning dew, his expression changed slightly after seeing the wooden box. "Is there a problem with the maker of this wooden box, or is he also a spellcaster?" Eaton sneaked a glance at the pattern on the paper. It was a blood-red pattern of waves with strange lines and symbols in the middle. Eaton felt his eyes sting after just one glance. The spell pattern on this scroll is called Rolling Waves. It'll be useful for you in the war against Halon. The old man paused for a second and continued, "Too bad you don't have the talent. Otherwise, I could take you with me and leave the old earth." Eaton's face darkened. "Father. I'll be satisfied if you can take Alan and his sister with you. As for me, I don't mind staying in the family." The white-bearded old man sighed at first, but then he thought of his two grandsons, and his gaze became much more relaxed. The talent of a magus has always been extremely rare. In some places, there are only 1 in 10,000 people. It's already a blessing from the heavens that we have 2 of them. Besides, Alan and Aline are my grandsons. I'll take good care of them. Too bad I don't have the talent. I'll have to rely on my grandsons in a few years." The old man looked at the wooden box on the table again. "The carving is interesting. But there's no spell pattern on it. It's just an ordinary person, isn't it?" The white-bearded old man shook his head. There was no way to find a spellcaster in the old earth. Even the elemental waves were sealed in this land. Therefore, mystics, bloodline wizards, and other wizards who did not rely on elemental power would not be able to find the corresponding materials on this land. Since Leon didn't want to tell the truth, don't blame me. Eaton cupped his fists and bowed. A cold light flashed in his eyes. It's about Father's advancement. This is a big deal. Tonight, I'll have Marl lead 2 teams of knights and flatten the Pat Manor. The old man didn't say anything, but it was a silent agreement. He was a light wizard and wouldn't kill ordinary people. But since it was related to his advancement, he didn't mind killing a few people. Besides, in the eyes of ordinary people, light wizards were good wizards. But that was a joke. The conflict between light wizards and dark wizards was due to the different concepts of spells. In other words, they had similar values. They just didn't want to kill. Eaton discussed with his father some more issues after Alan and Aline left. Then, he prepared to leave. At this time, Knight Commander Marl suddenly knelt outside the tent and asked for an audience. Earl, just now, the owner of the Pad Manor, Viscount Leon, sent a messenger with an invitation letter. Father, Leon Pat invited us to the manor for tea tomorrow night. Eaton read the invitation and looked confused. The old man was also surprised by the invitation. Then he chuckled. Looks like this family is not destined to die tonight. Eaton was a little surprised. He knew his father was not going to let him go to the manor tonight. He smiled. He knows what's good for him. But why did he change his mind? The old man chuckled and pointed at the wooden box. Maybe it's because of this box. The night slowly faded away. The bloody night did not come to Pad Manor. The sun of the second day was still shining on every inch of land in the manor. None of them knew that they had just escaped a calamity. Including Angor. Early in the morning, Angor brought several maids to the tea garden to pick the freshest tea leaves. It was winter in the outside world, and everything was frozen. However, thanks to John's improvements, the tea garden was still as warm as spring. Angor asked the maids to pick a lot of morning dew tea leaves for the tea party in the evening. Some of them were used to brew tea leaves in the evening, while the rest was given to Manna to stir-fry. Only by killing the tea leaves with high temperature could they retain their original fragrance for a long time. Angor planned to give the stir-fried tea leaves to Count Eaton as a gift. Seeing that the tea leaves were about to be finished, Angor left the tea garden and returned to the yard of the stilt house. John was sitting on the balcony on the second floor, enjoying the rare warm sunlight in winter. He even hummed a little tune. Angor walked to him, took the ointment from the mute servant, and began to apply it on his teacher's body. John glanced at him but did not say anything. He already explained to Angor why his limbs withered yesterday, but Angor did not seem to believe him. John did not care. He would just take it as his student showing his filial piety. He did not have much time left to enjoy his student's filial piety. Perhaps he could not even make it through the month of freezing earth. Chown laughed and hummed an unknown tune in the wind. He felt sad, but also free. More than that, he missed his family. If I can go back to Earth, even if I have to die the next moment, I'll do it. John did not understand the concept of returning to one's home before. Angor looked worried. He did not know what to say to comfort his teacher at this moment. Parting was the most painful thing, and it was the distance between two worlds. The silence did not last long. John suddenly pointed at a half-transparent crystal in a flower pot on the balcony. Can you get that for me? Angor nodded. He took the crystal out of the wet soil, wiped it with a handkerchief, and handed it to John. The crystal was oval-shaped and looked like a glass bead from afar. John held the bead for a long time. His expression was sometimes resentful, sometimes sad, and sometimes bitter. 3 years ago, I abandoned it in the forest. I didn't expect it to appear in a flower pot. Chown shook his head. Perhaps this is fate? Angor watched his teacher talking to himself and blushed. After a while, he hesitated and mumbled, I picked it up. I saw you playing with it a lot. You always cried when you looked at it, so I thought it might belong to your family. That day, when I saw you throw it into the forest, I thought it was because you didn't want to think of her. Later, I picked it up and buried it in a flower pot, thinking that it might come in handy if you regret it one day. John was surprised. He muttered in a voice only he could hear, maybe it was meant to be with you. The orb doesn't belong to my family, but it's a gift from the Marquis family. But, it's something from Earth, right? I don't know where it came from. Let me tell you a story. A story about the bead. Angor was more surprised as he listened to John's story. He thought it was just a souvenir bead. He did not expect the bead to have such a mysterious origin. The story started 20 years ago. When John was still on Earth, he was a researcher born in Xianxia. Later on, because of a worldwide mysterious research project, he brought his wife and daughter to Long Island, New York in the United States to conduct a secret research that lasted more than 10 years. The project was called Montauk Project. Montauk Project was a famous project in space physics on Earth. John was born in the middle of the 23rd century. Montauk project was already started 2 centuries before he was born. It was delayed several times and took more than 50 years to complete. This was the 6th time Montauk project was started. The predecessor of Montauk project was the Philadelphia experiment in 1942. Radar was just invented back then. The American military conducted an experiment on the destroyer USS Edric in order to gain the ability to hide warships from radar waves. The main hull of the ship was equipped with an omnidirectional antenna. 2 energy coils were placed on the deck, which were powered by the ship's generators. The experiment went wrong at the beginning. The second and third experiments were even more disastrous. The generators ran wildly and went completely out of control. In the end, the Edric disappeared from sight and teleported to a place 7,000 kilometers away in an instant. The Philadelphia experiment was forced to stop. As a byproduct, long-distance teleportation was discovered. In short, Montauk project was a physics project to study space travel. In the beginning, the Montauk project's research direction was inseparable from the Philadelphia experiment. Unfortunately, there had been no progress. Until the early part of the 23rd century, an extraterrestrial object made all scientists excited. The object fell in the southwest part of the Sahara Desert in Mauritania, Africa, right in the center of the famous Eye of Sahara. The object attracted the attention of many countries. Mauritania was only a small country in Africa, and it could not compete with a world power. In the end, the object was left in Long Island, New York in the United States. Many countries, including Xianxia, England, France, Japan, and Russia, participated in the research. It was named the Alien Eye. During the research, scientists found that the alien eye had energy waves that defied most of the known physical coefficients. When it was first stimulated by high-energy rays of a certain wavelength, the alien eye even had the magical effect of teleporting objects within a small range. It was scientists who saw the effect of teleportation that launched the 6th Montauk project. In the Montauk project, John was actually just an ordinary researcher. He recorded the effects of the wave frequency produced by the alien eye on plants. One day, as usual, John brought a few sealed plant seedlings to the heavily protected area of the alien eye to record and sample. At first, everything was normal. Most of the plants withered and died under the waves released by the alien eye. Only one tea seedling from Xianxia survived. Just as Chan was holding the tea seedling and turning on the parasitic chip to record the information, a few more high-energy rays hit the alien eye. Then, a huge change occurred in the laboratory. It was unknown whether the control panel had made a mistake or not. The space collapsed, and darkness was everywhere. The horrifying aura released by the alien eye instantly covered everything in the laboratory. The next second, before John could react, he was swallowed by the darkness with the tea seedling still in his hand. Along with the alien eye, it passed through layers of barriers and arrived in today's world, full of scars. Later, John was rescued by the old Viscount Pat. Later, the alien eye was no longer magical. It turned into an extremely ordinary, glass bead. Angkor did not expect the slightly bluish glass orb to be the reason why John came from Earth. Angkor's mind was filled with curiosity and other complicated feelings apart from shock and astonishment. Of course, he was curious about such a supernatural item. But more than that, he felt complicated. If not for the glass orb, his teacher would not have fallen into such a state. Perhaps he could live happily with his wife and daughter on Earth. There was also a voice in his mind that was telling him that if it weren't for the glass orb, he would never have met someone as knowledgeable as Angkor. Without Angkor's guidance, Angkor would have become a spoiled brat who knew nothing about life, values, and the world. He would have lost all sense of value. Of course, John did not know what was going on in Angkor's mind. John spun the glass orb in his hand and put it back in Angkor's hand with his withered hand. Since I've thrown it away, I've given up. You found it, which means it's destined to be yours. Take the alien eye. I'm about to die, but you're still young. You might even have the chance to go to Earth. John shook his head with a smile. He did not believe it himself, but he insisted, if you go to Earth, I hope you can bring my ashes back to Xianxia and bury them under the oak tree in my hometown in River East. The night mist was thick. Angkor rubbed his cheeks and stayed by John's side until John fell asleep. Then he left while rubbing his sore arm. His teacher's health was getting worse. Angor did not know how long his teacher could live. Angor did not want to see his teacher go, but if Gaia's consciousness really wanted his teacher dead, what could he do? The only thing he could do now was to stay by his teacher's side and fulfill his filial duty in his final moments. Moonlight shone on the ground when Angor left the yard. He wore thin clothes and a furry cloak embroidered with the family emblem. Under the moonlight, his shadow was elongated. He walked to the castle in the center of the manor alone. On the other hand, in the hall of the castle, a group of gorgeously dressed dancers were dancing in circles to the music played by the musician while holding the corners of their colorful petticoats. Expensive candles made from deep-sea fish oil were lit up by the maids one by one, making the hall as bright as day. The hall was filled with pleasant smells. The aroma of grape wine, the mellow aroma of cheese, and the faint fragrance of flowers and tea. This was what Angor saw when he came in. Leon was standing in the center of the crowd with a glass of red wine in hand. He was talking and laughing with several unfamiliar faces. Presumably, they were the people from the Morn family. Angor looked at them quietly. Leon noticed him too. He pulled Angor to the center of the crowd and introduced him. Standing at the very front was a middle-aged man dressed in a very gentlemanly manner. He had green eyes, dark brown hair, and sharp facial features. His overall temperament was like an unsheathed longsword. Good timing, Angor. Let me introduce you. This is Count Eaton, the frontline commander of the Morn family, Leon introduced. The etiquette of nobles was already ingrained in his bones. His every move was elegant and noble. These are Alan and Aline, Count Eaton's son and daughter. Alan was about 14 years old, which was the same age as Angor. His face was not fully developed yet, and he looked chubby and cute. He inherited his father's green eyes and brown hair. However, his hair was not tied up, which made him look more childish. Aline was Alan's younger sister, but she looked much more mature than Alan. She was wearing a luxurious noble dress, which made her look like a young princess who was about to break away from her shyness. While Angor was looking at the people around him, they were also looking at him. Angor's appearance was the standard of beauty in the empire. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, but not sickly. Every facial feature was perfect, which made him look even more stunning. When Angor greeted Alan and Aline with a smile, Aline blushed and hid behind Alan, using the excuse of carrying a tray. That little girl, Eaton chuckled in his mind. But he was also surprised by Angor's appearance. Old Pat had two sons who were both more handsome than the other. After a round of compliments, Leon noticed that Eaton kept looking back, so he said, "Since it's a tea party, we can't just drink wine. Tea is the main event." With that, Leon clapped his hands and signaled the dancing maids to stop. He then led everyone to the tea room. At this moment, the main door of the hall was slowly pushed open. It was raining outside. Only now did everyone realize that it was raining outside. A mysterious man covered in a black robe slowly walked in. Leon frowned and spoke in a low voice, "Sir, you are..." Before he could finish, Count Eaton, Alan, and Aline all stepped forward and respectfully surrounded the newcomer. "Viscount Pat, this is my father, Maro Morn," introduced Leon. Eaton introduced, "Father usually likes to drink weak tea. He heard that there's a special tea today, so he came along with us. But something came up on his way here, so he had to leave for a while." Leon said, "Oh," to show that he understood. He then stepped forward to greet the elder of the Morn family with even greater enthusiasm. Angor glanced at Maro's shoes. They were typical soft suede shoes. The edges of the shoes were covered in wet mud. What caught Angor's attention was the reddish color of the mud. The mud in Gru town was mostly yellow or black. There was only one place within 100 kilometers that had red soil, Pad's tea garden. Why did he pay so much attention to the tea garden? He even went to the garden in the rain before the tea party. It seemed that the person who asked about the morning dew was this old man Mo Luo. But Angor was still confused. What was so special about morning dew? It tasted bitter, and only a little sweet after drinking it. Maro Morn was the first person who showed interest in morning dew apart from his professor. Angor did not expose Maro's action. He only showed a stiff expression. The Morn family was too powerful for a small village noble like them to go against. Angor could only hope that the tea party today would satisfy the family. With his hood down, Morrow looked just like an ordinary old man. He had a long white beard and a pair of smiling eyes. He looked kind. Leon directly asked Head Maid Manna to serve all the tea and pastries that had been made today. Next to the tea and snacks were several delicate porcelain pots with patterns carved on them. These teapots contain all the varieties of tea produced by our manor. As Leon introduced, Manna also opened the lids one by one. As soon as the first pot was opened, white steam rose along with a strong floral fragrance. This is iced honey flower tea. The tea leaves are made from the petals of the honeymoon tree, which is unique to Pat Manor. It is not brewed with milk. Instead, it is made with snow water from a snowy mountain. The taste is sweet but not greasy. It is cool to the brain. Leon sighed. Too bad we are in the middle of winter. It will be even cooler if we drink it during the summer. After Meng Yan and the others tasted the tea, Erin was the only one who liked it so much that she drank a few more mouthfuls. The others only tasted it lightly. That black-robed old man Mo Luo even smelled it once before putting it aside. The second pot contained milk tea. Unlike the popular milk tea in the Empire, this one had a special taste. It's called lemon milk tea. It's made from a kind of sour fruit called summer lemon, fermented milk, and peppermint leaves as the raw materials. Leon pointed at Angor. My little brother loves this tea the most. He drinks several cups of it every day, and he doesn't want anyone to know about it. Ha ha ha. Angor rolled his eyes at Leon in his mind but kept a smile on his face. You like it, Brother Pat? Aline's eyes lit up. She took the cup from Manna and drank it in big gulps. When she finished, her lips were covered with a thin layer of milk. Aline closed her eyes as if she was savoring the fragrance of the milk. It was a little sour, but it was delicious. Yummy. Aline said loudly, it's better than the flower tea. Aline's brother, Alan, also took the cup and drank it in one gulp. Alan pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes. He nodded in satisfaction and agreed with his sister's taste. Count Eaton looked at his two children and smiled. He did not drink the milk tea. From Leon's words, he knew this pot of tea was prepared for Alan and Aline. Mara was also very fond of his grandchildren. He pushed his own cup of milk tea to Aline. Next, Manna opened several pots. Most of the teas were milk tea and flower tea, which Mara was not interested in. He only tasted the 2 pots of green tea leaves, which were John's favorite. However, after Mo Luo tasted it, he still looked disinterested. Angor looked at the last pot. It contained the last of the 3 favorite teas of John's, and the only one he brought from Earth, Morning Dew. When Manna removed the lid of the last pot of tea, there was no aroma, not even a trace of steam. However, the seemingly ordinary tea leaves attracted Mara's attention. He stood up and stared at the greenish-yellow liquid in excitement. That excited expression was definitely not an act. Mo Luo was so focused on the liquid in the teacup in his hand that he didn't even notice that when he stood up, he had overturned the chair behind him. Angor's confusion reached its peak at this moment. Why did Mara react like this to the morning dew? Could he tell that the morning dew came from another world? As Angor wondered, Mara slowly poured the morning dew into his mouth along the edge of the cup in a careful and solemn manner. Mara's action was so solemn that it felt like he was carrying an aura. The lively atmosphere instantly quieted down. Leon wanted to say something, but he somehow felt that it was better to keep his mouth shut. The silence did not last long. When Mara closed his eyes to enjoy the aftertaste of the tea, a strange aura came from his body. The aura was so shocking that everyone was stunned. Next, they realized that they could no longer speak. No matter how hard they tried, they could not make any sound. It was as if they had entered a world of absolute silence. Being unable to speak was only temporary. Something worse was about to happen. Mara suddenly opened his eyes, took out a crystal ball from his robe, and placed it in the air. He chanted something, and a flash of light appeared. In the next few seconds, not only could they not speak, but they also could not move. With the help of this low-level magic plant, my spirit is about to break through the barrier. In order to avoid any accidents when breaking through the barrier, he cast a binding spell and a silence enchantment on everyone present. "Once I'm done, I'll undo it for you." Mara's voice was low and hoarse, with a strange tone at the end. After saying that, Mara did not wait for anyone's reaction and closed his eyes. The crystal ball continued to circle around him. Although Count Eaton and the others felt a little uncomfortable at first, they quickly regained their composure. Angor and Leon, on the other hand, were much more frightened. The two brothers had never experienced anything supernatural since they were born. They even believed that this world was the one in front of them. But today, at this very moment, Mara's miraculous magic had shattered the worldview they had built since they were young. It was so sudden and unexpected that they had to accept what was happening in front of them without any preparation. It would be strange if they could remain calm. The binding spell could make them unable to move, and the barrier of silence could make them unable to speak, but it could not stop them from thinking. Inside the soundless barrier, he slowly calmed down after his initial panic. His pupils also shrank from their dilated state back to their original state. He saw Erin sitting across from him. She gave him a reassuring smile and whispered, "Don't worry." Angor was a little surprised. He quickly smiled back. Suddenly, Erin's face turned red and her eyes darted around, not knowing where to look. He didn't think too much about it. He assumed that Aline was shy about being stared at, so he simply closed his eyes like Count Eaton did. "Is this a magic trick from one of the ghost stories that my mentor told me? Magic? Or an immortal technique? Or was it some kind of trick? But aren't these all made up? Will it really happen in real life?" Several questions circled in Angor's mind. He couldn't get rid of them, and he still couldn't find an answer. He remembered the historical materials about the nearby countries that his mentor collected. Some of the historical descriptions contained many fantastical parts. For example, the Gold's Pink Empire. 800 years ago, a fire-breathing dragon appeared in the Moisen Canyon at the border of the empire and harmed the people there. Therefore, the king summoned all warriors to slay the dragon. Countless warriors, soldiers, and knights answered the call and rushed to the dragon's location. But before they could get close, they were burned to ashes by the dragon's flames. The dragon-slaying campaign lasted for several years. Hundreds of thousands of warriors died, but the dragon remained unharmed. Just when the king decided to seal off the dragon's location, an old man in a white robe who was floating in the sky happened to pass by the Moisen Canyon. He gently waved the magic wand in his hand, and the dragon was pulled into an inexplicable space. Then the old man in the white robe floated away without saying anything. According to the historical records, the dragon-slaying campaign started in tragedy and ended in absurdity. John's comment about this was, "The king is scheming, and the myth calms the people." Angor used to think so as well. But now, he began to doubt it. Maybe the old man in the white robe was also a person with miraculous power, just like old Mara? Also, in the historical records of Heilong, there were several references about the sea goddess giving birth to the islanders, or mermaids seducing sailors and causing their ships to sink. Not only Gold's Pink Empire and Heilong, but many other countries also had such myths. Could it be that these were all fabricated? Angor's mind began to shift. It didn't take long for Mara to break through the barrier. The small quartz hourglass turned once, which was 30 minutes according to Earth's calculation. The crystal ball slowly stopped hovering around Mara and floated quietly beside him. Mara's expression was filled with joy. How could he not be happy? He was stuck at intermediate apprentice for almost 20 years. He thought he would never become an advanced apprentice, so he accepted the recruitment mission and returned to the old Earth to find talented students. When he accepted the mission, he still remembered the bitter smile on his face in the mirror. Looking for talents? Heh. There were only a few of them in the origin plane. How could there be any in the old Earth? He stepped onto the ship heading to the old Earth with a depressed mood. He thought there were only thorns and despair ahead. But God took pity on him. He didn't expect this boring journey to bring him such a big surprise. First, he found 2 talents, and they were his grandchildren. Not only did he fulfill his mission, but he could also help Alan and Aline when they grew up. Next, he found an unknown beginner magic plant in the old Earth. He drank morning dew from a traveling merchant at the front line, and he immediately realized that the tea was comparable to white orchid potion. White Orchid Potion was the only beginner potion that could break a barrier, so it was very valuable. He worked hard for several years just to get a bottle of White Orchid Potion. And he found Morning Dew in the old earth. Unfortunately, the Morning Dew had been stored in the traveling merchant's shop for too long, and its effect was greatly reduced. After inquiring about the origin of the Morning Dew, they rushed to Gru Town without stopping to rest. Destiny. This was destiny. After successfully breaking through the barrier, Mara finally understood why apprentices liked to wander in dangerous ruins. As long as they could find a little destiny, they would have hoped to move forward. Mara waved his hand and dispelled the spells he cast on them. His face was filled with joy. Even when Leon asked him what a supernatural was, Mara did not get angry. Instead, he happily explained the wizarding world to Leon. The binding spell and silencing barrier I used on you are a type of beginner spells. Witchcraft is a mysterious system created by combining one's talent and knowledge. Those who master witchcraft are called wizards. When Mara said the word wizard, Angor suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. It was as if there was an invisible force pushing him to an unknown place. That place was called truth. It was the belief that wizards pursued their whole lives. Once this feeling arose, it would not go away easily. Angor did not know why he suddenly wanted to explore this place. Was it the teaching of his teacher for more than 10 years? Was it a spur of the moment or a whim? Angor did not know, but he did not suppress the desire in his heart. Instead, he folded the idea and put it into his mind box, waiting for the day when it would be opened. Perhaps Mara was truly overjoyed. He saw that everyone around him was full of curiosity and admiration. Moreover, his 2 grandsons were about to become apprentice adepts. He decided to stop hiding and start talking about the culture and system of the world of adepts to everyone. Wizard was just a general term for these talents. However, not every talent could become a wizard. Even Mara himself could not be called a wizard yet. He could only be called an apprentice. If one analyzed the data of all wizards, 99% of them were apprentices. Only less than 1% of talents could successfully break the barrier and become wizards who pursued truth and self-worth. From this simple and crude data, one could see how difficult the path of an adept was. During Mara's explanation, he also mentioned the place where they were now, the Old Earth. The name Old Earth was basically a joke to the wizards of the Fey continent. Only wizards who were born there would call it Old Earth. Other wizards had a different name for it, which was Marginalized Island. The Old Earth was so big for people who lived there that they would not be able to travel to the end of it in their lifetime. However, to the adepts who had their eyes on tens of thousands of planes, this island could only be considered a sizable island. As for why it was called the Marginalized Island, it wasn't because it was located at the edge of the island. It was because there were very few active elementium in the air here. Elementium adepts would have to expend more energy to absorb inert elementium to fight here. That was why the elemental sorcerers called it the Dead Land. All the extraordinaries who used to live on this island had left. That was why it was called the Marginalized Island. Of course, there were only a few wizards who specialized in elemental magic, so there was no need for all of them to leave the Marginalized Island. However, for an adept, no matter what system they practiced, they would more or less know some elementium spells. Therefore, there was no need to stay on the Marginalized Island when there was a better continent to rest on. The word fringe referred to a place that was marginalized by the Magi. I'm here to bring Alan and Aline back to the White Coral Floating Island Academy on the Fey continent. I didn't think I'd get the chance to become a high-rank apprentice on the way. It's all thanks to Viscount Pat. Emo Luo stroked his white beard with a smile on his face. Before you leave, Viscount Pat, if you have any troubles, feel free to share them with me. It's hard to find anything I can't do on the Old Earth. Mara's words were obviously to repay the favor of the Morning Dew. It could also be interpreted as drawing a line between them earlier. Leon was still immersed in the beauty of the Magi world. He didn't realize what was going on until Count Eaton spoke. I heard that you're going to Waterford next month to officially complete the Viscount inheritance ceremony. The Pat family has been guarding the defense line on the coast and providing supplies to the vanguard. They've made a great contribution to the fight against the Knights of Halon. If the king knows about this, I'm sure you won't have to go to Waterford anymore. Of course, he wouldn't have to go to Waterford anymore. As long as the Morn family gave the word, he could even become a hereditary count, let alone a hereditary viscount. It was supposed to be Mara's personal favor. Now that Eaton mentioned it, he was trying to remove Mara's intention of returning the favor. If Leon agreed with Eaton's words, then Mara's debt to him would naturally be written off. Leon was young, but he wasn't stupid. No matter how powerful the Morn family was, it was still a mortal family in Gold's Pink Empire. Mara was all alone, but there was a whole new world behind him. Leon naturally wouldn't accept Eaton's suggestion. Leon considered for a moment and was about to say something when Angor nudged him with his leg under the table. He turned around and saw Angor looking like he wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Leon understood. He spoke to Mara, "The morning dew belongs to my younger brother. Let Angor decide for himself." Eaton raised an eyebrow and gave Leon a thoughtful look. People always said that the two brothers of the Pat family didn't get along well. So it was just a rumor. Leon was willing to give such a great opportunity to Angor, which showed how much Leon loved his younger brother. Since Leon already made his decision, Eaton didn't say anything else. Everyone was no longer looking at Leon. Instead, they all looked at Angor, who had been silent all this time. Angor didn't show any signs of fear despite being stared at by 5 pairs of eyes. His noble demeanor was on full display. Plus, his teacher taught him how to be a gentleman in another world. Angor's expression was calm, and even his gaze was gentle. "Speaking of troubles, I don't know what my brother's problem is. But I have 2. One is bigger, and it's been bothering me for a long time. The other is smaller, and it just came to me, so it can be ignored." Angor looked at Mara. "If Mr. Mara can help me solve my bigger problem, I don't mind talking about the smaller one. Why don't you tell me what's bothering you?" Mara asked. Mara was actually quite happy when Leon gave Angor the right to speak. What kind of trouble could a young man who grew up in a greenhouse have? It was nothing more than being afraid to confess his love to a lady from a certain family. Mara thought it was a big trouble, but others thought it was unnecessary. Leon sighed in his mind. He already knew what Angor was going to say when he heard Angor's words. It seemed Angor was going to use the favor on John. As expected, Angor went straight to the point. "The big trouble is about my teacher, John. My father took him in 20 years ago, and he's been teaching me knowledge ever since. But lately, he's been getting worse and worse." Angor brought Mara to the stilted building where Mara was staying. "My professor is resting. Mr. Mara, please allow me to go in and inform him." Mara nodded, and Angor went up to the 2nd floor first. "This house is very unique. I didn't expect to see something like this on the old Earth." Mara praised the structure of the stilted building. He had seen many strange buildings on the Fey continent. The stilted building was unique, but it was still a mortal building. The main reason for his praise was because the builder of the stilt house was immortal. Although Mara did not care about the stilt house, Alan and Aline could not hold back their curiosity. They walked around the house, and even stood near the vine rack in the yard in the rain to observe the fruits and vegetables planted by John. The brother and sister were still teenagers. Even if they pretended to be mature, their actions still contained a hint of naivety. Such pure childishness made everyone smile. Leon saw that the two were interested in the grape rack, so he had an idea. He took out 2 bottles of red wine that had been sealed for 2 years from the cellar and filled everyone's glasses. The wine was mellow, and the aroma was pleasant. As drinking buddies, Leon and Eaton began to talk about the front line. Eaton also wanted to break the awkwardness of silence, so they quickly agreed and relaxed the atmosphere. On the other hand, Angor went upstairs. He woke up the mute servant and helped his professor change his clothes. Then, he asked the servant to leave and told his professor why he came. John was woken up in the middle of the night. He was still in a daze until he heard the word wizard. "Wizard? You met a wizard?" John grabbed Angor's sleeve with his withered hand and exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes. A level 3 apprentice to be exact. That's what Mara called himself." John's eyes flashed with confusion and curiosity. Then, he realized something and repeated, "I see. I see. That makes sense. Wizard. Wizard. I studied physics data for years, and many formulas could not be used. So this is the source. I was wrong from the start. This world is not normal at all. It has supernatural power. Ha 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 ha. I always thought my vision was better than the natives here. But now I'm trapped in my own world. Is this a trap of one's own making? Qian looked out of the window in a daze as he shouted loudly. His shout was filled with strong emotions, unwillingness, and regret. Even the people on the first floor heard it. Mara listened carefully to the self-deprecating words and couldn't help but be confused. Eh? What language are they speaking? Not the common language? Angor did not tell Mara everything about John. He did not mention John's origin or that he planted the morning dew. So Mara always thought that John was from the Empire. This is the language of old John's hometown. What is it called? Huaxia? I'm not too sure about the specifics. Leon was also puzzled. Huaxia? Mo Luo thought for a moment, but he did not have any impression of this country. It should be a small country in the middle of nowhere, right? Mara considered and decided not to pay attention to the details. He was curious about the emotion behind the shout, but as an apprentice, there were too many things he was curious about. He did not want to waste his precious time on the affairs of ordinary people. Besides, he just became an advanced apprentice. He just wanted to solve Angor's problem as soon as possible, leave the old earth, and go back to the academy to study. Nothing else was more important than his own strength. With that in mind, Mara closed his eyes and began to meditate. A while later, Angor brought John downstairs with a calm look on his face. John did not ask for help. Before his legs withered, he designed a wheelchair himself. With some springs, he could go up and down the stairs easily. Mara learned from Leon that John designed the wheelchair himself. He could not help but exclaim in his mind. He's very talented in mechanics. If he is talented enough, he might become a great alchemist. Unfortunately, even if he had the talent, he was still too old. Mara's first impression of John was the word old. He himself was almost 80 years old. Since he did not become a wizard yet, he could only let time change his appearance. However, he also took care of his body and looked like he was in his 60s at most. As for John, if Angor did not tell him that John was only in his 50s, Mara would think the man was at least 100 years old. Is it a disease of the body or a failing blood vessel? Or is someone cursed to speed up the erosion of time? The big problem Angor mentioned was that he hoped Mara could cure John. So Mara began to think about John's condition. When John came closer, Mara frowned. A strange sense of dissonance emanated from John. It was the same feeling Mara felt when he saw those otherworldly slaves captured by wizards at the Scarlet Auction. They did not belong in this world. Could this person be a guest from another plane? Mara frowned. But that did not seem to be the case either. Mara remembered reading The Pros and Cons of Planar Expeditions written by Barzil the Great Twisted Wizard in the library. The book clearly stated that there were intelligent creatures in other planes, but humans like them had never been discovered. Of course, there were many humanoid creatures, those with 3 eyes, those with fish scales behind their ears, those that were as small as palms, and those with wings on their backs. Although these creatures had the appearance of humans, they were generally referred to as humanoids. Is this a humanoid from another plane? Mara wondered in his mind, but he still maintained a kind look on his face. If John was really a creature from another plane, he could get at least 10 magic crystals if he sold him to a wizard. Mara worked hard for so many years, but he only had less than 100 magic crystals in his storage. Mara's eyebrows curved into slits as he thought about this. When John sat down, Mara cleared his throat and said, "I'll use an epidemic detection on you first. As long as you find the right direction, you should be able to cure him." Mara did not wait for their response. He summoned his crystal ball and chanted something. After a while, faint green halos floated out of the crystal ball and slowly enveloped Qian's body. Qian was shocked by the abnormality of the transcendent. Under the comfort of the green halo, he slowly calmed down, and his face gradually became rosy. Finally, he silently closed his eyes and entered a state of deep sleep. Everyone was amazed by Mara's method. They only thought that Mara was casting a spell to cure John. What they didn't know was that the spell Mara had just cast was not the level 1 spell Detect Plague, but a level 2 spell that could only be cast by a level 2 apprentice sorcerer, Dispel Deceitful Barrier. Dispel Deceit was a support cantrip that could see through illusions or deceit. Although on the surface, it was a trick to break illusions, witchcraft itself could not be defined with just one sentence. For example, the grease spell was used to stop people from moving forward, but with a little modification, it could also be used to ignite the fire. All spells had infinite possibilities. When wizards pursued the truth, it was a process of turning infinite possibilities into infinite absolutes. Dispel Deceit was the same. With a little modification, such as changing the target of the spell to someone else, Dispel Deceit would have a different effect. For example, it could identify the target's race. However, this was only possible if the target actively cooperated with the caster. Once the target showed signs of resistance, the cantrip would fail. John would not refuse Mara's request since he was using the excuse of healing John. The green halo lasted for half a minute. It covered John's head at first, then slowly moved down to his feet as if it was scanning him. When everything was done, the halo was pulled back into the crystal ball. Mara's eyes flashed. He quietly sent his spirit power into the crystal ball to check the result of Dispel Deceit. A human? A 100% pure human? Looking at this answer, Emo Luo felt reassured that this was indeed the case. However, he vaguely felt that his intuition was correct. Mara could not come up with a conclusion after thinking for a while. In the end, he decided to trust the result. As long as John was a human, he was one of them. There was no need to worry too much. Now that John was not a creature from another plane, Mara decided to fulfill his promise. He waved the crystal ball again and quietly used his mana to construct a new cantrip model. This time, the model he created was the real epidemic detection. Angor looked at Mara with great confidence. He believed that as long as the wizard could help, his teacher would be saved. Leon looked at Angor with a loving gaze. He was complaining that his brother wasted such a great favor on John. But when he thought about John's contributions to the Pat family over the years, the regret in his heart disappeared. It was not a big deal to waste the favor. As long as his brother was happy, it was worth it. The two brothers had different thoughts, but both of them were convinced that John's chronic illness could be cured by Mara. However, the truth always went against their expectations. When the green aura disappeared from John's body, Angor wanted to ask Mara about it, but Leon stopped him. This was because Emo Luo had once again levitated the crystal ball. His expression had changed from the relaxed and contented look to the serious and doubtful one. Could it be that even the wizard could not cure John? Was John's illness really caused by Gaia's consciousness rejecting the otherworlders? No, it couldn't be. Angor's great hope was quickly extinguished. A moment later, Mara stopped casting. He was still puzzled because he did not find anything wrong with John's body. The feedback from the spell also showed that everything was normal. The result was normal? That was the biggest abnormality. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the emaciated Chown was beyond cure. Besides, John was less than 50 years old. His old age was definitely abnormal. But Mara could not find anything wrong with him. Was he cursed by an evil spirit? With this question in mind, Mara reached out his spirit feelers and checked John's body. As long as there was something wrong, his spirit feelers could easily find traces of it. Nothing. Still nothing. Mara really did not know what to do now. He had just become an advanced apprentice, and he did not even learn level 3 cantrips yet. He had used all the tricks he knew to detect diseases, but none of them worked on John. There was nothing he could do. Mara looked at Angor's anxious face and felt a little embarrassed. He was just bragging, and now he was being slapped in the face by reality. Mara pretended to clear his throat and put on an apologetic look. I can't heal your professor for now. I just checked his body. There's nothing wrong with it. Since there is no problem with the test, the treatment of the body naturally cannot be carried out. Mara changed the topic. However, he does look like he's seriously ill. Perhaps there's something wrong with his mind or soul. According to his professor, his body was fine. The reason for his organ failure was Gaia's consciousness. Hearing Mara's words, although he did not mention Gaia's consciousness, Mara did say that his teacher's body was fine. Then, something must have happened to his mind and soul. Was Gaia's consciousness corroding the soul of a teacher? Mara didn't know that Angor also came up with a plausible answer. Whether it was correct or not, Angor believed it to be true. Then, is there no way to cure the soul or spirit problem? Angor asked anxiously. There must be a way. However, there's nothing I can do right now. Mara sighed helplessly. If I become an official magus, I might be able to treat it. But as an apprentice, there's nothing I can do. A wizard can heal my professor? Angor asked. I don't dare to guess the power of a great wizard, but saving a mortal should not be a problem. Even if the person dies, a great wizard can still save the soul from the land of eternal darkness. Angor asked, then, when can you become a wizard, Mr.? Mara hesitated and shook his head with a bitter smile. It took me nearly 60 years to become a level 3 apprentice. As for becoming a wizard? There's no hope for me in this lifetime. That level is not something you can achieve with time alone. Mara explained to Angor about the level of a wizard. Talent determined the speed of becoming a wizard. After becoming a wizard, talent would not be as useful. However, talent was the most important factor before becoming a wizard. Some people became wizards after a few years of training, while others could not even become a beginner apprentice after a lifetime of training. This was the difference between talent and destiny. Mara believed that he had reached the limit of his talent. If he wanted to become a wizard, he could only rely on destiny. However, destiny was not something you could get just because you wanted it. Besides, most of the time, 99% of the danger was worth 1% of the fortune. Destiny was obtained by risking one's life. There were very few opportunities that could be obtained easily, unless one was extremely lucky. That was what happened to Mara this time. Mara's words made Angor fall into utter despair. Wizards were almost extinct on the old earth. Where could he find one? For a moment, everyone fell silent. Leon patted Angor's shoulder and wanted to comfort him, but he did not know what to say. After an unknown period of time, Mo Luo spoke once more. I remember you said earlier that you have 2 worries. I can't help you with the first one. Why don't you tell me about the other one? The other one? Angor's mind flashed by. He remembered Mara saying that he could save his teacher as long as he became a wizard. As long as he was talented, he could become a wizard in a short time. Talented? If he could become a wizard, did that mean he could save his teacher on his own? Angor remembered the other small worry Mara mentioned before. It was also his curiosity about supernatural beings. And his desire to follow the footsteps of supernatural beings. He wanted to become one too. Mr. Mara, can I become your apprentice and learn about wizardry? Angor asked in a serious tone. Mara was surprised. After a while, he laughed out loud. Wizard? It's not as simple as you think. In order to become a magus, one had to have talent. When it comes to talent, I've gone around the entire empire and tested nearly 10,000 people. Only my 2 grandsons have talent. You can see how rare it is. Angor was not scared off by Mara's words. Instead, he insisted, then can you take a look and see if I have talent? Mara looked at Angor up and down and nodded. It's easy to test a wizard's talent. If you want, you can even ask everyone in Pad Manor to do the test. Consider it as me returning the favor. Mara's words sounded generous, but it also implied that he wanted to help the Pad family train more wizards. But in fact, talents were rare. It was already extremely difficult to find one, let alone cultivate a wizard in the family. Besides, he did not need to use anything to test talent. All he needed was a medium. The medium could be used repeatedly, and he would not lose anything. This time, he had accepted a mission to recruit talents on behalf of the academy. Of course, the academy would give him the medium. What he said was basically an empty promise. He did not need to pay anything to earn back the favor. Mara put John to sleep, so Angor didn't bother to wake him up. Instead, he asked the mute servant to take John back to his room. Following that, everyone returned to the castle from before. Leon ordered the servants to gather everyone under the age of 50 in the main hall so that Mara could test their talent. Angor wanted to take the test first, but Leon stopped him and whispered, "Let the servants do it first. You can do it later." Leon didn't explain, but Angor already knew what was going on. Mara said that only 1 in 10,000 talents could be found. If Angor was told that he had no talent, it would be embarrassing. But if the servants did the test first, he would not stand out too much even if he had no talent. Of course, that was if there were no talents among the servants. Soon, nearly 100 servants under the age of 50 lined up at the entrance of the castle. Many of them were woken up in the middle of the night, but none of them complained. They all stood straight and trembled. "Since everyone is here, let's begin," Mara said. One by one. The place for the talent test was a small and narrow storage room. Leon had asked the servants to take away everything in the storage room, leaving only a small part of the things that Mara had arranged for people to set up. Mara sat in the main seat, while Angor, Leon, Eaton, Alan, and Angor sat beside him. The seat opposite Mara was empty. It was reserved for the test subjects. A deep sea oil candle was burning in a lamp on the table. A soft and bright light spread out from the lamp, illuminating the narrow and cramped storage room. Mara took out a red crystal ball from his loose robe and placed it on the table. There was nothing special about the red crystal ball. Compared to the transparent one floating beside Mara, it was much dimmer. "This is Abel's eye, also known as the talent orb. It's made from the eyeball of Abel's, a strange giant beast from the abyss plane." Mara explained, "Abel's doesn't have great power, but its soul is very powerful. The talent orb made from its eyeball can reflect one's soul and reflect one's talent." The first one to come in was Ori, Angor's maid. Ori was 1 year older than Angor. She was 15 years old today. Usually, the two of them got along very well, not like master and servant, but more like friends. Therefore, when Ori came in with a serious expression, she secretly winked at Angor when no one was looking. Angor explained the content of the test in a simple way. Hearing this, Olga's eyes lit up. "As long as you have the talent, you can become a legendary magus?" Olga's heart was pounding so loudly that she could hear it herself. This was an opportunity to change his fate. Olga immediately realized this, and her originally relaxed state of mind instantly tensed up. He bowed to Emoluo with great respect. Then, he suppressed his excitement and sat across from Emoluo. Emoluo pointed at the red talent sphere. "The test is very simple. Later, touch this crystal ball with your hand. Then, don't let go of your hand. Pay attention to everything around you to see if there are any changes. If there are any changes, it means that you have talent." Changes? Ollie didn't understand, and neither did the others. Emoluo then explained, "This kind of change is based on the individual differences of the talent, so there will be different situations. Let me give you an example. When I touched the talent sphere, I noticed that the fire burning in the fireplace not far from me suddenly turned from a small flame into a big one. This kind of change, which no one else could see but me, is a sign that you have talent." Emoluo considered and added, "The talent sphere can't measure a person's talent, but it's said that it can give you pointers for your future path through the changes. Of course, there is no proof for this. Personally, I don't believe it. After all, I can't learn fire spells faster than water spells. My granddaughter, Aline, when she touched the talent sphere, she heard all kinds of strange noises. This is a kind of change." Emoluo pointed at the chubby Alan. When Alan tested his talent, he saw a piece of black bread appearing on his plate out of nowhere. This is also a kind of change. If nothing changes in your surroundings during the 1 minute you touch the talent sphere, then that means you have a chance. Then, unfortunately, it means that you basically have no talent. Emoluo shrugged. After that, Emoluo stopped talking and pushed the talent sphere to Olga. Olga swallowed hard and reached out with a trembling hand, placing it on the talent sphere. The hourglass on the table ticked once, 1 minute. Olga shook her head at Emoluo with disappointment and left. Emoluo was expressionless. Next. Time passed slowly. The dozens of people tested the talent sphere one by one. Unfortunately, none of them had talent. At this time, an honest-looking young man touched the talent sphere, and a glint flashed in his eyes. "I felt a breeze blowing in front of me just now. It's like I'm in an ocean of wind." The young man made a gesture of hugging the sky, his face full of enjoyment. There's a change? A genius has appeared? Count Eaton exclaimed from the side. He didn't expect a talent to appear in this rural area when there wasn't one in the imperial capital. Leon was also excited. He happily asked Headmaid Manna about the young man's identity. Headmaid Manna looked at the honest-looking young man, the corner of her mouth twitching coldly. This person had a bad reputation in the manor. She didn't expect someone like him to have a talent. Manna secretly cursed the goddess of luck for being biased. She replied in a low voice, "He's the son of the gardener, Gilon. His name is Fox." Fox? Leon had never heard of this name before, but it wasn't a big deal. There were many servants in the manor, and it was normal that they didn't know each other. Leon happily said to Manna, "Take out 100 gold coins from the treasury later and reward, wait." Suddenly, Emo Luo's deep voice echoed in the room. Fox's eyes were filled with pride when he heard Leon mention the reward. However, when he heard Emo Luo's voice, he immediately became dispirited. His forehead was covered with sweat. Ocean of wind? Haha. No one dared to lie to me in the imperial capital. I didn't expect someone to make up a story in front of me here. Do you really think light wizards don't have a temper? After that, Emo Luo snorted coldly. A fierce gust of wind surrounded Fox's body. "Since you want to be in the ocean of wind, I'll fulfill your wish. Have a taste of this whisper of wind." After a series of screams, Fox was blown out of the window by the gust of wind. He fell from the 3rd floor to the ground, wailing in pain. Leon's face turned pale. "Mr. Emo Luo, what's going on? Was Fox lying?" Emo Luo sneered. "Although the change can only be seen by the person involved, once there is a change, the talent ball will flash and remind me that a talent has appeared." After Emo Luo's explanation, everyone understood what had happened. They had been watching from the side. The talent ball had never flashed from the beginning to the end. It was obvious that Fox was lying. After hearing this, a hint of anger appeared on Leon's face. He said to Manna, "From tomorrow onwards, I don't want to see Fox in Gru Town anymore." Manna bowed and responded in a low voice. She then left the room. No one paid any attention to what happened to Fox. Emo Luo tidied his robe, put away his impatient expression, and continued with the test. 2 hourglasses had passed, and all the servants had finished their tests, including the head-maid Manna and the guards. None of them had any talent. Emo Luo looked at Angor. Angor knew it was his turn. "I'll go first. I'm interested in wizards too." Mr. Emo Luo said that wizards have long lives and are immortal. "That's what I want." Leon stopped Angor and sat in front of Mara. "If I live longer, I can see more things. I want to see all the beautiful things in this world." Angor did not step back when his brother stepped forward. Instead, he sat down beside Leon. "You first." Angor made a clenched fist gesture to Leon, which was something they used to do when they were children. Leon rubbed Angor's soft hair with a smile. Then, he reached his hand toward the talent ball. The white sands of time in the hourglass slowly fell down. Leon slowly scanned the room with his eyes, trying to find the source of the change. 1 minute passed. Leon's eyes were filled with disappointment. He let go of the talent ball. "So, I don't have a talent anymore," Leon said regretfully. He did not notice any change during the minute. It was just as Emo Luo had said. Talented people were too rare. "It's up to you." Leon patted Angor's shoulder. Angor nodded and slowly placed his hand on the smooth surface of the talent ball. As soon as he touched the talent orb, a bright red light flashed across the surface of the orb. "RRR red light." Everyone stared at the talent sphere in shock. Did Angor really get a talent this time? Leon's eyes were filled with joy. Angor had a talent? Uncontrollable excitement rose from the bottom of his heart, and Leon couldn't help but clench his fists. He might be happy if his servant had a talent, but the talent belonged to someone else. At most, they could get some benefits from their relatives. Angor, on the other hand, was a different story. Angor came from the same family, and they were close friends. As long as Angor could become a wizard, even if he had to stop at apprentice level, the Pat family would still benefit greatly. Count Eaton's surprised expression quickly disappeared. He began to think. Without a doubt, the Pat family was about to rise. If the Morn family extended an olive branch in advance, they might be able to gain connections with more supernaturals in the future. Alan and Aline did not think too much about Angor's talent like their father did. Alan's chubby face did not show any expression. He only tilted his head and looked at Angor curiously. Aline, on the other hand, was smiling at Angor with a sweet smile. She was so happy when she thought about learning spells with Angor in the future. Even her initial reluctance to leave home was gone. All that was left in her heart was hope for the future. Mara was also surprised, but he soon calmed down. Meanwhile, as the center of attention, Angor was caught in a strange feast. As soon as he touched the talent sphere, he felt his body floating. He was excited. This strange floating meant change. So he had a talent? Angor's face lit up. Suddenly, he heard the sound of drums coming from outside the storage room. It sounded like a choir singing a song. Huh? Didn't my brother tell the band to leave? Why are they playing again? Angor was about to ask Leon when he saw something strange. Apart from him floating in the air, there was no one else in the storage room. My brother is not here, Mr. Marlowe is not here, neither is Count Eaton nor his children. He also noticed something else. The talent orb was still on the table, and the candle was still burning. Everything seemed normal. Angor frowned and slowly floated to the door of the storage room and pushed it open. Outside the door was a luxurious corridor. On both sides of the corridor were elegant curtains and large hanging oil paintings. Walking along the corridor, one could occasionally see armors and statues around the corners. Their father, Old Pat, loved this luxurious style. Even after his father's death, the two brothers never changed. The night wind lifted the curtains. Angor peeked outside the window. It was all dark and quiet. Strange. Very strange indeed. Everything in front of him was very familiar, from the furnishings to the ornaments. Everything was the same as usual, but why did he feel inexplicably unfamiliar? Every door in Pat Manor had a lion heart lamp on each side. The lion heart was the emblem of the Pat family. The servants would add oil to the lamp every day, and when the lamp was lit at night, it would stay lit until dawn. This meant that the fire of the lion heart will never go out. But now, there was no light outside. Even the iron gate outside the castle did not light up the lamp that should be lit. Where am I? Am I really in Pat Manor? Where did everyone go? Angor could not help but feel suspicious. The melodious music was even more pleasant to the ears, but Angor felt something strange about it. He looked outside the window again and was surprised to see that the sky was filled with stars. Many of them were things he had never seen before. Gru Town was in the month of freezing earth, so there were very few stars visible to the naked eye at night. The ones that could be seen were mostly stars that were light years away. On a clear night, it was already a lot to see 7 or 8 stars twinkling. But now, the sky outside was filled with stars, just like Gru Town in the middle of summer. Fear slowly rose in Angor's heart. Everything was too strange. Maybe he was not in the real Pat Manor anymore. Angor took a deep breath and prepared to return to the storage room. No matter how strange the situation was, he still felt better in the storage room. As he walked back, 2 large poker cards suddenly appeared in front of him. There was no such thing as poker cards on the old earth. However, John once made a set of poker cards for Old Pat. Old Pat liked the new card game very much, and it became popular in Pat Manor for a while. Angor was puzzled by the fact that poker cards did not spread outside of Pat Manor. Was this place related to Earth? The 2 cards in front of Angor were very similar to the one John made. Even the complicated patterns on the sides were the same, but they were enlarged hundreds of times. The cards were the size of an adult. One of them had the Ace of Hearts, while the other had the Ace of Spades on it. What surprised Angor the most was that both cards had 4 limbs that looked like bamboo sticks. The Ace of Hearts carried a crossguard sword and a spear, while the Ace of Spades carried a round shield and a flail. The cards moved so fast that they reached Angor before he could react. When he realized what was going on, it was already too late. The next second, Angor was sandwiched between the two cards. The two cards kept moving forward as if they did not notice him. However, their bodies were so wide that Angor could not even dodge them. He was dragged along by them. Angor tried his best to avoid them. He even floated in the air but to no avail. The two cards took up too much space. Angor had no choice but to give up and follow the card soldiers. Soon, Angor found himself being dragged into the hall by the two card soldiers. The melodious music came from this place. Music was playing on the stage. Angor looked around and did not see anyone playing. The music was playing on its own because several teacups with hearts on them were bouncing around in front of the instruments. Even a teacup could play the zither? Before Angor could recover from his shock, he noticed that the swordsman of hearts and the ace of spades who brought him here had disappeared. Since he was already in the hall and faced this strange fantasy world, Angor felt braver than before. He did not think about going back to the storage room immediately. Instead, he walked to the center of the hall. The hall was brightly lit. All kinds of strange objects were doing different things. Apart from the teacups playing music, Angor also saw toy soldiers that moved on their own, a green Elle doll playing around a crystal chandelier, colorful dragonflies patrolling in the air in rows, and unknown moonstones and sunstones that were changing colors. Angor's nerves were still tense as he saw more and more strange things, but his fear had subsided a lot. This was because he noticed an interesting little detail. The creatures here seemed to be ignoring him. When he floated to the colorful dragonflies to observe them, they did not even look at him and flew away. Did they not see him? Or were they not interested in him? Angor did not know. After floating for a while, he vaguely saw that there seemed to be cloth swaying on the chair of the main dining table in the distance with its back to him. Someone sitting there. Angor carefully controlled his floating body and moved closer to the table. The closer he got, the more he believed in his own judgment. He could already hear the sound of knives and forks clanking against plates, as well as the sound of books being flipped. Reading books while eating? Angor suddenly wondered who was sitting on the chair. He had a vague idea that he was no longer in Pat Manor. Instead, he was in a parallel dimension. Angor's professor mentioned parallel worlds before, but it was only a guess back on Earth. This was not Earth. It might not even be the same universe as Earth. So what was wrong with a real parallel world? In this parallel world, there was Pat Manor, but no Pat family. Maybe the person sitting on the chair was the owner of Pat Manor in this parallel world? Angor made a wild guess. Angor took a turn in the air and finally saw who was sitting at the table. Judging from its appearance, it could not be called a human. To be more precise, it was a little bunny wearing a gentleman's outfit. Or rather, Mr. Bunny. The bunny was less than half a meter tall. Its fur was as white as snow, and the inside of its pink ears were trimmed with fur. Its eyes were as red as pigeon blood gems, which were embedded on its cute little head. The bunny's ears almost took up half of its body length. Putting aside the strange decorations, this was a cute bunny that could make little girls scream in excitement. Angor believed that he would like the bunny too if he was in another place. However, he was in an unknown space, and his vigilance had reached its limit. He did not have the time to care about whether the bunny was cute or not. His attention was mostly on the strangeness of Mr. Bunny. The biggest difference between Mr. Bunny and a pet bunny was its appearance. The bunny did not wear a lower garment. Instead, it wore a lace tuxedo with red square patterns on its upper body. There was a tall black gentleman's hat between its two big ears. There was also a smiling face badge on the hat brim. The most eye-catching feature was a small golden monocle on its face, which added a bit of gentlemanly charm to the cute bunny. Angor also noticed that Mr. Bunny was not sitting on the armchair as he thought. Instead, it was floating in front of the table and staring at the thick purple book on the table. Angor walked around Mr. Bunny for a while and found that the bunny ignored him just like the other creatures. It was also possible that Mr. Rabbit was too engrossed in his book and did not notice the unexpected visitor. Angor wandered around the hall for a while. He was getting more curious about this world. Was this really a parallel world? Did he travel to another world? He couldn't think of an answer. More importantly, he wasn't even sure if he passed the wizard talent test. As Angor was at his wit's end, he suddenly had an idea. The idea came out of nowhere. Angor even felt that it did not come from his mind. Something else was using his mind to tell him to return to the storage room. Yes, the idea was to return to the storage room where he first came from. Go back? Without hesitation, he accepted the light without hesitation. He did not know where the idea came from, but he believed it instinctively. When he was about to leave the hall, he heard Mr. Bunny turning the pages of a book not far away. He looked back at the purple book Mr. Bunny was reading and suddenly stopped for some reason. He floated to Mr. Bunny's side and read the content of the book. The book was standing, so he could clearly see the cover of the book. The cover was not strange. It looked like a romance novel liked by noble ladies. There was a row of strange symbols at the top of the book. He could not understand them, but he assumed they were the title of the book. Below it was a slightly cartoonish picture. The background was a castle outlined with a few strokes, and the foreground was a somewhat blurry cartoon girl. She had a red hat, long brown curly hair, a blue skirt, and white shoes. Whether it was the girl's facial features or clothes, they were not meticulous. They were like the doodles of a child. The only redeeming feature was that they were colorful. A castle and a girl on the cover. Was this the princess fairy tale his professor told him when he was young? When Angor was young, John always told him bedtime stories. Most of them were about ancient anecdotes, and a few were about Grimm's fairy tales. Angor did not like them, but he remembered most of the names. The most famous ones were Snow White and Cinderella. So when he saw the girly cover, he remembered the princess stories his professor told him. Angor did not spend too much time on the cover. He could not understand the words anyway. He floated behind Mr. Bunny and began reading. He saw the book by accident before. He only remembered it was a comic book. Angor stood behind Mr. Bunny. He couldn't read the words, but he could roughly guess the content from the pictures. It was a fairy tale. A girl accidentally stumbled into a wonderful world. Here, she could shrink to the size of a mouse by drinking red wine, and become a giant by eating a piece of cake. On the same plate of mushroom soup, she would become shorter if she drank from the left side, and grow taller if she drank from the right side. In her surprise, the girl began a magical journey with all the wonderful creatures. Angor watched with great interest. He also felt a sense of familiarity. But soon, he cast away his unnecessary emotions and continued to immerse himself in the story. Time went by. Angor did not notice that things were getting out of hand. Apart from the fact that Mr. Bunny was reading the book at the same pace as Angor, there was also the owl plushie, the poker guards, the teacup bunnies, and the colorful dragonflies in the hall. But Angor did not notice them at all. He was completely absorbed in the magnificent journey of the story. Angor did not care about all the strangeness and dissonance. Instead, he happily became one with the spirit of the heroine in the fairy tale. Angor felt that he had become the main character in a fairy tale, running after a talking rabbit. Everything was beautiful. All the creatures he met had strange appearances, but they were all kind. Angor even felt that he was in a fairyland. As he indulged in the beauty of fairyland, a harsh laugh came from the castle in the distance. Shit, the poker queen is here. Shava, you have to leave this place now, or the poker queen will turn you into a poker card. The talking rabbit sounded anxious. Poker queen? Leave this place? Shava? Angor's eyes went blank. Who's Shava? Isn't my name in, huh? What's my name? He sensed that something was wrong. He remembered seeing a rabbit in a gentleman's suit in the manor's castle. Then he saw the rabbit. What was it doing? The wonderful journey shattered into pieces in Angor's mind. Something was wrong. He felt like he was forgetting something. Angor's expression turned serious. He had to remember, Angor screamed in his mind, but his memory kept going blurry. It was so bad that he could not even remember what he was doing just a moment ago. He, what are you doing, Shava? Run quickly. The poker queen is here. The rabbit grabbed Angor's hand. It's an emergency. You have to go to my rabbit hole to get away. In his daze, Angor was dragged forward by the rabbit without realizing it. The mountains in the distance were still green, but they no longer looked so dreamy. Angor now felt that they were lifeless and out of place. That's my rabbit hole. Hide in there, I'll deal with the poker queen. The rabbit gave Angor a push. Angor staggered and fell to the ground. The rabbit was still urging him to enter the rabbit hole, but Angor suddenly felt something. Back to the storage room. This piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind like a flash of inspiration. Storage room? The confusion in Angor's eyes cleared up. He remembered the storage room. He remembered that when he was testing his talent, he accidentally entered a strange parallel world. And Mr. Rabbit who was reading a book. The moment Angor's eyes cleared up, the world changed, and everything turned into nothingness. Where the rabbit hole used to be, it was replaced by a bloody mouth with sharp fangs. As for the cute rabbit behind him, it had turned into a tattered ragdoll covered in patches. Angor stepped back step by step and quickly moved away from the bloody mouth. When he was far away from the area, he found himself back in the hall. The hall where Mr. Rabbit was. Angor no longer felt relaxed because he found himself surrounded by a group of poker guards. Apart from the card guards, there were also many cute dolls. More importantly, Angor saw Mr. Bunny, who had been reading a book, floating in front of him and staring at him with his tiny red eyes. Angor could not understand the look, but being stared at by Mr. Bunny gave him goosebumps for some reason. The cute feeling was gone. Angor looked at everything in front of him in horror. A card guard suddenly jumped at Angor. Angor's heart skipped a beat. He picked up the book on the table and threw it at the guard. When the purple-skinned comic book was in midair, a bloody mouth full of fangs suddenly drilled out of the cover and chewed up the poker guard in front of it and swallowed it. Angor was shocked by what he saw. While the creatures around him were distracted by the giant mouth, Angor broke out of the crowd and ran out of the hall at full speed. Hee hee hee. Shava, don't run. Come play with me. A woman's seductive voice came from behind. Angor heard it, but he did not stop. Instead, he quickly ran to the next corner. He remembered that he only needed to take another turn and he would reach the storage room. He would be safe once he reached the storage room. He did not know where this thought came from or if it was right. Angor could not tell if it was real or not, but it was his only choice. The door of the storage room was close. Angor rushed inside in big steps. When he stepped through the door, he felt a great pain on his back and fell to the ground. He looked back and saw a red-haired woman with thick makeup standing outside the door. Her face was covered in dense stitches. She was wearing a luxurious and complicated dress with dark patterns and a black heart-shaped crown on her head. Angor did not know who she was, but he saw blood dripping from her sharp fingernails. Combined with the sharp pain on his back, Angor did not doubt that the blood belonged to him at all. The stitched woman's eyes were filled with viciousness. She kept yelling, but no matter how much she cursed, she could not cross the line. It was as if the door of the storage room separated them into two different worlds. Angor observed for a while and made sure that the woman could not enter. He sighed in relief. But soon, he began to worry about something again. Although he had escaped this calamity, what should he do next? Apart from the chairs and tables, there were only candles and a red crystal ball, Abel's eye, talent orb. He looked at the glowing red crystal ball and approached it. Then, he put his hand on it to test its power. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that in this remote town, not only would I find an opportunity to advance, I would also find a talented person. God bless Mara. God bless the Morn family. Mara's laughter reached Angor's ears. When he recovered, he found himself back in the real world again. The people around him looked at him with surprise and envy, and there was nothing strange about it. Did they not notice that I had just transmigrated? Or rather, it was not a transmigration, but a change that occurred during the talent test. If it was really a change, it would be too dangerous. Angor was still thinking about the various fantasies in the parallel space when he felt his hand being squeezed. He turned around and saw Leon pinching his hand. Come on, Angor. Mr. Mara is asking about your transformation. Leon chuckled. Oh, Angor replied in a muffled voice. He did not feel happy about becoming a talented person at all. Instead, he felt tired after escaping danger. When I touched the talent orb, I found myself floating in the air. Mara interrupted him before he could finish. Floating? That's right, it's a change. You're a talented person, no doubt about it. Angor was going to tell Mara about his experience in the parallel space, but since Mara interrupted him, he did not say anything else. Instead, he nodded with a polite smile and returned to his seat. Mr. Mara, since I have a talent, can I become your disciple and learn wizard spells? The unpleasant experience in the parallel space changed Angor's mood, but it did not affect his determination to become a wizard. Mara put away the talent orb and smiled. I'm just an apprentice myself, so I'm not qualified to teach you. But this time, my mission in the old earth is to find talents for the academy. You have a talent, and you want to pursue the path of supernatural. Tomorrow, you will leave the old earth with me and study at the academy. The White Coral Floating Island Academy is not big, but it's one of the top wizard organizations in the southern region. We will not allow talents to be humiliated. Angor paused for a moment after hearing Mara's words. Leave this place and go to the unknown White Coral Floating Island Academy. Angor already had some guesses, but he still did not know what to do now. Would his professor's illness last until he came back? Also, he promised his brother that he would accompany him to the inheritance ceremony. He was leaving tomorrow. When would he see him again? Angor's eyes dimmed a little. He did not even notice that his thumbs and index fingers were alternating between moving back and forth. It was a subconscious movement when he was hesitating. Leon did not want to see Angor like this, but he still walked up and put an arm around Angor's shoulder. He whispered in Angor's ear, "Don't worry. Mr. Mara said it's an academy, and you're just going there. Just like every spring, you would go to Waterford Noble Academy for further studies. It'll be over soon. I'll wait for you in the manor." But, Angor wanted to say something but stopped. As his brother, he knew what his brother was worried about. Leon said, "If you're worried about old John, I'll find the best doctor in Waterford to treat him. I'll make sure he lives well even if I have to spend all my money until you come back." Angor did not say anything. Angor did not say anything. Others only thought John was suffering from an illness. Only he knew that the world's consciousness was trying to drive him away. No one could save John without a wizard's help. Mara, who had been listening to the whole conversation, spoke up. "You're worried about your professor?" "Yes." Mara did not understand why Angor cared so much about John. John was only an enlightening professor, not a teacher or family member. Mara could not understand why Angor felt this way. Mara gave Angor a thoughtful look and suddenly said, "I once spent 2 years of savings at Scarlet Auction House to buy a magic scroll called Ice Coffin of Healing. Although the Ice Coffin of Healing cannot save your mentor, it can temporarily ensure that your mentor's vital signs do not dissipate. However, it can only be maintained for 5 years. Are you willing?" 5 years? Angor widened his eyes. 5 years could change a lot of things. Angor did not think he could become a wizard in 5 years, but he still had a chance, right? Before he could say yes, Leon stepped forward and bowed to Mara. "There's no free lunch in this world. I don't know much about the wizarding world, but as Mr. Mara said, wizards are humans too. Humans can't escape from relationships. So, Mr. Mara, what do you want in exchange for using your expensive potion on John?" Leon's words made Angor realize something. Mara was just a guide. Even if there were not many talents in the world, he would not care too much about someone who was already a talent. So, what did Mara want in exchange for the ice healing potion? Mara looked at Leon up and down with an admiring expression. In 5 years, Angor's chances of becoming a wizard are infinitely close to 0, so the Ice Coffin of Healing is basically wasted. But I'm still willing to give it to you, as long as you agree to one condition. During the month of frost, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Even the sea in the distance was frozen into ice. On this long winding road near the sea, a tall carriage painted with black wood was slowly moving. The coachman held the reins in one hand and urged the tall horse with an exquisite saddle. In the other hand, he held a bronze stove. From time to time, he would put his frozen face close to the stove to absorb the slight heat escaping from the vent. There was a sliding glass window on both sides of the black carriage. One of the windows was pushed open, and a beautiful girl blinked her eyes and looked around. Just as the girl was engrossed in watching the movie, a chubby hand reached out from the side and closed the glass window that had been opened. Chew. Aline, it's so cold. Don't open the window. I'm going to be frozen by the wind, the chubby, cute boy said in a childish voice. Aline said, humph. Useless brother. You can't even stand this wind. Look, Brother Pat didn't say anything. You're the only one complaining about the cold. Inside the carriage was Mara's group who just left Gru Town. Angor was suddenly implicated. However, he did not join the argument between the siblings. Instead, he smiled and quietly waited on one side of the carriage. Mara, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, sat beside him. Alan curled his lips and mumbled, Brother Pat. Brother Pat. You're acting like he's your real brother. Aline had sharp ears. She did not get angry at Alan's words. Instead, she humphed and secretly rolled her eyes at Alan. Then she moved to Angor's side and began to chat. Aline rarely went out, and most of her stories were jokes of the nobles in the capital. Angor was not interested, but he did not interrupt Aline's monologue. He even nodded and responded from time to time. It looked like they were having a serious conversation, but he was actually immersed in his own thoughts. That day, Mara proposed a condition. As long as Angor agreed, he would give him the scroll of ice coffin of healing. In the end, Angor agreed to Mara's condition because it did not sound too harsh. Once Angor became a level 2 apprentice, he had to accompany Mara to explore a ruin. Mara did not say much about the ruin. He only said that he did not know whether it was dangerous or not. Although this trip might be unpredictable, the prerequisite was that one had to be a level 2 acolyte. Mara spent nearly 10 years to become an intermediate apprentice. Angor did not even know if he could become one himself. Therefore, he didn't think it was a bad deal to risk his life for the ice coffin of healing. After giving the coffin of healing to John, he stayed in the manor for another day. Leon was reluctant to leave, so he packed his luggage and left for the unknown land with Mara. Darkness filled the air, and the winter night was extremely cold and harsh. Even the experienced coachman had no choice but to stop and find a temporary shelter to wait for the night to pass. This was a huge half-sunken mountain rock. Everyone lit a fire and set up camp in the sunken area. The coachman covered the horses with woolen covers and tied them to one side. Alan hugged his legs pitifully like a meatball, muttering, so cold, so cold. Seriously, you can't even bear this little bit of cold. You've grown fat for nothing. Aline complained, but her eyes still showed her concern for her brother. She did not forget to take out a thick cloak from the tent and put it on Alan. Mara watched the interaction between his two grandsons with a smile. He waved his hand, and a green ball of light entered Alan's body. This constant temperature spell can last for 10 hours. But spells can't be used for long. You've always been weak. Exercise more every day and your body will improve. You won't be afraid of this little bit of cold. Mara continued, if your talent leans toward bloodline, it will greatly improve your body when you start training. Alan nodded in confusion. After the green light entered his body, he clearly felt the temperature change around him, which made him even more curious about spells. Grandpa, didn't we test our talent already? Does the talent ball not count? Do we have to do it again after we go to White Coral Floating Island Academy? Aline asked in confusion. Angor also pricked up his ears. He wanted to know the answer as well. That day when he tested his talent, the things that happened to him were too strange. He even asked the siblings about it in private. When they were testing, Aaron heard some noise and Aaron found that there was an extra piece of black bread on the plate. Although there was a change, the change was still within the scope of understanding. When it was Angor's turn, he traveled directly. This was simply inconceivable. Angor believed that this was just a change in the talent test, but he was not entirely convinced. So when Aline asked about the talent test, his attention was immediately attracted. Mara stroked his beard with a chuckle and said to Aaron, Abel's I can only test a person's talent. As for the inclination of one's talent, it cannot be tested. Once you get to White Coral Floating Island Academy, there will be a more detailed test. You'll know then. But before that, let me give you a word of advice. The Academy's talent test is not fixed. Even if you're inclined toward elementalism, you don't have to really study it. It's all up to you. At this point, Mara suddenly paused. By the way, although you can study any element regardless of your innate talent, there are some elements that you can't learn even if you work hard. For example, some special branches of the mystical realm, such as prophecy and astrology, still depend on your innate talent. I don't think I've told you about the subject of wizardry, so I'll tell you about it today. Mara considered and continued, there are many ways to develop wizardry. After tens of thousands of years of development, the system is basically complete. There are many branches, so I won't go over them one by one. I'll just tell you about the three major structures in the wizarding world. Elementalism, which includes nature's composition and the origin of all things. Bloodline, which absorbs the blood of powerful creatures to strengthen oneself. Occult, which is called mystery's end. These three major structures basically outline all the systems of the Magi at present. Apart from them, there are many other related systems, such as alchemy, summoning, and so on. However, most wizards know a thing or two about alchemy and summoning. It's just a matter of how much. Of course, there are wizards who specialize in these support systems, but very few of them. Among the three structures, elementalism has the most people. Almost all wizards know a few elemental spells. Occult wizards are the rarest, and their power distribution is the strangest. The strong ones are extremely strong, and the weak ones are extremely weak. The main reason is that there are too many occult systems. The most famous representatives in the southern region are archaeologist Mantora and Phantom Master Sunders. They are both level 2 occult wizards, but there's a huge difference in power between them. Mara sighed when talking about these two. As for bloodline, Mara snorted as if he recalled some unpleasant memories. He continued in a cold voice, most of them have strong limbs and bad tempers, but they're all excellent fighters. Emma Luo's words caused everyone to fall into deep thought. Aline asked curiously, then what's your branch, Grandpa? Me. If we look at the three structures, I'm a fire magician in the elementalism. But I spend most of my time on rune drawing, so I'm more of a support rune magician. The conversation lasted for half a day. The night was getting darker. Even the mountains and forests in the distance had turned into blurry shadows, which looked like monsters baring their fangs and brandishing their claws in the wind. Gradually, everyone felt tired and fell asleep. Angor lay in his simple tent. His eyes shone with a faint light. Tonight's conversation really touched him. He did not know there were so many different branches of wizardry. Fire magicians alone were divided into fire magma, cold fire, and other mixed branches of different elements. Mastering or encyclopedic knowledge could lead one to the path of truth. Thanks to John's enlightenment, Angor was now curious about everything. Especially when John talked about all kinds of unimaginable phenomena in the universe, Angor's heart was filled with curiosity. If he became a wizard, would he be able to explore these unknown mysteries in the future? Angor slowly fell asleep with the hope of the future in mind. Half a month later, they finally arrived at Vichy Harbor, the northernmost point of Gold's Pink Empire. It was not easy to travel from the old Earth to the Fey continent. Every year at the beginning of the year, a cargo ship from the Fey continent would arrive at Vichy Harbor. This ship would only stay at Vichy Harbor for 2 days before leaving. Therefore, in order to avoid missing it, they arrived at Vichy Harbor before the month of resuscitation. There are 8 days left until the month of resuscitation. Cargo ships from the Fey continent arrive at random times. The earliest is 8 days, and the latest is 38 days. Therefore, during this period of time, we will stay in Moonsea City until we leave. With that, Mara led them to the Bounty Guild in the center of the city. The Bounty Guild was an association for all knights who obeyed the rules of the kingdom. When the kingdom issued quests, knights could accept quests from the guild and get paid accordingly. Naturally, Emma Luo didn't bring them to the Bounty Guild to accept a mission. Instead, it was because the Bounty Guild had the most luxurious inn in the entire Moonwater City. As long as one had the money, the services and accommodations one could receive from the Bounty Guild would far surpass any other inn in the city. This was a guild that valued money above all else. As an elder of the Morn family, Mara carried a lot of gold coins with him. Mara did not care about the coins. After arriving at the Bounty Guild, he paid everything including Angor's fees. You're free to move around for the next few days. But it's best if you stay in the guild. Otherwise, you won't be able to find the ship when it arrives. With that, Mara returned to his room and began meditating. Alan and Aline looked at each other when they heard that they could move around freely. Both of them were overjoyed. The two naughty kids were like prisoners who were released from prison. They could not wait to embrace the air called freedom. Alan's little eyes shone with excitement, and Aline could not hold back her excitement as well. However, she was more concerned about Angor, who was standing beside them. "Mr. Pat, let's go for a walk. I heard that Moonwater City is the biggest trading port in the country. It gathers all kinds of goods from different countries. There's also a street that sells goods from other countries. Many people have found treasures there," Aline said to Angor in a sweet voice. She almost grabbed Angor's arm and shook it. Angor looked at Aline with a headache. During the month-long journey, everyone had become more familiar with each other. Erin had also become bolder. She was no longer shy when they first met. Now, she even restrained herself from skin-to-skin contact and acted coquettishly. No matter how stupid he was, he knew what Aline was thinking. He was also very puzzled. They had only known each other for a few days, but she had already developed feelings of infatuation. As expected, it was difficult to understand the feelings of a young girl. However, he was still young, and with the pressure of the 5-year promise hanging over his head, he could not care about anything else. Hence, he could only try his best to keep a distance from Erin. This was not only out of responsibility for himself, but also out of respect for Erin. "No, thanks. I promised the professor that I'll do thought exercises every day. I'll go back to my room. Maybe next time." Erin pouted unhappily. She stomped her feet and left the guild with a confused Alan. After entering his room, Angor did not immediately take out the training exercises given by his professor. Instead, he calmly looked around the room. His room was located on the side facing the sea. There was a wide balcony. Standing on the balcony, Angor could see the busy Vichy harbor in the distance, as well as the glittering ocean waves. Looking down at the people moving around the Vichy harbor like ants, Angor sighed at the prosperity of Moonwater City. On the other hand, he was not used to the sudden loneliness. Looking to the south, through the grassland that stretched for hundreds of miles, Angor seemed to see the mountains behind the grassland, as well as the peaceful town hidden in the mountains. It was the place where he lived for the first 14 years of his life, the place he called home. "Brother, Professor," Angor mumbled in a low voice. There was a trace of sadness that could not be dispelled. Another 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. With the arrival of the month of resuscitation, the temperature began to rise. The sea areas that were necessary for many shipping routes had begun to thaw. Large numbers of long-distance ships began to appear at the Vichy harbor. Mara hired a team of knights from the Bounty Guild to guard the harbor every day for cargo ships from the Fey continent. Alan and his sister had been playing like crazy these days. They bought a lot of things, left early and came back late every day. Even if the weather was cold, they did not get tired of it. Angor did not leave his room at all these days. He stayed in the inn to organize his recent gains, especially the puzzles John left for him. These puzzles required a lot of calculations and combined problems from many subjects. If a scholar from Earth saw them, he or she would also sigh at the wide range of subjects involved in these puzzles and the extreme difficulty. Even if one did not need to study each subject thoroughly, it would be difficult to make a breakthrough without extensive knowledge and foresight. The fact that John gave these puzzles to Angor was enough to show his confidence in Angor and how much he valued him. Angor had been doing calculations since he left Pat Manor. It had been more than a month, and he only solved a quarter of the puzzles. This made him feel frustrated. However, no matter how frustrated he was, he had to solve these puzzles. Because these puzzles were related to something his professor left him. As long as he solved all the puzzles and obtained the final answer, he would know what his professor left him. On the second weekend of the month of resuscitation, the weather was unusually sunny. Perhaps because the ice was melting, the harbor was even livelier than before. Angor thought that since he had been cooped up for the past few days, he might as well go out for a walk today. After so many days, Angor finally changed into his casual clothes, tidied up his appearance, and put on his trademark gentle smile before stepping out of his room. The hall of the Bounty Guild was as busy as ever. The moment he stepped in, he smelled a strong stench of sweat. Most of the people here were knights who lived by their blades every day. Even if there were some beautiful female knights, most of them only cleaned their faces. As for the smell on their bodies, they did not care too much. Angor frowned subconsciously, but he quickly remembered that this was not Gru town. Without his brother's protection, he was not even a noble in the outside world. He was only a member of a noble family. With this in mind, Angor relaxed his frown and put on his harmless smile again. He ordered a glass of rum and roast meat from a small tavern on the side of the hall. Angor only tasted the rum briefly. It did not taste as good as the milk wine from the manor. It only had a pungent smell of fermentation. While eating, Angor's ears perked up as he listened to the conversations of the adventurers around him. It was easy to find some unique information in a tavern filled with all kinds of people. This was what Angor learned from John's wuxia novels from Earth. He did not have much experience outside, so he did not know whether the experiences he learned from books were correct or not. However, this did not stop him from eavesdropping on the conversations of the adventurers. Even if most of them were just bragging, Angor still listened with great interest. Heh, did you hear? Something big happened in Halon Nation, which is at war with the Empire. Many Grand Dukes died for no reason. Their deaths were so horrible that the knights who went to guard the city were panicking in the middle of the night. Our guild's #1 mercenary group, the brilliant Gold's Pink Knights, has not shown up for months. What do you guys think? Could they be behind the tragedy in Halon Nation? The adventurers at the table next to Angor began to gossip about the war at the front line thousands of miles away. Do you remember? Half a year ago, the governor of the Empire went to the Bounty Guild and issued a mission to assassinate the commander of Halon Nation. I'm guessing these two incidents are related. The adventurers were all talking loudly. Some of them even raised their voices to show off their achievements. Therefore, this person's voice was heard by almost everyone in the tavern. Everyone agreed. One side was the enemy, and the other was the mercenary group of their guild. Their opinions were obviously one-sided. In the midst of the heated discussion, a voice as cold as ice cut in, "Brilliant Gold's Pink Knights? Humph, you're all too ignorant. I'm telling you, the Halon tragedy was not done by the brilliant Gold's Pink Knights. They're not that strong yet." The person who spoke was wearing an aqua blue robe with silver patterns embroidered on the edges. It was obvious that the robe was expensive. Watch your mouth. Who are you? How dare you talk to the brilliant Gold's Pink Knights like that? Do you know what the consequences are? Everyone looked at the person who spoke with a fierce look in their eyes. Oh? You again? Don't think you can do whatever you want in Gold's Pink Empire just because you have the certificate of Halon Chamber of Commerce. You're from Halon, and you're here to do business with us. How dare you interrupt us? You must have a death wish. A bulky man stood up. The Halon merchant glanced at him coldly. A dozen fully armored knights quickly surrounded him for protection. Of course, the burly man was no match for a dozen guards, but this was the territory of the Gold's Pink Empire. Seeing the situation in front of them, the guards immediately stood beside the burly man. No matter how reckless the burly man was, he was still a citizen of the Gold's Pink Empire, not someone from the Halon Kingdom. On both sides, there were a dozen or so young and vigorous armored men. As they confronted each other, the atmosphere in the wine shop seemed to have frozen for a moment. The two sides were about to fight when the vice president of Moonwater City's Bounty Guild stopped them. Under the vice president's persuasion, both sides gave up. Just like that, the conflict was resolved. Angor sighed in his mind. The Halon merchant sat down and spoke in a cold tone. I just said that the brilliant Gold's Pink Knights couldn't be the culprits of Halon tragedy. Because Halon tragedy wasn't man-made at all. The merchant did not say anything else after that. Not man-made? Was it an evil spirit? Although everyone was puzzled, no one dared to ask him about it. Angor was curious as well. However, he was about to leave the old Earth soon. By the time he returned from Fake Continent, the war between the two countries would probably be over. Angor decided not to ask further. He finished the roast meat and left the Bounty Guild. Due to its prosperous maritime trade, Moonwater City was second only to the capital city. Angor had lived for 14 years, and the largest city he had ever seen was Waterford, which was under the jurisdiction of Gru Town. Moonwater City was as big as 4 Waterfords combined, not to mention the other basic facilities. Angor's eyes were dazzled on his way here. When he was standing on the balcony of the inn, he could see half of the city in the distance. Now that he got closer, he realized that Moonwater City was not only grand but also exquisite in its details. Compared to Gru Town, which was filled with stone houses, Moonwater City was much more luxurious. Angor walked around the city and observed the emotions of the people around him. He also tried to think about the details of the culture and the famous novels taught by his teacher in the past. Angor used to find it hard to understand. But when he was away from home and away from the protection of his family, Angor began to combine the details he saw with his own thoughts, and he began to understand the concept a little. Angor soon arrived at his destination, Sambina Trade Street. Sambina Trade Street was the famous street in Moonwater City that Aline told him about a few days ago. It was famous because the goods sold here were all shipped from other countries through maritime trade. Many of them could not be found in the Gold's Pink Empire. Irene had bought a lot of things from the Rue de la Sambina that day. Among them were several books, such as Palace Plaster, Tone, and Fan Language, written in some unknown country. Don't be fooled by the name. In fact, the content was about the makeup skills of noble ladies, recommendations for matching colors, and so on. Aline, on the other hand, enjoyed reading the book. She even followed the book's instructions and bought some powders to apply on her face. At such a young age, she had already begun to interpret beauty. Inspired by Irene, he wanted to buy a few books at the trade street. If there were any suitable ones, he wanted to send them to his teacher to enrich the compilation of historical materials. As soon as he entered the Rue Sambina, he saw a statue of a gentleman in formal attire in the middle of a fountain. The carving was of Sambina Principe, an important minister of the empire who had started the sea trade 200 years ago. In order to commemorate this noble, this trading street was named after him, which showed how much the later generations respected him. Both sides of the street were mostly short but spacious houses with colorful bricks and tiles. Every shop strived to be eye-catching from the outside. Their signboards and advertising methods were also trying their best. Angor even saw a dessert shop that invited a circus clown to throw a ball in front of the shop, which caused a great commotion among the crowd. Some naughty children even dragged their parents away and cried on the ground if they did not buy desserts. The whole street was lively. Angor tried his best to maintain the manners of a noble, but he was still a teenager. His eyes sparkled as he looked around curiously. In the end, Angor's first purchase was not at his original destination, the bookstore. Instead, it was at a milk house with a stuffed cow in front of the door. Angor drank a large glass of sweet milk in a place where no one was around. He grinned so widely that his eyes narrowed into slits. However, he quickly regained his composure when he left the shop. He took a bag of packaged sweet milk from the shop owner and pretended to be helpless. "Sigh, my little sister likes milk with more milk and sweetness. Sorry to trouble you." Angor wiped the milk stain on his lips and left with satisfaction. Soon, he found a bookstore with an image of the ancient god of wisdom Sothar on the door. When he entered, he found that most of the books here were bound with paper. Rare leather books were rare. Angor randomly picked up a few books to read. The shopkeeper, who was standing not far from him, wanted to scold him. However, when he saw Angor's clothes and manners when reading books, the shopkeeper swallowed the swear words on the tip of his tongue. He did not like customers flipping through books randomly, but he would not mind if it was a well-mannered young noble. The stories were interesting, and sometimes he could even see some deeper meaning in them. It was a rewarding experience. Angor was not stingy when it came to books. It did not take him long to fill up the leather bag given by the shopkeeper. "Young master, I see that you like a wide variety of books. I once collected some miscellaneous books as well. If you are interested, why don't you stay for a while?" The shopkeeper was already overjoyed when he saw Angor buying a large bag of books. Such a big customer was not common, especially since there were so few people who loved books nowadays. He also noticed that Angor seemed to be willing to buy all kinds of books. The shopkeeper's mind immediately became active. He had collected many books from various countries over the years. Unfortunately, most of them were too old. Not only were there damaged words missing, but there were also books that were not written in the universal language. He could not sell them for years, and in the end they could only sit in the warehouse without any customers. Now that he finally met a big customer who was not picky, how could he not be tempted? "You have a collection of books?" Angor's eyes brightened. He accepted the offer without asking for more details. The shopkeeper excitedly led Angor to the reception room on the second floor, poured him a glass of fruit wine, and hurried to the warehouse. A moment later, the shopkeeper and 2 other workers carried 3 large wooden boxes upstairs which emitted a musty smell. The pungent smell made Angor frown. How damp did the books have to be in order to produce such a smell? Ugh! The caravans from the desert kingdom did not come here recently. There is no dry stone powder, and Moonwater City is close to the sea. These books will soon become moist. But don't worry, I made an inner seal for all the books. They won't get in no matter how damp it is, the shopkeeper promised while patting his chest. Angor did not mind it. He nodded and asked the shopkeeper to open the boxes. Before Angor could look inside, he heard a deafening sound of a horn coming from the sky above Moonwater City. Angor looked outside in confusion. This was the first time he heard such a loud horn since he came to Moonwater City. Could it be that there was an emergency? The owner of the bookstore walked to the window and stroked his well-groomed mustache. He squinted his eyes and looked at Vichy Harbor. Oh? Merchant ships from other continents have arrived. Heh. Looks like the sea route to Whalebone Sea is completely unfrozen. It'll be fun when the ships finish unloading their goods. With that, the owner ordered his workers to guard Vichy Harbor. He was not the only bookstore in the city. If he wanted to get more exquisite goods, he would have to rely on his own ability. The sea route to Whalebone Sea is open? Then, ships from Fake Continent are coming? Or they're already here? Angor looked into the distance in silence. He felt both hopeful and sad at the same time. After a while, Angor put a smile on his face again. He put away his unnecessary thoughts and began to read the books in the boxes. Angor raised an eyebrow when he saw that most of the books in the 3 boxes were rare leather books. The quality of the paper used was obviously poor. However, most rare leather books were kept in noble families, so it was normal for people to use inferior paper. The shop owner wrapped all the books tightly. Just as he said, there was no need to worry about mold. Spots. Seeing that it was still early, Angor decided to sit down and read the books one by one. The sands of time were still dripping. When the clouds above the sea were dyed red, the gray seagulls returned to the reef, and dusk covered the entire Moonwater City. Angor stood up and patted the dust off his trousers. He pointed at a wooden box and said to the owner, "Please deliver the books in this box to the Crown of Glory of the Bounty Guild." The most luxurious inn on the North Bank was none other than the Crown of Glory. Of course, the owner had heard of it. He quickly asked his workers to carry the box and follow Angor. Books were expensive to begin with. Angor bought so many of them this time. He spent a total of 30 gold coins, which was almost equivalent to 10 years of income for a family of 4. Angor felt the pinch. However, when he thought about how books were equivalent to knowledge, and knowledge could be turned into money, he felt relieved. But he also knew that this was just an excuse to comfort himself. Along the way, Angor could feel the excitement of the people around him. Everyone looked happy. The opening of the Whalebone Sea was a good omen for this year's shipping. When he returned to the inn, the sun had just completely set at the end of the sea. There was still a wisp of redness on the coastline, but Moonsea City had already fallen into the curtain of night. Before he could enter, he saw Mara, Alan, and Mara walking toward him from the opposite room. "I've just received news that the freighter from the Fake Continent has arrived at the Seaside Gorge and will arrive at Vichy Harbor tomorrow morning. Pack your things tonight and we'll board the ship at noon tomorrow." Mara glanced at the bookstore clerk and the box of books. "You're well prepared. It's not a bad idea to buy some books. We'll be staying on the ship for nearly half a year. Reading books on the way can kill time." After saying that, Mo Luo turned to his 2 grandsons and said, "You 2 should also go back and pack your luggage. From tomorrow onwards, you will have to bid farewell to your comfortable life." The bright moonlight gently comforted Moonsea City, which was gradually quieting down. Angor stood in front of the balcony and looked to the south. His mind was full of thoughts. In the end, he could only shake his head and bid farewell to his worry-free past. Night birds flew across the sky. After a busy day, Vichy Harbor finally quieted down after midnight. The quiet port was pitch black. Only a few oil lamps that were about to burn out were hanging on a few wooden pillars. At this time, from a small boat in the corner, a dark shadow suddenly dashed through the dim light. With the help of the flickering light, Angor could see that it was a man in black who was covered from head to toe. The man in black ran quickly and soon left Vichy Harbor. He walked along the path without any light. With the moonlight, Angor could see a pair of shining green eyes. Apart from that, there was nothing else special about him. The man in black was like a lone wolf running in the night. He was silent and untainted, yet he had the speed of a cheetah. When the man in black reached the central street of Moonsea City, he suddenly let out a huh, and stopped running. The soft huh had a pleasant frequency. It was a woman's voice. Strange. Why did I sense the presence of a phantom? Did Goman King make a deal with Brute Cavern? The woman in black was terrified. If the phantom really came, she would not be able to escape. Damn it. It's just a stupid hat, and he chased me for 2 years. Is there something else about that crown other than the symbol of royal power? The woman in black did not dare to think too much. She looked in the direction of the phantom, shivered, and ran away without looking back. She was looking at the direction of the Bounty Guild. Under the soft moonlight, Angor closed his eyes in his dream. His hands were scratching his back uncontrollably, and his face was filled with pain. No one saw it, but a glowing green pattern slowly spread out from a small spot near Angor's shoulder blade like a vine, bit by bit. Angor was woken up by Moore's knocking on his door. Feeling a little tired, Angor opened the door and saw Mara in his black robe, as well as Alan and Alina, who were already dressed up. Angor was surprised. Why are they up so early? Aline's answer answered his question. Mr. Pat, we already had lunch. Why aren't you up yet? Have you had lunch? Angor's mind went blank. If he remembered correctly, Mara said that he would board the ship at noon today. Angor felt a little embarrassed. He cleared his throat and said, I'm sorry. It took me a while to pack my things. I'll be right back. Angor closed the door without waiting for them to respond. Mara looked at the closed door and did not say anything. Aline, who was still confused, and Alan, who did not seem to care, went downstairs. Angor looked at the busy scene outside and realized that he really overslept. He did not have time to think about it and quickly went to clean his face. When he put on his clothes and asked the waiter to carry his luggage away, he began to wonder. He slept at a normal time yesterday. Why was he not woken up until the sun was high up in the sky? For someone like Angor who always valued time, this was the first time something like this happened. Angor thought about it for a long time. He only had a vague feeling that he did not sleep well last night. He felt itchy on his back, as if ants were crawling in his veins under his skin. The itch was grinding, and there was an indescribable burning pain. Could it be that this had something to do with him sleeping for a long time? Angor scratched his back out of instinct. He did not feel anything wrong at all. Was it an illusion? Angor did not come up with an answer even when he met up with Mara and the others. He had to give up and attribute it to mental fatigue. The group quickly arrived at Vichy Harbor after getting on the carriage. The Redbud, a cargo ship from Fake Continent, had docked in the morning. After unloading all the cargo, the ship's warehouse was cleared. They would set sail again the next day after the new cargo was loaded. Marathi brought them on board the day before to prepare for a rainy day. After all, this trip only happened once a year. If they missed it, they would regret it to no one. Once you're on board, don't go anywhere. Don't cause any trouble. The Redbud is not something we can mess with. Marathi led the three to the ship while repeatedly reminding them, the Redbud can break through the ice and sail through the dangerous silent waters. This is not something an ordinary ship can do. There are rumors that the floating mech city is behind the Redbud. If the rumors are true, even formal wizards would not dare to go against them, let alone me. So, you must remember, even if you are facing common sailors, you must keep your noble short-sightedness in check. Marathi's voice was heavier this time. During his trip to Gold's Pink Empire, Marathi had seen a lot of foolish nobles who would fight with each other just because of a disagreement. In order to avoid unnecessary disputes, Marathi emphasized it in such a serious manner. The three young ones nodded quickly. Maradi was experienced in dealing with people. He would not harm them. While Maradi was talking about his experience, Angor was carefully observing the redbud in front of him. The redbud was huge, but compared to the cargo ships on Earth, it was probably smaller. However, for someone like Angor who had never seen anything like this before, the redbud was already the biggest vehicle he had ever seen. Its size was almost half the size of the castle in Pat Manor. The steel walls of the ship with purple and white stripes looked elegant and dazzling. What caught Angor's attention the most was the statue on the bow of the redbud. It was a girl in a gauze robe praying with her hands clasped together. Her soft long hair was scattered with redbud flowers. The statue looked pure and solemn, beautiful and elegant. It was obvious that it was made by a skilled craftsman. The strangest thing was that there was a light crimson gem embedded in the center of the girl's forehead. Angor always felt that there was something strange about the gem, but he could not put his finger on it. That person over there is. How could it be him? Mara suddenly screamed. Angor turned around and saw Mara staring at the exit with his eyes wide open. Angor followed Mara's gaze and saw a young man with short red hair, wearing a black windbreaker with golden stripes, a white shirt, black trousers, and brown riding boots. The man walked down from the redbud step by step with a blank face. His red hair was fluttering in the wind, but his face was very grave and stern. His eyes were indifferent and cold, and his whole body emitted an aura that kept people away. Ascetic and cold uniform? Angor muttered in Mandarin. What are you talking about, Brother Pat? Irene had walked up to him without him noticing. He was so close that he could smell the faint fragrance of Aaron's hair. Nothing. I'm just wondering who that person is. Angor took a step back to put some distance between them. Irene also noticed Mara's strange behavior. She turned around and asked, Grandpa, who's that? Mara did not say anything. Without looking back, he quickly led the group to the exit. Irene wanted to ask more questions, but Mara yelled at her, Shut up. Irene pouted. She was not used to being yelled at. However, Mara did not comfort her at all. He continued to walk to the ship without stopping. Only Alan walked forward and used his lotus-like chubby hands to gently wipe away the tears at the corners of his sister's eyes. Angor comforted Irene in a low voice. I'm sure Mr. Mara has his reasons. Angor was also confused. He did not know why Mara's expression changed drastically when he saw the young man. Mara did not even dare to look at him. Could it be Mr. Mara's enemy? When they stepped onto the ship, the red-haired young man looked at the deck in confusion. Strange energy. Am I hallucinating? The red-haired young man did not mind and kept moving forward. His target this time was someone else. There was no need to waste time on irrelevant things. The night passed. The sun rose in the distance and dyed the sea surface golden. Woo 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 woo, the trombone sounded. The anchor was lowered and the sails were raised. There were tears waving goodbye at the harbor, and people standing on the deck in silence for a long time. Under such atmosphere, the redbud bid farewell to the old earth and sailed toward an unknown direction. Angor stood on the deck and looked at the continent that was getting smaller and smaller. He felt a sense of loss. Also, he had a feeling that this time, he would be truly separated from this continent. When he returned again, what kind of scene would it be? Would he come back in the beautiful sunset, or when the morning glow covered his body? Angor shook his head and smiled. He decided not to think about the sadness of parting anymore. He returned to his room and picked up a pen and paper to continue analyzing John's puzzles. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The ship moved steadily without any sign of falling. The seasickness Angor was worried about did not happen. However, due to the discomfort of many of his habits, his face was mostly pale. The sound of knocking on the door was urgent and frequent. Angor put down the pen and paper and opened the door. A beautiful girl was standing at the door. She was wearing a white lace princess dress. Her light pink hair spread over her shoulders. Her delicate face showed a hint of shyness. Seeing Angor open the door, the girl's eyes lit up and she called out affectionately, Brother Pat. It was Aline. During these 3 days, Angor only went to the food cabin for meals. He spent the rest of the time studying puzzles in his room. This was the first time he saw Aline since he boarded the ship. "Grandpa is back. He wants us to go see him. He has something to tell us," said Aline. Angor nodded. "Okay. Give me a minute. I'll change my clothes and come." They met the red-haired young man by chance that day. Mara only asked the attendant to arrange their accommodation while he went to the cabin on the top floor. It seemed that he was looking for someone. There was no news about him after that. If Aline did not come to inform him today, he would not know that Mara was back. Their cabin was located in the middle level of the ship. The lower level was mostly occupied by servants and sailors. Mara's cabin was located on the upper level. Angor did not know the identity of the people living there. They assumed that they were either nobles or supernaturals like Mara. Under the guidance of the attendant, they arrived at Mara's cabin. As soon as they entered, they saw Alan holding a piece of cake and taking a big bite of the cream. White foam appeared around his mouth. Mara was sitting on the side with a serious expression while holding a leather scroll in his hand. Hearing the door open, Mara looked up and nodded at them, indicating that they should sit in front of him. Alan finished his cake as well. He wiped the corner of his mouth and came to them with a smile. Aline gave him an angry glare and moved aside. She took out her handkerchief and wiped the stain on Alan's mouth. The first thing Angor saw after sitting down was the leather scroll Mara put on the table. There was a portrait on the scroll, and 3 large words were engraved at the top in common characters: "Wanted." "I know you're curious about where I've been these 2 days. It's fine to tell you." Mara changed the topic. "There are 3 wizard organizations permanently stationed on the Redbud. First, to receive talents, and second, to protect the ship from attacks by sea monsters. Among the 3 organizations, we, the White Coral Floating Island Academy, are among them. I've been communicating with the Academy's escorts on the upper level about Red-Haired the Wiss." "As for Red-Haired the Wiss," Mara paused and continued, "he's the red-haired young man from the other day. He's here for this wanted notice. As for who he is, you'll know when you arrive at the Academy. I only have one thing to say. If you see him in the future, you better avoid him. He's known to be a hot-tempered person in the south." Mara's expression relaxed a little after saying this. He smiled at the 3 little ones. "I've called you here for another reason. I've discussed with the escorts on the Redbud these days. Since you're all talents, it's fine to teach you the meditation method in advance. That's why I called you all here today, to teach you the meditation technique." But Mara suddenly changed the topic. His eyes were filled with an unknown glint. "Before I teach you the meditation method, I need to tell you 2 truths, which are the universal laws of the wizarding world. Firstly, both light magi and dark magi advocate equivalent exchange. Light magi abided by this rule much more than dark magi. Secondly, magi can name a price for anything. Only knowledge is priceless. Unless you have an extremely close relationship with a wizard, you must pay a price to obtain knowledge from them." Mara glanced at Angor. "I can teach meditation to Aline and Alan for free because they're my family. But I can't do that for you. You must pay a price to get the meditation method. You don't have what I want right now." Angor's expression did not change. He nodded. When he was very young, John had told him that no one in the world would be nice to you for no reason. Mara had always been nice to him. He even gave Angor a valuable magic scroll for a promise that he might not be able to fulfill. Angor did not show it on his face, but he was actually quite nervous about it. Now that Mara told him this, Angor finally sighed in relief. Aline looked anxious. She wanted to say something but was stopped by Mara's stern look. "I can't teach you meditation now, but when you get to the academy and find a teacher, you can learn it. Naturally, the instructor will pass down the meditation technique to you. If you're talented enough and become a student of a great wizard, the meditation method you get will be better." Mara saw Angor was about to leave, so he added, "You don't have to leave in such a hurry. I have my reasons for calling all of you here. I can't teach you meditation, but you can learn the meaning of meditation for wizards in advance." Mara did not waste time. He turned to the others and said, "Watch carefully." Mara closed his eyes. No one knew what he was doing. After 2 to 3 seconds, the wanted poster on the table slowly floated into the air. Then, under Mara's command, the wanted poster fluttered nimbly in the air. Sometimes it would curl, sometimes it would fold, sometimes it would hover, and sometimes it would fall. The eyes of the three little ones lit up. Even though they had gotten used to seeing Mara's extraordinary power, they were still very excited. Mo Luo only opened his eyes after the arrest warrant was slowly placed down. I didn't release any magic just now, but this leather scroll was still able to break away from me and come under my control. Do you know the reason? After Mo Luo finished asking, he slapped his forehead and said, look at how confused I am. None of you have come into contact with adepts before. Why would I ask you such a question? Mara said seriously, I'll get straight to the point. This is the power brought about by meditation. Wizards call it spiritual power. The level of mental strength is related to the efficiency of magic channeling. Magic power is a unique power produced when the body communicates with the world. Generally speaking, one's mental strength had to be higher than 10 points to be able to guide the flow of mana back to oneself. The higher the mental strength value, the higher the efficiency of mana channeling. Meditation techniques exist to increase the efficiency of mana channeling. Let's talk about mental strength. For most wizards, mental strength is the medium to channel mana. But in fact, mental strength is also useful. It can even affect the material world. For example, this leather scroll is moved purely by mental strength. However, you have to remember that mental strength is an extremely unstable power. The purpose of meditation is to build a model and stabilize mental strength. Mara sighed and said, some special schools and the three major architectures also have spells that combine mental strength and mana. However, such a technique required an extremely deep foundation of knowledge. Don't even think about using them before you reach the level of an official wizard. Mara then explained in detail some of the matters regarding meditation, and handed a thin booklet to Ellen. This is the basic meditation technique of the Academy, triangle channeling. Ellen, take it back and memorize it before giving it to Aaron. Mo Luo looked at Aaron, whose eyes were rolling around, after giving instructions to Ellen, who was more confused than clear-headed. You have to remember that triangle channeling is not to be passed on in private. After you memorize it, burn it immediately. If I find out that you taught it to someone else, not only will he die, but you will also be sentenced to death. Aline was stunned by Mara's warning. Death at the slightest provocation. Aline finally saw a small glimpse of the cruelty of the wizarding world. Alright, each of you can ask me a question. Once you've received your answers, you can all go back. I'm going to be researching a new spell technique in the coming days. Don't disturb me if it's not related to life or death. The latter half of Mara's words were clearly meant for the siblings. As for Angor, Mara believed he had done his best. Aline and Ellen always wanted to become wizards, but they were too young and did not know much about it. None of the questions raised were very constructive. Aline's question even made Mara's expression turn cold. Mara already told her about talent a few days ago. Mara was already being merciful by not slapping her on the face. Ellen's question was about the difference between light wizards and dark wizards. This was common knowledge. Aline and Ellen would understand it when they arrived at the academy. Aline's question to Mara now was a waste of opportunity. Mara thought the question was too simple, but it was still better than Aline's. So Mara added, light wizards and dark wizards sound like there's a difference between good and evil. There's no difference at all. Black and white are only defined by apprentices. For wizards, there's no such thing. It's just a difference in style. White wizards, as apprentices call them, tend to be gentle. Dark wizards, on the other hand, tend to be violent and cruel. However, this is not absolute. When a light wizard is in a bad mood, you might get blasted into pieces if you walk past him. Black and white are only the choices of wizards under normal circumstances. Generally speaking, there's no difference. When you become a wizard, you can be a dark wizard 1 second and a light wizard the next. There's no problem. There's no such thing as black and white wizards, but there are differences between wizard organizations. For example, our White Coral Floating Island Academy is generally a moderate wizard organization. If it's not necessary, the wizards won't kill the apprentices. Sometimes, if they see an apprentice in trouble, the wizards will even lend a helping hand. Of course, the wizards have to compensate the wizards afterwards. There are also wizard organizations on the Fey continent who advocate for the survival of the fittest. Sometimes, apprentices are just human materials in the eyes of wizards. So, you're very lucky to be able to enter White Coral Floating Island Academy. After answering Alan's question, Mara looked at Angor again. Angor stood up cautiously and bowed. Then he asked his question. My question is, what's the principle behind casting spells? That's a good question. Mara gave Angor an approving look. I don't think I'm qualified enough to answer this question with my current knowledge. However, I can talk about the rules of casting spells in my eyes. You can refer to it after you hear it. For wizards, mana is the source of energy for casting spells. However, the most important thing is not mana, but the knowledge used to construct the spell. You can say that knowledge is everything to a wizard. Search for the origin, seek the answers to all things, and seek the truth. All knowledge can be turned into immortal miracles through mana. For example, there's a low-level cantrip called Dog Nose. Casting this spell can temporarily increase a person's sense of smell to the level of a dog's. To cast this spell, you not only need mana, but also need to understand the structure of a dog's nose and the corresponding knowledge of smell. You also need to make minor adjustments to your own nasal cavity. So, for wizards, the most important thing is the accumulation of knowledge and the creativity to see through everything. Mara did not show up again in the following days. Aline and Alan began to practice triangle channeling, while Angor immersed himself in the questions John gave him. Mara said that knowledge was the most important thing for a wizard. Angor did not know if Professor John's knowledge was useful or not, but he knew it could enlighten him and help him look beyond the current situation. Useful or not? Angor did not care. He quickly wrote down the complicated formulas and figures on the paper, which soon became yesterday's draft. Every day, Angor had new ideas to solve the questions, from molecules and atoms to magnetic fields and wavebands. Different perspectives brought him different surprises. As time went by, Angor knew he was getting closer to the correct answer. One day, Angor put down his quill and rubbed his temples. Angor's brain had been working for half a month. He solved more and more questions and was getting closer to the final answer. He only needed to solve the last 10 questions. However, continuously concentrating his mind was a little too much for his head. Especially this morning, he even felt tinnitus and black vision. This meant that his body was already sending him an alert. Angor could not wait for the answer, but he still stopped. He was 14 years old this year, still in puberty. If his body's internal balance was broken because of a moment of radical action, and the most important period of his life was affected, he would have nowhere to cry. Professor John once told him that his habit in puberty led to a serious illness. After that, his height stagnated at 165 centimeters. Angor did not know if the professor was telling the truth or just looking for an excuse. But he would rather believe the truth than not believe it, right? Angor yawned, stretched his arms, and straightened his legs. He looked at the clock hanging on the wall. It was 2:00 in the afternoon. Clocks were not common on the Fringe Island, or the Old Earth. Even Pad Manor still used hourglasses. However, on the Fey continent, clocks were already known to the general public. Angor pushed open the round cover on the wooden wall and immediately smelled the smell of the ocean. The round cover was the ship's window. The rooms on the middle floor of the Redbud had windows like this, but the rooms on the bottom floor did not have such a privilege. The sun was shining brightly, and the ripples on the surface of the sea made their eyes swell. He did not mind the smell of blood. He closed his eyes lazily and enjoyed the gentle sea breeze. His thoughts began to wander. He recalled the beautiful memories of his childhood, the love of his parents, the care of his elder brother, the teachings of his mentor, and the days when he was a young boy who was immersed in the sea of knowledge. Angor's memories always made him smile. When he left Pad Manor, he didn't take anything with him. Only this memory would stay with him for the rest of his life. Angor decided to follow Mara to Fey Continent and become a wizard, not only to save his teacher, but also to strengthen his family. In the Old Earth, even apprentices were treated much better than royalty and nobles. Mara had once said that the lifespan of an official sorcerer was at least 500 years. If he were to break through, it would not be difficult for him to live for 1,000 years. He did not wish to protect his family for 1,000 years. At least, he would be satisfied if his family could flourish for less than 3 generations within 100 years. It was peaceful outside. Angor wanted to relax, so he took out a tea bag from his luggage. The tea bag contained the morning dew after the rain. Back then, Angor divided all the morning dew in the manor into 2. He gave one to Mara, and kept the rest for himself. Angor did not like the slightly bitter tea, but he remembered Mara saying that it was a low-level magic plant. He was about to step into the mysterious world of wizards. Drinking some now and then should help him, right? Angor sipped the tea with his eyes and lips curled up slightly. Even when there was no one around, his every movement, every detail, even the straightening of his back when he held the cup, looked very elegant. This aristocratic temperament had been buried deep in his bones. Coupled with John's years of reading and poetry, Angor's temperament had gained some gentleness. The combination of qualities gave him a charming charm. Well, it would be better if he was older and had a more mature face. Angor looked at the mirror and mumbled to himself. He finished the cup. As usual, the morning dew brought him only bitterness and the taste of grass. It was not bad, but it was not good either. As for the magic plant effect Mara mentioned, it probably had nothing to do with him. Chirp, 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 as Angor was thinking about the 3 flavors of the tea, he heard a bird chirping outside the window, followed by flapping wings. Angor looked up and saw a strange seabird perched on the windowsill. The seabird was about the size of 2 palms. It had gray-brown feathers, red claws, orange beak, and green eyes. All these were the basic characteristics of a seabird. However, Angor found it strange because there were decorations on its body. It wore a tall white hat on its head and a blue and white bib around its neck. There was also a reflective pattern on the bib. What caught Angor's attention was a small blue bag hanging on the bird's body. It looked like a carrier pigeon in fairy tales. The seabird chirped and stared at Angor with its green eyes. It seemed to be talking to Angor. Angor laughed and rolled his eyes. Since there was no one else in the room, he decided to act like a teenager again. He pursed his lips and began to talk to the bird. The bird chirped again. Angor grinned. You said your name is Jiggu? Interesting. Who's your master? Why did he dress you up so nicely? The bird narrowed its eyes and chirped in disdain. Angor reached out a long finger and tapped the bird's head. I said you're cool, and your tail is sticking up. The bird tilted its head and tried to fly away. However, it hesitated and stopped again. It kept chirping as if it wanted something. Angor did not notice it at all. He kept playing with the bird. While playing with the bird, Angor noticed that the bird's blue satchel had the same pattern as its bib. The pattern looked like a badge. In the center was a fat woman with purple curly hair who had several layers of fat on her face. The woman had flaming red lips, a small nose, seductive eye makeup, and a mole on her chin. If it was not for the fat on her face, she would be a beautiful woman. Unfortunately, white skin covered all ugliness, while fat ruined everything. On both sides of the pattern, there was a knife and a fork intersecting each other. It looked strange. Angor wondered what it meant. Was it a family emblem? Angor chuckled. If it was a family emblem, this family was quite ambitious. If it wasn't the clan emblem, what could it be? Angor did not know. He did not ask for an answer. He quickly threw the question to the back of his mind. Curiosity was the first virtue of a learner. However, he preferred to use his curiosity to find the truth. Angor also noticed that the bird's satchel was bulging. There must be something in it. However, Angor did not reach for it. He would not take it without permission in front of the owner, even if the owner of the bag was a seabird. The bird was still chirping, but Angor could not talk to it at all. The bird looked frustrated and anxiously paced back and forth by the window. Little Jiggu, why did you come to my place? Are you hungry or thirsty? The bird almost rolled its eyes at Angor when it heard the name Tweet. However, when it heard Angor's next question, the bird's eyes lit up and quickly nodded. Its little head was like pecking rice. So you're hungry. You're so smart. You know how to find your own food. Angor took out a food bag from the drawer and took out some bread. He crushed it and mumbled, I wonder who your owner is. How did he train you to be so obedient? You can even speak human language and reply. Angor looked outside the window and saw the endless sea. I don't see any islands nearby. Is it the pet of a supernatural living on the top floor of the redbud? Angor placed the crumbs in front of the bird and thought the bird would enjoy them. However, the bird only gave him a disdainful glance. Angor thought the bird did not want to eat the crumbs, so he gave it some fruits and jerky. The bird still turned its head away and refused to look at the crumbs. Is it thirsty? The bird's head began to peck at the rice again. Haha, it is. Angor poured a cup of cold water and placed it in front of the bird without hesitation. Then, he got a slap on the face. The seabird stretched out its wings and flapped the cup away, falling into the boundless sea. Then, something unexpected happened. The bird flew into his room, circled around the small room, and stopped in front of his teacup. The teacup still contained the morning dew tea leaves that he had brewed earlier. Oh! Angor realized that the bird was attracted by the morning dew. What was the property of morning dew? Angor did not know before, but now he knew that morning dew was a magic plant. Since the bird was attracted by the plant, could it be a supernatural creature? Angor thought that the bird might be the pet of a top-level supernatural. Only a wizard with unimaginable power could raise such a strange pet. The bird flapped its wings and pointed at the teacup, then at Angor. Angor understood and filled the teacup with warm water again. The tea that came from the ancient Huasha country of another world was about water and 2 teas. The taste of the second tea was mellower than the first. The seabird originally disliked the second-hand goods in the teacup, but when it smelled the tea fragrance that filled the entire room, it instantly felt like it was floating in the air. It was so intoxicated that it continuously flapped its wings. When the teacup was filled, the bird did not wait for the temperature to drop. It put its sharp beak into the teacup and slurped until the tea leaves at the bottom of the cup were revealed. The bird was still not satisfied, so Angor filled the teacup again. Anyway, he still had a lot of this kind of tea. Besides, he had already finished this cup of tea. He originally wanted to throw away the rest of the tea leaves, but since the seabird wanted to drink it, it didn't matter if he did it later. What Angor didn't expect was that the bird would eat all the tea dregs at the bottom of the cup after drinking several cups of tea, which saved him the time of taking out the trash. Why don't you just change it to scavenger? Angor was speechless. Seabird looked very satisfied after drinking the tea, and her eyes were curved into crescents. It didn't mind being renamed again. Instead, it nodded at Angor with a serious expression, as if expressing its gratitude for the tea. Next, right in front of Angor's eyes, it tilted its head and took out a small golden card from its sling bag, which it then placed in front of Angor. Seeing that Angor did not respond, the bird pushed the card towards Angor. Huh? Is this for me? Angor finally understood what the bird meant and picked up the thin golden card. Seeing Angor picking up the card, the bird chirped softly, as if saying something. Before Angor could react, it dashed out of the window. Angor looked outside. The blue sky and white clouds were still there. The bird was nowhere to be seen. Interesting. It knows how to repay kindness. Angor shook his head and chuckled. My professor once said that a cup of water should be repaid with a spring. So this is a cup of water, and a card to repay kindness? Angor didn't pay attention to the disappearing bird. He looked at the card in his hand. It was a golden card. One side was blank, while the other side had a picture. The picture was the purple-haired lady on the bird's bib and sling bag. Angor rubbed the picture with his fingers. It felt slightly protruding, as if it was carved onto the card. There must be a reason for such exquisite craftsmanship on a thin card. But Angor knew nothing about the picture. Even if the card had a deeper meaning, he couldn't understand it. He didn't want to waste his time thinking about things he couldn't figure out. He put the card into his pocket and continued his relaxing trip. Accompanied by the rustling of the waves and the humming of the undercurrents, Angor took out a book and started reading. The title of the book, Thoughts of the Ancients. He found this book in a bookstore in Moonwater City. Most of the plots were compiled by the author from various mythological materials collected from different places. In short, it was a mythological novel. But it contained the author's own opinions, so it was named Thoughts of the Ancients. Angor only put the book down when the evening glow illuminated the horizon. After reading it, Angor sighed in his mind. Instead of Thoughts of the Ancients, it was better to call it Death of the Ancients. All of the gods in the book ended up dead. Either to save humans, fight demons, or simply die of old age or illness. None of them had a good ending. It was hard to tell whether the myths from the ancient times were true or not. Perhaps the so-called gods were just powerful sorcerers. Most mortals had unknown fears and unspoken resistance towards supernatural powers. The fall of gods might just be wizards leaving the old earth. But mortals had a strong imagination. Since they hadn't seen a supernatural for a long time, it was possible for them to make up stories about the fall of gods to make up stories. Angor stretched himself and put down the book. He looked at the sky and decided to go to the cafeteria for lunch. After living here for almost a month, Angor had a general understanding of the Redbud. There were several cafeterias on the Redbud. Almost every floor had one. Angor could tell the class of the Redbud from the decorations and the delicacies of the food. The Redbud cafeteria on the top floor was the most exquisite and luxurious. Only apprentices were allowed to go there. It was said that there was a formal wizard on the ship. But whether the rumor was true or not, Angor did not know. There were dozens of talents like him on the Redbud. They were found by the guides of White Coral Floating Island Academy, Gravity Forest, and Tower of Hurricane in different continents. Talents like them were considered middle class on the Redbud. The cafeteria they used was the White Lotus cafeteria on the middle floor. As for the sailors and servants, they ate in the Alfalfa cafeteria on the lower floor. Angor arrived at the White Lotus cafeteria just in time for lunch. The place was crowded with people. At this time, everyone had lost their pride as talents. They took their plates and sat down obediently. Whatever the chef made, they would eat. It didn't matter if you were a noble or a rich man. Here, you were just a newbie who was about to become a wizard. Newbies should act like newbies. Unnecessary pride could wait until you grew up. Angor followed his teacher's teaching of the mean. He did not want to stand out. Like the others, he lowered his head and accepted the plate with grilled fish and bread from the chef respectfully. He picked up some lettuce and winter fruit slices from the fruit and vegetable section, added a plate of garlic and English scallop soup, and sat down near the window. After eating grilled fish for half a month, Angor missed his teacher's Chinese food very much. He pulled a long face when he thought about how he would not be able to eat food that suited his taste for years to come. If I knew I'd have to live alone, I should have learned how to cook from my teacher. Angor sighed in his mind. He still paid attention to his manners. The half-blocked wooden door creaked open and closed. Someone came in and someone came out. Angor could see the entrance of the cafeteria from where he was sitting. A young man wearing a silver-gray checkered lace shirt pushed open the door and walked in with slow steps. His arrogant footsteps made people feel uncomfortable. Angor had been keeping a low profile since he got on the ship. In the cruel wizarding world, he did not have a big brother who spoiled him. He could only live a peaceful life by keeping a low profile. During the month, apart from Alan and Aline, he did not talk to anyone else. Even Aline and the others were trying their best to expand their social circle. Angor, on the other hand, never talked to anyone else. His life was either studying or solving problems. Even though he was a loner, Angor still recognized the man who looked like a sissy aristocrat. He must be quite famous on the ship. Dove Silver Heron, the third heir of the Silver Heron royal family, the Central Empire of Land of Revelation. Compared to the Old Earth, the Land of Revelation was a real continent. The Old Earth was only an island at the edge of the continent. The Land of Revelation might not be comparable to the Fey continent, but it was still an important continent in the wizarding world. Dove was an exchange student chosen by the Silver Heron Royal Wizard Regiment to go to the Tower of Hurricane in the southern region of the Fey continent. That was what Dove said himself. As a matter of fact, all the talents on the ship knew that the so-called Silver Heron Royal Wizard Regiment was created by apprentices of the Tower of Hurricane who could not become formal wizards. Depending on their connections in the Tower of Hurricane, they could be recommended by some talents. Therefore, the term exchange student was pure nonsense. Why would an organization with a 1,000-year history and a wizard in charge want to exchange with an apprentice organization made up of old, weak, sick, and disabled people? Were they still dreaming? However, although everyone knew about it, they kept it in their hearts and didn't say a word because no one dared to offend Dove. After all, no matter how old they were still supernatural beings. It was said that there was an apprentice of a wizard in the Silver Heron Royal Wizard Regiment who returned to the Central Empire because he could not become a wizard. Because of this and the Central Empire's wealth, no one dared to offend Dove too much. No matter how arrogant and foppish Dove was, they all kept it in their minds. When Dove stepped into the dining hall, the noise around him quieted down. Angor heard someone whispering, "Huh? Why is he alone today? Where are his followers?" Dove heard it too. He glared at the speaker and left with a laugh when he saw the speaker lowering his head to eat. However, when Dove walked out of the crowd, his arrogant expression instantly turned cold. He went to find his followers, but all the rooms were closed. He did not know where they went. "Damn bastards," Dove cursed under his breath. Dove cursed in a low voice. Without the service of his followers, he had to do the dishes himself. Although Dove was used to being arrogant in the group of talents, he had obviously heard about the background of the Redbud. Therefore, he did not have any conflict with the chef. Instead, he obediently found an empty seat with his plate and sat down. Angor only glanced at Dove when the latter entered the door. He didn't pay any attention to Dove after that. Angor heard someone knocking on the door when Dove stepped inside, but it was only Dove who came in. Could it be that he had overused his brain these past few days and was hallucinating? Ever since he was a child, Angor was taught by John to observe his surroundings. It was not to avoid danger. Instead, it was to capture details and combine them with self-realization, so that he could gain inspiration from everything. In short, it was the ability to reflect one's own knowledge. Angor always prided himself on his ability to pick up subtle details. But today, he seemed to have lost it. He shook his head and decided not to think about the strange details. It had nothing to do with him and was a waste of time. He liked to enjoy the explosion of taste buds brought about by delicacies. He would even indulge in delicacies, but the prerequisite was that it was a delicacy. As for the food on the plate that could only fill his stomach, he chose to accept it instead of indulging. As he ate, his thoughts raced again, and he began to do mental calculations on some of the unanswered questions. A scream came from not far away, which interrupted his train of thought. He had no idea which planet he was on. "Aha! Who are you? Come out!" A high-pitched male voice echoed throughout the dining hall. Then came the sound of breaking tableware. Angor frowned and looked at the source of the sound. Not far away, the arrogant third prince of the Central Empire was in a sorry state. He was holding his neck with one hand, and blood was flowing out from between his fingers. He lifted the tablecloth with his other hand and waved it around, breaking the porcelain tableware all over the floor. Dove swung his claws and fangs around like an enraged pit bull. But it was useless. There was no one within 20 meters of him. Huh? Crazy again? Wait. Why is he bleeding? Don't you see the cut on his neck? Someone mumbled. Strange. But there's no one around him. It's not a ghost, is it? The surrounding talents were in a heated discussion, but none of them thought of stepping forward to help. Not to mention how bad Dove's character was, the strange situation before them was enough to stop them. The blood is flowing fast, but it's not gushing out. His veins must have been cut. Even if it's a cut vein, he'll die if he doesn't get first aid in 10 minutes, considering how fast his blood flow is. There's a cut, but there's no one holding it. Angor looked around and didn't see anyone around Dove. Then he remembered the second noise he heard from the door. Interesting. An invisible person? An apprentice? Or perhaps, it was someone with the same talent. Angor believed the latter. If it was an apprentice, there was no need for him to go invisible. Besides, he had to make sure he didn't miss. While Angor was thinking, Dove was still going crazy. As time went by, Dove's voice grew weaker. Suddenly, Dove picked up a glass of red wine from the table and splashed it toward the window in the southeast. The red liquid did not hit the wooden wall as expected. Instead, it was forced to stop 5 meters away from the window. The red liquid slowly flowed down, revealing a red figure. Someone's here? And he's even invisible. Someone exclaimed, pointing at the man who had revealed his figure after being doused with wine. Don't tell me it's a wizard? A wizard? Don't be ridiculous. Why would a wizard come here to assassinate us? If he wants us dead, he only needs to spit on us and we'll die 1,000 times over. Someone sneered. Wait, we'll know who it is. A talent pointed at the invisible man. I remember Mr. Comoen told me about invisibility spells. There's phantom concealment, which uses illusions to hide oneself, spirit concealment, which allows one to hide in another space, and light concealment, which creates illusions. The first two can only be learned by formal wizards. Below formal spells, only a level 0 cantrip can achieve invisibility, light distortion. Mr. Comoen was the guide of the wizard organization Gravity Forest. He was a level 2 apprentice. Light and shadow are all over the place. As long as the person using this trick is touched by something, they will definitely appear. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that he's using an invisibility alchemy item. But even someone like Mr. Comoen can't afford such an item. As the talent spoke, the invisible man who was splashed by the red wine revealed himself. Angor looked at him and raised an eyebrow. It was a handsome young man wearing ragged clothes with an unruly look on his face. Angor did not know who he was, but judging from the man's clothes and movements, he should be from a poor family. A poor young man from a poor family and a noble, foppish prince. The poor young man looked at Dove, who was bleeding profusely, with a bloodthirsty grin on his face. He was vaguely enjoying his revenge. The once noble prince's eyes were filled with disbelief and hatred when he saw the poor young man's true appearance. There was also a hint of regret in his ferocious expression. Interesting. The story behind these two will probably be so ridiculous that Mana will gossip about it for a whole year. Angor chuckled as he recalled how head maid Mana gossiped about the infamous two-timing nobleman in Waterford. Angor shook his head and prepared to leave the restaurant. He did not want to waste his time on such a ridiculous plot. As soon as he stood up, a silver-haired, middle-aged noble-looking lady appeared at the scene. Angor had heard of this elegant lady before. She was Lady Melinda, a level 3 apprentice who guarded the Redbud. She came from a wizard organization called Tower of Hurricane. Since Madame Merlin had already appeared, then the fate of the poor boy who killed with a knife should be foreseeable, right? Eh? Angor's eyes widened. Lady Melinda came to the center of the scene. She did not even care about Dove, who was half dead on the ground. Instead, she looked at the young man with a surprised expression. Lady Melinda waved her hand and wiped away the filth on the young man's body. What's your name? Lady Melinda asked the poor young man. Easley. Lady Melinda, my name is Easley, the young man answered politely. He did not say his surname because he did not represent a family. He was an orphan. His name was the name of the wolf dog of a noble who once served him. In order to get this name, he fought with the wolf dog until his body was covered in blood. In the end, he broke the wolf dog's neck, and the noble gave him the name Easley. Easley. Very well. I'll remember your name. Very good. Your mana source was extracted in such a short time. Is your spiritual power talent higher than 20? Lady Melinda suddenly reached out a hand and touched Easley's forehead. As expected. Your spiritual power talent is naturally 23, which saves you a lot of time in the early stage. At least 10 times faster than ordinary talents. No wonder you can extract your mana source so quickly. Madame Melinda smiled and said to the youth, half a month ago, I told you about the principle of light and shadow. Since you can use it, it means that you already understand the basic knowledge of light and shadow. This is very good, very good. You have to remember that the sorcerer's spells are based on knowledge and magic power. You can be considered to have stepped into the door of a beginner sorcerer apprentice. From today onwards, you will move to the top floor. After saying this, Madame Melinda turned around and left without looking back. Dove, on the ground, was already dying. When Lady Melinda's beautiful figure disappeared from White Lotus Restaurant, Dove's hopeless eyes slowly became dull. In the end, no one came to his rescue. Dove's body turned cold in front of everyone's eyes. The murderer, Easley. He looked at the cold corpse on the ground and smiled. Then, he turned around and left. No one blamed him. No one dared to call him. At least on this ship, Easley had completed a transformation and became someone who could control the lives of others. Angor left quietly. He now deeply felt that wizards did not distinguish between right and wrong. Good and evil were not worth mentioning in their eyes. The Silver Heron Royal Adept Legion behind Dove was from Madame Melinda's Adept faction. Even so, Madame Melinda still refused to help. She didn't even give Dove a glance. It was clear that wizards treated mortals coldly and cruelly. After this incident, Angor worked even harder to eliminate his existence. Without power, the scythe of the Grim Reaper would always be on his neck. This was the reality, the stark reality of the world of adepts. Back in his own room, Angor continued to study the questions left by his professor. Sometimes, he even missed meals. About 10 days later, Angor heard about the grudge between Easley and Dove. The nobleman humiliated a young girl to death, while the girl's childhood sweetheart turned his anger into strength and endured the humiliation. Eventually, he turned the situation around and killed the nobleman. It sounded ridiculous, but it was also realistic. In this world where the law only applied to the poor, what the nobles did was always an exception. Fairness only existed when two parties were equal in strength. Angor felt sorry for Easley after hearing the story. Easley was a noble, but he received John's education from Earth, so he did not really care about the concept of class. However, Angor heard something that greatly changed his impression of Easley. That day when Dove went to the restaurant, he did not have any followers because Easley had killed all of his followers. Some of these followers were members of small clans from the Central Empire, some were new followers of Big and Small Eyes on the ship, and some were even beauties and talents that Dove had forcefully captured. Apart from the former, the latter two did not have any conflicts with Easley at all. Some even sympathized with him. However, they were all killed by Easley. Angor did not like such a cruel act, but he did not hate Easley. He just felt less sympathy for him and more vigilance. The wizarding world was crueler than he thought. Time went by peacefully in the Whalebone Sea. The Redbud entered Devil's Water, which was said to be the most terrifying place. This region of the sea was filled with a large number of evil pirates, giant sea beasts, strange weather, and even the legendary ghost ship. For civilian ships, Devil's Water was a natural moat that could not be crossed. But the Redbud was different. There were wizards guarding the ship, who could repel all evil. Halfway through the voyage, Aline, who had disappeared for almost a month and a half, came to Angor's room. Aline looked pale and depressed. She did not look as energetic as before. She sat down on a stool by the window. "Brother Pat, I feel so stupid now. I don't know who to tell. My brother already felt spirit power the day before yesterday. But I've been meditating for more than a month, and I didn't get anything. Not to mention mana, I didn't even see spirit power." She didn't care if Angor was listening or not, and she kept talking about her meditation experience for the past month. Toward the end, her nose turned red, tears welled up in her eyes, and her lips pursed. She looked extremely aggrieved. Angor sighed. He did not know how to comfort the girl. "You'll succeed. It's just a matter of time." The more she said this, the more Aaron cried. Coupled with the comparison of Ellen and the youth who had shone brilliantly a few days ago, Aaron cried even harder. Not only did she cry, but she also began to complain about the boredom of meditation, as well as all kinds of messy thoughts during meditation. Fortunately, Irene still had some sense and did not tell him the core content of the triangle channeling method. Even so, he still learned a lot. He carefully noted down all the possible drawbacks of meditation in his mind. Erin wiped her tears and blushed in embarrassment after she was done with her complaints. She only felt wronged and complained to Angor as if he was a tree hole. When she calmed down, she realized that her behavior was a bit unladylike. Would Angor think she was spoiled in the future? The atmosphere was a bit quiet. Irene clenched her fists nervously and rolled her eyes, trying to think of a way to ease the atmosphere. It would be best if she could make Angor forget about her crying. "What are you writing, Brother Pat?" Irene saw a pile of paper full of words on the desk. She was curious. She saw the words on the paper in the stilt house in Pat Manor before. They were called Chinese characters or something. "Diary. I've been sleeping and reading these. days. It's really boring. So I can only do this to kill time. Angor made up a small lie. He was actually working on a problem. However, it was too troublesome to explain, and it might involve his professor's secret. Luckily, no one in this world could read Chinese except for him and his professor. His lie would not be exposed. Irene looked at it for a while and realized that she really could not understand it, so she put it down. Angor decided to find something else to ease the atmosphere. The content of Irene's topic could not escape the attention of a noble girl. Angor could not stand it anymore. When he was about to interrupt, the ship suddenly shook violently. They did not panic. Instead, they quickly grabbed the iron railings on the wall to stabilize themselves. How could they sail without running into some storms on the sea? Besides, they had entered Devil's Water, which was the most dangerous place in the world. They had already gotten used to the small waves every 3 days and the big ones every 5 days. Because of this, there was nothing on Angor's desk except for paper and a pen. The waves lasted for 5 minutes, which was considered a small one compared to what they had experienced in the past month. Because of this, the awkward atmosphere disappeared. Irene tidied up her messy hair while Angor stretched his brown shirt that was wrinkled enough to reveal his abs. They looked at each other and smiled. The relaxed atmosphere didn't last long. Before the two of them could react, they heard footsteps on the wooden ceiling. It was messy and complicated, as if many people were running. What's going on upstairs? Both of them had the same question. Irene leaned against the window and looked outside curiously. She suddenly yelled, "Brother Angor, look." Angor heard the noise and moved closer to take a look. It was dark outside. The blue sky was blocked by a giant creature. Angor tried to take a closer look, but the creature was too big. He could not tell its head from its tail. Angor panicked. He quickly said, "Let's go out and see." If such a giant creature attacked the redbud, they would only die faster if they hid in the cabin. Irene knew this as well, so she followed Angor without hesitation. When they went out, they saw the doors of other rooms were all open. Everyone was running toward the deck with a nervous and even panicked look. When they reached the deck, they saw it was already full of people. Talents, servants, and sailors were all gathered in groups and staring at the giant creature floating in the sky. However, Angor noticed that the talents were mostly worried and frightened. The sailors and servants on the redbud, on the other hand, only looked curious and amazed. There was no fear at all. Angor relaxed a little after realizing this. If the sailors who stayed on the ship all year round were not afraid, then this giant creature should not be a threat to their lives. With this thought in mind, Angor calmed down and carefully measured the giant creature in the sky. He could not see the creature's full appearance in the cabin. Now that he was on the deck, he could finally see its true appearance. It was a giant whale at least 200 meters long, floating in the sky about 100 meters above the ground. The 2 giant fins on its sides looked like wings. Every time they flapped, they would bring up a whirlwind. The giant wave was caused by this creature, right? The whale's eyes looked like blue gemstones with ripples of light. On its streamlined forehead, there was a tall, sharp horn. Its back was facing the blue sky and white clouds. The horn seemed to be surrounded by clouds. "The legendary cloud whale is here at Devil's Water," someone exclaimed in surprise. "The cloud whale is always gentle. But just in case, we must prepare for the worst-case scenario." Not far away, the adjutant on the redbud gave orders to the sailors. He then turned around and looked at the 3 lords behind him. "Lords, the redbud needs to activate Mirror Veil. Please help me." The adjutant was dressed as a knight and half-knelt in front of the lords. The 3 lords were the escorts of the 3 major wizard organizations on the redbud. There were 1 woman and 2 men. The woman was elegantly dressed. She was Madame Melinda, a level 3 apprentice from Tower of Hurricane whom Angor met a few days ago. The other 2 men were young and handsome, with black hair and brown eyes. He was wearing a leather suit and soft armor. He was Mr. Comoan, a level 2 apprentice from Gravity Forest. There was also an old man with gray hair and a beard. He looked old, but his eyes shone brightly. He was the escort of White Coral Floating Island Academy, which Angor and the others were about to join. He was Mr. Florent, a level 3 apprentice. Behind Mr. Florence stood an old man in a black robe and a young man. Aline's eyes lit up when she saw them. She waved her arms at them. They were Mara and Alan, whom Angor had not seen for a long time. Aline dragged Angor to Mara's side. Angor was a little embarrassed to approach, but when he saw that Mara did not mind, he slowly followed them. "Grandpa, brother, you're here too." Aline jumped into Mara's arms affectionately. Mara teased Aline with a smile and said, "Later, Lady Melinda will send Manna to the Nightmare Stone. You better stay away from her." The three little ones nodded and retreated a long distance with Mara. At this moment, Lady Merlin, who was dressed in a luxurious gown, walked gracefully to the bow of the ship. Under everyone's gaze, she used either spiritual force or witchcraft to slowly levitate the statue at the bow of the ship into the air before slowly landing in front of her. The statue at the front of the redbud was a girl in a gauze robe praying with her hands clasped together. Angor already noticed it when he first saw it. He noticed that the gem embedded in the center of the statue's forehead seemed to contain something mysterious. Angor was not a supernatural yet, so he only sensed it vaguely. Now, Lady Melinda's spell finally confirmed Angor's suspicion. The light crimson gem on the praying girl's forehead was indeed a supernatural item. Moreover, it was an extremely extraordinary natural magic crystal called Nightmare Stone. While Lady Melinda was controlling the Nightmare Stone, Mara also explained the function of the stone to the three. The origin of the Nightmare Stone was unknown, but it seemed to have something to do with a legendary plane. It was extremely rare, and it could create illusions without engraving runes on it. It was considered the most valuable item in the field of occult illusions. Therefore, its value was immeasurable. An ordinary Nightmare Stone, even if only the size of a grain of sand, could create an illusion that covered an area of dozens of meters. The Nightmare Stone on the praying girl's statue was the size of a baby's fist. It could create an illusion that covered an area of 1 mile without any problem. As sweat rolled down from Lady Melinda's forehead, a wave of ripples covered the entire ship. Lady Melinda finally let out a long sigh of relief. She waved her tired hands and the statue returned to its original position. "Mirror Veil is ready. As long as we don't attack the cloud whale, it won't try to break the illusion. Don't worry." Lady Melinda's footsteps were clearly much more sluggish when she came back, which showed how terrifying the mana required to activate the Nightmare Stone was. "Just do what you need to do. As you said, the cloud whale is gentle and has no desire to destroy. With the protection of the Mirror Veil, there should be no problem." Lady Merlin waved to the adjutant knight and sent him away. By the time Lady Melinda returned to the platform, the adjutant had already begun to instruct the sailors to evacuate the crowd. Not long after, more than half of the deck was empty, and most of the talented people returned to their rooms. Comoan, who came from Gravity Forest, looked at the cloud whale in the sky with a burning gaze. After a long while, he said, "The cloud whale can control the energy of the sea. It can also exchange air with the outside world through the air sac in its chest to soar in the sky. It can be said to be one of the best mounts in the sea. If only I could." Comoan had only spoken half of his words, but his covetousness towards the cloud whale was evident from his words. Neither Mrs. Merlin nor Florence said anything. The cloud whale was at least as powerful as an official wizard, and they were just apprentices. They would rather go back and meditate than worry about this. "Eh? Look. Something is falling from the sky." Some sailors on the deck suddenly exclaimed. The people on the deck couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the scene. In the sky about 1,000 meters above, a dark red was slowly falling down like a falling feather. However, no matter how it moved, it only spun and did not go away. Moreover, that dark red dot had a clear landing point. It was the redbud. Since it was too far away, Angor and the others could not see clearly what it was. However, the 4 apprentices all cast far sight, and their eyes began to glow with different colors. "It's a person!" Comoan exclaimed. "A woman in red clothes," said Mara. Compared to Comoan, Mara's observation was much more detailed. He directly identified the person's gender. "Umbrella?" Lady Merlin hesitated for a while and spoke in a small voice. However, this one word was enough to show that she was indeed more knowledgeable than Mara and Comoan. The reason why the woman fell from the sky like a feather was because of an exquisite and luxurious umbrella. It was Florent who spoke in the end. His expression was serious. His gray hair and beard were all fluttering in the air against gravity. He was supposed to be a kind old man, but now he looked more serious. However, if one looked carefully, one would notice that there was fear in Florent's eyes. "It's Flora." Florent's voice was trembling. "Flora? Which Flora?" Comoin was obviously confused. Lady Merlin seemed to realize something. Her pupils shrank as she pointed at the red dot in the sky with a trembling finger. "You mean Flora, the Blood Witch?" Florent nodded slowly and solemnly. At this moment, everyone was silent. Affected by the strange atmosphere, the three children also kept quiet out of fear. Angor saw the shocked expressions on the apprentices' faces. He believed that the newcomer must be someone important. He already knew how cruel the wizarding world could be. He was afraid that the newcomer would attack them without warning, so he pulled Aline and Alan and kept moving back. In the end, the three of them leaned against the door between the deck and the watchtower. After Imo Luo recovered from his initial shock, he quickly turned around and glanced at the three of them. He walked to the observation deck and opened the door to let the three of them in. "Hide in there and don't talk. The newcomer is a formal wizard. She's a black wizard, but wizards usually don't care about the lives of mortals. As long as you don't show up in front of her, she won't care about you," Mara warned the three children seriously and closed the door with a bitter look. Mara stood next to Florent nervously. What Xianxia said was right. Wizards would never kill mortals. It was not because they were kind, but because they were too far away from mortals. The circle of wizards was very different from that of mortals. Would there be any communication between a human and a bug? In fact, apprentices like them were no different from mortals in the eyes of formal wizards. But they had no choice. They were the strongest fighters on the ship. If they did not face a formal wizard, what else could they do, especially when the newcomer was Flora? Flora, who was known for her bloodthirst in the southern region. Mara even felt his legs begin to tremble. Lady Flora is on this cloud whale. That means this cloud whale might be that one's mount. Lady Melinda had to address a formal wizard respectfully, even though she knew Flora was much younger than her. They used eagle eye and looked at the cloud whale again. As expected, they found something strange. Flocks of demon falcons were hovering in the sky above the cloud whale's back. Demon falcons were originally polar eagles. After being made into scouts by wizards, they became demon falcons. Demon falcons could not survive in the sea. They had to land for supplies every day. In the middle of the ocean, how could there be supplies from terrestrial birds of prey? Obviously, they were raised by someone. Judging from where the demon falcons were hovering, they had to land for supplies on the back of the cloud whale. Demon falcons were also that one's favorite pets. With this in mind, everyone looked at each other with an indescribable fear. If that one is hostile to the redbud, even Mr. Sabo will not be able to resist. Comoin had been eyeing the cloud whale, but now he had completely given up on the idea. He did not even dare to think about it. Hee. Look what I found. A nightmare stone. Such a big nightmare stone. Is today my lucky day? Suddenly, a voice came to the ears of everyone on the redbud. It sounded like a 7-year-old child, but without the naivety of a child. Instead, it sounded weirdly charming. He heard a commotion on the deck and a sailor yelling, "How is that possible? Mirror Veil is gone." Angor thought to himself that the Blood Witch, Flora, who frightened all apprentices, must have arrived. He tried to sneak to the window and check the situation outside, but before he could stand up, Aline pulled him back. Aline shook her head with tears in her eyes and whispered, "You'll die. Don't move." On the other side, Alan also grabbed Angor's sleeve with fear in his eyes. Angor curled his lips. What a coward these two siblings were. But little did he know that, when Flora went through the mirror veil barrier created by the nightmare stone, waves of magic energy rippled in the air like water ripples. All mortals on the ship were suffocated by the aura leaking out of the ripples. The aura caused them to feel fear and avoid. This was the effect of mirror veil. However, when the spell was broken, the effect of mirror veil naturally dissipated in the air. Only a small part of it still seeped into the bodies of mortals. Even if this was an inferior mirror veil spell used by an apprentice sorcerer, For mortals, no matter how small the aura of a supernatural being was, to them, an existence as high as a mountain. This was why Aline were so scared. Some sailors on the deck even jumped over the railings and jumped into the bottomless devil's sea out of fear. There was another reason why Angor was not affected by the aura, which he would not explain for now. While Angor was complaining about the cowards in his mind, someone yelled from outside, "Stop. Flora, think carefully. If you touch the nightmare stone, you'll be provoking the floating mech city." Floating mech city? Hee, I was wondering who could be so rich. So it's your ship? TSK, there are 3 random organizations stationed here. Is it a welcoming ship? Flora said, too bad there's no smell of blood. With such a ship, I reckon that the reserve apprentices it will pick up will all be cowards like you. Angor, the trainee of wild chickens, quietly wiped the sweat off his forehead. While listening to the chatter outside, Angor quickly sorted out the information he heard. The person who was arguing with Flora was obviously not from the 3 major wizard organizations. Apprentices did not dare to talk back to a formal wizard. Flora even mocked them as a random organization, and they could only nod in agreement. Anyone who dared to talk to Flora like that must be an official wizard of the same level. Floating mech city. Mara mentioned that the Redbud might have a powerful background. That must be the reason why the Redbud was so confident in its ability to ride the waves. I heard that there's a formal wizard on the Redbud. Maybe it's the wizard from Floating Mech City who's arguing with Flora outside? Everyone present was suffocated by the aura of a formal wizard. Angor was probably the only one who had the time to think about it. The chatter outside was getting softer and softer. Flora and the wizard on the Redbud seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. Before Angor could listen carefully, the 2 left for good. When Angor stood at the window and looked outside, he only saw 2 figures flying toward the cloud whale. One of them was a muscular man. He must be the wizard from Floating Mech City. The other was a petite figure in a red dress, black veil, and a delicate umbrella. She must be Flora. Looking at Flora's back, Angor had a vague feeling that there was a dark shadow hovering behind her. Was he hallucinating? Before Angor could think about it, the 2 kids beside him began to cry. Aline and Alan seemed to know that the danger was far away. They were holding their breaths before, but now they were crying like rain and crying like thunder. Angor rubbed his temples and helplessly took out a spare silk handkerchief from his inner pocket. He resisted the urge to leave and comforted the siblings in a low voice. As Angor tried to comfort them, the door of the watchtower was pushed open. Mara walked in. His face was pale, and his eyebrows were furrowed as if he was troubled by something. Seeing Angor taking care of the siblings, Mara looked at Angor with a gentler expression. "Grandpa, is she gone?" Aline asked in a trembling voice while sobbing. Mara nodded. He did not tell them about Flora. He only rubbed Aline's hair and comforted her. When the siblings stopped crying, Mara took the 3 kids away from the watchtower. Aline carefully asked, "Grandpa, why did that wizard come to our ship?" Mara shook his head. "Let's not think about those important people's business." When they arrived at the cabin door, Mara took the siblings upstairs with the excuse that they were here to test triangle channeling. Angor said goodbye to them and went back to his room quietly. Angor kept scratching his back on his way. For some reason, he felt itchy on his back. It was where the poker queen scratched him before he escaped from the strange illusion during his talent test. When he finished the test, he checked himself in front of a mirror. The scratches he got from the poker queen in the illusion did not show up in the real world. There was no wound on his back either. So why did it start to itch now? He touched the itchy spot and did not find anything strange. The smooth skin felt just like any other part of his body. Angor scratched for a while and the itch soon stopped. He assumed it was some kind of bug or flea. With that in mind, Angor decided to take a bath at night. At the same time, on the Cloud Whale, a miniature manor, which looked like a ranch, was quietly built on the Cloud Whale's broad back. There were tents of different sizes in the manor, but the most eye-catching one was a large, ornate tent with a round roof in the middle. Inside the tent, a burly man who flew up from the Redbud, a formal wizard from Floating Mech City, nicknamed Mad Bear, Sabo, was talking to a skinny middle-aged man who had his back to him. He did not look like a mad bear at all. The skinny middle-aged man was wearing a black tailcoat, a white-laced shirt, and a tall round hat. His green curly hair and elegant face made him look like an elegant noble. No one could imagine that such a noble middle-aged man was a VIP who earned the respect of the entire southern wizardry region all by himself. He was a level 2 wizard, nicknamed Phantom Master. Obviously, Sunders was not paying attention to Sabo. He was looking at another experiment with a gold-rimmed monocle on his face. In his hand, smoke rose and all kinds of illusions appeared. Sabo stole a glance and felt a stinging pain in his eyes. He no longer dared to raise his head and could only speak with his head lowered. Barbie's restaurant is always moving. We've been traveling at Devil's Water for several weeks, and there is no trace of Lady Greya in the sea locator, Sabo said politely. Sunders clenched his hand, and the illusion in his hand disappeared like a bubble. He then turned around and looked at Sabo. It's normal that you can't find Barbie's restaurant right away. Greya likes to play games like this. She's a gourmet wizard, but she likes to play the Prophet Wizard's game of fate. You'll need some luck to run into her. Sunders shook his head with a smile. If you have time, Sabo, I'll leave the rest to you. Sabo was surprised. He looked up and saw Sunders' half-smiling face. What? You don't want to? It was Flora who spoke. She was sitting on a high stool without shoes. Her bare feet were swinging rhythmically. She looked very relaxed. However, when she spoke, the glint in her eyes sent a chill down Sabo's spine. No. Of course I do. I'm more than happy to. I'll arrange the captain of the Redbud to patrol the nearby waters and look for Barbie's restaurant until everything is settled. Sabo nodded in the end since he was at a disadvantage. Even if he had floating Mech City behind him, distant water could not put out a nearby fire. He could only take it one step at a time. He was not in a hurry to send the talent back to the southern region anyway. He did not care what Sunders wanted to do with Barbie's restaurant. He could only wait and see. At least, the Redbud should be safe before they found Barbie's restaurant. After Sabo left, Flora mumbled in a low voice, "At least he knows what's good for him." Or else, humph, Sunders shook his head and did not say anything. He kept looking at his experiment. Suddenly, Sunders frowned and looked outside. Flora asked in confusion, "What's wrong, teacher?" Sunders did not answer. He was wondering in his mind. Strange. Why is there the aura of the nightmare realm here? Sunders lowered his eyes. Is there an unknown passage at Devil's Water that connects to the nightmare realm? If there really is a passage. Sunders' joy disappeared in his eyes. Sunders closed his eyes and carefully sensed the aura, which almost came from the same source as him. A moment later, Sunders opened his eyes. He was no longer happy, but more confused. The aura of the nightmare realm disappeared as soon as he sensed it. Not a single trace of the aura was left. Maybe the nightmare stones on the ship below us sensed the same energy source and connected to the nightmare realm by chance. Sunders wondered. Such a small coincidence had happened before in history. The overlapping of planes could only be attributed to coincidence if it wasn't the result of a powerful spell development. Sunders' excitement slowly faded away. If he really found a fixed entrance to the nightmare realm, he wouldn't have to look for Greya. Sunders had lived for hundreds of years. After sorting out his emotions, he quickly ignored the sudden presence of the nightmare realm. Since Sunders didn't answer, Flora didn't ask. As Sunders' student for the longest time, Flora knew Sunders well. No one could get an answer from him if he didn't want to talk about it. A black feathered owl suddenly flew in from outside the tent. It circled around for 2 rounds and landed on Flora's shoulder. Then, a visible ripple came out of the owl's mouth. Flora analyzed the information in the ripple. Soon, a smile appeared on her face. "Master, Aisha told me that the deathmatch in cabin 4 is over. Balba is the winner." Aisha was the black-feathered owl, Flora's favorite alchemy familiar. Oh? Sunders casually glanced to the southwest. Strange mana ripples flashed in his eyes. In his eyes, the scene in the distance seemed to be right in front of him. The 4th cabin was a large, sealed stone room in the shape of a square. At this moment, a bare-chested bald young man with dark brown skin stood on a mountain of human corpses. His eyes glowed red as lines of ancient, fluorescent blue totems slowly spread on his muscular body. Just like other wizard organizations, Brood Cavern, Sunder's organization, would go to different places to receive talented apprentices when the sea was unfrozen. However, their welcoming process was not as gentle as the Redbuds. All the talents were assigned to different cabins according to the ratio. The ones who survived in the end were the elites of the elites. Only those who went through the bloody battles could become new apprentices of Brood Cavern. The bald young man in the fourth cabin was the only survivor in the room. Heh. I didn't think the final winner would be a hybrid of a human and a barbarian from another world. Hee, it's a pity that you're not a true human of this world. Without the corresponding strength, the will of the world will eliminate him sooner or later, unless he is exiled to another plane. Flora cast an ice spell as well. She looked at the man who was still panting in the sea of blood and corpses. Teacher, do you have any plans for this person? Sorcerers seek the truth and the ultimate of the universe. They use their own knowledge to pry into the fundamental power of the universe. Such a great art is not something that the abilities of the other world can compare to. It was precisely because of this that the sorcerer's techniques could be used in all realms. Only the outsiders have been coveting it for a long time. Sunders considered for a moment. This man is a hybrid of a human and a barbarian from another world. His background is clear, but we can't rule out the possibility of him being a spy. The possibility of him being a spy is low, but we can't ignore it. We'll observe him for a while when we get back. If he does anything strange, just kill him. If he's harmless. Sunders curled his lips. Let him learn bloodline arts. After he fuses with his bloodline, he can be made into a substitute puppet. Regardless of whether or not there was a possibility of him becoming a spy, he was destined to not have a good ending. After all, half of his bloodline came from another world. In the eyes of wizards, otherworldly beings who entered the world of sorcerers without proper channels would either become slaves, experiment subjects, or bones that melted into the soil. The first two were the methods of wizards. The last was the great power of the world's will. The winners of the other 8 cabins have emerged. If we exclude the one in cabin 4, Brood Cavern only recruited 8 talents this year. Flora pretended to sigh. Sigh. Not even 10 digits. Those dissidents will talk about us again when we get back. Maybe they'll ask us to abolish the recruitment rules of the death cabins again. Sunders chuckled. Don't mind them. They know it themselves. If we used the same method as the Redbud and the other 3 organizations, Brood Cavern wouldn't be one of the top 10 organizations in the entire southern region. Only by going through a bloody battle can you understand the real rules of the world of sorcerers. Flora frowned. Sigh. Fine. Let's not talk about this. Teacher, when we find Barbie's restaurant, we should just kidnap Greya. Otherwise, we'll have to find her every time we need her coordinates. It's so tiring. Sunders shook his head and chuckled. Greya was not a strong fighter, but she had created all kinds of strange spells. Sunders might be able to defeat her, but he would never be able to kidnap her alive. Sigh. If I didn't seal off the semi-channel in my body for the sake of power, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Sunders sighed in his mind. It was another gloomy night. The wind was howling outside, and the rain was pouring down like a curtain of water. It showed no signs of stopping. The sea was dancing in the wind. Giant waves made the Redbud shake back and forth like an out-of-control cradle. Angor did not sleep for the whole night. He only cared about keeping his body balanced. The next day was calm and the sun was shining brightly. Angor struggled to get back to his bed with his tired limbs and fell into a deep sleep together with his weightless brain. He slept until the moon was high in the sky. When he got up, he choked on the pendant hanging in front of his chest. He took it out from his underwear. A transparent oval crystal was placed inside a metal net-like pendant. The alien eye. Angor looked at it quietly. He suddenly thought of his home thousands of miles away, his brother, and John. It had been almost 5 months since he left home. He had not reached the continent where the wizards lived. He wondered if he could make it back in time after 5 years. He sighed and decided not to think about it anymore. He put the pendant back into his underwear and held it close to his chest. The crystal bead accompanied John to this world. It might have some secrets, so Angor had to keep it safe. After getting up, Angor continued his routine life. Eat, solve puzzles, sleep. 3 points and 1 line. Another week had passed. Angor glanced at the mercury mirror hanging by the door when he passed by the restaurant. In the mirror, Angor's appearance changed drastically. The handsome noble boy became a bit gloomy. His eyelids drooped. There were dark circles under his eyes. His lips were gray and cracked. His face was pale and sad. Fatigue and pressure pushed him to this state in such a short time. He could not remember when was the last time he laughed. Angor washed his face in the pool and buried his face in the water. He wanted to calm his mind with the cool water. The pressure of 5 years almost made him forget his original intention. Even the etiquette engraved in his bones was crushed into pieces. His mind was morbid, but he did not want to change it. At least, before he solved the puzzle left by his teacher, he did not want to relax. Besides, there were no entertainment facilities on the Redbud. Other talents could meditate, but what could he do other than solving puzzles? Angor's daily life was still the same as before. However, he looked much better than before. While he was working on the puzzles, he noticed something strange. The Redbud seemed to be circling in a small area. Not long ago, Angor saw the red rock he saw for the first time half a month ago again. This was the 4th time he had seen this unique rock in the past half a month. Angor believed that the Redbud did not plan to leave Devil's Water. It was just circling nearby. Angor tried to talk to the navigator on the ship, but the navigator only mumbled and did not respond. Obviously, the navigator knew that the Redbud was circling in the same place. However, since the navigator did not want to talk about it, Angor guessed that someone important was behind this strange behavior. He could not say it. Or rather, he did not dare to say it. Who could control the helm of the Redbud? Without a doubt, it could only be a supernatural, a wizard. With that in mind, Angor did not ask further. No matter what the wizard wanted to do, he was just a mortal. How could he stop it? Besides, he could only rely on the Redbud to survive in the boundless Devil's Water. No matter what the wizard decided, he had to obey. He did not like this feeling of powerlessness, but he had to obey. He only hoped that he could have the power to protect himself in the future, so that he would not have to put his life in someone else's hands. Today was the 167th day since Angor left Gru Town. It was also the last day he worked on puzzles. Angor carefully opened the red wooden box in his luggage. Inside the box was a square crystal tablet as thin as a cicada's wing. It was the size of a matchbox. The crystal tablet did not come from this world. John brought it from Earth. The crystal tablet was only a holographic communication tool back on Earth. It was made into a watch and distributed all over the world. The smartwatch's strap had long been damaged over the years, so John simply tore it off and threw it away. Only the core tablet was left intact. Angor closed the door and skillfully pressed the button on the bottom right corner of the tablet, the key to unlock. A simple holographic screen projection with a row of holographic buttons appeared in front of him out of nowhere. A row of Chinese characters was displayed on the screen. The screen is locked. You need to answer the questions set by the administrator to unlock. Question 100. Correct the hologram below using the 5 Seidel aberrations and use the Vigenar matrix to decipher the final password according to the spectral arrangement. The 100th question was the last one John gave him. Before he boarded the ship, every time he used the tablet, he would secretly remember the questions and turn it off. It was only after they boarded the boat and had their own private space that they became bolder. Every time a question was solved, the next question would automatically appear. Angor tried to decipher John's questions from various subjects, such as chemistry, physics, medicine, mathematics, and even philosophy. Although the physical constants in this world were slightly different from those on Earth, Angor was able to handle them since they were all basic applications. Today, he would solve the final riddle. It took him an entire afternoon. When he finally finished the last question, he was stunned by what he saw. 9371201. It was a number that no one else could understand, but Angor did. The calendar of the Gold's Pink Empire, 937 of the Gold's Pink calendar, the first day of the month of freezing Earth, December 1st. It was Angwar's birthday. So this is the final answer? Puzzled, he entered the number into the answer column on the screen. After the number was entered, the screen changed, followed by a line of system text. Correct answer. Screen unlocked. Administrator may set a new login password in the system. As the words disappeared, a clean picture of a grassland appeared in front of Angwar. There were two icons on the top right corner of the screen. One was a folder, and the other was a text document named to Angwar. Angwar heard John talk about how to operate a smart watch, but this was the first time he tried it himself. With a little curiosity and expectation, Angwar reached out his hand and touched the document icon. In the next second, an electronic letter appeared in front of him. To my student Angwar, I wonder how long you've been troubled by these 100 questions? I don't know where you are at this moment. I think you're too hard on yourself. You don't have to risk your life for an old bag of bones like me. I once told you that my hometown is an ancient civilization with a history of 5,000 years. Of course, compared to the history of this world, it's not ancient. In the neighboring country of my hometown, there was another country with a long history. In that country, there was a poet who lived his life into philosophy. He once said, "There are no traces of wings in the sky, but I have already flown. I was born on Earth, and I died on a strange planet. It was a wonderful life. I saw two different dimensions, but the same blue sky. Pity for my poor wife and child. I thought it was just a research trip for a few days. Sigh. I never thought I'd never see them again. But think about it from another perspective. My wife and daughter are also traces of my existence in the sky of Earth. Angwar, my student, you are the trace I left in the sky of this strange world. Not only did you inherit the culture of Xianxia, but you'll also light the fire of civilization on Earth. Speaking of which, my bird left a great trace. Not only did it cross time and space, but it also crossed the quadrant of the universe. Other people's transmigrations are all about fighting back and slapping their faces. I'm here to spread the gospel of civilization. Ha ha ha. I may die earlier than those main characters in novels, but I'm living a better life than you, right? Speaking of the wizarding world, I'm really interested. I thought this world was as boring as Earth. I didn't expect it to hide such a mysterious corner. But I don't think I'm lucky enough to see this corner of the supernatural, right? What a pity. But I can't see it, but you can. So, I hope you, my student Angwar, can walk the wizarding world to its peak. Like every scholar who is loyal to his or her subject, use the concept as the singularity and knowledge to ignite the new universe. Now that I've finished the 100 questions, I'll give you a new one. Write a thesis that carries out the true essence of the wizarding world. Are you willing to do it? Apart from what I said just now, I'm writing this letter to you. Actually, I want to tell you to use the knowledge I taught you well. Some of the physical constants in this world are wrong, but for a scholar, the result is important, but so is the way to calculate it. I've taught you the way, and I hope you can find your own path. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, you're at sea now, right? There's no entertainment on the sea, so I've stored something in this smart chip. Consider it my last gift to you. I hope you like it. Johns. After reading the letter, Angwar remained silent for a long time. He closed his eyes and clenched his fists. He felt a strange sadness in his heart. He didn't know how John felt when he left the letter, but he could feel the love behind every word. Angwar recalled the life he spent with his teacher all these years and fell into a daze. He only came back to his senses in the middle of the night. He sighed. Nobody knew who was the one who was sighing, or what he was sighing about. Angwar recalled his teacher's instructions and carefully saved the letter. He even created a new file and copied it. Then, he closed the letter. With a trace of disappointment and an inexplicable expectation, he opened the only folder on the desk. John said that he left a gift for Angwar. Angwar did not care about the gift at first until he opened the folder. When he saw that it was filled with documents, he finally understood how precious the gift his mentor had left for him was. John had transferred all the information stored in the chip in his mind to this folder. Astronomy, geography, science, literature, and even some unfinished literature, music recipes, and so on could be found in the folder. Angwar did not understand why his teacher was so knowledgeable about everything. Not only did he know how to grow crops, build buildings, cook, and other subjects. Now, he understood that Earth's technological civilization had such an ability. Every Earthling was born with a parasitic chip. A parasitic chip was like an unconnected computer. It could store all kinds of information on its own and connect to the hippocampus of the brain so that it would never be forgotten. John must have stored all kinds of information. Even if he traveled to another world, the fire of civilization would not be extinguished. If it were not for the fact that the chip in John's brain could not be transferred, he would have sent the chip to Angkor already. After all, the chip was bound to the brain and could not be lost. Besides, it was connected to the memory bank of the brain, which meant that Angkor had an eidetic memory. However, it was still the same without the chip. With the hologram tablet, Angkor could not directly connect to the hippocampus of the brain. But as long as he persevered, he would become knowledgeable sooner or later. With this in mind, Angkor carefully hid the tablet away. For now, this thing was more valuable than anything else he had. Just like that, Angkor's life changed greatly with the help of the tablet. He spent almost all his time in the world of the tablet. He would only put it down when he needed to charge it with solar energy. Angkor did not explore the knowledge left by his teacher right away. Instead, he scanned the several large boxes of books he bought from Moonwater City one by one and transferred them into the tablet. As John said, knowledge was the most important thing for a scholar. This was why Angkor wanted to transfer the books into the tablet first. The scanning process was not easy. The tablet had a camera, but it was only in image format. The system could convert text and text, but it was limited to Earth's language. Gold's Pink Empire's official language wasn't available in the system. Besides, the system only supported Earth characters, so he had to save all the pictures in a folder. When he had time, he would translate them into Chinese one by one. By the time he finished scanning all the books and sorting them out, it was already a week later. After scanning the book, he had nothing else to do. Plus, his life on the sea was monotonous. Alan and his sister were both busy with their channeling methods and never came to visit him. He felt even more lonely and bored. With a trace of curiosity, he began to explore the information in the holographic tablet. At first, he read some papers published by famous scientists on Earth. However, he soon realized that most of the data in those papers were only useful for the environment Earth was in. So, he stopped reading them and only tried to absorb some of their ideas. Later on, he began to read more and more books. Sometimes, when he was bored, he would open the literature and entertainment folder, listen to music from Earth, and read some grassroots novels that were not related to literature. After reading a lot of novels, Angkor finally understood why his professor said in the letter that he should live a better life than the main characters in novels. Those shameful words like, "If the heavens want to destroy me, I will defy the heavens. If the gods try to stop me, I will slay the gods," made Angkor feel awkward. However, there were also some time travel novels that suited his taste, and he enjoyed reading them as well. At least he could kill time by reading them. After reading so many novels, Angkor's curiosity about Earth grew stronger. He wished he could visit the metropolises on Earth and see what a prosperous, high-tech world looked like. What Angkor did not know was that the literature and entertainment section of the folder contained several thousand terabytes of TV works. Any urban TV series could show him the scenery of Earth. Of course, this was a story for another day. One day, Angkor reorganized the files in the holographic tablet into Earth and this world. He also read a chapter called Snow on Kilimanjaro and prepared to go out for dinner. But before he reached the restaurant, he heard a sharp whistle echoing throughout the ship. 3 long whistles and 2 short whistles were heard. Angkor immediately realized that it was the whistle that signaled the martial law on the Redbud. He realized what the whistle meant and put on a serious look. He quickly turned around and strode back to his room. Mara mentioned before boarding that once the ship was under martial law, everyone should stay in their own rooms. On his way back, Angkor noticed that the other talents were all talking with their cabin doors open. They were making all kinds of guesses about the martial law on the ship. Some said it was a sea monster attack, some said it was a storm, some said the ship hit a reef, and some said the cloud whale in the sky was going to attack the Redbud. There were all kinds of guesses, but none of them were good. Everyone's faces were filled with worry and fear. In the vast ocean, fear was a common feeling. But what made the fear grow was the unpredictable future. Angor was worried as well, but he knew that it would not help. He did not have the ability to change himself, so he could only pray that everything would go well. When he returned to his cabin, the first thing he did was to open the small air vent. With the help of this small window, he observed the situation outside. To his disappointment, he could not see anything outside the window. He did not know when it happened, but the thick fog outside reduced the visibility to less than 10 meters. The unknown could always evoke people's endless imagination. Angor was still a teenager after all. No matter how mature and independent he usually was, he began to feel uneasy at this moment. He kept telling himself that the martial law on the ship was caused by the extreme fog, and he just needed to wait for the fog to disperse. But even he did not believe this excuse. But there was nothing he could do now. He could only use the best guess to calm his restless heart. The hour hand on the wall clock was moving bit by bit. It was almost 4 in the afternoon, but the fog outside still did not disperse. The whistle of martial law lifted did not sound on the redbud either. Nothing seemed to have changed. But at this moment, something happened. Almost at the same time, everyone on the ship smelled the aroma of food. Before the feeding center in their hypothalamus could issue the command to eat, they felt their vision blur as they fell into an illusion created by the aroma of food. Angor was no exception. In front of his eyes, there were all kinds of beautiful, colorful, and tempting food floating around. The rich aroma lingered around his nose. Out of instinct, he reached out his hand to grab the honey-roasted drumstick. When a certain desire grew infinitely, it could affect all physiological indicators, including one's rationality. In other words, the desire could interfere with the brain's ability to receive information. When the desire grew, the information could not safely reach the rational brain. In such a situation, the emotional brain, or the instinctive brain, would be in charge of a person's thoughts. Humans were still animals at the core. The instinctive brain was responsible for integrating emotions and desires, and expressing the most primitive instincts of animals. When the desire to eat filled Angor's brain, he lost his rationality. His logic became chaotic, and his mind became sluggish like an animal. Not only Angor, but all the mortals on the ship were also controlled by the desire to eat. They roared madly and coveted the food in the illusion. While Angor was about to lose himself in the craze, he felt an itch that was even more unbearable than the desire to eat appearing near his back. He could not tell where the itch came from or where it flowed to. However, it came with a vengeance. It was like the foam that gushed out of a good beer before it was even opened. It instantly covered everything else. Itch, so itchy, it felt like thousands of ants were crawling around inside his bones. This was the real itch that reached his bones. The sudden itchiness was not all bad. At the very least, the crazy desire to eat was defeated by the torrential itchiness. Anything could be overturned if there was a gap. The same was true for rationality. Emotions controlled a person's mind, and they could not turn the situation around. However, even the slightest relaxation of emotions could lead to a higher level of rationality. The itch made Angor lose his appetite. He kept scratching his back. However, the itch went away as quickly as it came. When the itching finally stopped, he noticed that his appetite was gone. The illusion created by the food's aroma could no longer affect his mind. Angor looked at the food floating around him and felt a lingering fear. This was because he knew very well that there was no food at the location of the honey-glazed chicken drumstick near him. It was clearly the candle he usually used. If he ate the candle like a chicken drumstick, Angor shuddered. The consequences would be unimaginable. He did not dare to touch those delicacies again. To be able to create such an illusion, one had to be an innate sea creature or an adept with supernatural powers. He didn't dare to guess why the supernatural would do something like this, but he didn't want to be controlled by his desires anymore. He simply closed his eyes to avoid looking at the food in front of him. Maybe the supernatural who created the illusion didn't want to kill him. Angor let out a sigh of relief when the illusion didn't bother him again. Finally, he began to recall what happened when he was controlled by his appetite. A moment later, he touched his back with a puzzled look. It's this place again. What's going on? This wasn't the first time he felt itchy, and each time, the itch would disappear as quickly as it came. Angor frowned. He knew that there was nothing wrong with the itch, at least not on the surface. The only unusual thing was that he was scratched by a strange woman in the illusory realm during the innate talent test. At first, Angor thought that it was an illusion created by Abel's eye. After the test, he checked himself in a mirror and didn't see any scratches on his back. However, as the strange itching kept happening, Angor began to suspect that the world he was in wasn't an illusion. Just as he guessed during the talent test, it was a strange world that existed parallel to the real world. The wound on his back might also contain the energy of that strange world, which caused him to be in his current state. Angor wasn't sure if his guess was correct, but he could only make such a guess with his current knowledge. Would the itch return? Aside from the itching, would there be worse conditions? He didn't know. Under the unknown threat, Angor made up his mind that if he could survive this, he would tell Mara about his condition the next time he saw him. He didn't have time to waste. Who knew if his life would be threatened the next time he felt the itch? Therefore, he had to ask Mara for help from a close distance, instead of waiting until he learned something and then exploring it alone. While Angor was lost in his thoughts, the redbud had sailed into the depth of the mist. A group of people had arrived at the source of the fragrance illusion. On the back of a giant demon falcon, Sunders, who was wearing a tall hat and looking like a gentleman, remained silent. Flora, who was wearing a strange smile on her face, sat on the edge of the demon falcon's wing and looked at the people standing on the redbud with a malicious look. On the deck of the redbud, there were 5 people on each side, led by Sabo. Apart from the guides from the 3 major wizard organizations, Mara and Easley, who had just become a level 1 apprentice, also stood in the group. Flora looked at Sabo and the others for a while and suddenly chuckled. She spoke in her strange, childish and charming voice, "Hee hee hee. Crazy Bear Sabo, since when did you become a babysitter? Feeding a bunch of children?" The children guides from the 3 major wizard academies lowered their heads quietly. Sabo was angry at Flora's mockery, but he didn't dare to do anything in front of Sunders. He could only pretend that he didn't hear the mockery and responded with a bright smile. "Ha ha ha, Blood Witch, you must be joking. It's rare to see Greya's restaurant, and these ignorant kids all want to go and broaden their horizons," Sabo explained while laughing. Flora narrowed her pretty eyes and sneered in her mind. "You're just trying to get some free food in Greya's restaurant. But Greya is not an easy cook to deal with. Trying to get some free food? No way." Greya was a typical example of the lunatics from Candy House. They might laugh and laugh like crazy, but when it came to matters of principle, they would never compromise. There was only one way to enter Greya's restaurant, with an invitation card. Without an invitation card, Greya would refuse even if you were a legendary wizard. In order to enter Greya's restaurant, Sunders spent quite a fortune to get a bronze invitation card. Hee hee. Flora was looking forward to seeing the look on these bastards' faces when they learned the truth. Instead of reminding them, Flora glanced at the young man behind Lady Melinda with great interest, Easley. Such a powerful spirit cloud, and such a lively spirit ripple. The corner of Flora's lips curled up. Good seed. A talent that can walk the path of spirit power. She rolled her eyes and used levitation with a smile on her face. She flew to Easley's side. "Are you interested in coming to Brute Cavern, young man? I can introduce you to a teacher." Flora pointed at Easley's face with her pale finger. Easley felt as if he had been electrocuted. His handsome face was dyed with a layer of pink. Flora floated in front of Easley. Behind her was a cloud of mist. The demon falcons were shrieking. The air was moist, and his palms were sweaty. Everything seemed to have been frozen in time for Easley. Ever since his childhood sweetheart was killed by the Silver Heron clan, this was the first time he felt alive. Flora looked like a young girl. Her body was small and delicate, and her face was pure and innocent. However, her dark green eyes were extremely deep. Every slight movement of her eyebrows carried irresistible charm. It matched the feeling her voice gave off. It was a mixture of 2 different extremes. Not only were her eyes seductive, but her clothes were also alluring. Her pinkish-brown hair was braided into the shape of a stamen. Only a few strands of hair were left behind near her ears. A dark red lace veil covered her hair and half of her face. Her blood-red gauze dress was slightly transparent, with dark red roses embroidered on the pleats. She was not wearing any shoes. Her smooth and fair bare feet could be vaguely seen in her transparent dress. Too easily, every part of Flora, from her bare feet to her pink nose, was provoking him. He did not even know where to look. I. Easily swallowed and tried to answer. But for some reason, he stuttered as soon as the words left his mouth. Flora's eyes were full of joy. She looked like she had gotten her way. Before leaving Brute Cavern with Sunders, a wizard friend she was quite close with learned that she was going to fetch a talent. He once asked her to find a talent whose spiritual power was above 20. It seemed that he needed someone with such a talent to help him design a spell. However, she did not see anyone like that on her way here. She did not expect to run into one here. If she could bring Easily back to Brute Cavern, she could at least get a generous reward from that wizard. She did not care about other rewards. She had been researching the source of a bloodborne plague in the past few years, and she needed a pathogen from Abyss from the Tainted Plane. And her wizard friend happened to have such a thing. As for what would happen to Easily in the hands of the sorcerer who was known for his cruel experiments on human brains, that had nothing to do with her. Easily? You don't want to? Flora giggled and grabbed Easily's collar. With a gentle pull, the distance between them was shortened. Easily could not say a word. He only felt his face blushing and his heart racing. Erotic images that he never imagined when he was a slave flashed across his mind. Beside Easily was Madame Melia, the guide of the Tower of Hurricane. She was very confident about Easily's talent and believed that he could become a wizard in the future. She even secretly decided to bet on him. Once they returned to the organization, she would begin her plan. She did not expect Flora to show up out of nowhere. She was gnashing her teeth in anger, but she did not dare to say anything in front of Flora. She could only look at Easily anxiously, hoping that Easily would wake up soon and not be fooled by Flora's appearance. However, Easily was still a young man who did not know anything. Under Flora's teasing, he did not even have the time to swallow his saliva. His mind was completely led by Flora. Okay. Easily mumbled with unfocused eyes. Flora giggled and was about to pull Easily away. Suddenly, she heard a cold humph. Flora. You want to take Easily away? Have you decided to declare war on the Tower of Hurricane? Flora squinted her eyes and looked at the speaker's direction. Above the vast sea, a man and a woman wearing mysterious robes walked out of the thick fog. The middle-aged man wore a black gold wizard robe, and he soared through the air. He tapped the short metal staff in his hand, and his body darted several hundred meters away. The young woman next to him was shrouded in splashes of water. She walked on the waves, and a black shadow that looked like a long belt could be faintly seen under her bare feet in the deep sea. It was the middle-aged man who spoke. It's you, Jalal, the mithril innovator. Flora's voice was no longer seductive after she realized who the newcomer was. Instead, it was cold and plain. What? He's willing to go, but you won't let him go? She then threw a mocking glance at Sabo, who had been pretending to be invisible. The two newcomers were mithril innovator Jalal from the Tower of Hurricane and Moray Girl Hero Line from White Coral Floating Island Academy. Both of them were official wizards, and both of them were quite famous, especially Jalal. As a wizard who specialized in alchemy, the title Mithril Innovator was enough to show that he had a deep understanding of the nature of metal elements. Jalal was not that strong, but his identity as an alchemist gave him an extraordinary status in the southern wizarding region. Even Sunders would not want to become enemies with Jalal if it was not necessary. For these two to suddenly appear here, there was no doubt that Sabo had tipped them off. That was why Flora purposely looked at Sabo after saying those words. Sabo felt wronged. He was held hostage at Devil's Water by Sunders and Flora. They said they were looking for Barbie's restaurant, but who knew if the two temperamental wizards would kill all the talents on the ship. He had Floating Mech City to back him up, so he did not fear them. However, his mission was to ensure that all talents reached Fey Continent safely. As a precaution, he warned the three organizations behind the talents on the ship. Jalal arrived in front of them in an instant. He first nodded to Sunders seriously. When he saw that Sunders did not intend to interfere, he spoke to Flora. Flora, take a closer look at Easily's spirit circulation. He has learned the Nirvana hexagram channeling from our Tower of Hurricane. You want to take Easily away by force? Are you trying to pry into our secrets? In the wizarding world, every wizard organization had their own channeling methods. Prying into someone else's channeling method might result in enmity with the organization. However, it was only a possibility. It was not absolute. There were good and bad channeling methods. For most wizard organizations, the channeling methods they passed down were for the general public, and the efficiency of channeling mana was not high. Moreover, in the sorcerer's world, most sorcerers came and went as they pleased. They were used to being free. It was not a big deal to pass down a channeling method by chance. Of course, those precious or even rare channeling methods had their own anti-theft measures. Such channeling methods were usually given to the core members of a wizard organization, and there were many restrictions. So far, there were almost no wars between wizard organizations because of channeling methods. However, Jalal had no problem using this excuse to shut Flora up. Flora's eyes glowed green. She glanced at Easily and saw the model constructed by his spirit power. It was just as Jalal said, a hexagram with half-solid, half-dotted lines. Flora humphed. It's just a crappy structure. I can figure out its original form with a single glance. Who cares? With that, Flora flew back to Sunder's side and ignored Easily. Easily looked hesitant. He felt a little disappointed. When Jalal noticed this, he gave Easily a glare and scolded with a terrible look, "Get behind us. You're making a fool of yourself." Easily's face turned pale. He gulped, lowered his head, and stepped back in fear. However, no one noticed that there was a trace of malice in his eyes, and the fists hidden in his sleeves were tightly clenched. After the argument ended, Jalal and Heroline stood on the deck of the Redbud. Sabo looked a lot more relaxed after the arrival of powerful reinforcements. Jalal was still in a bad mood. He clenched his metal wand hard, and a huge hole appeared on the solid deck where the tip of the wand was pointed at. Dust and wood chips flew everywhere. Jalal's action startled all the apprentices. Easily was so shocked that he kept stepping back. He did not stop until he reached the mast. Easily's calves began to tremble. He almost forgot that he was not facing that rich kid from the Silver Heron dynasty, but a great wizard. Easily's fear kept rising. He wanted to kneel in front of Jalal and beg for mercy, but he was so affected by Jalal's power that he did not even have the courage to do so. Luckily, Jalal did not seem to want to hurt anyone. He only gave Easily a cold warning with his eyes before he stopped. Sabo knew that Jalal's lesson was over. He walked over with a smile. He cast a level 0 spell, Cleanse, and cleaned up the ashes on the deck. Sabo did not mention what happened just now. He asked curiously, "Why are you two the only ones here? Where are the people from Gravity Forest?" Jalal had just vented his anger. His face was still cold and serious. He did not say anything, so it was Heroline who answered Sabo's question. "It's Boko the ant from Gravity Forest. But he was attracted by a magic plant on an island. I think he's still trying to transplant it." Although he was called a Treyant, everyone knew that Boko was still a human being, not a Treyant from another dimension. The reason why Boko was called Treeman was because he was a bloodline wizard. He was not a bloodline wizard, but a bloodline wizard. Instead, he was a bloodline wizard. Boko had never mentioned what kind of plant he had transplanted into his body, but when he fought, he would reveal his true form that resembled that of a Treyant. As time passed, he was given the name Treyant. Komoan, who was standing behind Sabo, heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that someone from his organization had arrived. "Ant-Man Boko. I heard he's an excellent rune carver. Even in floating Mech City, his wands are considered the best." Sabo nodded. Heroline smiled but said nothing. After some small talk, Jalal and Heroline walked to the guides of their respective organizations. Heroline walked up to Florent and removed the thin water veil around her, revealing her true appearance. She was a young woman with a graceful body and a cold face. Her hair was like a waterfall, and her eyes were like stars. They were all aqua blue in color, and she was wearing a long dress of the same color. Heroline looked like she came from the sea. Heroline glanced at Mara, who was standing behind Florent. She raised her light blue eyebrows. "I remember your name. Mara Morn, right?" 20 years ago, I learned fire magic from my mentor. Emoluo was flattered. He bowed and nodded. Lady Heroline, I didn't think someone as busy as you would remember an old man like me. It's my honor. Heroline glanced at Emoluo's level 3 apprentice wizard. She nodded to show her approval. With this nod, Emoluo found it hard to suppress the joy in his heart. Did he leave an impression in the mind of a formal wizard? Don't underestimate such an insignificant impression. Most of the time, an impression from a formal wizard could change the fate of an apprentice. Mara had once heard a story about a lucky kid who left a small impression on a great wizard. After the great wizard conducted a great experiment, he threw some leftover materials to the lucky kid. Because of these leftover materials, the lucky kid saved tens of years of effort and became a level 3 apprentice wizard before the age of 30. After that, he became a lofty wizard with an unstoppable force. How could Emoluo not feel excited when he thought about this story that inspired generations of apprentices? Heroline didn't pay much attention to Emoluo's thoughts. She turned to Florent and asked, "Did you get any good candidates this time?" Florent bowed respectfully and told Heroline about the talents the White Coral Floating Island Academy took in on this ship. "Is there anyone with a special constitution or talent?" Heroline asked. She hadn't taken in any real apprentices for decades. The reason was that there were too few talented ones. This time, she decided to take in an apprentice. If she could find a talented one, she would settle down first. Therefore, she didn't even have the time to learn about Barbie's restaurant before she asked about the students this time. Florent recalled the talents he had taken in and found no one with a special constitution. He replied, "I took in 7 talents from the Land of Revelation, Magic Eve's Corridor, and Valhalla Island. I didn't find anyone with a special constitution. As for someone with a special talent, I think there was one." During the talent test, a talent from Valhalla Island said he saw a sky full of stars. It was a starless winter night. A sky full of stars on a starless winter night? Heroline thought for a while and said with some hesitation, "I think something like that was mentioned in Abel's annual talent collection, issue 467. It was about a disciple of a wizard family. When he tested his talent with Abel's eye, he saw that every star in the night sky was moving around a certain orbit. The stars in the sky turned into countless star orbits. I remember that the book mentioned that the talent was also tested on a starless night. After a detailed test, that talent was indeed a special talent. It was confirmed that he was developing toward the occult school of astrology. Later on, he specialized in astrology and divination." Heroline shook her head regretfully. "Unfortunately, he didn't become a wizard in the end. He died in the river of time. His talent was wasted." Everyone else sighed in their hearts after hearing that. No matter how talented someone was, they couldn't survive the death of time. If one didn't become a wizard, they would return to dust. If this talent you're talking about is really talented in astrology, then it's not bad. Heroline sighed. "Too bad I don't know anything about occultists. It would be a waste to take this talent as a student. Of course, she could take him in. However, she would have to spend a lot of time teaching him. The chances of him becoming a wizard were slim. It was a waste of time and feelings." Heroline didn't want to do such a thankless job. Heroline shook her head in secret. "Apart from this one, are there any other special talents?" Florent shook his head. "Apart from these 7, there are 3 more who were recruited by Mara. I don't know about them." Heroline looked at Mara. Mara patted his sleeves and stepped forward. He spoke in a serious tone, "I recruited 3 talents from a marginalized island. 2 of them are my grandson and granddaughter. They have decent talents, but nothing special. There's another talent." Mara recalled the time when Angor took the talent test. The talent orb shone brightly, but Mara remembered Angor mentioning that he only floated during the test. If he only floated, his talent was nothing special. "The other one has no special talent either," Mara said confidently. Heroline looked a little disappointed after hearing their stories. She sighed in her mind. There were so few talented people. With that in mind, Heroline glanced at Easley not far away. If the kid didn't already learn the channeling method from the Tower of Hurricane, she would have tried to steal him. with such outstanding spirit power, he could become a wizard no matter what he studied. Too bad such a talent had already joined the Tower of Hurricane. Jalal might have shown his authority and scolded easily, but he didn't really hurt him. Usually, Jalal's violent temper would at least injure someone badly, if not dead. This time, Jalal let Easley off the hook because Easley was indeed talented and had the potential to become a wizard. Otherwise, the consequences wouldn't be as simple as lifting him up heavily and then letting him off lightly. "When we're done here, bring me all the new recruits," Heroline said. "The test for Mabel's I was only a preliminary test. There could be mistakes." Since they were already on the sea, she would have some free time after dealing with her current affairs. She decided to go check it out herself. Mara and Florent knew what Heroline was thinking. They couldn't help but secretly envy the good lives of these talented people. Heroline always had a good reputation in the academy. She didn't treat apprentices as arrogant as other formal wizards. She was an unexpected refreshing stream in the wizarding world. This time, Heroline was willing to put down her pride and test the real talent of these new recruits. This was simply a great honor. Just a moment ago, Mara was happy to leave a good impression in front of Heroline. At that moment, he was deeply jealous of the students that Heroline was thinking about. Even his 2 grandsons were among them. About half an hour later, the thick fog that shrouded the sea gradually dispersed, and the illusion formed by the alluring fragrance also disappeared along with the dissipation of the clouds and fog. When the illusion was gone, everyone on the Redbud who was controlled by their appetite woke up. After these people woke up, it immediately caused an uproar like chickens flying away and eggs being beaten. Some people ate greasy food in the illusion and found themselves gnawing on table legs when they woke up. Some people woke up and found themselves biting their companions with their mouths full of blood. What was even more frightening was that some people, after being mesmerized by the illusion, would eat candles that were still burning. When they woke up, they would find that their hair, eyebrows, face, tongue, and lips had all been roasted. It was a disaster for all the mortals on the Redbud, but for Transcendence, it was just a game without any ripples. No one died in the end, so even the guides of the 3 organizations did not bother to remind them. So, the ones who suffered were the mortals who could not control their own fates. Meanwhile, on the deck, when the thick fog had completely dissipated, the cheerful singing of children could be heard from the southeast. All Transcendents looked at the source of the voices. They saw a beautiful and magnificent building on the sea. When the fog dispersed, its dreamy appearance was revealed. Colorful spires in the shape of conch shells were used as the walls of the building. Colorful balloons of various shapes floated in the sky. Some were puppies, some were hearts, and some were cats. The air was filled with a sweet smell. The sweet atmosphere, the childlike singing, and the dreamy bubbles. It made Barbie's restaurant dazzling. It looked like a castle where a princess lived in a fairy tale. Every part of it was filled with the elements of a girl's heart. "There it is. Barbie's restaurant," Sunders muttered as he looked at the colorful building on the sea that looked like a children's amusement park. Barbie's restaurant. A huge circular base supported the dreamy castle. Circles of water rippled around the base. Cheerful waves danced in the ripples as if they were welcoming everyone. Apart from Sunders and Flora, everyone else came to Barbie's restaurant for the first time. They were all shocked when they saw the fairy tale-like restaurant. Many men shook their heads. Even Heroline, who was a woman, frowned at that. Everyone was silently cursing the rumored gourmet adept in their hearts. They didn't expect her taste to be so unique. La spicy, la spicy, la spicy. Bump, 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 bump. At the gorgeous front entrance of Barbie's restaurant, 2 groups of toy soldiers in red and white uniforms that only reached the height of everyone's knees suddenly sprang out. The one on the left had a tin drum, and the one on the right had a red ribbon gong. Amidst the beating of drums and gongs, the 2 groups of toy soldiers had already lined up in 2 rows. With the sound of ta-ta, the toy soldier put away the gongs and drums and saluted to the center, as if waiting for a review. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. A strange and high-pitched laughter came from inside the door. Then, a person who was walking in a strange way walked out. After the strange man walked out of the door, he suddenly danced like a ballet, spinning 1080 degrees on the spot in front of everyone, and finally ended with a gentlemanly hand over his chest. Ha 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 ha. Welcome to Barbie's restaurant. With a strange pause, a high-pitched and exaggerated voice came out of the strange man's mouth. As his voice fell, the toy soldiers on both sides began to play music and beat drums. Balloons rose into the air, and ribbons and colorful paper flowers fell from the sky. When all the ribbons fell, the line of sight cleared from the colorful bullet screen. Only then did everyone see the strange man's true appearance. It was a humanoid creature with long limbs and a thin body, but a strangely large head. It had a big triangular head, slanted eyes, and bristles like a hedgehog. When it smiled, its mouth almost reached its ears. On its cheeks, there were a few long beast-like whiskers. When all its facial features were combined, it was both hilarious and terrifying. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to Barbie's restaurant. The strange man jumped into the air and did a 360-degree ballet spin. When he landed, he took out an alchemy microphone from somewhere and did a split. While doing the split, he didn't forget to introduce himself. Ha 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 ha, I'm the captain of the guards of Barbie's restaurant. I'm responsible for receiving all the distinguished guests, Tom Weasel. The people who were stunned by his exaggerated performance were speechless. When Tom Weasel saw no reaction from the crowd, he turned to the toy soldiers on both sides and yelled without feeling embarrassed, "You useless things. Clap. 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 Clap." Scattered applause came from the toy soldiers. Satisfied, Tom Weasel did another 720-degree ballet spin and finished the dance by kicking the purple crown upside down. Then, he walked with his feet splayed outwards and walked to the stage closest to the crowd. Showy, exaggerated, and childish. Sunders lowered the brim of his hat and sneered, "Greya's weird taste hasn't changed at all." Tom Weasel heard Sunders' words and looked at Sunders on the demon falcon's back. Ha 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 ha. It's Mr. Sunders. No wonder Tom Weasel sensed the presence of the nightmare realm from afar. Mr. Sunders' power is even stronger than the last time we met in Soul Highland. Tom Weasel said with an exaggerated expression. When he said stronger, Tom Weasel even did a ballet dance in excitement. Sunders did not answer. He only looked away and did not want to talk to Tom Weasel. The people in Barbie's restaurant were all weirdos. Normal logic would not work on them at all. Tom Weasel did not mind Sunders' attitude at all. He closed his eyes and continued to dance. When the sunlight shone through the front door, the sound of waves replaced the singing. Tom Weasel made a very gentlemanly gesture to the crowd. "My honored guests, time is up. Welcome to the restaurant." Tom Weasel suddenly became serious. His voice was no longer frivolous. As he finished speaking, the luxurious door of the restaurant slowly opened. A strange smell came from inside. It was not a pleasant smell. However, it seemed to have some kind of magic power. It overturned everyone's sense of smell and made them gulp. There was no aroma, but it still aroused everyone's appetite. Now that's a real appetite. Unlike the illusions where you used some trick to stimulate your brain to release your desires. Sabo smiled at the others behind him. Greya is really something. Looks like we're going to get something today. While speaking, Sabo followed Sunders into Barbie's restaurant. Sunders led Flora through the colorful door with an expressionless face. Suddenly, Flora turned around and showed a bright smile to Sabo, who was following behind her. Before Sabo could understand what the smile meant, toy soldiers suddenly jumped out from both sides. One spear on the left, one sword on the right. They blocked Sabo's way. Sabo's face turned red after being forced back by the toy soldiers and watched by the young people behind him. What's the meaning of this? Sabo gave Tom Weasel a cold look. He was trying to hold back his anger. Do you have something against me? Sabo's cold aura caused the temperature around him to drop. Tom Weasel glanced at him unconcernedly and resumed his boastful tone. He ha 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 ha. Tom Weasel is here to remind you all that Barbie's restaurant follows the old rules. Card holders can enter the restaurant. Depending on the level of the card, you can bring different numbers of guests. Those who don't have an invitation card, please bring your card next time. Tom Weasel made a pleased gesture to Sabo. Sabo pulled a long face and was about to lose his temper. Seeing this, Tom Weasel grinned from ear to ear. He seemed to be laughing heartily, but there was a faint cold light in his narrowed eyes. If you have any complaints about the restaurant's system, you can complain to the foreman on duty. Greasy Bird Neo is the foreman today. Do you want me to call out that roast chicken? Greasy Bird Neo? Sabo never heard of this name. However, when he glanced at Flora and Sunders, he saw them both frowning at the name. Sabo felt a chill down his spine. Calm down, Sabo said in his mind. No matter who Greasy Bird Neo was, he could not go and cause trouble now. With these two demon kings here, if Greasy Bird Neo really went crazy, not only would he be looked down upon, he would also become a laughingstock. A joke. He suddenly recalled Flora's smile and connected it to the conversation he had with her outside. He finally understood why Flora had been showing them that mysterious smile. She was here to watch them make fun of themselves. Sabo was furious, but he did not show it on his face. They can go in because they all have invitation cards? Jalal, who was standing beside Sabo, suddenly stepped forward and asked Tom Weasel while pointing at Flora. Tom Weasel did a ballet turn and said, "Hee-ha-ha. No. Only Mr. Sunders has an invitation card. But Mr. Sunders is a bronze card. A bronze card can bring 2 people inside. Can we get an invitation card now?" Heroline frowned. Although she didn't come here for Barbie's restaurant, she still wanted to check it out since she came across this rumored restaurant. Tom Weasel shrugged. "I don't know how to give them out. I heard Greya gives out invitations depending on her mood. Also, her favorite method is to throw them away." Flora suddenly giggled. "You can look around. Maybe you can find one of Greya's discarded invitation cards. However, there are so many of you. Perhaps only the legendary gold card holders can come in together." She then turned around and waved goodbye to the others before disappearing into the darkness of the restaurant. As for Sunders, he did not even bother to look at them. He didn't stop at all and had already reached the depths of the restaurant. At the main entrance of Barbie Restaurant, everyone looked at each other. The juniors didn't mind, but the 3 official magi felt embarrassed. However, that was the rule. Were they going to start a war with Barbie's restaurant over a meal? After weighing the gains and losses, Sabo shook his head. Just like them, Greya was a level 1 wizard. However, her organization was not easy to deal with. Every member of the organization was crazy and very protective. Besides, Sunders and Flora were already inside the restaurant. Sabo did not know why Sunders was looking for Barbie's restaurant. However, there must be a reason why Sunders spent months looking for the restaurant and even brought the Redbud with him. If they fought against Greya, who knew if they would have to face that terrifying man when they entered the restaurant? If they succeeded, they would not gain anything from it. They would only be able to get back their pride. If they failed, they would lose face, while others would not lose anything. With that in mind, Sabo gave up on the idea of breaking in. If that's the case, then let's leave. Sabo sighed. Good. He's already inside. He won't care about us for a while. Let's leave now. We don't want to get into a fight when he comes out. Sabo asked Jalal and the others to come because of Sunders. Since they couldn't get anything from Barbie's restaurant, they could at least avoid Sunders and return to Fey Continent safely. With that in mind, Sabo prepared to leave. However, Tom Weasel suddenly looked at the cabin door on the deck with a strange expression. He spoke in a surprised tone. "Mr. Sunders' bronze card aside, there's another VIP here. And..." Tom Weasel paused. "A gold card holder." A gold card holder? Tom Weasel did not hide his words, so Sabo heard it too. "There's a gold card holder here? Who? Is it Aunt Boko?" Heroline wondered. Jalal closed his eyes and waved his metal cane. He opened his eyes and shook his head. "Not Boko. I don't sense his presence within 100 kilometers. Then who could it be?" Sabo looked at the apprentices from the 3 organizations. Was the gold card holder among them? He looked closer and saw that they all looked confused. Sabo snorted. How could these apprentices have a gold card when they didn't even have one? That's right, if they didn't have one, who could this gold card holder be? Everyone looked at Tom Weasel again, who was speaking in a singing tone. Tom Weasel did not intend to hide anything. Or rather, he did not see the need to hide anything. Barbie's restaurant had always treated gold card holders with the best treatment. Tom Weasel leaped from the front door of Barbie's restaurant with his signature laughter and ballet twirling like a top. He drew a white line in the sky and landed on the Redbud's deck without a trace of dust. Tom Weasel took out his microphone again. This time, he also put on a gentleman's top hat. He stepped forward and put on his hat as he walked. His ragged clothes became clean and tidy as he walked. When he reached a surprised young man, Tom Weasel's appearance had changed drastically. He had transformed from his previous crazy and sloppy appearance into a gentleman who was neatly dressed, had shiny hair, and was brimming with enthusiasm. His appearance did not change, but he gave off a totally different feeling. That was what all the Transcendents thought. The brand new Tom Weasel stopped in front of the young man and performed a complicated but rhythmic noble etiquette. Ha 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 ha. Honorable gold card holder, welcome to Barbie's restaurant. I am your special receptionist today, Tom Weasel Ewing. You may call me Ewing. It was a simple sentence, but it was full of respect and politeness. Apart from his signature laughter, he looked exactly like a noble waiter. The Transcendents on the other side opened their eyes wide. They thought Tom Weasel was his real name. Did Tom Weasel not tell them his real name because he thought they were not qualified? When he thought of this, Sabo's face turned pale again. However, when he remembered that Tom Weasel never told Sunders his real name, he felt better for some reason. At least they knew Tom Weasel's real name now, right? The young man who was treated so politely by Tom Weasel was still in a daze. 10 minutes ago, the mist dispersed, and the illusion was gone. Everyone on the Redbud returned to normal. Some of them were badly hurt, but some ran to the deck to see what was going on. However, before they could step on the deck, they were scared away by the powerful aura of the wizards outside. They did not dare to act rashly in front of wizards. However, it was rare to see such a grand scene, and many people could not hold back their curiosity. So they stayed near the cabin door and peeked through various cracks. Angor was one of them. However, before he could find a good spot, he was pushed to the front of the cabin door by some talents with ill intentions. Before Angor could go back, he saw a man who changed from a weirdo to a wretched gentleman standing in front of him with a smile. Honorable gold card holder, welcome to Barbie's restaurant. Angor was led into Barbie's restaurant by Tom Weasel with a puzzled look, followed by a group of people. They included all the supernaturals on the Redbud. More importantly, they all had different expressions on their faces. Sabo and Jalal were expressionless, but the unnatural look in their eyes and the occasional cough from their throats showed how embarrassed they were. They successfully entered the restaurant with the help of a mortal young man's gold card. However, when they thought about how the young man looked at them as if he was saying, "You're a shameless adult, taking advantage of my young age," they felt uncomfortable all over. Hero Line, on the other hand, was looking at Angor, who was standing beside Tom Weasel with a strange look. As for the remaining sorcerer apprentices from the 3 major organizations, their expressions were even more interesting. Some were envious, some were ruthless, some were malicious, and some were silent. Other than these strange emotions, the most common expression was probably curiosity. They were curious about the decoration of Barbie's restaurant, curious about its contents, and most curious of all, how did the young man, who was nothing but good-looking, get a gold card that even wizards did not have? Angor, who was walking in the front and being the center of attention, looked normal, but his heart was trembling. Every step he took was like stepping into an abyss. Until now, he still couldn't figure out why the golden card given to him by the strange seabird he named Gigi was actually a golden VIP card of this D*MN Barbie's restaurant. So what if he was a gold VIP? It was just a restaurant. At most, he would just have to go in and spend a meal. To Angor's surprise, a group of lofty supernaturals actually asked him to bring a large group of people with him when he entered the restaurant. As a mortal who had just come into contact with the wizarding world, he did not dare to refuse. Of course not, apart from Angor, everyone else had strange expressions on their faces. The high and mighty sorcerers had actually begged a mere mortal. If their peers were to find out about this, where would they put their faces? Sabo and the other wizards didn't want to lose face, but when they thought about the rumor in the wizarding world that the food in Barbie's restaurant had the power to enlighten people, they immediately let go of their pride. Wasn't it just a little embarrassing? What's more important was that he could benefit from it. If worst came to worst, he could just kill everyone here after leaving Barbie's restaurant. No one would know about it then. Tom Weasel kept introducing Barbie's restaurant while Angor remained silent. For one thing, he was nervous. For another, he really didn't know what to say. The interior of Barbie's restaurant was quite different from its childish appearance. It had its own unique features. Black, crimson, gold, silver, all kinds of formal and elegant colors, as well as complicated but orderly dark patterns. Thorns, roses, vines, blood. Even the paintings on the walls had a strong dark style, which did not match the restaurant's appearance at all. However, if John, the visitor from another dimension, was here, he would definitely recognize the style of the restaurant as a Baroque and Lolita. A typical dark Lolita style. Although the concept was beyond the age limit, it was still a fairy tale style in a broad sense. It was just more like an adult fairy tale. Angor knew a lot about Earth's culture, but he did not know much about pedophilia. After all, he was still young. Therefore, Angor was quite curious about the unique style of Barbie's restaurant. It was quite exotic. Angor sighed in his mind. When he saw the interior of Barbie's restaurant, he began to realize that the farther he went from the old Earth, the more exotic things he would see in the future. An apprentice quickly walked to him while he was lost in his thoughts. Angor looked aside and quickly put on a respectful expression. It was Mara. Among the supernaturals, Mara was the only one Angor was familiar with. Mara did not pay much attention to Angor after they boarded the ship. However, Mara helped Angor to enter the wizarding world, and Mara also helped his teacher John. Even if Mara had something in return, Angor still had to accept the favor. When Mara approached him, Angor immediately put away his indifferent expression and showed great respect. Mara was pleased to see Angor's attitude. He stroked his gray beard. Angor, thanks to you, we can enter Barbie's restaurant this time. Emo Luo chuckled as he spoke. The wrinkles on his face bloomed like daisies as the corners of his mouth parted. Angor did not know how to respond to Mara's sudden gratitude. He could only nod with a forced smile. Seeing Mara greeting him with a smile, Angor suddenly remembered what happened just now. What's with the inexplicable itch on my back? Did it have something to do with that strange world? It was a matter of life and death. Angor had no other supernaturals to ask, so he decided to ask Mara. With that in mind, Angor asked directly, Mr. Mara, on the day of my talent test, Angor, I'm curious. Where did you get your gold card? Mara's question interrupted Angor. Everyone wanted to know the answer to Mara's question, including the three wizards. Even Tom Weasel showed a curious expression. Angor did not want to reveal his secret in front of everyone, so he gave up on asking and answered Mara's question. Angor took out the gold card given by the strange seabird from his inner pouch. One side of the card was blank, but it felt uneven to the touch. Looking at the side, Angor could see circles of complicated patterns. The other side of the card was also engraved using the same method. However, the patterns were colored. Angor could clearly see that it was the half-body of a plump lady with purple hair. This card? Tom Weasel replied, Kihahaha. Yes, esteemed guest. This is the gold card of Barbie's restaurant. You can enjoy delicious food in the restaurant for free, but only for one meal. When you leave, the card will disappear automatically. Speaking of which, I got this card because of Mr. Mara. It happened about 3 months ago. Angor told Mara about his encounter with the strange seabird. That strangely dressed seabird left after drinking the tea made by the morning dew after the rain. He left this gold card for me before he left. Mara showed a strange expression, which was a mixture of regret and envy. When they left Pad Manor, Angor gave him most of the morning dew. Morning dew was only a low-level magic plant, but its special effect was comparable to White Orchid Potion. For most apprentices, White Orchid Potion was something they could only look at. They could never afford it. Mara planned to earn a fortune with Morning Dew when he returned to Fey Continent and see if he could get some guidance from a formal wizard. Along the way, he did not take out the Morning Dew at all. Even Florent did not know that he had this magical tea with him. He didn't expect that Angor would be so generous as to give it to him just for a chance. Mara hated it, if only he knew. If only he knew, Mara suddenly sighed in frustration. There was no such thing as if only in this world. He was just not lucky enough. Time did not wait for him. No one noticed the change in Mara's expression. Even if they did, they would not care. Kahahaha. Mr. Toby gave you the card. Tom Weasel said. Mr. Toby? That strangely dressed seabird with a backpack? Angor asked. Tom Weasel did a ballet turn and showed an admiring look. Yes, Mr. Toby. Mr. Toby is the master's favorite pet. He's on the same level as the master in Barbie's restaurant. When Angor tried to ask about Toby again, Tom Weasel stopped talking and smiled. Kahaha, you'll see Mr. Toby when you have your meal later. In Angor's story, Tom Weasel only focused on Toby, while the other supernaturals were only interested in the morning dew. However, Angor was with Tom Weasel, and they were not as familiar with Angor as Mara, so they could only keep it to themselves. As for the wizards, they no longer paid any attention to Angor's golden card. For official magi, the effects of the morning dew were not attractive at all. Only Heroline from White Coral Floating Island Academy gave Angor a meaningful look. Having good luck was also a part of one's strength. If Angor could keep up his good luck, he might become a wizard in the future. Heroline thought to herself. If the kid was talented, she could observe him for a while. Right, what did he want to ask Mo Luo? On the day of the talent test. What happened next? He seemed to have been interrupted by Mara. It didn't matter. He was just a lucky talent. He might not be able to achieve anything. In the dark and gloomy corridor, needle-like vines crawled all over the walls. From time to time, there would be a gorgeous blood-red rose. Under such an extreme contrast, there was actually a kind of depressing absolute beauty. At the end of the corridor, a bright red curtain blocked the view. Behind the curtain was the banquet room of Barbie's restaurant. To be precise, it was the banquet room for the bronze card VIPs. Ho ho ho. The devil vine seed here is already mature. You can plant it in the brain of a dark-skinned goblin. Ho ho ho. You'll get the most delicious brain flower in 3 months. A plump purple-haired woman with 6 layers of chin raised a cocktail glass in front of Sunders. It was emitting a fragrant smell, but it looked like a purple-black vapor was rising from it. Want a drink, old friend? Ho ho ho. Drink this dark-skinned goblin brain flower and you'll be able to focus your spirit for 10 days and 10 nights without getting tired. Sunders took off his tall black felt hat, revealing his short, gray-green curly hair. He put the hat on the table, took the cocktail glass from Greya, and drank the brain flower which Flora considered a dark cuisine in one gulp. Not bad. Sunders put down the glass, crossed his fingers, and shrugged. He did not express his opinion. Hee hee. I forgot to tell you. Dark-skinned goblin brain flower can also release pheromones in your brain. Do you like it? The purple-haired woman, or Greya, narrowed her eyes. Sunders remained expressionless. I feel it. A lot of pheromones. Greya moved closer to Sunders and took a deep breath beside his neck. She did not smell anything. Greya frowned and gave Sunders a disdainful look. You're such a boring man. You're blocking pheromones, and you want to smell you? Are you as boring as yourself? Flora, who was floating in the air and doing nothing, agreed with Greya's words. Greya winked at Flora when she saw Flora's flattery. However, Flora only rolled her eyes at his flirtatious glances. Sunders gave her a plain look. Let's not talk about irrelevant things. Your invitation card is hard to get. Greya arched her back and supported her chin with her big, white, chubby hand with red nail polish. She looked at Sunders with a seductive gaze. Her alluring eye makeup looked like waves as she winked at Sunders. However, Sunders still did not look her in the eyes. He did not even want to look at her this time. So you're frigid, huh? You don't even know how to take advantage of a beautiful woman. Greya, who considered herself a beautiful woman, rolled her eyes. She swayed her big butt and walked to the food table nearby. There were all kinds of magical items on the table. There were all kinds of floating glass containers containing all kinds of ingredients, but they all had a non-mainstream appearance. There were black pieces of meat, purplish red viscous liquid, dense eyeballs, crawling soft-bodied worms with moving eyeballs, and even some colorful gas vortexes. Greya collected these ingredients from different places. One of the reasons why Barbie's restaurant traveled from place to place was to find ingredients from different places. Sometimes, Greya would even go to other planes to look for ingredients. For example, most of her ingredients with purple-black gas came from the Abyss plane. Most of her gaseous ingredients came from the Burning plane. Greya was wearing a light red, tight-fitting, thin dress. She stood in front of the kitchen and posed in a pose that she thought showed off her curves. She lifted her chubby chin and picked up a giant diamond-inlaid spoon. Twisting protozoa again? Sunders nodded. Greya snorted and pouted. Boring man. Twisting protozoa was a special insect that could not reproduce. It could not be found in nature. The only way to get one was to use Greya's self-created spell to cook with all kinds of ingredients. In the end, the result was an odd-tasting living food that was useless to everyone but Sunders. Greya cast an occult gourmet spell and began to process the ingredient with her unique kitchen utensils. When she was halfway done, the curtain of the banquet room was lifted. A sloppy, greasy man with a pointy mouth and bean-like eyes came in. The man was about the same height as Flora. His limbs were thin and his back was hunched. He looked like a lazy and sloppy laborer. As soon as the man came in, Flora frowned and flew closer to Sunders. She looked at the man with disgust and avoidance, which meant he was not an ordinary person. Greasy bird, what are you doing here? Hee hee. Since when are the waiters of Barbie's restaurant so unruly? Flora mocked. Greasy bird Neo did not get angry at all. He picked his nose and spoke with a straight face, Lady Greya, Tom Weasel brought a guest, and you need to receive him in person. There are guests? Sunders raised an eyebrow. There are guests on the sea? Could they be the adepts from the wild chicken organization outside? Flora frowned. Tom Weasel did not let them in, which meant they did not have an invitation card. Who could it be? Greya focused on her food and was not disturbed at all. She did not even look up at Greasy Bird. As a gourmet wizard, she always had her own principles when it came to food. What kind of guest is so important? Can't you see there are guests here? Don't tell me you're a silver card holder? Flora was still mocking Greasy Bird. There was no telling what kind of grudge she had against him. Greya was working quietly in the small banquet room, so Flora's voice was especially loud. When Flora mentioned silver card holder, Greya's ears twitched a little, but she did not stop working. Greasy Bird seemed to take something out of his nose and ate it without hesitation. Not silver. Flora sneered at the answer. When she saw Greasy Bird's behavior again, she almost threw up. Greya, on the other hand, calmed down and continued being a principled gourmet wizard. Greasy Bird shrugged. It's a gold card. Flora did not hear it clearly. She frowned and made a clack sound. Sunders' fingers were slowly tapping the table. When he heard the answer, he suddenly stopped. Clank, the kitchen utensils in Greya's hands suddenly fell to the ground. Gold card? Are you sure? Greya no longer cared about her professional ethics and asked loudly. Yes, sir. Greya dropped her diamond-encrusted utensils and rushed to Greasy Bird. Then let's go. Greya would only give out 3 gold cards per cycle in the entire Barbie's restaurant. A gold VIP status in the restaurant was even higher than Greya's. With that, Greasy Bird prepared to leave. The reason why she was so anxious was because the gold card system was not set up by her, but by that lord, and she had to abide by it. That lord was the faith of the entire fairytale town. No matter what, she would abide by his words. Flora wanted to stop Greya, but Sunders stopped her. Don't worry about it. We found Greya already, so there's no need to rush. The card system is a tradition of Candy House, whether it's Barbie's restaurant or Felicia's Butterfly Tavern. Sunders paused and sneered. But I do want to know who's the owner of the card. He picked up his black felt hat and put it on elegantly. He pressed down the brim and left the room. With Tom Weasel leading the way, the group arrived at the final dining spot. No one would have thought that after leaving the dark and ghostly hallway, they would arrive at the gold card banquet hall in such a state. The banquet hall was as large as a theater. It was extremely extravagant and luxurious. The carpet was made from the fur of some unknown beast. There was a faint golden velvet amidst the pure white and soft fur. The wall was embroidered with exotic silver threads with mind-gathering runes. The tables and chairs were carved from magical plants that emitted a calming aura. The tableware was made of pure white and exquisite porcelain. Even the lamp holder beside the tableware was carved with the head of an abyssal beast. Barbie's restaurant style varied from the childish exterior to the dark Baroque interior, and now to the luxurious interior. The group experienced different styles, which seemed strange yet somehow harmonious. Maybe it's because the workers here are all strange? Angor wondered. Along the way, they met many strange employees, such as Tom Weasel who loved to dance ballet, the ghost cleaner who spoke nonsense, the greasy and sloppy foreman, the eyeless waiter who hopped around stiffly. Yes, and this person in front of them. Angor looked at Greya who was almost a mountain of meat and gulped. Of course, he was not attracted by Greya's seductive makeup. He was scared. When Greya followed Neo to the banquet hall, she immediately sensed the ripples of the runes on the golden card. She thought the owner of the card was at least a wizard. She did not expect it to be a mortal who did not even construct a spirit model in his body. Greya's surprise only lasted for a second before she hid it away. She just received Tom Weasel's voice transmission and knew how this young man named Angor got his golden card. So it was from Toby. Greya raised an eyebrow. What's so special about morning dew that Toby likes it so much, greasy bird? Neo quietly retreated to an inconspicuous spot while Tom Weasel led the group to their seats. Hiroline, Jalal, and Sabo sat down naturally. The other apprentices did not. It was not because they did not have seats, but because they did not dare to sit. Angor did not dare to sit either. However, Tom Weasel just looked at him with a smile and refused to leave. Angor finally gave in and sat down awkwardly. Tom Weasel slowly walked away. Jalal humped disapprovingly about sitting with a mortal, but he did not say anything. After all, he was relying on someone else's golden card. While Hiroline and Sabo chatted with each other, Angor sat there with a blank expression. No one was talking to him, but he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Until Greya swayed her big butt and walked to Angor in a seductive manner. It's a pleasure to meet you, honorable guest. Greya sat down on the table in front of him and gently tapped Angor's shoulder with a lace fan in her hand. Angor shuddered. I'm Greya, your chef for today, said Greya. When Greya spoke her name, Hiroline, Sabo, and Jalal all looked up. They thought the meaty demon was also an employee. They did not expect her to be the owner of Barbie's restaurant, Barbie Greya. So you're Greya. My professor, Mitra, mentioned you when I was in Floating Mech City. Sabo thought Greya would ask him something or exchange some pleasantries. However, Greya only looked at him from head to toe and looked away without showing any interest. Sabo did not know what to say. Hiroline knew her position. The three of them were here to get free food for Angor, so she did not intend to talk to Greya at all. Instead, she watched the interaction between Greya and Angor with great interest. A formal wizard who needed to serve mortals. What an interesting scene. Lady Greya, I'm Angor Pad, a trainee of White Coral Floating Island Academy. Angor stood up awkwardly and bowed to Greya. Greya blocked Angor's movement with her folding fan. Angor Pad, is it? I'll call you Angor, okay? No need for formalities. Since you're in my restaurant, you're my guest. Don't mind the rules of the wizarding world. She opened her folding fan and covered her red lips with its lace cover. Besides, you're the most honorable golden VIP of Barbie's restaurant. Outside the golden curtain, Sunders was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Next to him was Flora, who was floating barefoot in the air, moving up and down leisurely. TSK. So it's really them. They just won't go away. Greya covered her mouth and pretended to be surprised. But she quickly put on her usual smile. But I didn't expect him to be an ordinary man. He was probably still on the redbud when we came in. No wonder we didn't notice him. Greya suddenly became angry again. These people are so shameless. They take advantage of ordinary people for free food. How shameless. Ahahaha. More importantly, he's a gold card. Of course Greya will make him some special food. It's such a waste to use custom-made wishes on ordinary people. Oh right. Since he's just an ordinary man, I can go in and threaten him so that he includes me. Then I can get free food too, right? That's a great idea. I'm so smart. Sunders did not say anything as Greya was talking to herself. When she finished, Sunders spoke in a casual tone. Barbie's restaurant has set up the most powerful magic arrays here. There are so many magic traps. Are you sure you want to break in? Flora blinked and looked at Sunders. Aren't you going to help me, Professor? Sunders gave her a sideways glance. If you want Barbie's restaurant to be destroyed, I can help you. Even a professor can't get in through normal means? Flora thought to herself. The security level of this golden card banquet hall is way too high. Inside the banquet hall, Greya glanced at the direction of the curtain. She knew Sunders and Flora were eavesdropping outside. If it were someone else, she might ask Neo to drive them away. But Sunders. As he said, he could not enter the banquet hall through normal means, but he definitely had the power to destroy Barbie's restaurant. Therefore, Greya would not want to offend such a powerful man. Angor, as the golden VIP of this banquet, as per the restaurant's custom, I'll make a special dish for you according to your request, Greya said in a serious tone as if she had just finished a ritual. She lifted Angor's chin with her fan and said in a flirtatious tone, "Little boy, you can tell me what kind of effect or requirement you want." Ho ho ho, you are still an ordinary person. I suggest you choose food that can increase your talent or the upper limit of your power of the will. It will be very helpful for you to become an official wizard in the future. Greya did not say anything else after that. It could increase the upper limit of one's spiritual power? And the improvement of one's talent? All the apprentice adepts present had their eyes wide open. Even in their dreams, they wanted to improve even one of them. Official wizards did not care about these things because after becoming an official wizard, the importance of power of the will and talent would greatly decrease. What an official wizard needed was knowledge and self-awareness. However, for apprentice sorcerers, only by improving their aptitude a little would they have a chance to become a sorcerer. If you don't become a wizard, you will eventually rot. As for the pursuit of knowledge and truth, it was still too far away for these apprentice adepts who were living a precarious life. The apprentice adept's restlessness seemed to have attracted Greya's attention. She moved her gaze away from Angor and looked at the others. Greya, ho ho ho, I almost forgot. In my Barbie's restaurant, bronze VIP customers can only order food between level 1 and 2, and they cannot share it with others. Silver VIP customers can order food up to level 3, and they can share it with others. But I will only make one serving. I don't care if you eat it or someone else. As for gold VIP customers, everyone's ears perked up. After getting everyone's attention, Greya finally revealed, Gold VIP customers, your food is still level 3, and I'll make the number of servings according to the number of people here. There are 8 of you, so I'll make 8 servings. Speaking of which, you guys really benefited from little brother Angor's help this time. You're lucky. Greya's words stirred up the crowd even more. The apprentice adept's eyes almost glowed. They could get a share too. Whether Angor chose to improve his talent or spiritual power, they could further improve their aptitude, which meant they were one step closer to becoming wizards. Mara almost jumped up in excitement. Destiny! Destiny! Wasn't this the destiny he had been waiting for? He did not expect Angor to bring him another destiny after leaving Pat Manor. He thought he would stay like this for the rest of his life after becoming a level 3 apprentice adept. He did not expect to receive another destiny not long after. And it was brought by that young man, Mara suddenly regretted. If he knew Angor was such a lucky star, he would have taught Angor the triangle channeling when they got on the ship, so Angor's impression of him would not deteriorate. Sigh. How regretful. But it did not matter. After leaving today, he still had a chance to fix their relationship. On the other side, Easley, who was the weakest in this trip to Barbie's restaurant, was also very excited. He had been staying on the upper floor of the Redbud these days. Lady Melinda did her best to teach him, and he learned a lot of common knowledge about wizards. How could he not know how important improving one's talent and spiritual power was to becoming a wizard? Easley's spiritual power was as high as 23 points. If he could improve his talent, he would definitely become a wizard. Easley looked at Angor's hesitant face and wished he could go to Angor and yell, choose the one that improves your talent. But as the one who had no right to speak, he could not do anything but pray in his heart anxiously. All the apprentices were ready to hug each other and celebrate. They believed Angor would definitely choose one of the two, because it was the biggest improvement for him. Angor also preferred to choose one of the two. Besides, Greya was the chef, so she would not lie to him. But he did not know how good his talent and spiritual power were. While Angor was hesitating. On the other side, Jalal, who had been keeping a straight face, suddenly asked, "Do you have section ephemera here?" Section ephemera, like the twisting protozoa, did not exist. However, unlike the twisting protozoa, which had almost no demand in the market, as long as section ephemera showed up in the world, wizards would flock to it. This was because it had a unique function. It could open up a new two-way channel in a stable plane. Although this channel could only be used once, it was still very useful for wizards. They didn't have to rely on the planar channel of a large wizard organization for a stowaway trip. If they came across an opportunity, they could make a lot of money. Therefore, the value of this channel was high enough to make most wizards stop. However, section ephemera's value was matched by its rarity. No one knew how it appeared in the wizarding world, or where to find it. But there were rumors that every time section ephemera showed up, Fairy Town had something to do with it. Barbie's restaurant belonged to Candy House, which was under the jurisdiction of Fairy Town. That was why Jalal asked. Jalal's question made all the Transcendents understand what he meant. If there were section ephemera here, they would give up on the idea of improving their talent or spirit power. They would just get a section ephemera for each of them, and the problem would be solved perfectly. The apprentices felt a little uncomfortable after hearing Jalal's words. But after giving it some thought, they realized that it was not a bad idea. If there really were section ephemera that even wizards needed, they could also exchange it for potions to improve their talent. It would take a long way, but they might even earn a favor from the wizards. Therefore, the apprentice adepts were happy to see this happen. Outside the banquet hall, Flora was yelling and yelling. Section ephemera. Ah. I want one too. These people are so shameless. Let me in. I want to join the banquet. As for Angor's opinion, they never considered it at all. They would just give him some compensation when the time came. So what if they did not? What could a mortal do? Do you have it? Jalal asked again. Greya looked at Jalal with a half-smile, then at Angor, who remained expressionless but whose trembling arms showed how nervous he was. A moment later, Greya opened her folding fan and covered her expression. Ho ho ho, section ephemera? Of course I have it. It's my special dish. All the wizards widened their eyes in surprise. Sabo was even more shocked. Floating Mech City was a large wizard organization, but it was also a well-developed city for trade. More than half of the money in the wizarding world would be sold here. Sabo knew the value of section ephemera very well. Besides, he often visited Sky Auction House, so he knew more about the inside story than others. Section ephemera was man-made. It was said that a wizard created it with an original spell. Original meant that it was difficult to replicate, and section ephemera was exactly what original meant. For nearly 100 years, section ephemera was sold exclusively, and very few were sold. Sabo never thought he would run into the creator of section ephemera here. If he could get on Greya's good side, he might not get the exclusive right to sell section ephemera, but if he could get a few of them occasionally, he would make a fortune. With that in mind, Sabo began to look at Greya in a different way. Not just section ephemera, but also secret snowy tree cakes, clouded raccoon soup set, demon crab meal, magic steam whirl. Greya listed a long list of dishes. Some of them could help develop one's brain, some could remove mana barriers, and some could open up mana vortices. All of them were very attractive to wizards. I want section ephemera, Jalal said with certainty. Heroline and Sabo frowned at Jalal's arbitrary decision. Heroline wanted brain development, while Sabo wanted magic enhancement. But it seemed like they could only choose one. In the end, the two of them did not say anything. Section ephemera was not bad. Even if they did not use it, they could just sell it for what they needed. There was no need to offend an alchemist with the title of Mithril Innovator. You're not the one making the decision. Greya pointed at Angor's direction. He'll agree, Jalal said without hesitation. Jalal looked at Angor with a complicated expression. Thanks to this young man, he was able to enter Barbie's restaurant this time. Otherwise, he would have lost face in front of other apprentices. Even so, Jalal did not feel grateful at all. Instead, he became angry at Angor for some unknown reason. Jalal felt a bit of hostility toward Angor, but he did not act shamelessly in front of everyone. Angor, is it? If you choose section ephemera and give me your share, I'll give you a potion of austere night, which can increase your maximum spiritual power by 2 points. Jalal looked at Greya without waiting for Angor's answer. Potion of austere night was very useful for apprentices. However, its value couldn't be compared to the section ephemera at all. 100 bottles of potion of austere night might be enough to buy a section of a section ephemera's tail. Angor was a bit angry at Jalal's words, but he did not let it out. He kept taking deep breaths and told himself, relax. Ever since he boarded the Redbud, Angor felt that he could not control his own fate many times. This time was the worst, but he did not dare to disobey. As John always said, a wise man submits to circumstances, and a little impatience spoils great plans. Angor wanted to act like a young man, but in front of the absolute power gap, he had no choice but to control his temper and put on a proper attitude. Do you have a choice now, young man? Greya asked Angor with a smile. Greya did not think Angor was wrong to choose either of the section ephemera and the custom-made package. Her own package might not be better than the potion of austere night either. This was why Greya did not stop Jalal from speaking. Otherwise, with Angor's golden card authority and the rules left behind by that person, Greya would definitely interfere. Angor remained silent for a while and said, I'll choose section ephemera. Jalal nodded when he heard the word section ephemera. As for I'll choose, Jalal simply ignored it. But before I make my decision, can I ask you something? He-ha-ha-ha. Of course. As a Golden Card VIP, all your questions will be answered with the highest standards as long as you're in Barbie's restaurant. Tom Weasel showed up out of nowhere. Angor glanced at Mara, who was puzzled at first, but he soon understood what Angor meant. Emo Luo probed, you want to ask about your teacher? Angor nodded and slowly explained John's condition to Greya. Of course, he did not mention John's real background. He only emphasized the changes in John's body and his current condition. Greya raised an eyebrow and thought for a moment. Your teacher's body is failing on its own? His limbs are shrinking? Angor nodded. Mara added, I used disease detection on his teacher. There's nothing wrong with him. No cause? His body is failing on its own. All the wizards present had the same answer in their minds. However, none of them spoke first. Heroline, who had been keeping a low profile, broke the silence. When there is no cause, the body is failing on its own. It's very likely that the world's consciousness is rejecting it. Heroline paused and said in a casual tone, your teacher might not be from this world. Everyone nodded. Greya also agreed with Heroline's opinion. Angor did not say anything. He knew his teacher was not from this world, but he did not dare to say it out loud. Mara helped him again. I used Dispel Bewilderment to check. His teacher should be from this world. The result is that he's definitely a human. Unless, there are humans in other planes apart from our wizarding realm. Mara's words confused everyone again. Humans only existed in the wizarding realm. This was common knowledge in the wizarding world. Humans from other planes or planes were either moved there by the wizarding realm, or they were humanoid creatures. Real humans from other planes could not exist here. Besides, even the descendants of immigrants from the wizarding realm would not be rejected by the world's consciousness when they returned. In other words, as long as one's ancestor had human blood, he or she would not be rejected by the world's consciousness even if he or she was showing the appearance of a humanoid creature. Not to mention that John was a purebred human. Everyone was dumbfounded. Heroline thought for a moment and said, if he's a human, then he shouldn't be rejected by the world's consciousness. If it's not an illness, then it's probably a spell like a curse. Mara was about to say that there were no traces of spells on John, but Heroline explained, maybe it's caused by some otherworldly ability from other planes, which is why spells cannot detect it. Thus, with everyone's comments, Chown's illness was determined. Angor wanted to see if Greya had any food to save his teacher. If she did, he would try to get it even if he had to offend Jalal. However, Chown's illness had been distorted by everyone's imagination. If they ordered food according to Chown's illness, they would definitely not be able to save Chown. The cause of John's illness was actually an alien from another world, and a lack of acclimatization. Angor did not dare to explain. He could only laugh it off. Any more questions? If not, I'll start making section ephemera, that's all, madam. He bowed to Greya and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered the itch on his shoulder. Oh right, there's one more thing I need to ask. It's about myself. Angor was planning to ask Mara about it after this trip was over. However, now that he had the chance, and the person who answered him was a wizard, Angor did not hesitate to tell the strange things that happened to him. A few months ago, Mr. Mara tested my talent. When I touched the talent orb, the world around me changed, and I was floating in the air. Everyone's expression turned strange as they listened to Angor's story. Abel's talent collection annual mentioned many records about Abel's talent orb, but none of them matched Angor's description. However, based on Angor's story, everyone came to a conclusion: Angor's talent must be special. Maybe it was a special talent. No, it was definitely a special talent. They just did not know what it was. Mara also widened his eyes and stared at Angor. He thought to himself, wasn't he floating in the air? Mara finally remembered what happened. Angor did say floating first after the test, but he seemed to have something else to say. However, Mara had just become a level 3 apprentice. His mana was in chaos, and he was still a bit impatient. He did not listen to Angor's words at all. Mara rubbed his temples in annoyance. How could he ignore someone with such a special talent right under his nose? If he knew this earlier, he could have used Angor's talent to gain some benefits. Mara sighed regretfully. Mara suddenly felt a cold glare directed at him from the corner of his eyes. Mara snuck a peek and saw Heroline looking at him with a cold face. Earlier, outside Barbie's restaurant, Heroline asked him if there were any special talents, and he confidently said no. However, reality slapped him in the face in less than an hour. Mara felt so wronged. Heroline stared at Mara angrily, but she was secretly wondering what kind of talent Angor had. This young man is quite lucky. He has some destiny. He did not panic when something happened, and he was calm all the way. So far, he has a good talent. The more Heroline looked at Angor, the more satisfied she felt. She was planning to observe Angor for a while, but now it seemed that choosing him first was the best choice. Heroline had already decided to accept Angor, but she did not interrupt him right away. Angor was going to join the academy anyway. It was not too late to talk to him after they left the restaurant. With that in mind, Heroline felt a lot more relaxed. That woman with stitches on her face scratched me on the back. Luckily, I was already in the storage room. Angor continued his story. Everyone was wondering what Angor's talent was. Both Sunders and Flora heard what Angor said. Flora thought for a while but could not come up with anything, while Sunders frowned. He had a feeling that he had heard something similar from somewhere before. After that, I always felt itchy on my back. But every time I checked myself in the mirror, there was no wound on my back. It felt the same when I touched it. Angor scratched his head and continued, just now, I was confused by some kind of food illusion on the redbud. The itch on my back even suppressed my appetite. That's how I got rid of the illusion, Greya interrupted, that's a mirage. We gourmet wizards do that when we make food. Those who did not have a spiritual power structure in their bodies would not be able to escape the erosion of the mirage. You said the itch helped you get rid of the mirage. Then, the thing that caused the wound on you must be something special. Sunders' eyebrows twitched when he heard Angor mention the word itch. His expression turned strange as if he remembered something. Can I take a look at your back? I think I saw something similar in an ancient book. Heroline suddenly spoke to Angor after thinking for a while. Angor hesitated for a moment. Then he took off his shirt in front of everyone. His thin and fair upper body looked transparent under the bright light. Unfortunately, he was still too young. His body was not fully developed yet. Everyone looked at his half-naked body as if they were looking at a child. They did not find it strange at all. Greya even pinched Angor's skinny arm playfully. Angor, on the other hand, lowered his head shyly and covered his stomach with his hand. He didn't have any chance to exercise during the months on the ship. His 8-pack abs had started to swell. Now, they could only see the shadow of his lean body. When Angor turned around, everyone saw his naked back. It was flawless. There wasn't even a mole. But that wasn't the point. Everyone was looking at the shoulder blade Angor mentioned. They didn't see anything wrong with it. Greya used a small cantrip called Eye of Truth to check again. The result was the same, nothing was wrong. All the wizards who were interested in Angor's story tried their best to find out what was going on, but none of them found anything wrong with the story. Greya then used a spell that could only be used by wizards, Delirium Break. It was a level 1 spell. Basically, it could be used to find all hidden truths. In fact, it was a spell that used clues to look back at the truth of history. Even so, Greya did not find anything wrong with it. That's weird. Greya wondered if Angor was lying. But if he was, how did he get out of the mirage? Besides, Angor had no reason to lie in front of so many wizards. Angor's wound, which was caused by the woman with stitches all over her face, was nowhere to be found. The apprentices whispered to each other and discussed their opinions. The wizards, on the other hand, had their own ideas. How about this? I'll give Angor an official test to see what kind of talent he has, and then we'll solve the scratch problem, said Hero Line. Angor will be a student of White Coral Floating Island Academy in the future. It doesn't matter if we do the test now or later. Hero Line purposely enunciated the words student of the White Coral Floating Island Academy with great force. If she wasn't mistaken, Angor's talent was a special one. A special talent didn't mean that he or she could become a wizard. But once someone with a special talent became a wizard, he or she would be extraordinary. Hero Line emphasized that Angor was a potential student of White Coral Floating Island Academy to prevent other wizard organizations from coveting him. Among the wizards from the 3 major organizations, Boko from Gravity Forest wasn't here, so he didn't need to be included. Sabo was a wizard from Floating Mech City, so he wouldn't get involved either. Hero Line's words were obviously directed at Jalal from Tower of Hurricane. Jalal naturally understood what Hero Line was implying. He nodded without saying anything. For wizards, a special talent would at most attract attention. Those who didn't become wizards would only rot away. It was already good enough that Tower of Hurricane accepted a student with high spirit power like Easley. They didn't need to worry about anyone else. Hero Line saw Jalal nodding and walked to Angor with a smile. She was ready to conduct the formal test. All talents were given a chance to have their talent tested once after joining their respective wizard organizations. This test was different from the general test in Abel's Eye. It would evaluate the talent in all aspects. Normally, after such a comprehensive test, the talent would be officially associated with a wizard organization. During the test, the wizard organization would take the blood of the testee. After the test, the blood would be made into an identification card with the emblem of the wizard organization and returned to the testee. After a few rounds, the testee would naturally belong to the wizard organization. Angor didn't know what it meant, but everyone else did. Florent and Mara were also looking at Angor in a much friendlier way. Just when Hero Line was overjoyed at the thought that she was about to accept an apprentice, a loud noise shook the entire hall. The violent shaking made all the extraordinaires cast spells to stabilize their bodies. What's going on? Is someone attacking us? All the infrastructures of Barbie's restaurant were engraved with Mageweth arrays that could stabilize space. Thus, no matter what state or location the restaurant was in, including when it was flying, drifting, or moving mechanically, the people in the restaurant wouldn't feel any shaking. However, at this moment, they felt such a violent shaking. There was only one possibility. Someone was attacking Barbie's restaurant. The power of the attack had exceeded the maximum capacity of the magic array. With the continuous attacks, the Mageweth array was already on the verge of collapse. The beautiful crystal chandelier in the center of the hall swayed from side to side like a pendulum. Clatter! 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 As the only mortal on the scene, Angor thought he would be humiliated by the violent shaking. However, when he was about to be blown away, Tom Weasel did a ballet move and jumped to his side. Angor did not know what spell Tom Weasel used, but Tom Weasel, who was about to lose his balance, felt strangely stable. He was standing on the shaking floor, but he felt more stable than standing on the ground. Wizards really are the most amazing beings in this world, Angor thought to himself. Greya suddenly rose into the air and yelled at the people outside. "What are you doing, Sunders?" After this question, the shaking suddenly stopped for a moment, and a chuckle came in from outside the curtain. "Heh. I just want to confirm something. Too bad the defense is too strong, so I have to face it head-on." His deep voice made everyone's expression change. They did not expect it to be Sunders who attacked Barbie's restaurant. If it was someone else, they might have a chance. However, they would not be able to escape unscathed even if they had twice the number of people on their side. Sabo was forced to stay at Devil's Water by Sunders. Sabo asked Jalal and the others to come because they represented the organization behind Sabo, not because they were strong enough to fight Sunders. If Sunders did not care about the reputation of the organization, they would have to run away before Sunders was completely enraged. Sunders had been a level 2 wizard for decades, while the wizards on their side were all level 1 wizards. The difference between level 1 and level 2 didn't seem to be much. However, the gap between them was even greater than the gap between an acolyte and an official magus. Besides, Sunders was one of the best level 2 wizards in the world. However, they were confused. Wasn't Sunders always nice to Barbie's restaurant? Why did he suddenly lose his temper? Also, he said that he wanted to confirm something. What was it? Was it because this matter was important to him? So important that he had to fight for it even if he had to turn against Greya? Greya thought of this as well, and she thought more about it. Every 10 years or so, Sunders would come to her to synthesize a twisting protozoa. She did not know Sunders that well, but they did have some basic friendship. Usually, Sunders treated Barbie's restaurant gently because she was the only one in the wizarding world who could make twisting protozoa. Besides, Sunders was one of the people who knew about that great existence. With him as a deterrent, Sunders would not turn against her easily. If Sunders still dared to do this, it must be something very important, something that would affect his future. Otherwise, someone as indifferent as Sunders would never do something like this. Something about his future, and he doesn't even care about twisting protozoa. Could it be? Greya glanced at the young man standing beside Tom Weasel with a thoughtful expression. It's because of him? Angor, the lucky young man chosen by Toby. What did he have that made Sunders so eager to confirm his relationship with Angor? If it was not him, why did Sunders suddenly attack Angor when his talent was about to be tested? Greya looked at Angor from head to toe and finally stopped at his naked back. Greya had an idea in her mind. She remembered Angor telling her that he entered a strange world. She did not think much of it at the time, but now that Sunders made such a big fuss about it, it seemed that there was a connection between the two. Sunders' title was Phantom Master. People who did not know him well might think that Sunders was an expert in illusions. However, Greya knew that Sunders was not called Phantom because of his mastery of illusions. The biggest reason for his fame was that he came from a strange plane called the Nightmare Realm. The Nightmare Realm was an unstable plane. It was only recorded an expedition into the Boundless Plains 200 years ago. Until now, there was no stable passage connecting to the wizarding world. Currently, the only way to enter the Nightmare Realm was to open a random space hole when the plane was close to the wizarding world periodically. So far, everyone who entered the Nightmare Realm did so by chance. So far, there were less than 10 people who entered the Nightmare Realm and returned to the wizarding world in one piece. This showed how terrifying the Nightmare Realm was. Those who successfully returned to the wizarding world all had vague comments about the Nightmare Realm. Whenever they talked about the Nightmare Realm, they would show deep fear and obvious greed. Their comments about the Nightmare Realm were unbelievably similar. Projecting reality, shining into illusions, and creating reality. Greya had never been to the Nightmare Realm, but she knew that Sunders' abilities were similar to the Nightmare Realm. His comment about the Nightmare Realm reminded her of Angor's description. It was exactly the same as Pad Matter, but there were a bunch of strange creatures living in it. So this was the projecting reality of the Nightmare Realm. With this in mind, Greya connected Sunders and Angor together again. If Angor really went to the Nightmare Realm for his talent test, then Sunders' aggressive behavior could be explained. Greya understood the key point, but she still had to figure out how to deal with it. On one side was the most honorable gold card holder in Barbie's restaurant, and on the other side was the famous Phantom Master from the Southern Wizarding region. That great being had left the Southern Wizarding region for hundreds of years. Relying on his name alone would eventually lead to an end. Greya's silence made Sunders continue his rampage. The room was shaking so violently that even the candles on the chandelier were thrown out. If it were not for Tom Weasel and Greasy Bird, the fire would have spread. However, in just a few minutes, several luxurious carpets were already on fire. In the end, Greya sighed and ordered Greasy Bird to open the barrier around the room. She hesitated for a long time and chose Sunders in the end. Sometimes, reality forced people to yield. No matter how beautiful the future was, it was only an illusion. The curtains in the hall were lifted. Tap tap tap, a man in a black robe, who looked like a noble, walked in with steady steps. No one would believe that such an elegant middle-aged man was the culprit behind the storm-like attack. Angor was also secretly observing the newcomer. Gray-green short curly hair peeked out from the edge of his black felt hat. His face was still handsome despite the traces of age. A golden monocle rested on his tall nose. His black tailcoat matched with a pair of gold-rimmed white silk gloves, and he carried a black staff. Every movement of the newcomer was incomparably elegant. The aura he carried was like that of an aristocrat with thousands of years of history. It was distant but exquisite, making people feel that they could only admire him from afar. Even if they got a little closer, it would be a blasphemy. Every step Sunders took tugged at everyone's heartstrings. What did he want? What did he want? All the extraordinaires looked at the man who had been acting calmly all this while with doubt and a hint of fear in their eyes. Finally, Sunders stopped in front of Angor. "Good afternoon, young man." They looked at each other. Angor did not know what to do. Especially after the shaking, he was leaning against the table with his legs wobbly. He took off his clothes and did not put them back on. His upper body was bare. A cold wind blew in from outside the curtains, and the cold wind made him shiver. The bare-backed young man and the noble Sunders looked at each other in such an awkward situation. Heroline was confused. Is Sunders here for Angor? Why else would Sunders attack her when she was about to give Angor a test? Heroline suddenly felt a sense of danger. It was not a life-threatening feeling. Instead, it was a sense of danger when she was about to lose something. Or rather, it was a sense of regret. Mara, who was standing beside Angor, suddenly let go of his hand and took several steps back to get away from Angor. He did not dare to get close to Sunders. Even a peek was enough to make Mara's hair stand on end. Seeing Sunders standing in front of Angor, Greya's eyes flashed. He's here for him. There was a moment of silence. Greya, give me a section ephemera too. Suddenly, a clear yet eerie voice reached everyone's ears. They all looked at the source of the voice. Flora, wearing a red gauze dress, floated in the air and slowly floated into the hall. She mumbled as she floated, "Professor, I misunderstood you. You're not a stone in a manure pit. You're so nice to me. You know I want section ephemera, so you let me in like this. You're both rough and gentle. I love it." Sunders ignored Flora's words. He crouched down and carefully observed the young man in front of him. When Sunders crouched down, Angor saw Flora's face. When he heard Flora's familiar voice, he immediately recalled what happened on the Redbuds deck a month ago. This girl flying in the air was Flora the Blood Witch, whom all the supernaturals fled in fear the other day. Flora's delicate appearance did not catch Angor's attention. Instead, it was the shadow behind Flora that made him widen his eyes in shock. Back on the deck of the Redbud, when Sabo and Flora were flying toward the Cloud Whale, Angor saw a shadow behind Flora from afar. This time, Flora was only a dozen meters away from Angor, and he finally got a clear view of her. A human-shaped shadow wearing a tattered black cloak was quietly clinging to Flora's back. The shadow seemed to have noticed Angor's gaze. It slowly lifted its face, which was covered by the tattered black cloak. 2 green will-o'-the-wisps and a pale white skull appeared in front of Angor. The figure under the black cloak was actually a skeleton. Angor was frightened by the sudden horror and took a big step back and fell to the ground. Because of Sunders, Angor was already the center of attention. Everyone saw his reaction. Why did Angor suddenly get scared? With this question in mind, everyone followed Angor's gaze and saw Flora, who was yelling for section ephemera. Flora had a nasty personality and loved fresh blood. However, her appearance would definitely make her a beautiful woman. What did he see? Why was he so scared of Flora? Sunders glanced at Flora, then at Angor. A faint smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his cold mouth. You can see the Red Reaper. Sunders did not sound doubtful. He sounded very certain. Red Reaper? What the hell is that? Flora was chatting with Greya. Hearing Sunders' question, she suddenly turned around and looked at Angor in surprise. Sunders had been looking at Angor the whole time. Angor only realized that Sunders was talking to him now. Angor hesitated and asked, Red Reaper? Is it the black-robed man behind that mister? Angor stuttered and did not know how to describe the skeleton. Sunders chuckled. The Soul Gatherer skeleton? Yes, that's the Red Reaper. Hee, as expected, you can see the Red Reaper. Good. Did I hear that right? Saunders said very good. Sunders complimented someone? And the Red Reaper? Where is it? There's a Red Reaper behind Flora? Why can't I see it? The wizards cast true vision spells in secret, but to no avail. Flora even glared at them fiercely. The atmosphere became awkward. Hey! You can see Little Red? Flora suddenly appeared in front of Angor in a flash. Angor was a little surprised by Flora's sudden appearance. Who's Little Red? She asked. Flora pointed at the shadow on her back. That's Little Red. Ugh. Angor looked at the pale skeleton under the hood and gulped. So you can see Little Red. Flora rolled her eyes when she saw Angor's frightened expression. Hee. Little Red, say hi to him. As soon as he finished, Angor heard a drawn-out "you" sound. Angor shuddered. He carefully looked up and saw that it was the Red Reaper. The ghostly green flames in the Red Reaper's dark eye sockets turned into a moon-white soul flame. The soul flame even curved into the shape of a crescent moon. Under Angor's terrified gaze, the Red Reaper reached out a white bony arm from its tattered black robe. It held a blood-red rose in its hand and gently handed it to Angor. Rose? Angor was surprised. Is it for me? The soul flame in the Red Reaper's eye sockets flickered. It nodded. Angor reached out his hand with a tentative look. Flora did not say anything, but her expression darkened a little when she saw Angor's action. Sunders did not say anything when Flora and Angor were talking. But now, everyone saw the serious look in his eyes. Angor's action could not be hidden from the others. However, they could not see the Red Reaper, so they could only guess what happened when Angor reached out his hand for no reason. There's a creature here that only Flora, Sunders, and Angor can see. It's called the Red Reaper. Angor reached out his hand to take something from the Red Reaper. What's that? Both Flora and Sunders changed their expressions? Heroline had a feeling that she would lose something important if Angor accepted the gift she didn't have. Heroline wanted to stop Angor, but as soon as she moved, she felt a great pressure pressing down on her. She could not even open her mouth to speak. She could clearly hear people whispering around her. She was the only one who could not move. Heroline looked at the man in fear. The man did not even look at her, but he simply stopped her from doing anything. He knew what she was going to do. Without saying anything, without attracting anyone's attention, he made her lose control. What a terrifying man! Angor's hand finally touched the Red Reaper's hand. He felt something cold on his fingertip. Was this the feeling of a bone? It felt real, but Angor had a strange feeling in his mind. However, it only lasted for a brief moment before disappearing. He hesitantly took the blooming rose from the Red Reaper's hand. The rose's color was redder than blood. When Angor took the rose in his hand, the people around him suddenly gasped. Angor did not know that in other people's eyes, he slowly reached his hand into an unknown space. His empty hand became blurry and distorted, and a beautiful rose suddenly appeared in his hand. It was not difficult for supernaturals to take things out of thin air. But who was Angor? He was a mortal who did not even know channeling methods. How could a mortal suddenly have a rose in his hand, so, There really was a Red Reaper here that they could not see with their spells. Angor looked at the rose in his hand. Apart from its brighter color and stronger fragrance, it did not look any different from an ordinary rose. While Angor was observing Rose, Flora covered her mouth in shock. She looked at Angor and Sunders in bewilderment. She swore that she asked Little Red to give Angor the rose just to tease him. Little Red was not in the real world at all. Without special spells, it could not interact with reality. To Flora's surprise, Angor actually got the rose. And it generated reality and showed up in the real world. This was too inconceivable. Flora looked at Angor's confused face and suddenly realized something. She quickly turned to Sunders with a wronged look. "Professor, you did it for him, right? Right? You did it for him. I knew it. You can't be so nice to me all of a sudden." "I see." As usual, Sunders did not mind Flora's antics. His lips curved into a smile, and his cold expression softened a little. "You did well. Shine into the illusion and create reality. Your talent is extraordinary." Sunders reached out a hand to Angor, who was still sitting on the ground. Angor hesitated. He was facing a man who even wizards feared. Would he get beaten up if he did not reach out his hand? After hesitating for a while, Angor still took Sunders' hand. Sunders pulled him up and looked at Angor with his dark brown eyes. "Do you want to be my student?" Before Sunders could finish his words, the whispers of the supernaturals around them stopped abruptly. Then, they burst into an uproar. Sunders wants Angor to be his student? This must be the biggest news in the southern region this year. So far, Sunders only took in 2 students. Both of them have become official magi. This mortal brat is really lucky. Humph. Instead of lucky, shouldn't you think about why Sunders wants him as his student? Yeah, what's so special about him? Is it because of the strange story he told us about during the talent test? Shoo. Sunders fought so fiercely just now. He wanted to get into the hall before Hero Line could test his talent. Didn't that already tell us something? Someone exclaimed, and everyone fell into contemplation. Yes, Sunders never did anything extreme. Even when Lady Jalal and Lady Flora were fighting at the entrance of the restaurant, he did not even look at them. But this time, he acted so impulsively. There must be something we do not know. For example, this young man named Angor might have a special talent that Sunders could not wait to take him in as his student, but, no matter how good the talent was, it was only icing on the cake for a wizard. No magus would really use a person's talent as a criterion for accepting a disciple. There were too many things to consider when becoming a wizard. Both ordinary and special talents had their own advantages. Once a wizard became one, talent only determined the lower limit of a wizard. The accumulation of knowledge was the most important factor that determined a wizard's upper limit. If that was the case, Angor's talent was enough for Sunders to make an exception and take him in as his student. So, what was the limit of Angor's talent after becoming a wizard? The apprentices all looked at Angor with jealousy in their eyes. Their futures were still uncertain, but this young man had already been taken in as a disciple by one of the most powerful adepts in the southern region. How could there be such a huge gap between people? Moreover, this young man's luck is too good. He got a gold card and even accepted a disciple. Why didn't we get a share? The atmosphere at the scene was very strange. Not only were the apprentices jealous, even the official wizards were a little envious. There was a huge difference between a level 1 wizard and a level 2 wizard. If they had a level 2 wizard to guide them, perhaps they would have achieved much more. Heroline finally understood why she had been feeling uneasy all this time. So that was why. There was no doubt that Angor's talent was excellent. Otherwise, why would Sunders do it before she could do it? A genius student who was about to enter White Coral Floating Island Academy was interrupted halfway. No wonder she felt so uneasy. Heroline's beautiful eyes were filled with struggle. She wanted to say something, but Sunders never relaxed his pressure on her. The pressure she felt was even worse than before. She could not even move her fingers. Heroline could only pray in her mind. Don't say yes. Please don't say yes. Although she knew her prayers were useless. The discussion only lasted for a moment. The situation on the scene did not change because of their clamor. Angor felt that since he met that strange seabird on the redbud, something had changed. He had been in a state of ignorance since the beginning, but he was pushed to this point by an unknown force. He took the gold card in a daze, stepped onto the deck in a daze, was taken away by Tom Weasel in a daze, was chosen to be a section ephemera in a daze, and when he thought his journey of ignorance was about to end, the noble man in front of him sent him an invitation to take him in as a student. The unknown force pushed Angor forward in an unknown direction, and the future was changing because of all kinds of unknowns. If the idealist philosophers from Earth were to talk about this force, they might have a new name, they would call it fate. He did not know whether this mysterious fate was the cause of Angor's current situation. The only thing he knew was that he should answer now. Not to mention the man in front of him. The other supernaturals around him were staring at him like knives and spears, making him restless. "Sir, I promised Mr. Mara that I'll go to White Coral Floating Island Academy. You want to save your teacher?" "Yes, John, if I remember correctly?" asked Sunders. "Yes. Then do you think there will be a formal wizard to teach you when you go to White Coral Floating Island Academy, and you can find a way to save your teacher within 5 years?" "I don't know. But I'll try." Angor hesitated. He heard from Mara that every apprentice who joined a wizard organization would have a formal wizard as their teacher. However, apprentices were only nominal students. What they learned depended on the wizard's mood. It was really difficult to become a formal wizard's disciple. Heroline, on the other hand, wanted to say, "I'll teach you." However, she did not have the chance to speak. The other wizards did not want to offend Sunders either. Sometimes, hard work will not get you a good result. "If you become my disciple, I can teach you myself." Sunders rubbed his white gloves. 5 years later, if you don't have the power to save your teacher, I can give you a magic scroll that can freeze any living being and buy you another 5 years. Of course, if you still can't save him in 10 years, then his death is destined. Angor's head snapped up when he heard Sunders' words. 10 years. It had been almost half a year since he left Pat Manor. He had not even reached Fey Continent yet. If he wanted to go back and save John, who was dying in 5 years, he really did not have enough time. Angor did not show it on his face, but he had been anxious in his mind for the past few months. Now that Sunders said he could give him 10 years, the scale in his mind began to shift. Time was what he lacked the most. "So? Do you have an answer?" Sunders looked very relaxed. He did not seem to care about Angor's choice at all. However, only Flora, who knew Sunders best, knew that his eyes were filled with desperation and stubbornness. Flora even believed that if Angor refused, Sunders would probably knock him out and kidnap him. What kind of talent is this? Why does the professor value him so much? Even Flora was jealous of Angor's luck. Angor thought for a moment and looked at Mara, who was not far away. Mara did not see Angor's look, but he noticed someone else. Heroline. Heroline was glaring at him with a vicious look. Mara did not understand why Heroline was so angry at him. However, when he thought about how Heroline looked at Angor with a regretful look, Mara realized something. Obviously, Heroline was blaming him for not noticing Angor's talent in the first place. Otherwise, Sunders would not show up out of nowhere. Mara felt wronged. When he tested Angor's talent, he did not know that Angor's talent was more than floating. Besides, he had just become a wizard. He was too excited and careless. However, Mara did not dare to argue with Heroline. If he really did, he would not have a place in the academy anymore. Seeing Heroline blaming him, Mara felt a chill down his spine. He was just an apprentice. He was like an ant in front of a wizard. Even if Heroline killed him, the academy would not think much of it. Mara thought about the unknown and dangerous future. He thought for a moment, clenched his teeth, and made a decision in his mind. Mr. Sunders, Angor has joined White Coral Floating Island Academy, so, Mara could not finish his sentence. It was not because he was scared by Sunders, but because everyone was staring at him. The hall was noisy, and people kept whispering among themselves. However, when Angor tried to answer Sunders' question, everyone stopped talking and waited for Angor's answer. Mara's sudden voice caught everyone's attention in such an extremely quiet moment. Angor was like a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers when he was being stared at. He did not know much about the wizarding world yet, so he could at least speak clearly. Mara, on the other hand, was used to the fickleness of human nature. Most of the time, he knew how to judge the situation. In front of an official wizard, he would subconsciously bow and bend his knees. Because of this, when he was stared at by an official wizard, he could not even speak clearly and kept stuttering. Heroline cursed inwardly in her heart. She was so angry that she couldn't fight back. Florent, on the other hand, raised his hand uncomfortably to cover his hot cheeks. Mara did not speak clearly, but he got what he wanted to say. However, Sunders did not even look at him. He was still rubbing his white gloves casually, waiting for Angor's answer. Mara stood awkwardly in the center of the room. He felt uncomfortable for a long time. Just when he felt like he was about to be swallowed by the silence, a strange laughter broke the awkward silence. You mean Angor is already a student of White Coral Floating Island Academy? Why didn't I notice that? It was Flora who spoke. She was floating in the air, as if she was lying on an old man's chair. She was in a relaxed half-reclining position. Her smooth, beautiful legs were crossed, and her white toes were pointing at each other. He followed me on the ship, so? Does he have to join some random organization just because he's on the ship with you? Flora began to taunt. He's just a mortal. He didn't even build a spirit model in his body. How can you say he's a member of your organization? Flora took out her luxurious umbrella and pointed at Angor. I remember your organization's channeling method is triangle channeling, right? Then tell me, did you teach Angor triangle channeling? If you did, then I have nothing to say. Just like that Easley kid, I'll let you have him. It's a long journey from the marginalized island to Devil's Water. Don't tell me you never taught him anything? Flora's words made Mara and Florence straighten their bodies. They did not teach him anything. She then looked at Angor. Angor, right? Let me tell you something. Generally speaking, organizations like them are known as the academic faction. It was similar to the light sorcerer faction that some sorcerer apprentices talked about. Sorcerer organizations like this usually valued talented individuals, and they would pass down the channeling method to them on the receiving ship. I've just glanced at the talents on the Redbud. At least 50% of them have built spirit power channels inside their bodies. This also means that if they value a talented person, they will definitely pass down the channeling method to them early on. But look at you. You. Don't you see it? They didn't value you at all. Flora's words hit the nail on the head. Mara shuddered. When he taught the channeling method to Alan and Alina, he did plan to teach Angor as well. However, he did not want to give Angor everything without getting anything in return, so he gave up. Besides, the principle of equivalent exchange in the wizarding world made sense. He did not want to teach someone the channeling method for no reason. I'm right, aren't I? If you taught Angor the channeling method, we won't stop you from taking him away, according to the rules of the wizarding world. But if you didn't teach him the channeling method, the choice is Angor's. Stop yapping. Mara did not move. However, everyone here was a supernatural. They all noticed that Angor was just a mortal. He did not show any sign of learning channeling method. Flora was using Jalal's words to slap Mara's face. And Mara did not even have anything to say. Logically speaking, Angor did not learn the channeling method of White Coral Floating Island Academy, nor did he take the formal talent test. Angor was, at most, a probationary student of the academy. Probationary students were free. They did not sign a contract, nor were they bound by emotions. Even if Mara tried to argue with morality, it would not work. At this point, Mara had nothing to say. He stepped aside quietly. Looking at the anger in Haroline's eyes, Mara lowered his head in shame. If he knew this would happen, he would not have put on airs. He would have just taught her the channeling method and solved the problem. Triangle channeling was not a good thing anyway. Sigh. If only he knew. Emma Luo felt that he had gone from being joyful to desolate. Thinking about his future back at the academy, even the chance to enjoy Greya's food could not lift his mood. With endless sadness, Mara felt as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He stood in a corner, feeling lost. Angor, little brother, have you made up your mind? Flora floated to Angor and gave him a seductive look. Don't you want to be my junior? Flora's seductive look did not achieve the desired effect. Angor's eyes were still clear as usual. He even frowned at the seductive gesture. Flora was stunned. She cursed little brat in her mind and rolled her eyes. She floated to Greya and began to discuss the food with her. Angor was the focus of everyone again. Angor looked at Mara, then at Sunders. He hesitated not because he was afraid of offending anyone. He was just wondering what Sunders wanted from him. He did not believe in giving something for no reason. Just like how Mara did not teach him the triangle channeling method back then. Sunders' appearance was too strange. Angor believed that Sunders wanted something by choosing him. Angor was hesitating because he did not want to offend Sunders if he could not give him what he wanted. What did Sunders want? How far could he give Sunders? These were all reasons for Angor's dilemma. If he chose White Coral Floating Island Academy, he would not have to worry about these things. But could he really save his teacher's life in 5 years? On one hand, he had to plan for himself. On the other hand, he had to plan for his teacher. Angor clenched his teeth and struggled to look up. He uttered a single word. All right. Sunders smiled. Sanders smiled. Very good. Because of Angor's decision, Flora looked at Angor more affectionately. Apart from those from White Coral Floating Island Academy who looked regretful, everyone else looked at Angor with a serious expression. Before entering Barbie's restaurant, this young man was probably just a lucky guy. They would not pay much attention to him. But half an hour later, this young man's status would rise because of his teacher's name. No one would look down on him anymore. Even if he was only a mortal now, no one could tell what would happen in the future. Angor had thought it through. Choosing White Coral Floating Island Academy was not as easy as he thought. Choosing Sunders did not mean that he had no freedom either. Besides, White Coral Floating Island Academy did not provide him with a life guarantee. Sunders already promised him that if he did not achieve anything in 5 years, he could extend his teacher's life for another 5 years. In the end, Angor chose Sunders, which was understandable. What Angor did not know was that it was not the academy that did not provide him with a life guarantee. It was just that Hero Line was completely suppressed by Sunders, not to mention promising anything. At the same time, the pressure on Hero Line disappeared after Angor made his choice. Hero Line sighed in relief. It had only been a few minutes, but she was already soaked in sweat. Angor joining Brute Cavern was a foregone conclusion now. She could only sigh in her mind. She did not dare to show any dissatisfaction towards Sunders. She humped coldly beside Mara's ear, gave Angor one last meaningful look, and returned to her seat. Ho ho ho, I didn't think I could witness such a warm scene in my restaurant. Greya walked to Sunders with her heavy body and deliberately said the word warm while gritting her teeth. Angor broke her restaurant's rules and destroyed most of her magic array runes. If the person in front of her was not Sunders, she would have kicked him out already. Suddenly, Greya put away her anger, squinted her small eyes, and whispered into Sunders' ear, "What's this kid's talent? You destroyed my magic array just to take him away?" Greya's gossipy look was obvious. It seemed like she was just whispering, but she did not use any spell to block her voice. Everyone in the restaurant heard her question clearly. Ever since Sunders barged into the restaurant to take Angor as a student, everyone's curiosity about Angor's talent had reached its peak. Greya's question just happened to tickle everyone's itch. Everyone tried to look calm, but they all pricked up their ears, afraid that they would miss Sunders' answer. Even Angor himself was curious about the answer. What did Sunders want by taking him in as a student? However, to their disappointment, Sunders only raised an eyebrow and did not say anything. Greya rolled her eyes. You've turned my restaurant upside down, and you can't even answer my simple question? Sunders casually picked up his cane from the table and asked Flora to leave. Hey. Can you at least answer my question? Is that kid's talent related to that? Where? Where is that place? Say it clearly. Everyone looked at each other. Sunders gave Greya an inscrutable look and left the hall with Flora without saying anything. Of course, he did not forget to bring Angor with them. You're taking Angor away? Are you going to use his gold card to order food? Send it to me later. By the way, what do you want to eat? I don't know what to say. Sir, do you have any suggestions? I'm sorry, sir. This was the first time Angor called someone other than John sir. His face flushed red. Sunders was satisfied with his new student's obedience. Do as you see fit. Pick anything you like. He paused and added, but Greya's living food is unique in the wizarding world. Living food? Angor felt uncomfortable just hearing the word. Flora explained, living food is a creature created by Greya using her own spell. It doesn't exist in this world. These creatures all have their own uses. Section ephemera, for example, is a living food. Angor thought for a moment and looked at the wizards in the hall who were all waiting for his answer. Heroline did not show any expression. She still could not let go of the fact that Angor was robbed halfway, so she did not have any appetite. Sabo, on the other hand, was lost in his thoughts. He glanced at Angor from time to time, as if he was still thinking about Angor's talent. Jalal, on the other hand, was wearing a gloomy expression. He did not dare to order Angor as arrogantly as before. Angor looked at Jalal and then at Sunders. He suddenly realized something. This cheap teacher seemed to be a good choice after all. Lady Greya, I've made up my mind. Section ephemera it is. Everyone sighed in relief after hearing Angor's words. Jalal's gloomy expression relaxed a lot. Section ephemera was very useful to him. He had been looking for it for years without success. If he missed this chance, he did not know how long he would have to wait. When Angor made his decision, Jalal's attitude toward Angor immediately changed from a bit of hostility to a bit of gratitude. If Angor was still immortal without any background, Jalal would not have such a change. But with Sunders' support, even Jalal would not underestimate Angor anymore. Angor hesitated for a moment and asked, Lady Greya, can I get section ephemera for my professor and Flora too? Flora was surprised. She quickly broke into a smile. You're really good. No wonder the professor likes you so much. Hee, I'll take care of you in Brute Cavern from now on. You can do whatever you want. He didn't need section ephemera, but who wouldn't like something free? Greya shrugged. Fine. You're a VIP with a golden card. Whatever you say. Before, Greya chose Sunders due to the pressure of reality. Now that Sunders and Angor were teacher and student, Greya naturally preferred the golden card holder. After leaving the golden card banquet hall, only the three of them were left in the group. Angor was so nervous that he felt the air was getting thinner. Flora floated in the air in a good mood while humming an unknown tune. Angor followed closely behind Sunders. He was anxious about the unknown future, but he was also looking forward to it. Jalal is an alchemist. He's an extreme and narrow-minded alchemist, but he's very skilled in alchemy. He's known as Mithril Innovator. If you want to learn alchemy knowledge in the future, you can't avoid his name. His contribution in improving Mithril was a big story in the alchemy world 100 years ago. Keep a good relationship with him, and it'll be good for you. Sunders' voice broke the awkward silence. Angor nodded heavily. As expected, Sunders gave him the right to choose. If he did not choose section ephemera, he would definitely hate Jalal for it. Angor was Sunders' student, but his status was still way lower than Jalal's. Wizards were usually cruel and selfish. Even if Jalal killed Angor, he would not do anything. The current state of maintaining a basic friendship was the best situation for them. The three of them arrived at the bronze card banquet hall where Sunders stayed. It was empty for now. Greya was still preparing section ephemera for everyone in the golden card banquet hall. Sunders closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. He was smiling. He seemed to be in a good mood. Flora took the chance to tell Angor about all kinds of legends about Barbie's restaurant. Compared to Tom Weasel's exaggerated and vague description of Barbie's restaurant, Flora's description was more intuitive. A moment later, Angor had a basic idea about this mysterious restaurant that was rumored to be wandering around. A weird waiter is actually nothing. If you've been to Fairy Town, you'll see even more strange things. Compared to those tin men, scarecrows, and heartless princesses, at least Greya's mind is normal, Flora concluded. Fairy Town was a strange alliance of wizard organizations in the southern wizarding region. Or rather, it was just a concept formed by many wizard organizations who were willing to accept the concept. In addition, some sorcerer organizations were too weak. They joined the Sorcerer Alliance in order to protect themselves under the encirclement of other powerful forces. Gray's organization was called Candy House in the Forest. Candy House had joined Fairytown 400 years ago. Among the many organizations under Fairytown's jurisdiction, it was one of a kind. Most gourmet wizards in the southern wizarding region came from Candy House. The difficulty of becoming a gourmet wizard was one of the highest among all occultists. So far, there were less than 10 gourmet wizards in the southern wizarding region. Greya, on the other hand, was one of the best gourmet wizards in the world. Greya isn't that strong, but her spells are so strange that even bloodline wizards, who are famous for their attacks, don't want to mess with her. Flora moved on to Greya. Anyway, she should be in the top 10 of my list of wizards who I don't want to be enemies with. You got the gold card from Barbie's restaurant, which means you become friends with her. When you become a wizard in the future, this favor will bring you unimaginable benefits. Flora's words were very utilitarian. But this was the wizarding world. Feelings were more useful than benefits. Sunders nodded slightly. He also gave a rare comment about Greya. She's a real wizard. She deserves respect both as an enemy and as a friend. A real wizard? Angor mumbled. He did not understand what real wizard meant. Were other people not real wizards? Sunders only smiled at Angor's question. He did not explain further. Wizards had to walk their own path. If Sunders pointed it out now, it would only lead them into confusion. Still, Sunders added something else. Walk your own path and not be trapped by your predecessors. Moreover, he had been working tirelessly for decades. Even if his future was uncertain, it was still a unique scenery. This kind of sorcerer is a true sorcerer. Sunders rubbed his cane. Too bad. Many wizards know this and want to walk down this path. But they lack enough knowledge, and they can't understand it well enough. As a result, there are fewer and fewer real wizards nowadays. Sunders did not elaborate further on the topic. Because of these words, Angor was able to choose a path that truly belonged to him in the future. As they talked, Angor felt the atmosphere was much better than before. Following Flora's guidance, Angor also told something about himself. His life had always been a three-point line. In short, he only had 3 things to do: study, eat, and sleep. Angor thought his new teacher would think such a boring life. Angor looked at Sunders anxiously. Sunders still did not show anything on his face. He put his cane on the table, crossed his legs, and spoke in a casual manner. Sunders, from your life. But too gentle. So you're better to be an academic wizard. Angor was taken aback by the question. He already knew that both Sunders and Flora came from Brute Cavern. Brute Cavern was one of the top organizations in the southern region. Most of them were dark wizards, while few were light wizards. Most of them belonged to the dissidents in Brute Cavern. Most of the academic wizards Sunders mentioned were light wizards. According to the perception of apprentices, both Sunders and Flora were dark wizards. But now, Sunders labeled him as an academic wizard. Was he dissatisfied with him? Angor recalled the conversation between Flora and Mara. They both looked down on academics. Angor felt that he was being too sensitive. But he could not help thinking about it. Angor's thoughts were all shown on his face. Sunders glanced at Flora. Flora smiled knowingly and patted Angor's shoulder. Hee hee. Looks like we'll have to rely on you to improve our relationship with the dissidents when we get back. You don't have to care about the difference between factions. Most of the time, what you do can be decided by a single thought. White, black, or gray. That's not the standard to judge a person. Dissident is just a nickname we came up with in private. The image of wizards in the general plane is bloody and cruel, and most of the wizards who go to other planes are academies. Therefore, it doesn't mean that academies are good people. It depends on how you do it. Light wizards, dark wizards, those apprentices make up categories. They're not accurate at all. Don't take it too seriously. I don't like academies. It's just because some of the academies in Brute Cavern are two-faced. It's not that I have a problem with them. Angor blushed a little when he realized that Flora had seen through his mind again. Fortunately, Greya came in with a tray of food and managed to divert everyone's attention. The porcelain tray was covered with a delicate lid. It was gently placed in front of Angor, which attracted everyone's attention. Greya was followed by Tom Weasel and Greasy Bird, who were also carrying trays of food. They placed the trays in front of Flora and Sunders. "What's the point of putting it in such a delicate way? We're going to take it away anyway," Flora complained as she removed the lid. There was a transparent crystal bottle in the shape of a water droplet. The lid was made with a string and a cork. There were faint shining magic runes on the cross-section of the bottle. There was water inside the bottle. The water did not look like anything. However, if someone used a true sight spell, they would immediately see a transparent worm swimming around happily inside the bottle. This insect was the section. Ephemera. "Enjoy your meal, Angor." Greya winked at Angor in a flirtatious manner. However, people could not help but feel their stomachs churning. "Enjoy? You want me to drink the water?" Angor could not see the section ephemera, so he could only shake the crystal bottle in confusion. "It's a section ephemera. You don't need it now, so you can keep it for now," Sunder said. "When we get back to the organization, you can also sell it and exchange it for materials you need. But I don't recommend you to sell it. Section ephemera has a unique effect. It might come in handy when you become a wizard." Sunder seemed confident that Angor could become a wizard. Greya gave Angor a strange look. Her guess was not confirmed, which made her curious. Greya told Tom Weasel to stay by Angor's side while she walked to the kitchen. "Sunders, it's your turn. We're twisting protozoa?" Greya seemed to be asking a normal question, but her eyebrows were lowered. No one could tell what she was thinking. Sunders curled his lips. Greya's question sounded normal. However, after what happened in the banquet hall, Sunders knew that Greya was trying to figure out Angor's talent from Sunders' answer. If Sunders answered no, Greya would be able to figure something out. How could she not be suspicious when she changed the custom food she had been using for decades in such a short time? It looked like a question on the surface, but there was a deeper meaning behind it. Of course, Sunders knew that Greya was just gossiping about Angor's talent. She did not really mean to pry. However, as someone who loved to see others gritting their teeth, he would not allow someone to gossip so easily. Especially when this person was his student. Sunders, who was in protective mode, said with a calm look, "Of course." Greya didn't know what to say. She gave Sunders a few more suspicious glances, but the man still didn't seem to care at all. Could she have guessed wrongly? Did Angor's talent have nothing to do with the Nightmare Realm? But when she thought about what Angor told her, it sounded more like the Nightmare Realm. If Angor's talent was related to the Nightmare Realm, then he must have accidentally entered the real Nightmare Realm during the talent test. Could Angor's talent be connecting reality and the Nightmare Realm? Greya laughed at herself. No way. A realm passage could not be connected by a mortal body. Greya thought that Angor's talent might have something similar to the twisting protozoa. That was why she came here to gossip. But now, it seemed that she was wrong. Greya shook her head. She had to give up on something she could not figure out. The man sitting in front of her was a big shot in the southern wizarding region. She could not force him to talk. With that in mind, Greya suppressed her doubts and began to prepare the twisting protozoa. While Greya was preparing the ingredients, the sound of wings flapping against the wind reached everyone's ears. They followed the sound and saw a seabird about the size of 2 palms flying in from outside the curtain. It had gray feathers, green eyes, red claws, and orange beak. It did not look any different from an ordinary seabird. But what if this seabird was wearing clothes, white hat, blue bib, and a small bag? Logically speaking, it should be very strange for a seabird to be dressed like this. But strangely, this seabird's attire was surprisingly harmonious. Perhaps, it had something to do with its intelligent, human-like eyes? Ah. It's Twitty. Angor looked at the seabird and called out in a low voice. The seabird heard Angor's voice and did a few circles in the air before landing on Angor's golden head. Oh ho ho. Toby, my sweetheart. Greya was already standing beside Angor and rubbing her chubby cheeks against Toby's head. Since the bird was on Angor's head, Greya simply hugged Angor as well. Angor's mind went blank, and his vision became blurry. He felt like his face was being squeezed out of shape when he was surrounded by the fat. This was the first time he was so close to the opposite sex apart from his deceased mother. However, he didn't have the slightest bit of romantic thoughts. He just wanted to break free as soon as possible. After struggling for a while, Greya finally let go of him. The seabird was still perched on Angor's head, but its feathers were a little messy. Angor, on the other hand, was in a much worse state. His sleek, slicked-back hair was messed up by Toby's arrival, and Greya's actions turned it into a mess. Hey, what's with this bird? Flora giggled when she saw the hopeless look on her new junior's face. She pulled Angor behind her. What are you talking about? Don't be rude. It's Toby, my pet. Greya glared at Toby. Who cares what it's called? It's just a bird anyway. I can't be bothered with you. Greya carefully picked up Toby and put him on her shoulder. She then continued to work on the twisting protozoa. That bird is a living food, Sunder suddenly spoke. A living food? Is it Greya's creation? Flora was surprised. Should be. Flora's expression changed. No, I checked it carefully just now. It's definitely a demon bird. It's a low-level monster. How can it be a living food created by Sunders? Just use Dispel Confusion on it and you'll know. Sunders seemed to be impressed by Angor's ability. A moment later, Flora turned around with a puzzled look. She used Dispel Deceit to observe the bird, and the source was cut off. This was a typical remnant of creation. Before, Greya's creation spells could only create all kinds of non-intelligent creatures. I didn't think she could create a demon bird with intelligence in just a few decades. Looks like her power has reached its limit. Sunder sighed. If she didn't go astray, she might become the first level 2 gourmet wizard in the south in another 20 years. Section Ephemera and Twisting Protozoa both had miraculous powers, but they did not have intelligence. For wizards, they could only be used as materials. Monsters, however, were different. Many of them could even defeat mortals, but they had already gained intelligence. If they were lucky enough, they could become powerful beings. So this is a real wizard? She's going further and further on her path. Flora sighed. What's creation? Angor could not help but ask. Sunders pointed at Greya. It's Greya's original spell. You'll see it soon. Greya's living food was usually taken away by the customers directly, so she did not use special utensils to cook them. She moved quickly and put all kinds of unknown materials into the gourmet wizard's special magic device. Whirlpools of gas, multi-eyed monsters, smoke, worms, ores, unknown liquids. Every material was strange, but they all emitted an unusual aura. Next, Greya suddenly tossed all the materials into the air. She seemed to be mumbling something, and rays of light began to spread out from her fingers. Angor saw all kinds of living and dead materials changing their shapes and colors under the massage of the light. They were like moist mud being molded into new shapes and sprouted new buds. In the end, a black, multi-ringed worm appeared in front of Greya. Angor only watched the show. Sunders and Flora, on the other hand, saw the application of a lot of knowledge and techniques. Together with the special energy waves of the gourmet wizard, and the arrival of an unknown will, she could create living creatures with various templates. So beautiful. So magical. Angor commented. Her knowledge is as vast as the sea, and her logic is ever-changing. How amazing. This was what Flora and Sunders would say every time they watched Greya cast a new creation spell. Angor looked at the living worm and asked in a low voice, Creation? Is it creating life? Angor remembered that in the myths of Earth, whether it was the East or the West, only the most powerful beings could create life. But in the wizarding world, could anyone create life by becoming a warrior wizard? Sunders remained silent for a moment. Yes, and no. Perhaps only the god of creation in the myths can truly create life. But wizards don't believe in gods. They only believe in truth and knowledge. Greya's spell is called Life Creation. It looks like it's about creating life, but there are too many theories involved in it, including phantom beast biology, microbe structure reconstruction, mana core exchange, and so on. It's not like the god of creation in the legends. Oh. Angor nodded. It was similar to the theory of cloning. Both of them used various methods to break the reproductive barrier and create new life. I see. I think I understand now. Still a kid. Sunders shook his head. He did not think Angor really understood it. He thought the boy was just pretending to be calm because of his stubbornness. However, he did not realize that Angor was already a qualified scholar when it came to certain knowledge and logic. Sunders did not point it out. He did not want to embarrass his new student. When Angor left Barbie's restaurant, the moon had already climbed up from the horizon. The starry sky was reflected on the surface of the sea. The dark sea looked as if it was covered with a carpet of fireflies. It was a beautiful sight. A wave surged up, shattering the ripples of the firefly, and rippling the gentle moonlight. For Angor, what happened today was beyond his imagination. He could not tell whether it was good or bad yet. But he knew it was time for him to bid farewell to his ordinary past. Standing in front of the childlike restaurant, Sunders spoke slowly, "Go back to the Redbud tonight and pack your things. Flora will come to pick you up tomorrow morning." He nodded to Angor and waved his cane to order the demon falcons who were on standby to send Angor back to the deck of the Redbud. Angor stood on the deck and watched the two people flying away. The bright starry sky was the background, and the giant cloud whale was Canaan. Tomorrow, he would also board a wandering vehicle and start a new journey. The road ahead was long and unknown. It was easy to lose one's way. He stood on the deck for a while until he saw a lot of people standing around him. He finally woke up with a start. "Hey, what did you do in the building over there? What's it like inside?" "Oh, right, what's your name? Are you from the Tower of Hurricane? Who's that on the bird? Do you know them? Why did that strange ballet dancer take you inside? Do you know them?" All the talents on the Redbud surrounded him and asked him questions. Angor looked around. Some were envious, some were jealous, some were curious, some were flattering, and some were indifferent. Even if some of them were unruly or slanderous, Angor still felt at ease. When he was in Barbie's restaurant, he always felt like he was walking on clouds with nothing to rely on. For a mortal, it was already good enough for him to stay calm in the restaurant. Now, he fell from the clouds and returned to the ground. The noise, and immaturity of the talents around him all told him that he had returned to the mortal world. This inexplicable contrast made him feel at ease. Perhaps, this was the mentality that a mortal should have when he was still a mortal. He did not answer the questions. He only apologized to the crowd and walked back to his room step by step under the confused gazes of the crowd. It was destined that he would not be able to sleep tonight. Both Angor and the others on the Redbud. Angor leaned against the window and pondered. The gentle moonlight filled everyone's line of sight. The sparkling waves on the surface of the sea reflected into his clear eyes. The world was impermanent. Where was it a moment ago, and where was it a moment later? The journey of life is always full of unknowns. He continued on his journey anxiously. Whether it was wind, rain, or rolling waves in front of him, they were all just scenery halfway through his journey. He even thought that maybe he could study the religions and philosophies of Earth after this night. Whether it was religious doctrines or chicken soup for the soul, weren't they all the same? He only regained his senses when the moon was high in the sky. He would leave the Redbud tomorrow and embark on a new journey. His cheap teacher gave him one night to pack his luggage. He could not waste it here. Angor quickly got to work. The first thing was to pack his luggage. He did not have much luggage. Apart from some clothes and some daily necessities, most of his belongings were the books he bought in Moonwater City. There were 2 big wooden boxes in total. Most of the books in the boxes were rare leather books. There were only a few paper-bound books. They were not as finely made as Noble's books, but they were still fine among the common folk. Angor really wanted to take the 2 boxes of rare books. To him, books represented knowledge. Nothing was more important than knowledge. Both John and Sunders had told him that. But, he could not carry 2 boxes by himself. Should he ask his teacher to help him? The image of his teacher helping him carry the boxes was too embarrassing. Angor did not dare to think about it. After thinking for a while, Angor decided not to carry the 2 boxes. He had already scanned the books in the boxes into his hologram tablet. He did not want to give them up because of his love for rare books. Since he did not want to carry the boxes, he had to find a suitable owner for them. Throwing away books was not the style of a book lover. He only knew Mara, Alan, and his sister on the ship. Mara was not a peer, so it was not appropriate for him to give books to Mara. Besides, Mara might not be interested in books written by ordinary people. So, Angor decided to give the 2 boxes to Alan and Alan. It was 11 o'clock at night. Angor did not know when he would leave tomorrow. Even if Alan and Alan were already asleep, Angor planned to check on them. Perhaps the illusion of food during the day caused a large number of injuries to the talents on the Redbud. When Angor walked through the narrow corridors, he could clearly hear people screaming in pain. Some were crying alone. Angor felt more and more sad as he walked. He was not a saint, nor did he sympathize with the injured. There was only one source of his sadness. He felt sad when he saw people at the bottom of the wizarding world who could not control their own fate and ended up like this. Especially when he knew the truth of the illusion. It was just a mirage that appeared naturally when a gourmet wizard was making food. No wizard was trying to suppress you. It was just an unintentional aura that sent all the talents on the ship into endless terror. What else could he say? This was the fate of the weak in the wizarding world. Angor himself was such a weakling right now. His sorrow was only a melancholy for the fate that they both had no control over. After walking through several intersecting corridors, Angor found Alan and Alan's room. The siblings' room was at the end of a branch in a corridor. They were opposite each other, so they could look after each other. This must be Mara's arrangement. When Angor arrived, he was surprised to see the door of Aline's room slightly open. Sobs came from inside. He also heard Alan's soft comforting voice. Angor did not act like he was eavesdropping. He knocked on the door gently and pushed it open when he heard "come in." Angor opened the door and was surprised to see not only Alan and Alan but also Mara in his black robe. Erin accidentally tripped over the corner of the table when she was enjoying the food mirage and fell to the ground. Alan was applying medicine on Aline's feet when Angor came in. Mara's expression was strange and complicated when he saw Angor. His eyes were filled with jealousy, envy, regret, and resentment. Angor felt a chill down his spine. In the end, Mara did not say anything. He only sighed sadly. On the other side, Aline's cheeks blushed as tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at Angor with a pitiful expression. Before Angor could figure out what was going on with Aline, Alan explained for him. "Angor, I heard you were taken in as a student by a big shot, and you're leaving soon, right?" Alan asked in a childish voice. His chubby, white hands were holding Angor's sleeves. He looked curious and envious. "I see." Angor understood Aline's feelings for him. However, he knew it was not love. It was just a young girl's emotional reaction. It was just like a poem from ancient times on Earth that described how young people did not know the taste of sorrow, but always pretended to be sad. However, it was just the behavior of a Chunibu who liked to seek excitement. Love at first sight and puppy love were mostly illusions caused by the exuberant hormones of youth. Angor always thought Aline's feelings for him were an excessive chemical reaction. If he really responded to such feelings, he would definitely suffer from withdrawal symptoms due to time. Besides, Angor did not think of Aline as anything more than a friend. For this reason, he had always been calm and collected when dealing with Aline. He even treated her like an elder who didn't need to be concerned. However, he never thought that his god's eye view of subtle feelings was also a Chunibu behavior, and he did not know it. Anyway, it was just a simple sentence. Aline liked Angor, and when she heard from Mara that Angor was going to leave alone, she acted like this. Angor gave a simple answer to Ellen's question and comforted Aline about her injury. As for the other things, Angor did not answer them. He liked the personalities of the siblings, but they did not go beyond the boundary of friends. He would not respond to unwarranted feelings. Angor explained his intention. Thinking that he could read some books to kill time on the way, Alan nodded without hesitation. It was a free book after all, and he would not turn it down. Alan was very active, while Irene was still complaining. It did not take long for Alan to move all the books into his room. Angor sighed in relief when everything was done. When it was time to say goodbye, he walked to Mara and apologized for choosing Sunders in Barbie's restaurant. Perhaps the others wouldn't think that there was anything wrong with his choice, and they wouldn't think that he should apologize to Mara. However, he knew that Mara was the one who took him away from the mortal world. Despite that, he was still grateful. To him, Mara was the one who had led him into the world of adepts. He had chosen Saunders for his own selfish reasons. This kind of selfish desire was not wrong for anyone in this world. However, as someone who was taught by John to be gentle, courteous, and thrifty, he felt that his choice this time went against his conscience. Mara was surprised by Angor's sincere apology. After a while, Mara slowly said, "You made the right choice. You made the right choice. If I were you, I would have made the same choice. In fact, I would have made the decision even faster than you." Emma Luo looked at the young and immature face, but it was filled with a solemn and persistent apology. The anger and resentment in his heart suddenly disappeared. Mara suddenly became curious. How did Angor's teacher, John, teach someone like Angor? The sudden apology was unthinkable. The persistence was also very strange, but this series of actions made people feel very comfortable. Angor knew that his choice was not wrong. However, he had already promised to join White Coral Floating Island Academy, and now he went back on his word. "No matter what, I'll keep my promise to you. Once I become a level 2 apprentice, I'll come to White Coral Floating Island Academy to fulfill my promise." On the quiet deck, a fat woman in a dark purple dress suddenly appeared. "Oh ho ho. Sweetheart, let me see where the boy is." The woman's sharp voice pierced through the night sky without alerting anyone. The sound of flapping wings came from the air and landed on the woman's shoulder. Under the gentle moonlight, people could see that it was Greya, the warrior Barbie, and her pet, Toby. Greya's spirit power quickly covered the redbud. As her tentacles extended, Greya clearly saw the situation on the ship. TSK. A small mirage and so many people got hurt. Looks like these talents are in trouble. When I go back to Candy House, I should suggest to my superiors that talents should be recruited through bloody battles. Greya's reckless search with her spirit tentacles naturally alerted the 3 wizards on the ship. However, Greya's spirit ripples contained a trace of information that she intentionally released. After analyzing the information, they decided not to bother Greya any longer. Looking for Angor in the middle of the night? I don't know what she wants. Heroline shook her head. Every time she thought of Angor, she felt regretful. Fortunately, Sunders did not tell her what Angor's talent was. Heroline did not feel too bad about it. Oh ho ho. Found it. When his spirit power reached Aline's room, Mara felt a great pressure that made his body tremble. Before he could understand what was going on, Greya's figure appeared in front of him. Greya's fat body made the already narrow room even more crowded. Lady Greya? Greya ignored Mara's cry and looked at Angor on the other side. Angor was also wondering why Greya came here. Before Greya could say anything, Toby, the seabird on her shoulder, flapped its grayish-white wings, flew to Angor's head, and landed steadily on his golden hair. Angor was speechless. Why did Toby like to stay on his hair? Lady Greya, may I know what you're here for, Your Excellency? Greya looked at Angor. Just a small matter, and I hope you can help. Angor quickly expressed that he would try his best. When we were in the restaurant, you said you used a tea called Morning Dew to trade for the restaurant's gold card from Toby, right? Yes. My professor planted the tea, Angor said. Good. I'm here for the tea. As a gourmet wizard, I'm always curious about anything in this world that can be put into your mouth. So, I'd like to trade for some Morning Dew from you. Can I? Of course. With that, Angor was about to go back to his room to get the rest of the Morning Dew. But when he glanced at Mara from the corner of his eye, he changed his mind. When I left home, I gave most of the Morning Dew to Mr. Mara. You can trade for it from Mr. Mara, sir. Mara looked up and gave Angor a grateful look. Before, he was only dissatisfied with Angor. But now, all his anger and hatred were gone. At least Angor was friendly to him, and that was enough for him. Hero Line might punish Angor when they returned to the academy. But Angor was Sunder's student, and he had a bright future ahead of him. Being on good terms with Angor was also a reward for Mara. As for hatred? In the wizarding world, where the strong preyed on the weak, the hatred of an ant would only bring endless pain. Greya raised an eyebrow and gave Angor a meaningful look. She smiled and turned to talk to Mara. Of course, Mara was willing to give the morning dew to Greya. He hurriedly took out all the morning dew and gave it to Greya. He was planning to earn some money from the morning dew when he returned to the Fey continent. But since Greya needed it, he had to give it all to her. When talking about the reward, Mara insisted that it was free. This was a favor from a formal wizard. But Greya did not give him the chance. Instead, she gave Mara a small bag of magic crystals after getting the morning dew. After the deal was done, Greya looked at Angor again. This time, other than the morning dew, I actually have another favor to ask of you. Toby. Greya lifted her hand. The seabird sitting on Angor's head fluttered its wings and landed on Greya's hand. Toby has been with me ever since it was born. It was a new life that I inadvertently synthesized with an ordinary seabird as the main material, mixed with a variety of phantom spirits and precious materials. Since it was born, I tried to simulate the situation at that time, trying to create a similar magical beast again, but it was to no avail. You can say that Toby is one of a kind. Greya looked at Toby with a gentle look. Toby has been with me all these years. It doesn't have special powers like other monsters, but it's very intelligent. Now, Toby can understand human language, and its spirit power capacity is almost the same as an apprentice's. Angor already had a feeling that Greya was going to entrust her son to Angor. Barbie's restaurant travels from place to place in search of ingredients all year round. Toby is safe with me around. But this time I've reached the critical point of leveling up. A gourmet wizard needs a large number of unique ingredients and recipes. I've been searching the southern region for hundreds of years. I'm sure I missed some, but I've already incorporated them into my system. Even so, I still don't have enough ingredients for leveling up. So, I've decided to leave the southern region and travel to a faraway place or an unknown general plane. I've never considered it before. But I've been stuck at this point for hundreds of years. If I don't find a direction soon, I'm afraid I won't have another chance in the future. So, I've decided to give it a try. Greya used a soundproof barrier, so Angor was the only one who could hear what she said. The journey ahead is full of dangers. I can't guarantee Toby's safety, so I hope you can let Toby stay with you while I'm away. Greya stared at Angor. She had many options. For example, she could leave Toby at Candy House or ask a close friend to take care of him. However, Toby refused to go anywhere and insisted on staying with Greya. After some persuasion, Toby reluctantly chose someone else. It was not a friend of Greya's. It was someone she had only met once before, Angor. Greya didn't know why Toby chose Angor, but when she thought about Angor's character, as well as Angor's potential future, she didn't say anything. Since Angor was leaving with Sunders tomorrow, she came to the Redbud under the cover of night. Toby also understood Greya's words. He looked at Angor with his bright little eyes, as if waiting for an answer. Angor, so she's asking me to take care of him. It's not enough to take care of him for the rest of his life, but it's not far from it, Angor's eyes. Angor's. Angor had no answer to any of these questions. But it was Greya, a real wizard whom even Sunders considered worthy of respect. Flora also told him to maintain a good relationship with Greya. Angor clenched his teeth. Whatever. Things were already like this. It could not get any worse. Even if he could not satisfy Sunders, with Toby's help, maybe Sunders would not embarrass him too much for Greya's sake. Okay. I'll take good care of Toby until Mr. Sunders comes back. Greya couldn't help but giggle when she saw the desperate look on Angor's face. Don't be so serious. Like I'm pressuring you with my power. Greya tidied up her hair. Don't worry. Toby is easy to take care of. When we get back to the continent, you don't have to worry about Toby's food. He'll find his own way. Besides, Toby is smart. With his help, he might even take care of you. Greya looked at Toby in her hand and did not move her eyes away for a long time. the atmosphere quieted down. Angor could tell from Grea's expression that she loved Toby very much. Angor was a little jealous. He had a teacher and a big brother in the mortal world. But in the wizarding world, would he still find someone he could trust in life and death? After a long time, Grea slowly put away her sad expression and released Toby. Toby hovered above her head for a long time. Go. Toby hesitated for a moment and slowly landed on top of Angor's head. My hair is messed up again. I'll have to fix it when I get back. Angor thought to himself. Thank you for taking care of Toby before I come back, said Grea. Grea was about to leave. But before she left, she gave Angor a capsule-shaped soft bubble. This is a space capsule made from microbes living in the gray space wall of a plane. You can store a lot of items. But it's a one-time use. There are some daily necessities for Toby, as well as your reward for taking care of Toby. Crush the capsule and you can take them out. With that, Grea was about to leave. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a confused Alan walked in while rubbing his eyes. When Angor was talking to Mara, Alan took Aline back to his room. Grandpa, Aline's asleep. Do you need, huh? Who are you? Grea didn't care about Alan's sudden intrusion since he was just a kid. But when she glanced at Ellen, a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. He's your grandson? Grea pointed at Alan and asked Mara who was standing beside her. Mara thought Grea was blaming Alan for his recklessness and nodded with a frightened look. Yes, he's my grandson Alan. Lady, he's still young and naive, Grea waved a hand and interrupted Mara. Let me ask you, what happened to your grandson when he was tested for his talent? What happened? Mara was confused. He created something out of nothing. During the test, Alan saw a piece of black bread on the empty plate in front of him. Creating something out of nothing was one of the most common changes in Abel's talent collection annual. Creating something out of nothing? I don't think so. Grea smiled and took out a metal badge from somewhere. On the badge was a small wooden house hidden in a forest, and on the back of the badge was a relief of Grea's head. This is my badge from the candy house. If you're willing, you can take my badge and send him to the candy house. After all, the gourmet wizard of the candy house is the second best in the southern region. Of course, Mara understood what Grea was trying to say. Alan had the talent to become a gourmet wizard? Mara looked at the chubby boy. His favorite grandson had the talent to become a gourmet wizard, recalling Alan's usual interests. He was either eating or looking for something to eat. Even the mirage that appeared today because of Barbie's restaurant, Alan was deeply trapped in it, and he was not controlled by his appetite to do anything out of line. Mara would not think too much about these signs before. He just thought his grandson was growing and eating more was a good thing. Now that Grea pointed it out, Alan's talent was obvious. As expected, the onlooker could not see clearly. After Grea left, Mara began to feel conflicted. Should he send Alan to Candy House to become a gourmet wizard? Gourmet wizards were occultists, but they were always weak in the wizarding world due to their weak fighting power. Many sorcerer apprentices who walked the path of gourmet food, because they had not advanced to official sorcerers and their combat power was weak, would rather rely on the strong and become the cook of the strong. Although their status was not necessarily low, it was not high either. Alan had the talent to become a gourmet, so he could choose not to follow this path. It was all up to him. With Grea's recommendation, at least Alan would not become a nobody in Candy House. However, it was too difficult to become a powerful wizard in the gourmet path. Mara did not want his grandson to become someone else's chef at all. What a dilemma. The next day, when Angor was about to leave, Alan and his sister both came to the deck to bid him farewell. The sun was shining brightly today. Angor rode the demon falcon and circled in the sky. The figures on the deck went further and further away until they completely disappeared. Who knew when the next time they would meet? Parting was a common thing in life. Angor was already looking forward to the day when they would meet again. The closer he got to the cloud whale, the more he felt its magnificent aura. When the demon falcon flew over the cloud whale's head, Angor clearly felt the whale's enormous blue eyes staring at him. As he flew higher, the eyes of the cloud whale moved along with him. Those blue eyes were as beautiful as the sun shining on the surface of the sea. they were calm and gentle. The cloud whale's gaze shocked Angor greatly, but at the same time, it also gave him courage. The uneasiness he felt when he was brought to the sky for the first time slowly faded away under the cloud whale's gentle gaze. The demon falcon placed Angor on the back of the cloud whale. Angor landed on the ground and was shocked by the layout of the cloud whale's back. Was this really the cloud whale's back? Not a comfortable, leisurely ranch, the vast lawn and endless greenery made Angor feel as if he was standing on a grassland. Cows with black and white stripes were scattered around the green curtain, leisurely swinging their tails and nibbling on the fresh grass. The demon falcon flew in the air. When tired, it would rest on a rock, and when thirsty, it would drink from the pool in the center of the ranch. Everything looked so natural and harmonious. Even the big and small tents on the grassland did not look out of place. Angor landed in front of the largest and most luxurious dome tent in the ranch. He was wondering if he should lift the cover when Flora floated out in a red dress. Hee hee. I know you have a lot of questions. Come with me. I'll answer them for you. Flora paused a little. My professor is working on an experiment. It involves radiation. You don't have any spells to protect yourself, so your body will deteriorate easily. I'll take you to him at night. Now, I'll take you to your place. Hey, isn't that Grea's silly bird on your head? Flora raised an eyebrow. She suddenly reached out a hand and grabbed Toby from Angor's hair. Last night, he spent the whole night talking to Toby and asked the bird to move to another place instead of staying on top of his head. He didn't care about his image, but he didn't want to show up in public with a messy hairstyle. Angor tried his best to persuade Toby, but Toby kept raising its head and looking at him with innocent eyes, as if to say, "What are you talking to me?" Grea did say that Toby could understand human language, but she never said that Toby could speak human language. Toby was determined to pretend to be ignorant, so he could only accept it. However, he secretly decided in his heart that when he had the chance, he would definitely buy a hat to wear, something similar to the cheap teacher's felt hat. When that time came, he would see where this bastard could hide. Toby was curled up and sleeping. Angor's golden hair served as a soft blanket for the Toby. At first, Toby's eyes looked tired and confused when it was suddenly grabbed by someone. But when it saw Flora looking at it with a curious expression, Toby suddenly remembered the strange quirks of wizards that its master once told him about. Toby flapped its wings in fear. But Flora's grip was so tight that Toby could not escape. It was so scared that it kept chirping, and even its pitch was raised to a high pitch. This silly bird was born from a creation spell. I wonder what's so special about it, Flora mumbled. I really want to dissect it. Toby shook its head. Seeing Flora's face getting closer and closer, Toby's eyes rolled up, its legs kicked, and fainted. So boring. You're such a coward. Flora tossed the unconscious Toby to Angor. Angor hurried to catch the little guy. Grea asked him to take care of Toby, and he would not be able to explain himself if something happened. Toby returned to Angor's hand. Perhaps Angor's gentle aura stimulated the bird, and it slowly woke up. You're awake? Such a coward. Lady Grea said you can take care of yourself. Angor sighed. It seemed he would have to work harder in the future. Why is this silly bird with you? Did Grea give it to you? Flora was puzzled. Lady Grea asked me to take care of Toby for a while. Angor explained what happened yesterday in a concise and clear manner. I see. Flora frowned. It doesn't have any other special abilities apart from understanding human speech. Wait, Grea's living creatures all have their own special abilities. Section ephemera can build plane passages, twisting protozoa can use historical aura to locate space coordinates, bullfish butterflies can add wings to their exoskeletons. To think that a living creature without any special abilities would be born. That's incredible. I really want to dissect it. Flora moved closer to Toby with a curious look. Toby flapped its wings in fear and tried to hide in Angor's arms. Angor put Toby inside his chest pocket. He was wearing a white shirt and a brown checkered jacket today, which made him look more mature than before. Toby's little head slowly rose from the pocket. When it saw Flora was still there, it shrank back in fear. It even reached out its red claws and fastened the buttons on the pocket. Angor was also amused by the human-like behavior. Flora shrugged. Looks like the silly bird is too scared to come out. That's good. I don't want it to mess up my hair again. Angor pulled his messy hair. It doesn't have any special abilities, but it's good enough to be an alchemy pet. Flora suddenly became spirited. Do you want me to turn it into an alchemy pet for you? What's an alchemy pet? Angor was puzzled. Flora gave him a mysterious smile and blew a whistle at the sky. Next, a loud noise came from afar, followed by clouds of dust that frightened the cows. When the dust cleared, a black feathered owl was standing on Flora's shoulder. The black feathers on the owl were as sharp as needles, which gave it a majestic look. The golden feathers on the owl's forehead looked like a crown, which made it look like a king. What a handsome owl! Angor thought to himself. But he also noticed that the owl's eyes were cold and dark green. It was not an animal's natural coldness. It was a kind of mechanical indifference. Let me introduce you. This is my alchemy pet, Xianxia. In order to get information quickly, or when a wizard did not want to show up in person, they would use their eyes and ears. A wizard's eyes and ears could be used in 3 ways. First, special spells such as possession, voice transmission, etc. All of which could be used as eyes and ears. Second, stand-in scouts. Third, alchemy pets. Alchemy pets were an experimental method used by wizards. Through alchemy, a wizard could turn monsters, phantoms, or wild beasts into his or her eyes and ears. Stand-in scouts were also created from living creatures, but they had their own consciousness. Alchemy pets were different. Alchemy pets were almost dead. The energy they needed to survive was the mana circulation in their body, which was completely dependent on the wizard. Their eyes were the wizard's eyes, and their ears were the wizard's ears. A wizard could completely control an alchemy pet, which was almost like a clone of the wizard's 5 senses. However, alchemy pets did not have their own consciousness. In Angor's opinion, alchemy pets were the cruelest method. However, despite the cruelty, alchemy familiars were the most effective and least likely to go wrong. An alchemy pet was already a part of the wizard's body. It could never betray or be tricked by spells. Angor considered. If he wanted to find a pair of eyes and ears in the future, he might need an alchemy pet. But he did not dare to turn Toby into an alchemy pet. Greya might not let him go, and he would not be able to forgive himself. He promised to take good care of Toby, and breaking his promise was not something a man would do. Flora looked a little disappointed when Angor refused her alchemy pet. If Angor agreed, she could study Silly Bird properly. Maybe she could even find out the key data of Greya's Genesis spell. Too bad. But Flora's regret only lasted for a few seconds. Even if she obtained the original data of Genesis, as long as she did not follow Greya's path, she would not be able to replicate it. She was only curious because wizards were born with a thirst for knowledge. Flora said she would take Angor back to his room first. Angor was enjoying the scenery of the grassland on the whales back along the way. But as they went deeper into the ranch, he felt more and more strange. For example, when they passed by a square stone house, he smelled an extremely strong smell of blood. Also, ever since he started following Flora, he always felt that someone was peeping at him from behind. The prickly feeling made him very uncomfortable. But every time he turned around to look for the source of the gaze, he found nothing. The curtains of every tent were tightly closed. Apart from the cows scattered on the grassland, he did not see anyone. But every time he turned around, the feeling of being stared at appeared again. Angor felt uncomfortable all over. Flora seemed to have noticed it too, but she did not explain anything. When they passed by a metal building, Angor sensed something strange from the closed door. He did not know if it was his imagination, but he thought he smelled the stench of rotting corpses. The sun was bright, the grass was green, the cows were idle, and the eagles were flying freely. The ranch looked so fresh and natural at first glance. Angor felt the same way not long ago. But all kinds of strange places, the smell of blood, the evil gazes, and Flora's meaningful smile all made Angor feel that something was not right about this ranch. Maybe what was hiding under the sun was a bottomless abyss, an unspeakable evil. Angor did not intend to investigate. But this initial feeling already told him that the atmosphere here was completely different from the Redbud. Maybe this was the difference between light wizard organizations and dark wizard organizations that apprentices talked about? There were also some dirty things on the redbud, but as long as you did not cause trouble, you would be fine. Angor never felt scared on the redbud. But soon after he stepped on the cloud whale, he already felt that every nerve in his body was tense, as if he would be devoured by a monster that came out of nowhere in the next second. When he talked with Flora freely, Angor felt that having a senior like this was the best thing in the world. It was easy and comfortable. But now, Angor did not say anything. He only met Flora and Sunders once. Even if he was taken in as an apprentice, how could he label them as a good person based on one day's impression? Even Mara had mentioned that Flora was a famous dark wizard in the southern region, known as the Blood Witch. Sunders was a powerful being who had slaughtered countless people. Why would he think that people would treat him differently just because he was a beginner? Angor was uneasy about his future. But now he suddenly understood something. No matter how uneasy he felt, he should not keep it in his mind for too long. Worrying about personal gains and losses would make people unconsciously dependent on others and neglect the details. Just like the classic case of psychology on Earth, the Stockholm hostage incident. Two criminals with criminal records tried to rob the biggest bank in Stockholm, the capital of Sweden. After failing, they took 4 bank employees hostage. After 130 hours of stalemate between the police and the criminals, the situation ended when the criminals gave up. However, several months after the incident, the 4 bank employees still showed mercy to their kidnappers. They refused to accuse the kidnappers in court and even raised money for their legal defense. They all said that they did not hate the kidnappers. They expressed their gratitude that the kidnappers took care of them instead of hurting them. They also showed hostility to the police. What's more, one of the female employees even fell in love with one of the kidnappers and got engaged to him while he was serving his sentence. The 2 kidnappers held the hostages for 6 days. During this time, they threatened their captives' lives, but they also showed mercy sometimes. Due to the unexpected psychological changes, the 4 hostages resisted the government's efforts to rescue them. What happened in Stockholm was different from Angor's current situation, but there were many similarities between the two. When in an extremely uneasy state of mind, humans would subconsciously hold on to anything that could bring them hope. Angor was in such a state now. If he started to change his mind because of Flora and Sunders' kindness, how was he different from Stockholm Syndrome? Angor felt cold sweat on his back when he thought about this. His obvious intimacy toward Flora was now gone. He was back to the noble etiquette of love stops at etiquette. Even his facial expression had changed. He looked like old Pat, who had passed away long ago. He was cautious and distant. Brood Cavern was a dark wizard organization after all. If he naively believed that common morals were universal, he would end up in a horrible state. Flora noticed the change in Angor's expression. Just like the rotten smell of blood, Flora did not say anything. She only showed a hint of appreciation in her eyes. Angor was still a young man who did not know much about the world. Flora and Sunders would not become his babysitters because of this. Angor had to grow stronger in this dog-eat-dog world. Only then could he have a foothold. Your tent is right in front. What do you think? Flora pointed at a round tent with a white roof and a red flag. Angor was surprised by what he saw. The tent looked ordinary. However, he was only 100 meters away from the luxurious tent where Sunders stayed. If he walked in a straight line, he only needed to climb over a small slope. But Flora took him around for more than 1,000 meters. Angor looked at Flora and suddenly understood something. But he still felt a lot of things were not clear. He smiled. Not bad. Thanks. As long as you like it. Go and buy yourself in. I'll come back at night. When Flora was about to leave, Angor quickly asked, "Can you tell me why you took me in, Professor?" Flora stopped. She turned around and smiled brightly. Her eyes curved into crescent moons. Well, I'd like to know as well. Why don't you ask yourself tonight? A small white tent with a round roof. It was simple. A frame bed, a bedside table, a white gauze curtain, and a caramel-colored table and chairs. Other than that, there was a clock and a candlestick. It was similar to the room on the Redbud, but it was much more delicate. Angor sat on the chair and put his luggage on the table. The small leather backpack contained all his belongings, clothes, toiletries, and a pair of suede hunting boots. There was also a small wooden box, which contained the section ephemera he got from Greya. There were also several bamboo tubes, which contained dried morning dew. For Angor, the things in the backpack were not important. He would not feel bad if he threw them away. He always carried the truly valuable things with him, such as the hologram tablet and the alien eye. After tidying up his clothes, Angor had nothing else to do. He planned to turn on the hologram tablet and continue reading. However, he realized that he was in someone else's territory, and his professor's attitude was unclear. Plus, Flora mentioned wizard's eyes and ears. Angor did not dare to turn on the tablet. He was afraid that someone was watching him. It was not a big deal if someone found out about the tablet. The contents were all Chinese characters, and no one could understand them. However, if someone found out that his professor was a stowaway, he would be in big trouble. Angor decided to hold back for a while. At least, he would not touch the tablet while he was on the Cloud Whale. Without the tablet to kill time, and all the books he bought were given to Alan, Angor could only stare blankly. Angor leaned on the table and looked at the blue sky through the window. The warm sunlight shone on his skin, creating a golden edge. The gentle and pleasant air made him feel sleepy. How long had it been since he felt so sleepy? Ever since he boarded the Redbud, Angor had never truly relaxed. For one thing, it was because of his mood. For another, the ship was always bumpy on the sea. On the Redbud, Angor always felt like he was walking on cotton. But on the Cloud Whale, it was as steady as the real land. Such stability made Angor feel at ease. He had nothing to do. Basking in the warm sunlight and smelling the fragrance of the grass, Angor fell asleep without realizing it. A small stone drew a beautiful arc as it was thrown in through the window and landed on the table. The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, and it woke Angor up. He opened his blurry eyes and was still in a daze. Another stone fell into his hand and bounced back due to inertia, and it stopped right beside his hand. Angor slowly came back to himself and picked up the pebble in confusion. "Who's playing a prank on me?" Angor craned his neck and looked outside the window. The green grass swayed in the gentle breeze. The Cloud Whale flew steadily. Clouds covered the grass not far away from it from time to time. He could only vaguely see cattle and sheep moving about. Angor looked left and right but did not find anything. Just when he was puzzled, a lazy and hoarse female voice entered his ears. "Hey, boy. Are you looking for me?" It was a plump woman wearing a brown leather coat and silver scale shoulder armor. She was in the tent right across from Angor. Due to the clouds, Angor did not notice her for a while. Through the open window, Angor saw the woman leaning against the table just like him. She rested her chin on one hand and looked at him curiously. Her other hand was tossing pebbles back and forth, which told Angor that she was the one who threw the pebble. Angor could not see the woman's whole body, but judging from her wavy brown hair and her curvaceous upper body, she should be tall. The woman's face was beautiful and mature. She rested her chin on one hand and looked sexy and lazy at the same time. Even a young boy like Angor, who did not know much about women, could not help but feel a twinkle in his eye. Accompanied by the gentle breeze, the two began their first conversation. Nausicaa, or the lady in front of him, was a talkative woman. She could easily find the main topic of conversation. Even if Angor was the one who initiated the topic, she would use her facial expressions, gestures, and words to slowly lead the conversation again. He didn't even feel uncomfortable when talking with her. Even though the topic kept changing, it was still a pleasant conversation. He was a natural leader. "You didn't come from the deathmatch, did you?" Nausicaa flipped her hair and looked at him with her green eyes. "Deathmatch?" Angor muttered. "As expected, you don't have the slightest smell of blood on your body. What a lucky little fellow." Nausicaa took out a long, black gold pipe out of nowhere and took a puff from it. The smoke she exhaled mixed with the clouds, and she was always surrounded by white smoke. The deathmatch were a method used by Brute Cavern to select talents. All talents would be sent to 9 different stone cabins to fight. The winner would become king, while the loser would die. There was a safe zone inside each stone cabin. However, the zones were only open for a limited time. There were also 10 rules inside the cabins. Talents had to use all kinds of methods, such as trickery or brute force, to bypass or use the rules to survive. Now he understood why he smelled the strong smell of blood when he passed by a square stone house earlier. It was because that was the stone cabin where the talented ones fought to the death. Only the winner of the cabin would be allowed to join Brute Cavern. According to Nausicaa, the winners of the cabins either won by wits, sowing discord, or playing dead. There are only 2 who won by real strength. Nausicaa exhaled a smoke ring. One is the barbarian Balba from the 4th cabin. And the other one? Angor asked. Nausicaa looked at Angor and revealed a seductive smile. The other one? It's me. Angor's eyes widened. He did not expect such a sexy woman to be qualified for the position by fighting ability. He did not sense any bloodthirsty aura from her. Instead, he sensed a peaceful and lazy aura. How could a woman like this be so cruel that she killed everyone in the cabin to win the right to live? Cruel? Not really. This is the truth of the world. Nausicaa smiled. People will do anything to survive. Survival of the fittest, Angor slowly said. Nausicaa gave Angor a higher look. That's a good summary. It's not something you should say at your age. Angor pursed his lips. It was not something he would say. But he was standing on the shoulder of a giant, and he had Earth civilization as his foundation. He could learn a lot of things. That was a great thing, okay? Alright, I have nothing to do here. I just wanted to talk to relieve my boredom. Let's call it a day. Nausicaa pulled down the white curtain. One last reminder. Some people might not like you because you did not go through the deathmatch. Nausicaa pointed at several small tents in the distance. See those tents? Those are the winners of Cabin 9. Angor looked. He could only see the tents because they were too far away. However, he clearly saw that the curtains of several tents were gently pulled down along with his gaze. It was obvious that those people had been watching him all this time. It reminded him of the time when Flora led him on a detour. He felt a prickling sensation on his back. Perhaps those people were the source of that creepy feeling. After all, those who won the deathmatch in Cabin 9 all have a sense of superiority. Many conflicts in this world are caused by unfairness. Do you understand? Little boy. Do not worry about scarcity, but about unfairness. Angor understood this, but he had only boarded the Cloud Whale today. Didn't the deathmatch in Cabin 9 end long ago? But you don't have to worry about it on the Cloud Whale. That wizard didn't set up a barrier outside your tent, so you can leave at any time. We're all restricted by the barrier and can't go out, Nausicaa said. This is one of the reasons why they don't like you. Angor had a good time talking to Nausicaa, but he was still wary of her. Just as she had said, those who could come out of the deathmatch in the 9th cabin were not easy to deal with. However, Angor did not forget Nausicaa's last warning. It was not because he trusted Nausicaa, but because he did not trust human nature. The curtain of the night was opened by the gentle moonlight. After dinner, Angor was wondering if he should go and show up in front of his teacher when Flora floated in front of him. Good evening, Angor. Good evening, Miss Flora. Flora did not mind Angor's greeting. Unlike Easley, she did not have a family name either. She was adopted by her teacher when she was young. She wanted to take her teacher's name, but her teacher did not agree. My teacher's experiment is done. I think you should go and meet him. Amidst the stars, the Cloud Whale was traveling among the thin clouds. If it weren't for the constant appearance and disappearance of the clouds, Angor would not have noticed the Cloud Whale's movement at all. If he could have a large mount like the Cloud Whale, would he be able to travel the world with his brother and teacher? That was a great idea. But he probably didn't know that the cost of feeding the Cloud Whale was more than the annual budget of a small wizard organization. While Angor was daydreaming, Flora had already brought him to Sunder's luxurious tent. Go in. The professor is waiting for you. Angor thought Flora would go in with him, but she didn't seem to want to. Angor lifted the curtain of the tent and walked inside politely. The tent looked small, but it was quite spacious inside. Angor assumed that there was some kind of space-related spell inside. He also saw golden runes flashing on the black tent cloth. Surprised? Sunders was still wearing his black tuxedo. He was sitting in front of his desk with one leg crossed over the other. He wasn't wearing gloves. Instead, he crossed his slender fingers and looked at Angor through his golden monocle. "Good evening, sir." Angor bowed politely as a noble. "No need to be so formal. As my student, you should have your own personality." "I don't want a student who doesn't even know who he is," said Sunders. Surprised? "The space inside is bigger than it looks outside?" "Yes." "Is this how wizards do it?" "It is. But not all wizards can do it, including me." Sunders picked up his cane and pointed at the golden runes on the tent cloth. Extending space is not something that can be explained in one simple step. Many things are involved in the process. The material of the tent cloth is an alchemy product. The runes flashing on it are runes used to stabilize space. To achieve these two steps, you need to be proficient in alchemy and runes. As for how to extend space, that's another subject. That's what wizards are like. Many things can't be summed up in one sentence. "Are you ready to enter the wizarding world?" Sunders' simple words made Angor feel as if a golden door was opened in front of him. Behind the door was another world, a world filled with formulas and symbols, dangers and opportunities, beginnings and endings, truths and philosophies. It was called the world of wizards. Angor nodded heavily. He was already prepared. Even if it was not for his teacher, he still wanted to step into the wizarding world. He would rather die if his journey was not exciting. Sunders nodded in satisfaction. He accepted Angor because the boy's talent was useful to him, but since Angor was now his student, he had to be responsible for the boy's future. "I'm guessing that the acolyte called Mara once taught you about magi. So, what I want to tell you now is, if you want to embark on the path of a true magus, then from today onwards, forget everything that person said. Being a magus is not a definition. You have to see it for yourself. If you encounter any problems, think for yourself and find a path that belongs to you." Sunders led Angor to a cubicle, where there were more than 10 double-sided bookshelves filled with books. Each shelf was 4 to 5 meters tall, and there was a pulley ladder between the shelves. How to read and think is another problem. Sunders pointed at the bookshelves. "Before that, you need to understand many basic things. These are my personal library. Before we return to Brute Cavern, you can read and learn anything you want. You can read and learn anything you want. But I have to warn you that the channeling methods and some low-level cantrips are best left to you. It's best if you don't learn them recklessly. Of course, if your goal is to become a wizard, it's up to you whether you want to learn them or not." With that, Sunders tossed a gold coin to Angor. On the front of the coin was a line of common language in flowery font, "Eternal glory to the rose." On the back of the coin was a picture, a long sword with wings spread out, inserted into a thorny rose. It was a typical emblem of a noble family. Angor looked at Sunders in confusion, wondering why he was given this emblem. "This is a pass for the tent. With it, you can enter the place whenever you want. If you don't, the magic array will backfire and turn you into dust." A living person turned into dust? Angor shuddered as he imagined the scene. He did not think entering the tent would be so dangerous. As expected, he had to be careful when dealing with wizards. One mistake could lead to everlasting regret. "All right. Now, you can go back or stay here. It's up to you." Angor noticed that Sunders was about to leave. He still had not solved his biggest question today, so he quickly asked, "Professor, can I ask a question?" Sunders looked back and smiled at Angor. Under Angor's expectant gaze. "No." Sunders turned around and left. When Angor saw Sunders smile, he thought he would get permission. He even prepared his question. But to his surprise, Sunders turned him down and left without hesitation. Was he being flirted with? "Why the hell did you smile when you didn't give me hope?" Angor looked at Sunders' back and felt his heart was filled with resentment. "I know what you want to ask. When you become an apprentice, I'll tell you." Sunders' faint voice reached Angor's ears from afar. Angor thought he could get an answer today, but he still got nothing. It seemed that he would have to keep feeling anxious. However, this trip here could be considered to be fruitful. It was also a pleasure to be able to study here when there was no tablet. Not to mention, all the books here were about wizards. For someone like Angor who had received more than 10 years of scientific education, this was a sumptuous feast where new and old knowledge collided and merged. Looking at the rare books, Angor's heart felt like it was floating in the clouds. However, Angor was a little confused. There were not many leather books here. Most of them were bound paper. In Gold's Pink Empire, rare leather books were favored by the upper-class nobles, while paper books were more popular among the common people. The huge price difference between the two also proved the preciousness of leather books. However, there were very few leather books in Sunder's collection, and they were all piled up in corners. If Angor looked closer, he would see a thick layer of dust on them. Apparently, Sunders did not value them that much. There were more than 10 rows of bookshelves, and 95% of them were bound paper books. So, bound paper books are the mainstream media in Fake Continent? Angor randomly picked up a thick bound paper book. The book was called Review of 15 Popular Meditation Methods in Sleepless Kingdom. Meditation methods were actually channeling methods. In ancient times, they were more commonly called meditation methods. In modern times, due to the rise of idealism, meditation methods with a hint of idealism were changed to channeling methods by some people. Later on, wizards felt that channeling method was quite appropriate, so they continued to use it. There was also an interesting story about the name of the method. There was once an apprentice who couldn't stand the boredom of the channeling method. One day, he published a rebuttal article in a small periodical for apprentices. The content was vague and not worth mentioning, but it led to a war that lasted for many years. The war between the names of channeling methods and meditation methods became famous. It was probably the wizard version of the war between savory and sweet tofu pudding. Everyone was watching the show with a playful attitude and occasionally added fuel to the fire. Later on, even some official adepts were dragged into this mess. The adepts of the southern region didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The apprentice who published the rebuttal article probably did not expect to cause such a storm. Angor opened the book and saw that the paper inside was white and smooth. The pulp was fine and there were no bumps. The black print was also clearly visible. Compared to those yellowed and gray papers in Gold's Pink Empire, this book was so much better. After reading for a while, Angor's prejudice against bound paper books was completely eliminated. Clean, clear, and with the fragrance of ink floating in the air. Every book lover would love this book. Angor felt that reading a book like this would make him feel much better. It was no wonder that the leather scrolls of his mentor had turned to dust when they landed on the bookshelves. Angor opened the book and saw a map of the Evernight Kingdom on the first page. In Gold's Pink Empire, maps of any kind were classified as absolute war secrets. Any non-military personnel who accidentally got their hands on a map would be sentenced to a severe punishment. However, on the first page of the book, the map was already drawn out generously. From the altitude to the basin, everything was detailed. So, was the Evernight Kingdom so powerful that they were not afraid of any challenge? Or was the Fake Continent so peaceful that all nations would not go to war? The Evernight Kingdom was shaped like a turtle-shaped turtle. Looking at the scale on the bottom left corner of the map, he was surprised to find that the tiny Evernight Kingdom was several times bigger than the old Earth. Angor kept reading and saw the introduction of the Evernight Kingdom. The Evernight Kingdom was one of the many kingdoms in the southern region of the Fake Continent. Not big compared to the other kingdoms in the southern region? Angor suddenly realized that the Fake Continent people called the Old Earth the Fringe Island for a reason. Compared to the tiny Evernight Kingdom, the Old Earth was just a small island. Angor also noticed that the map of the Evernight Kingdom had many transportation lines that extended in all directions. He thought they were official roads, but when he looked at the right side of the map, he realized that most of the transportation lines were railway lines for steam trains. Did steam trains mean that the civilization of the Fake Continent had reached the age of steam? Or the age of electricity? Angor tried to figure it out. Angor turned to the next page. Starting from this page, it introduced the situation of the wizard organizations in the Evernight Kingdom. There were only two major organizations in the book, namely Sleepless City and Edge of Night. Other than that, there were 17 relatively ordinary organizations. A country with more than 10 million square kilometers only had so few organizations? Angor thought about it. Talents were 1 in a million, so it was normal that there were few organizations. The second half of the book introduced the common meditation methods used by the wizard organizations in the Evernight Kingdom. He learned something about meditation from Mara, but there was no detailed explanation about it. He always felt that there was a barrier between him and Mara. This book was the most basic part, which was perfect for Angor to learn more about the wizarding world. Angor calmed himself down and began to read. Time passed slowly in this tranquil atmosphere. "Are you planning to sleep here today?" Flora's eerie voice reached his ears. He had gotten used to Flora's voice in the past 2 days. However, when he was focused on reading in the quiet night, he was still surprised to hear such a childish, sharp, and charming voice. "Good evening, Miss Flora." Angor put down his book and greeted her politely. "I really didn't expect that the teacher would open the books here to you. It seems that the teacher really values you." Flora landed on the soft carpet and walked around Angor. "You don't mind telling me about your talent, do you?" "My talent? I don't know. The professor didn't tell me." That's not right." "That's not like him at all," Flora mumbled. "Tell me what happened in detail." Angor recalled what happened and did not think that there was anything he could hide. Plus, he did not want to offend Flora, so he told her everything. "A real wizard?" He. Flora grinned and looked at Angor curiously. "I see. They didn't even teach you the channeling method. You're just here to read. The professor really values you." It was the second time Flora said that. Compared to her teasing tone, she sounded more serious this time. "Miss Flora, do you know something? Can you tell me?" Angor quickly asked when he saw Flora's expression. "Know what?" "Your talent?" I don't know." Seeing Angor's anxious look, Flora rolled her eyes. "But I can tell you some details that you can't notice." "Details that I can't notice?" "That's right. Do you know anything about the wizarding world?" "In the wizarding world, apart from close family relationships, there is an unspoken principle of exchange, which is equivalent exchange." Flora changed the topic. Of course Angor knew about it. When he was on the Redbud, Mara did not teach him triangle channeling because of this principle. Huh? Angor suddenly remembered something. "Do you think you have a family relationship with the teacher?" "I don't think so. Today is only the second day you met." Flora looked at the bookshelves full of books. "Only the second day, and so many valuable books are freely available to you. Don't you feel scared? You know, many things in the wizarding world have a price tag, but knowledge is priceless." Flora had her back to Angor. She revealed a small grin when Angor could not see her. "Based on the principle of equivalent exchange, since my mentor has given you such a huge amount of wealth, I really don't know what you have to give him in return to complete this transaction." Flora waved at Angor as if saying goodbye. "Don't worry too much. Maybe your talent is so great that the teacher will take the initiative to exchange with you." Flora left the scene as fast as she could after a series of beating words. If she stayed any longer, she would laugh out loud when she saw Angor's pitiful and terrified expression. What he did not know was that he was being teased by Flora right after being teased by Sunders. He was still thinking about Flora's words. What she said made so much sense. It was only the second day he met with the teacher, and the teacher already gave him such a huge gift. There must be something else he wanted. In the words of Earth, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. But what could Angor want from him? He reckoned that it was the innate talent that was still elusive and uncertain. Then the question came back to square one. What was Angor's talent? Why did Sunders take him in so quickly? What could his talent bring to Sunders? What kind of sacrifice would he make? Would he die? The more Angor thought about it, the more he imagined the worst. His mind was in a dead end. In the end, Angor collapsed on the ground with his eyes wide open. Flora used a spell to peek at Angor's body. She could not help but smile when she saw Angor's condition. Maybe it was because Sunders valued Angor, or maybe it was her hidden jealousy. She always wanted to bully this little junior. Her words sounded reasonable, but she was just trying to take advantage of Angor's inexperience in the wizarding world. Knowledge was priceless, but it also depended on what kind of knowledge it was. A few books meant for apprentice adepts were no different from toilet paper to official adepts like them. She kept raising the value of Angor's knowledge because she was dissatisfied and wanted to tease Angor. Angor had already arranged the real path for someone who had not become an apprentice yet. She already became a wizard, but she still had not found the right path. The real path of wizardry was not something that could be easily arranged by others. It still depended on one's own understanding and luck. But she was not happy that Angor had such a high starting point when he was just a mortal. Looking at Angor's anxious look, Flora felt. Her anger was mostly gone. She hummed a song and left. Not long after she left, Sunders suddenly appeared where she was standing. He sighed and shook his head. No one knew what he was thinking. In the wizarding world, even teacher-student relationships are based on the principle of equivalent exchange. Besides, for wizards, knowledge is the most important thing. So, what do you have to offer? The figure in the dark grinned. If you don't have enough talent, you'll have to pay with your life. The shadow suddenly lunged at Angor. In the blink of an eye, Angor felt the world in front of him crumbling bit by bit. The last thing he saw was him lying on the ground covered in blood, while someone was laughing at the sky beside his dead body. Angor quickly sat up from his bed. Cold sweat covered his back. His enlarged eyes were filled with fear and panic. When he was no longer panting, he wiped the sweat off his forehead. So it was just a dream. Angor rubbed his temples and sighed. He whispered to himself, I hope it's just a dream. Gentle sunlight poured in through the window. The mottled light cast on Angor's soft golden hair and woke up the little guy sleeping in it. Tweet, tweet. The palm-sized Toby spread its wings as if it was stretching itself. Then it chirped and sat up on Angor's golden hair. Angor grabbed it. You little bastard. You're ruining my hair again while I'm sleeping. I don't know why you like sitting on my head so much. Looks like I need to get a hat soon, Angor mumbled. Toby did not get angry. After being thrown off, it flew to the side and took out a small, bubble-like capsule from Angor's bag. Toby flapped its wings and placed the capsule in front of Angor. It was a single-use space capsule left behind by Greya. It seemed to contain Toby's belongings, as well as Angor's reward. It had been 7 days since Angor boarded the Cloud Whale, and he had not opened it yet. Considering how much Greya loved Toby, there was no telling how many things were in the capsule. Besides, the capsule was a single-use item that would disappear once it was crushed. If there were as many things inside as several rooms, where should he put them? Angor decided not to open it until he found a safe place to stay in Brute Cavern. But now, Toby threw the capsule in front of him. Did it mean he should open it? You want me to crush him? Chirp, chirp, Toby nodded his little head. Angor frowned and tried to ask, are there many things inside? If it's too much, let's wait until we settle down in Brute Cavern. Toby blinked his little eyes. I don't understand what you're saying, Angor's lips twitched. Didn't Greya say that Toby was smart enough to understand people's words even if he couldn't speak, or rather, this little bastard pretended not to understand a question he didn't want to answer? Angor looked at Toby from head to toe. Toby was still looking at Angor with his innocent eyes. Usually, Toby could understand most of his conversations with him, but when it came to not nesting on his head, Toby would start acting innocent. So, this little primal chaos was indeed making fun of him. Luckily, you're a bird and I can't see the expression on your face. Otherwise, I would definitely beat you up. Angor thought to himself. If this bastard was a human, he would definitely show a "I'll pretend, come bite me" expression on his face. Angor considered and picked up the capsule. What's in here? Why are you in such a hurry? Toby didn't play dumb this time. He flapped his wings and pointed at a set of clothes on the bedside table. It was the blue and white outfit Toby had been wearing for the past few days. There was also a small bag attached to the outfit, which made Toby look like a carrier pigeon in a fairy tale. Angor looked at the clothes and the naked Toby. You want to change your clothes? Toby nodded without hesitation. Why are you being so smug? You're just a bird. Your postman outfit is still clean. Can't you just wear it for a few more days? His voice was so loud that even Nausicaa, who was in the opposite tent, lifted the curtain and looked in his direction. Angor nodded to Nausicaa apologetically. Nausicaa gave him a flirtatious smile and closed the curtain. Angor also pulled the curtain down and glared at Toby. Toby immediately reverted to his silly bird mode. "I'm a bird. What are you talking about? I don't understand your human language." "Oh, I don't understand." Angor looked at the stubborn bird and sighed. He took the capsule and walked to the side. Sigh. "Let's hope there aren't too many things inside." Angor twisted his thumb and index finger, and the capsule popped open. Something that looked like smoke and water broke the balance of the three-dimensional space. When the ripples disappeared, a large pile of items appeared in front of Angor. The small mountain of items took up 1/10 of the available space in the tent. It didn't look like a lot, but it was still shocking to see so many things in front of Angor. What made Angor even more speechless was that 99% of them were clothes. Lace dresses, clashing shirts, gentlemen's suits, chef suits. There were also heavy armor, knight attire, and scale armor. Can you hold all these close with your tiny body? What made Angor even more speechless was that he found a bunch of animal costumes. Rabbit ears, fishtail, bear cub. You're an animal. Why are you wearing other animals' clothes? Is this guy a male or a female? Why is there a cat costume? Apart from the clothes, there were also some daily necessities, including plates, cups, a small quilt, and a wooden bed. Angor's eyes lit up when he saw the small wooden bed. With this bed, it won't rub my hair at night, right? Angor quickly arranged Toby's things and waved his hand to let Toby choose his own clothes. He then took out a small pouch from the pile of clothes. On the pouch, there were words written in flowery font, for Angor. So this was Grea's reward for him. Angor opened the pouch out of curiosity. There were about 30 coin-shaped transparent crystals inside. Before entering the Cloud Whale, Angor had no idea what these things were. But these days, he read a lot of books in his cheap teacher's library and became familiar with the common knowledge of the wizarding world. The transparent crystals in the pouch were the common currency in the wizarding world, called magic crystals. Angor remembered Mara mentioning that his annual income was no more than 100 magic crystals. The ice coffin of healing he gave Angor cost less than 30 crystals. Angor was grateful to Mara for helping him with the ice coffin of healing. But now, he already had 30 magic crystals before he even stepped into the wizarding world. Maybe this was life's fortune. Angor carefully put the pouch into the inner pocket of his clothes. Toby also chose a new set of clothes for himself. It was a black gentleman's suit with a wine-red tie and a tall hat of the same color. Angor helped Toby put on the clothes. Toby purposely held the hat in front of Angor's face and held its head up high. Angor saw Toby's arrogant behavior and felt that something was amiss. Was the little bastard wearing a hat in front of Angor to mock him because he said he wanted to buy a hat and tie? Angor believed he already knew the truth. With Toby's naughty personality, he would definitely do something like this. After washing up, Angor put on a fresh set of clothes and left the tent. Toby, on the other hand, was nowhere to be seen in his flashy outfit. Toby would come back at night anyway, so Angor did not mind. During the week, Angor's daily life was divided between two places. His professor's library had become a must-see place. While having breakfast earlier, Angor was thinking about the books he had been reading these days. He knew he should not bite off more than he could chew. The books he read these days were all about the basics of basics. Starting from 100 questions apprentices need to know, detailed explanation of spells, the use of spirit model, and basics of mana source, Angor already had a general outline of a wizard in his mind. Sunders did not give him any advice, and Flora did not bother him either. The outline of a wizard he was building on his own by reading books, dissecting definitions, digging out the basics, chopping them into bones, and filling up his flesh with his own consciousness. This was the wizard in his mind. This wizard had no facial features, no robe, no organs, and everything was a blur. However, Angor believed that as he learned more and read more books, he would become more and more complete. Eventually, he would become someone who looked exactly like Angor. Then, he would become a wizard. Angor believed that this was why Sunders asked him to see and think on his own. Building a strategically advantageous position was not something that could be achieved overnight. Everyone had a different understanding of the truth. If you only followed the path of your predecessors, would you live for them or for yourself? Angor now understood why Sunders asked him to forget Mara's words. Wizard was not something that could be defined by anyone. Everyone had a different understanding of a wizard. Angor was using his own knowledge and experience to slowly fill up the image of a wizard in his mind. As usual, Angor walked to his professor's tent. When he passed by the tent of the winners of the deathmatch, he could still feel different emotions in their eyes. Some were despicable, some were vicious, some were cold, and some were arrogant. At first, he was a little uncomfortable about the uneasiness, but he slowly got used to it. Adepts who had survived the bloodbath were indeed powerful in their own ways. However, perhaps it was another kind of sorrow that everyone had become without etiquette. It was rumored in the general plane that adepts were bloodthirsty and cruel. Perhaps this had something to do with their upbringing. Even the moderates would either be devoured into bones or adapt to the situation of being surrounded and fed by a pack of wolves. Was this the reason why most adepts were so extreme? At the same time, he prayed that he would not forget his original goal and become a wizard as mentioned in the legends. If there was no bottom line in life, perhaps it would be true freedom for many people. But life experience tells us that indulgence is often easy, but restraint takes a lot of effort. When he was young, he was always lazy, whether it was studying, writing, waking up early, or reading. When John was not looking, he liked to slack off. When John found out, he would often tell him that it took 21 days to form a habit. However, it would only take 1 second to give up this habit. Forming a good habit was a form of restraint against indulgence. Angor ignored the ferocious stares and went to his teacher's tent. As usual, he sat in the library and read one book after another. Before becoming a real wizard, he did not read for the sake of understanding. He just wanted to know what wizard meant to him. Angor sat there for a whole day. When the evening glow shone through the window, Angor stretched himself and patted the dust off his trousers. He reluctantly put away the books and prepared to return to his tent. As soon as he came out of the library, he saw Sunders, who had been missing for several days, sitting in front of his exquisite desk and reading an ancient handwritten book. Sunders put down his book and looked at Angor with a calm expression. Angor greeted him politely. Sunders nodded without saying anything. Angor knew that his teacher did not care much about etiquette. Flora often made a fuss in front of him, but Angor's education did not allow him to do too much. Well, at least not before he became familiar with his teacher. Do you have any thoughts after reading so many books? Sunders did not ask what Angor had read. Angor tilted his head and thought for a while. He slowly gave an answer, no, but I have a lot of thoughts. For example? I only learned one truth after reading these books. It's hard to become a wizard. Sunders did not comment on this answer. He asked directly, do you know what a wizard is now? Angor shook his head without hesitation. No. Sunders chuckled. Then keep looking until you find the answer. Another week had passed. The cloud whale was still floating above the sea. As everyone knew, flying was much faster than sailing. However, it had been 2 weeks since they boarded the cloud whale, and they still did not reach Fey Continent. He was both surprised and relieved at the same time. He was surprised by the vastness of the sea. It was probably bigger than the 5 oceans on Earth, and this was only a small part of it. The vastness of this world was unimaginable. Luckily, he did not choose to stay on the Redbud. Otherwise, it would take years to reach the Fey Continent. Even the voyage would take years. If that was the case, he would not be able to fulfill his 5-year promise with John. Sunders did not leave these days. Every day after Angor finished reading, Sunders would ask him the same question as the other day. What do you think? What is a wizard? And Angor's answer remained the same. Today, Angor answered I don't know again. Sunders did not say then keep looking until you find the answer again. Sunders smiled at Angor in satisfaction. Not knowing is the best answer. I hope you can start your journey as a wizard soon. Angor was a little surprised. Sunders continued. I've seen the books you read. They are all good. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Starting from the basics is the right choice. After reading those books, do you have any idea how to become an apprentice now? Sundars complimented Angor. Angor thought for a moment and answered, the sign of becoming an apprentice is to build a model with your spirit to stabilize the flow of mana. Correct. Do you know how to build a spirit model? Channeling method. You can build a stable spirit model in your mind. Different channeling methods have different degrees of stability for the spirit model, which leads to different mana flow rates. What's the relationship between spirit model and mana? Sundars asked another question. Angor answered, building a model using spirit power is to guide mana flow. Mana is an unstable form of energy. Only by connecting with the spirit model inside your body can you stop mana from backfiring on your body. From there, you can build an internal cycle of mana and control it. Sundars didn't show any expression on his face. When Angor finished, Sundars slowly spoke again, good answer. You've been working hard these days. But I don't know if it's suitable for you. Sundars did not explain what he meant. Instead, he changed the topic. We'll arrive at Goman Kingdom in about 10 days. Goman Kingdom is located at the western border of Fey Continent. We'll land there. Before that, I'll give you a choice about your channeling method. About the channeling method. Sundars waved his hand. Come to me tomorrow night. The next night, Angor showed up as promised. Several stacks of books were placed in front of Sundars. Sundars was carefully reading a leather scroll while tapping the desk with his finger. When Angor came to him, he put down the book and gestured for Angor to sit down. As I said yesterday, I'll give you a choice today. Choose your own path. Once you make your choice, it'll be hard to change it. So, you must think carefully about what kind of path your choice will pave for your future. Before you make your choice, I'll give you a brief explanation about spirit models, mana flow, and mana pool. Sundars randomly picked a book from the pile and tossed it to Angor. Angor caught it and saw a line of words written in universal language on the cover, triangle channeling. It was the channeling method Mara taught Alan and Alina a few days ago. It was also the basic channeling method of White Coral Floating Island Academy. Isn't this the channeling method of White Coral Floating Island Academy? Why does the professor have it too? Angor wondered in his mind. Are you curious as to why I have this channeling method here? It's simple. The wizarding world agreed that this channeling method belonged to White Coral Floating Island Academy and should not be learned by outsiders. However, Sundars was too ordinary. Something he did not value would easily leak out. This channeling method was no different. After it was spread out, many apprentice adepts looked down on it because the content was too simple and crude. So, it's not a big deal that I have this channeling method. I'm giving you this channeling method to tell you one thing. Channeling methods are very important to wizards. You made the right choice not to learn channeling methods on the Redbud. I don't want to learn these garbage channeling methods. Sundars reached out his hand and clenched his fingers. The triangle channeling in his hand broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Meditation, also known as the channeling method, is a way to calm a wizard's mind and construct a stable spirit model in his mind. At the same time, it can also be considered a type of spell that allows an apprentice to control the spiritual force within their body. If you want to construct a spiritual model, you naturally have to understand what spiritual power is. The essence of spiritual power is, in fact, a kind of brainwave power. As for what brainwaves are, you can study them in the future when you have the chance. Every one of us has spiritual power. According to the universal measurement method from 10,000 years ago, we express the amount of spiritual power as a numerical value. A normal person's spiritual power value is between 1 and 9 points. Talents must have a spiritual power value above 10, because only those with 10 points of spiritual power can guide mana flow. The higher the spiritual power value, the more effective the mana flow will be. Also, a person with a high spiritual power value can learn some special spells that combine spiritual power with spiritual power if he or she is lucky enough. Mortals with less than 10 points of spiritual power can also guide mana flow, but there is a 100% chance that they will be devoured by the violent mana. Angor knew about mana devouring. Those who were devoured by mana usually suffered terrible consequences. Even wizards could get sick or disabled if they were not careful enough. Mortals, on the other hand, would definitely die. The spiritual power value is not fixed, but there is no effective way to increase the spiritual power value. How to increase one's spiritual power value has been a topic of study in the wizarding world for many years. I heard that in the far north, there seems to be a breakthrough on this topic. Of course, it's just a rumor. The north is too far away to verify it. So, it's normal that many wizards have lower spiritual power values than apprentices, said Sunders. By the way, I saw a young man named Easley on the Redbud a few days ago. His spiritual power was naturally over 23 points. That's pretty good. Angor nodded. That's not bad. Easley? Angor recalled the handsome young man with an extreme personality. Angor shook his head and got rid of Easley's image. Professor, to tell if someone has the talent to become a wizard, they must have a spiritual power value of 10? That's not wrong, said Sunders. The value of spiritual power was not fixed. This was what Sunders said. He only asked this because he wanted to see if there was a way to increase spiritual power, so that John and his elder brother Leon could walk on the path of supernatural. Of course, this was a story for another time. Let's talk about spiritual power, said Sunders. As I said, the essence of spirit power is brainwave power, which is hidden in the depth of your mind. How to draw it out requires the help of channeling methods. Once the spiritual power is drawn out, you can start to build a spiritual model. Every channeling method has its own mental power structure. For example, the triangle channeling method is a virtual triangle. After you build the model with your mental power, you can stabilize the backlash from the magic power. Then, you can guide the magic power to circulate and finally build the mana pool in your body. The mana pool mentioned by Sunders was the kinetic energy inside a wizard's body, which could be used to pry and interfere with the material world. This was also the origin of spells. If spiritual power was the foundation of a wizard, then mana pool was the foundation of a wizard. There were also superpower civilizations of various systems in the general plane. Some of them had extraordinary abilities that were comparable to legendary wizards. Even so, they still coveted the wizard civilization because the supply of mana pool depended on the internal cycle of spiritual power. Spiritual power was an innate ability of living beings. Therefore, no matter which plane a wizard went to, he or she would not be suppressed by the laws of the corresponding plane. Powerful beings from other planes could only show off in their own plane. Once they crossed the boundary, they would be crushed into pieces by the world's consciousness. As for the relationship between spiritual power model, mana, and mana pool, to put it simply, it was, a channeling method could build a spiritual power model, which determined the efficiency of mana flow, which would eventually converge into a mana pool in one's body. It was also important to mention that a wizard's advancement was closely related to their mana pool. A wizard's advancement was a qualitative change in the capacity of their mana pool due to the circulation of mana in their body. For example, if mana was water, then an apprentice's mana pool would be a cup with limited capacity. An official wizard's mana pool, on the other hand, was changed from a cup to a water tank. The difference between the two was obvious. Another thing was that mana was very important to a wizard. The most basic standard to evaluate a wizard was whether his or her mana pool could support the consumption of level 1 spells. Generally speaking, a wizard who could cast a level 1 spell independently had a water tank in his or her mana pool. Otherwise, his or her mana pool would not be able to support a spell. Angor, do you know anything about the relationship between spirit model, mana, and mana pool? Angor nodded. Compared to the complicated definitions in the books, Sunders' explanation was more detailed and easy to understand. Now that you know it. Now, based on what I said, tell me why 99% of talents in the wizarding world die of old age as apprentices instead of becoming wizards? Sunders crossed his arms and crossed his legs while staring at Angor with a sharp gaze. Why couldn't apprentices become wizards? Angor had been thinking about this question these days. Back in the Pad Matter, Mara once said that he was stuck as an intermediate apprentice because he didn't have the luck to become one. So, the answer was that destiny was not there yet, no. If it was only destiny, why would Sunders tell him that? Besides, Angor also believed that destiny was important. But did all wizards rely on destiny to become wizards? Probably not. So, what was the answer? Angor carefully considered what Sundar said about the relationship between spirit model, mana, and mana pool. Wizards could not become wizards because they did not accumulate enough mana. Their mana pool did not reach the required level. Why did their mana pool not reach the required level? Maybe it was because the mana flow was too slow. Then what was the reason for the low mana flow rate? Obviously, the spirit model was not constructed properly. So, following this train of thought, an obvious answer came to Angor's mind. In the end, Angor came up with the answer: there's something wrong with the channeling method. Sundars raised an eyebrow. I can tell you something, and you can think about it carefully. Sundars did not say whether it was right or wrong. Instead, he asked Angor to think about it again. Was his deduction wrong? Many channeling methods nowadays are the safest and most stable spirit models created by our predecessors after tens of thousands of years of trial and error. For example, the triangle channeling method I gave you earlier is a trashy model for many people. However, since the day this model was created, there has never been a single case of mental breakdown. It can be seen that it has its merits. Sundars paused and continued, besides, countless wizards in history used the triangle channeling method to become wizards. Among them, there is no lack of legendary grand wizards. So, is there really a problem with this channeling method? Think again. Sundars' words were undoubtedly a rebuttal. But Angor had a feeling that Sundars was trying to remind him of something. Even a trashy channeling method could become a wizard, or even a legendary wizard. Then why were so many apprentice adepts still stuck at the apprentice stage for decades, or even centuries? Is it because my spirit level is too low? Angor mumbled. The level of spiritual power does indeed affect the accumulation and growth of the mana pool. However, there were quite a few apprentices with a spiritual power value of 10 who practiced the triangle channeling method or similar popular channeling methods and became official wizards. That's why spiritual power isn't the main reason, explained Sundars. Then, what was the reason that made it difficult for the apprentices to advance? While Angor was thinking, Sundars took out a white velvet quill from the pen rack and dipped the quill in red ink. He began to draw some glittering runes on a leather scroll. All kinds of runes flowed out from his quill, floated in the air, and slowly disappeared. It was a magical and dreamy scene. Each of the runes was glowing as if they were in a forest of fireflies. Angor was dumbfounded for a moment. When a rune quietly landed on a blue fountain pen on the rack, Angor suddenly had an idea. A fountain pen, and a quill. The cap of the fountain pen could hold the quill. It might not fit properly, but it could still be used. However, the cap of the quill could never fit into the fountain pen. Forcing it would only break the tiny cap of the quill. Fit and suitable? Angor's eyes lit up. Sundars heard Angor's exclamation and smiled. He put down the quill and looked at Angor, waiting for his explanation. The triangle channeling method, or similar popular channeling methods, can be used by some talented people, and may even be very suitable for them. In that case, the chances of these people becoming official magi are very high. Angor continued, but for the other talents, triangle channeling method is not suitable for them. They can't even make do with it. If you continue to practice for decades, problems will arise instead. Angor looked at Sundars with glowing eyes. Sundars remained silent for a moment before he finally laughed. That's right. You're mostly correct. Sundars continued, to become a wizard, you need to have a high mana circulation speed. How to increase the speed of mana circulation has always been an eternal problem in the wizarding world. How to increase the speed? You've already answered this question. The higher your spiritual power value, the more it affects the speed of mana circulation. But there's another problem. As you said, if the model you built does not fit you, the speed of mana circulation will not increase. So, this brings us to the next point. Having a spirit model that fits you best is the key to whether you can continue on the path of wizardry. The reason why I don't want you to learn the common channeling methods in the library is because the models they build are the most stable and least likely to collapse. However, their efficiency varies from person to person, and they might not be suitable for you. If a model doesn't fit you, spending 100 years on it will only be a waste of time. Angor suddenly thought of Mara. Mara spent decades to become an advanced apprentice. Perhaps it was not because he did not have enough luck, but because he took the wrong path from the beginning. Why does everyone have different compatibility with the same model? The answer to this question is still an unsolved problem. Almost every major wizard organization collected a large amount of data to conduct experiments, but no one has solved the problem yet. My guess is that it has something to do with the different source codes we all have. Sunders did not explain what the origin password was. Angor did not know. He only guessed that it had something to do with DNA. You can say that more than 80% of apprentices wasted their lives because they did not choose a suitable model. Of the remaining 20%, most of them don't have a high compatibility with the channeling method. Like you said, they can only make do with it. It's very difficult for these people to become wizards. Unless you have enough resources, luck, and hard work, you can also become a wizard. This is the reason why there are so few sorcerer apprentices who become official sorcerers. Next, Sunders told Angor about the research done in the wizarding world regarding the degree of compatibility. The quantification of spirit model compatibility was proposed by Wizard of Nature Rubery 100 years ago. Due to the conflicting nature of the concept, it was only known among formal wizards. Very few apprentices know about it, Sunders said. Rubery measured the compatibility of each talent with their spirit model from 0 to 100. If the compatibility is above 20, it's already very good, and you have a chance to become a formal wizard. As I said, common channeling methods such as triangle channeling can help some people become wizards, while others will waste their lives. That's because these common channeling methods do not have any guarantee of compatibility. The lucky ones might have a high compatibility with triangle channeling, and they might break through the barrier of wizardry and become immortal. But for those who are unlucky, their compatibility with the triangle channeling method may be 0, and it is possible that they will never be able to become a junior apprentice. Of course, apart from these common channeling methods, almost every wizard organization has their own more valuable and special channeling methods. The reason why these special channeling methods are so precious is that they guarantee the compatibility. For example, we have more than 10 special channeling methods in Brute Cavern. The most common one is called six-sided rhombus meditation. Any talent who practices this channeling method will have at least 3 points of compatibility. Angor did not understand what Sunders meant at first. But as he went on, he gradually understood. A minimum of 3 points. That is to say, if a talent learns this channeling method on the basis of 3 points, he or she will have a higher level of compatibility with this channeling method. It was like the hoop games in some amusement parks back on Earth. There were all kinds of toys on the ground, and you had to pay money to buy 10 hoops. As long as you caught a toy, it would be yours. It did not matter if you did not catch a toy, as long as you bought 10 hoops, the seller would give you a key ring, which was the so-called minimum guarantee. In the same way, if a channeling method had a base value, then there would be a lot more room for manipulation based on this base value. That's right. Many special channeling methods have been passed down through generations of research by various schools of wizardry. Because of their compatibility, many people are eager to learn them. I see. Then why don't they let apprentices learn them from the beginning? Angor wondered. Were they trying to keep them to themselves? Even if all the wizard schools decide to open up the special channeling method to the talented, the compatibility is not guaranteed to be high enough to become a wizard. Sunders asked again, do you know how high the compatibility level must be to become a wizard? How high? Angor did not know. But he estimated that someone with a compatibility above 20 could become a wizard. Then, 60? Angor felt that this number was reasonable. Sunders shook his head. According to Rubery's theory, you need a compatibility above 95 to become a wizard. Not just anyone can achieve a compatibility of 95. There was no need for the major organizations to popularize their own special channeling methods just for an unattainable number. We can use a special channeling method as a targeted strategy. So, generally speaking, if you want to get a special channeling method from a wizard organization, you have to pay a huge price. He then turned to Angor and said, you're right. I've told you what I should. Yesterday, I said I'll give you a chance to choose a channeling method. Now, let's begin. Angor's expression turned serious as well. First, I'll teach you the core channeling method of Brute Cavern, Monta's octahedral channeling. It has the highest guaranteed compatibility among all the special channeling methods in Brute Cavern, with a guaranteed minimum score of 13. He continued, if you want something, you have to pay for it. The price is to sign a contract with Brute Cavern for at least 100 years. During this period, the organization has the right to do whatever they want to you, and you must obey unconditionally. 100 years contract, and it was an overbearing clause that violated human rights. Angor trembled a little. He hoped the second part was better. Second, you can create your own spirit model according to initial glory on the third shelf in the library. He did not mention the cost of this option. Creating a spirit model by oneself was not something that could be done by one person. The construction time of many models often required hundreds of years of repeated calculations and comparisons by the entire organization. Only then could it be completed. Also, initial glory, which recorded the creation of the first meditation method, was not worth much. One magic crystal could buy dozens of books in the wizard market. Third, I'll recommend you a special channeling method. I don't know the minimum value of this channeling method, but it's very special. Also, this channeling method is not in my hands. It's not even in the wizarding world. It's in another plane. This plane is called the Nightmare Realm. Angor returned to his tent with a heavy heart. He did not even take off his clothes. He threw himself under the soft blanket and did not move. He did not even care about Toby, who was playing on his back. He was still immersed in his thoughts. Sunders gave him 10 days to make up his mind. He had to give him an answer before he reached the Goman Kingdom. Angor agreed. He needed some time to think. The reason why he didn't make a decision immediately was because every choice wasn't a smooth path for him. Should he choose to sign a 100-year contract with Brute Cavern? Angor did not want to. He did not even know how Brute Cavern worked. Of course, he would not agree to become their puppet so easily. However, after hearing about the other two options, Angor felt that signing a contract with Brute Cavern was easier. The second option was to create a spirit model by himself. This path sounded simple, but it was not easy to carry out. Sunders warned him that this path would be the most difficult one. Countless wizards died on this path one after another. Angor did not know how this option worked. However, he did not dare to try it since Sunders was so serious about it. It took the entire Adept organization hundreds of years to come up with a useful spirit model. Could he do it alone? And in a short time, too? No way. Angor had to give up on this option. The third option Sunders gave him was even more difficult. It was a special channeling method in the Nightmare Realm. Before Angor became a wizard, he read it by chance. When he was in the Nightmare Realm, he memorized the channeling method backward. He planned to use it to restart his life when he returned to the wizarding world. Strangely, when he returned to the wizarding world, he completely forgot about the content of the channeling method. He only remembered his experience, and how the channeling method was really precious. The Nightmare Realm had always been mysterious. So Sunders had to give up. After becoming a wizard, Sunders went to the Nightmare Realm many times because of his talent. He also saw the channeling method again. But just like last time, he could memorize the channeling method backward in the Nightmare Realm. But when he returned to the wizarding world, he could not remember anything about it. The Nightmare Realm was one of the most special general planes ever discovered. It was impossible to memorize the channeling method using petty tricks. This was because the Nightmare Realm was both real and fake. What you saw might not be real. What you thought was fake might actually be real. Sunders worked hard for many years without finding anything. He thought that the channeling method was not meant for him, so he gave up. Until Angor showed up. Angor buried his head in the quilt. He still remembered what Sunders told him before he left. You have a special talent. You have a great chance to get the channeling method. My spells are mostly related to the Nightmare Realm, but I have to say that the Nightmare Realm is very dangerous. Wizards have a slim chance of surviving there. Therefore, you have to choose carefully. You have a special talent. Angor chuckled bitterly. Talent again. But until now, he still didn't know what his talent was. He asked his teacher, but the teacher refused to tell him. He said he would only tell him on the day he became an apprentice. But to become an apprentice, he needed a channeling method. He still didn't know which path he should choose. Sigh. Angor felt that his future was going to be bleak if things continued like this. He did not know whether his talent was good or bad. What could he gain from it? What could he gain from it? What could he gain from it? Angor lay on his bed for a long time. He turned around and looked at the empty room. He sighed deeply. Now that he thought about it carefully, it was not hard to figure out the answer from Sunder's words. Sunders gave him 3 choices. Could he choose the first 2? Or rather, did he dare to choose the first 2? Sunders clearly mentioned your talent is special, my spell has something to do with the nightmare realm, and you need to choose carefully. Wasn't that trying to tell him something? Maybe Sunders really did give him 3 choices. Angor was sure that Sunders wanted him to choose the last one. Angor did not know what Sunders would do if he did not choose this one. Disappointed? Give up on him? As if he did not exist? Maybe this was the best case scenario. Or he could just let the nightmare realm destroy itself. Or he could even force it to use force. So, if he did not want to offend Sunders, he had to choose the third one. Nightmare realm. Nightmare realm. Angor sighed and decided not to think about it. He would go to Sunders' library tomorrow and look for more information about the nightmare realm. For now, he should sleep. The night passed in silence. Angor sat on the slide in Sunders' library. There were several books about general planes scattered on the shelves beside him. From History of Otherworld Development and Pros and Cons of Planar Conquest written by the great warlock of distortion Bazel 1,000 years ago, to Strange World and Space Travel Reverse written by the great warlock of occult space, Fine Werder, who had risen to prominence in the past 100 years. In addition, there were more than 10 volumes of Expedition into the Boundless Plane published by the Moon Frost Alliance. Most of the books written by Barzil the Great Twisted Wizard were reflections on planar journeys. Angor read them one by one and saw many interesting planes. For example, the burning plane was filled with lava. This plane was as vast as the world of adepts. There was an intelligent life form that was covered in purple crystals. The crystals were connected by threads that resembled glass fibers. That's a silicon-based life form. Angor thought to himself. Other than the burning dimension, Bazer also recorded the annihilation dimension, which had gaseous life forms, the abyssal dimension, which was filled with all kinds of magical creatures, the maze-like whirlpool dimension, and the soundless dimension, where sound could not travel. All kinds of strange dimensions were eye-opening. Angor's elder brother, Leon, always told him that Angor's biggest wish was to see the world, which was a big place. He wanted to see different places, different cultures, and different cultures. If Leon were here, he might have immediately decided to go to the various major planes to have a good time. Unfortunately, he was Angor, not Leon. However, he hoped that one day, he would be able to bring Leon and mentor John around to have a look. That day would come. Angor read Bazer's book, but he did not see any mention of the Nightmare Realm. Was the Nightmare Realm not discovered 1,000 years ago? That was not right. According to the historical records of the wizarding world, planar expeditions began tens of thousands of years ago. In less than 10,000 years, all the general planes around the wizarding world were left with great traces by the great wizard armies. Then why was the Nightmare Realm not discovered? Was it really far away from the wizarding world? Angor picked up the Expedition to the Infinite Planes published by Moonfrost Union. It was a periodical that was published once every 100 years. There were 16 issues published so far, which coincided with the establishment of Moonfrost Union. 1,600 years ago, Moonfrost Union was established in the Everfrost tundra of the Northland Kingdom. It had 13 wizard organizations under its command, which served as the main force for planar expeditions in the south. Every 100 years, they would publish all kinds of information about planar expeditions to the public. Angor started reading from the first issue. He went through them one by one according to the table of contents. Until the 14th issue, which was published 200 years ago, the expedition to the Infinite Planes officially included the Nightmare Realm. Angor also noticed that there were only 2 pages about the Nightmare Realm in the book. Among the thousands of pages of thick publications, there were only 2 thin pages. This completely violated the honor of Moonfrost Union, which was based on planar expeditions. Every other plane, regardless of whether the expedition was successful or not, would be filled with all kinds of trivial details. Even a small battle between a few people would feel like a war between two countries. Angor went straight to the 2 pages about the Nightmare Realm. Soon, he finished reading them. Angor's expression became even more strange after reading it. According to the book, the Nightmare Realm was a very unstable plane. So far, there was no stable passage that led directly to the Nightmare Realm. Currently, the only way to enter the Nightmare Realm was through the random space holes that opened up when the Nightmare Realm approached the Nightmare Realm periodically. Unstable plane, random passage, and accidental entry. These 3 words directly marked the location of the Nightmare Realm. The mark of uncertain. Apart from the uncertainty of the passage, the Nightmare Realm was also an extremely dangerous plane. According to the book, due to the random nature of the passage, there were less than 10 wizards who entered the Nightmare Realm and returned in one piece. This showed how terrifying the Nightmare Realm was. Even more puzzling was that the people who returned from the Nightmare Realm never talked about it. Even if they did it in a very vague way. It was obvious that they were afraid of the Nightmare Realm. At the same time, they were also greedy for the Nightmare Realm. Every time they heard about the existence of a passage to the Nightmare Realm, they would swarm to it like a swarm. Such behavior only made the rumors about the Nightmare Realm even more unimaginable. What was there in the Nightmare Realm that both scared them and made them want to go there? Of course, the information was from 200 years ago. Angor did not know if it had changed since then. Next, Angor read the book written by Grand Wizard Finewerter. Compared to other academic writers, Finewerter was more like an elegant bard. The books he wrote were not so much popular science, but rather travel notes or ghost stories. For example, Strange Worlds was a book about Finewerter's travels. From the elven world filled with tall, leafy plants, to the colorful ocean paradise. If Finewerter was not an authoritative figure, Angor would have thought it was a fairy tale. Finewerter's choice of words was also quite artistic. There was no murderous aura. His noble choice of words was admirable, and at the same time, admirable. It didn't take long for him to finish reading Finewerter's book. Finewerter's book did not mention anything about the Nightmare Realm. However, he mentioned many times that he wanted to visit the Nightmare Realm. His comment about the Nightmare Realm was simple: projecting reality, shining into illusion, and creating reality. Angor closed the book and fell into deep thought. According to the book, many wizards were puzzled by the strangeness of the Nightmare Realm. However, behind this mystery, there was something else that attracted the adepts, one after another, to go crazy for. It was just like the special channeling method Booksunders mentioned. Angor did not even know what the content of the channeling method was or what the guaranteed value was, but he kept thinking about it. Perhaps this was the strange thing about the Nightmare Realm. No one knew what it was, but people would go crazy over it. Angor looked at the blue sky outside the window and began to think. Angor knew that ever since he agreed to become Sunder's student in Barbie's restaurant, the price he had to pay was slowly approaching. He had to go to the Nightmare Realm. He did not want to offend Sunders. At the same time, he wanted to see if the trip to the Nightmare Realm would expose his teacher's real purpose of taking him in. As for the other 2 options Sunders gave him, he had already given up. It was not completely hopeless. At least, the second option was to create his own spirit model. He could give it a try. The book Initial Glory was still here, after all. Thinking about Initial Glory, Angor got down from the slide and walked to the bookshelf labeled 3. To his surprise, most of the books on the shelf were not bound with paper. Most of them were rare leather books with wrinkled edges and old cracks. The exposed parts were also covered in thick dust. It was obvious that these books had not been touched for a long time. He opened and closed the scrolls one by one. Many of them recorded stories about the wizarding world from thousands of years ago, or even tens of thousands of years ago. They were probably old gossip magazines. Occasionally, there would be useful information about spells that Angor did not know about yet. After sorting through most of the useless books, Angor finally found an old one that had turned gray and black. On the back of the scroll, there was a line of variant words written in the unstandardized universal language. Speaking of the universal language, Angor had to talk about the language of the wizarding world. There were different languages in the wizarding world, but the universal language was the most popular one. Of course, there were other languages as well. Some of them were born with incredible power. However, the main language used in the Magus world was still the universal language. The reason why the common language had spread from the world of adepts to the mortal world was largely due to the change in the minds of the people. In this world, magi had always been at the pinnacle of existence. Human beings were creatures with a tendency to worship their superiors. Whether it was the common people or the nobles and royalty, they could not avoid this tendency. On one hand, they rejected and feared the adepts, but on the other hand, they worshipped the adepts in their hearts. They even tried to imitate the customs of the adepts. The language used by the Magi was also slowly spread in the midst of these complicated emotions. The Fey continent and the Old Earth, marginalized island, used to be of the same origin. However, due to the inertia of the elements in the atmosphere, a large number of wizards had left the Old Earth. The wizards had left, but the language they left behind was understood by the nobles and passed down. Therefore, the common language used in Gold's Pink Empire was actually the common language used by wizards. That was why he knew the common language of the wizarding world. However, the common language also had many variations due to historical factors. For example, Angkor's Chinese characters also evolved from Golden Seal script to cursive script. For the sake of convenience and popularity, Chinese characters were also simplified from traditional to simplified characters. It was the same for the common language. Due to different eras, the fonts also changed accordingly. Fortunately, the common language itself was an ideogram. Even if there were variations, the only difference was the simplicity of the writing. Angkor could still recognize it if he read carefully. After some careful reading, Angkor recognized the name of the scroll. A row of elegant, flowery characters was the initial glory, the book Angkor was looking for. Angkor opened the scroll and held it in his hand. He planned to roughly read the content before lunch. The initial glory was not because I found you. It was because you have always been waiting for me there and never left. This was the first sentence of the title page. It did not sound like a book about spirit structure. Instead, it sounded more like a love poem. Angkor complained in his mind. When he was about to flip to the other side, he heard a sudden thunderous noise. He raised his head and looked out of the window. He didn't know when, but the clear sky had been replaced by layers of thick black clouds. Thunder and lightning were normal at Devil's Water. Angkor already got used to it when he was on the Redbud. However, as the thunder kept coming, Angkor could no longer sit still. The Redbud was sailing on the sea after all, far away from the thunderclouds. The cloud whale was flying in the sky and was almost within reach of the thunderclouds. If the cloud whale did not have intelligence and actively avoided the thunderclouds, they might already be inside the clouds. Even though they were not in negative distance from the thunderclouds, the intensity of the thunder in the sky was completely different from what he felt on the Redbud. Rumble, an even louder thunder hit his eardrums. Angkor's vision went white for a second, which showed how deafening it was. Angkor covered his ears with his hands, but he could not block out the loud noise. He could only slightly reduce the damage caused by the thunder. Of course, he was no longer in the mood to read. In this environment, he could not focus on reading anyway. After 3 minutes, the frequent thunder finally passed. However, as soon as Angkor relaxed, bolts of lightning struck down. At some point, the stratosphere had been filled with thick, continuous thunderclouds. The cloud whale flew under the thunderclouds without leaving any space for it to move. The lightning bolts went crazy as well. Angkor finally saw the real dance of electric snakes. The violent lightning bolts were like broken branches as they poured onto the cloud whale's body as if they were free of charge. The cloud whale had thick skin, so it did not feel anything and just kept flying. However, the creatures in the small pasture on its back suffered. Through the small window of the tent, Angkor already saw some cows being struck by lightning and turned into charred pieces. Even the normally flamboyant demon falcons had been struck down by lightning. Several trees were also hit by lightning and caught on fire. The spreading fire set the grass on fire. Gray smoke began to rise in the pasture. Angkor was a little worried about the terrible scene. Would the lightning strike the tent? Where could he hide if the tent went up in flames too? However, as time went by, the dancing lightning turned the pasture into a mess. Still, none of the tents were hit. Angor's worries were unfounded. The methods of Magi were hard to predict. The thunder was not concentrated, but there were still occasional bursts of thunder, which made Angor unable to focus on his reading. He could not leave during the thunderstorm, so he did not know what to do. He could only cover his ears and lay down on the pulley ladder to take a nap. After an unknown amount of time, Angor was suddenly awakened by a loud noise. He wiped the drool from his mouth and realized that he was just pretending to be asleep. And he actually fell asleep. Angor looked outside the window. Just like before, the sky was still dark. The thunderclouds were still there, the lightning was still there, and the pasture was still a mess. The quartz clock on the side showed that the hands of the clock had changed from 13 o'clock in the afternoon to 8 o'clock in the evening. He slept from noon to night, and the thunderstorm was not over yet? He had run into Les Bautian when he was still on the Redbud. But it never lasted this long. The ship was dead, but the helmsman was alive. The ocean currents were moving, the Redbud was sailing, and the thunderstorm was only so big. It would take at most a few minutes to get out of the thunderstorm. Now, he was on the Cloud Whale. The Cloud Whale had been flying without stopping for a moment. It had been 7 hours. With the speed of the Cloud Whale, it should have circled around the old Earth for 1.5 hours. But it still could not get out of the thunderstorm. Angor was quite surprised by this. How big was the range of the thunderclouds? Did it cover the entire Devil's Water? Angor could not believe his own guess. If it was true, the thunderstorm was as big as the apocalypse thunder in the myths of Gold's Pink Empire. But the truth was right in front of him. He could not think of any other explanation. So what if it was the apocalypse thunder? He was just a mortal. Even if the sky fell down, there would be someone else to hold it up. With this thought in mind, Angor felt a lot better. But soon, he began to worry about Toby again. I wonder if Toby went back to his tent in such a thunderstorm. Toby was naughty and a bastard, but Angor had been living with him for almost a month. Someone knocked on the door of the library while Angor was lost in his thoughts. Come in. Angor put away his worry and put on his usual cold expression. A black-robed man wearing a colorful totem mask came in and bowed to Angor respectfully. He then spoke in a low, muffled voice, "Mr. Pat, dinner is ready. Sir wants you to eat." There were many masked men in black robes on the Cloud Whale. They seemed to be Sunder's servants. They were the ones who prepared Angor's food every day. After the food was delivered, they would leave. Angor did not know where they lived, what they did, or whether they were men or women under the masks. "Sir wants me to eat?" Angor asked in confusion. The masked man in black robes answered in a low, muffled voice. He then stood aside and made a pleased gesture. Angor nodded calmly and followed the old man out of the room. However, he was not as calm as he looked. He usually ate alone. Why would Sunders invite him to dinner today? Could it be that Sunders couldn't wait to know his choice? He had already decided to explore the nightmare realm, but he believed in the saying plans could not keep up with changes. He planned to wait until the last day to make his decision. That way, if Sunders changed his mind, he would have enough time to mediate. Angor went to the dining hall with mixed thoughts in his head. It was his first time here. The floor was covered with soft carpets, and the red walls were covered with oil paintings. In the center of the hall was a rectangular dining table. The candles lit up the dining room. Of course, this place couldn't be compared to the VIP room in Barbie's restaurant. Sunders and Flora were already seated. Sunders was sitting in the main seat, wearing a black gentleman's suit. He was folding a napkin with his long fingers and putting it into his chest pocket. Flora was sitting on his right. She was not wearing her signature red rose dress today. Instead, she was wearing a dark purple lace tutu. She was cutting something with a knife. Little Red was still clinging to Flora's back. When it saw Angor coming, the ghastly flames in its eye sockets turned into crescents. Little Red slowly reached out its bony arm and bowed to Angor. Angor smiled back at Little Red. "This way." Sunders pointed to a seat on his left. Angor went to the seat on Sunders' left side, nodded to Flora, and sat down. Flora chuckled back. Her eerie giggle echoed in the dining hall. Angor, if you're free in the evening, come here for dinner. Good will lead you here, Sunders said to Angor after arranging the tableware in front of him. Good? Angor didn't know what to do until Flora pointed at the black-robed masked man, which reminded him of the man's existence. The man's name was Good. Angor looked at Good curiously. The man's mask was completely covered. Not only his face, but his eyes were also covered. Good is the leader of the phantom servants here. He's also the teacher's butler, said Flora. Good's mask has a red and yellow blood rune in the center. The other phantom servants don't have it. Don't mistake him for someone else. Hee. If Flora did not mention it, Angor would not have noticed that the black-robed man's mask was different. The food was served to each person. The main dish was sweet corn and eggs, accompanied by seafood soup and some unknown roasted meat. They all tasted good, but Angor still missed John's Chinese food the most. Too bad he could not eat it. As he sighed in his mind, he suddenly remembered that there were many recipes stored in his hologram tablet. Maybe he could learn how to cook by himself if he had the recipe, Angor thought to himself. No one spoke a word during the meal. Even Flora was eating in a well-behaved manner, maintaining the traditional and elegant table manners. After the meal, no one spoke a word. The silence lasted for almost 10 minutes. Angor looked at Sunders' cold face, then at Flora who was still immersed in her own world. Angor felt a little surprised. Are they waiting for me to speak? Wait for what? Of course, to make a choice, Angor considered for a moment. Even if he waited for 10 days, he still had to make a choice. In the end, Angor broke the silence. Professor, I thought about it for a long time last night. I've decided to choose the third. Before Sunders could answer, Flora spoke first. The third? What third? Flora sounded confused. Then she chuckled. Hee. Did you make some unspeakable deal behind my back? Angor did not understand what Flora was trying to say, but he was still surprised. Did Flora not know about the 3 choices Sunders gave him? So they were waiting for him to speak? Was it just a simple silence? As expected, Sunders' words proved that Angor was overthinking again. You've made your choice already? I told you to be careful. Sunders frowned and spoke in a doubtful tone. Angor felt like crying when he saw Sunders' unhappy expression. He thought they were waiting for him to make a choice. But it turned out he was overthinking, but since he already said it, he had no choice but to swallow it. Angor nodded without hesitation. Yes. I've thought about it carefully. Like hell. Sunders remained silent for a moment. Very well. When I come back, I'll prepare to enter the nightmare realm. Enter the nightmare realm? Flora looked at Sunders in surprise, then at Angor. Him? Sunders nodded. That channeling method book should be able to build a good foundation for him. So he's going to the nightmare realm for that channeling method book? Flora fell silent. She had followed Sunders for many years. Of course, she knew what he was talking about. How could Angor get a channeling method that Sunders could not find in the past 200 years? Flora thought for a while and finally focused on Angor's talent. Angor could take Red Rose from Little Red's hand. That was the unique reality generation skill in the nightmare realm. Could his talent allow him to achieve reality generation 100%? That was insane. The nightmare realm was a world full of treasures. Angor noticed there was a prefix in Sunders' words. When I come back. Does that mean he's leaving now? Professor, I read a lot of books about the nightmare realm today, but I don't know anything about it yet. What kind of world is it? Angor did not care whether Sunders left or not. The nightmare realm was the most important thing right now. Sunders did not answer right away. Instead, he remained silent for a while and slowly said, the nightmare realm is a very special plane. When he said this, many emotions flashed through his eyes. They were complicated and opposed. No one knows its nature. It can reflect all reality and make people feel that what they see is fake. But when you touch it, you will find that some of it is real. It has its own set of rules, but no one can find out the truth about it. Sunders' words did not make sense at all. They were even more mysterious than what was recorded in the books. I don't know anything about the nightmare realm either. But I can tell you that 80% of my achievements today came from the nightmare realm. I've spent hundreds of years exploring the outskirts of the nightmare realm. That alone is enough to prove the value of the nightmare realm. You only wandered around the outer edge of the nightmare realm, and you became a famous wizard in the entire southern wizardry region? But the danger of the nightmare realm is proportional to the luck you encounter. Or even more so. He paused for a second and looked at Angor again. You should know how dangerous it is. Didn't you go through the nightmare of the nightmare realm once? You fell into near-death situations twice in a row. I don't know if it was your luck or something helping you, but you managed to escape unscathed. Angor was confused by the sudden change of topic. I've experienced it too? Angor wondered. Near-death situations, did I? Why didn't I know about it? Angor recalled his 14 years of life. He was born in a noble family. His parents lived in harmony with each other. And his brothers treated him with respect. His family was not powerful, but it was still the most powerful one in Gru Town. Angor grew up in such a family, and he was also the youngest one in the family. His life was smooth, and he did not encounter any near-death situations. Besides, even if it was true, how would Sunders know about it? Have you forgotten? The rabbit hole illusion created by the nightmare monster, and the woman with stitches all over her face. Flora rolled her eyes at Angor's confused face. You said it yourself, and now you need us to remind you? Rabbit hole, suture freak, including the Wonderland incident, he had been in danger twice already. However, he always thought that the test was just an illusion, and he never took it seriously. So, there was a life-threatening crisis at that time, and the place that looked exactly like Pad Manor was the Nightmare Realm? If that was really the Nightmare Realm, then find Werder's comment about the Nightmare Realm in Strange Worlds. Projecting reality, shining into the illusory, creating reality. The creepy Pad Manor he went through was actually projecting reality. The Pad Manor in the real world was projected into the Nightmare Realm. If he understood it this way, many things would make sense. But what did shining into the illusory, creating reality mean? No one knows what happened in the Nightmare Realm yet, said Sunders. I can tell you something. As I said, the Nightmare Realm can reflect all reality. By reality, I don't mean our world. I mean every world with intelligent life. The first time I went to the Nightmare Realm, there was a giant silver pyramid at the place where I arrived. I didn't think too much about it back then. But many years later, I participated in a planar exploration. Back then, there was no passage connected to that plane, and no one had ever entered it. We only found the crystal wall between it and the wizarding world. As pioneering adepts, we are the first batch of people to set foot on that plane. Do you know what I saw when I first stepped into that new plane? Angor could guess the answer from Sunders' tone. That's right. It's the giant silver pyramid I saw in the Nightmare Realm many years ago. Sunders sighed. Back then, I almost thought that I had entered the Nightmare Realm, and I was about to tell the other wizards to evacuate. The Nightmare Realm was full of dangers, and we had to be careful. But it turned out that the plane I saw was not the Nightmare Realm. It was just an ordinary plane. It had no resources, and it was not even fertile enough to serve as a food base. The only good thing about it was that there were intelligent life forms called half-stone people living there. It was a good example for wizards who liked studying living things. That was only one example. Perhaps it doesn't prove that the Nightmare Realm can project all worlds with intelligent life. But I talked to several wizards who entered the Nightmare Realm, and they all had similar experiences. So, we came to the conclusion that the Nightmare Realm can project all realities with intelligent life. Angor pondered in his mind. According to the bold hypothesis of academic research and careful verification method, perhaps there should be a premise, or at least a hypothesis, for this conjecture. For example, the premise of a projection was that intelligent life from this world had entered the Nightmare Realm before. It's hard to say for sure about the Nightmare Realm right now. But this time, you chose to go to the Nightmare Realm. It's both a challenge and an opportunity. The topic of Nightmare Realm ended here. Sunders did not comment too much on Angor's decision. Angor even felt that he was being too narrow-minded. Maybe he could choose to sell himself to Brute Cavern or create his own spirit model. But it was too late to say anything now. He had already said it out loud. Good cleared away all the plates on the table and asked someone to bring some baked desserts and milk. The milk was prepared for Angor. Angor tried his best to hide his little hobby, but it did not seem to work. Good would make milk products for him every day. Luckily, only Good knew that Angor liked milk. You like milk? You haven't grown up yet. Before Angor could finish his thought, he heard Flora, who was drinking some unknown blood-colored liquid, speaking with a smile. Angor did not know what to say. Drink more milk if you like. Children grow faster with milk, Sunders spoke in a serious tone. Angor swallowed and struggled to speak. Actually, I don't like milk. Sunders acted as if he did not hear anything. He turned to Good and said, give all the cows in the ranch to Angor. Good said, yes, sir. Angor did not know what to say. You saw the thunderclouds today, right? How do you feel? Sunders' tone was still flat, but Angor felt that Sunders was talking to him with less unfamiliarity and friendliness. Strange. Angor said, the thunderclouds are still here since noon. That's way too big. It's like they covered the entire sea area. Hee hee. Didn't you notice that there was nothing but thunder and lightning for the whole afternoon? Not even a drop of rain? Flora held a wine glass filled with bright red liquid. You're right. Angor noticed it too. There had been thunder for a whole day, but there was no rain. Sunders chuckled. His deep and hoarse voice carried a sexy rhythm. Such a large area of rainless thunderclouds. It's the passive function of the world's consciousness triggered. Hee hee, to be able to cause it to react so violently, it's probably just like what Boko's familiar said. It can only happen when a broken plane tries to merge with this world. Flora finished her glass and licked her lips. Hee hee. This Boko is so lucky. I think his harvest this time is enough for Gravity Forest to build another sorcerer's garden. Gravity Forest is still far from here. It'll take some time to get here. Since Boko asked me for help, I'll try my best to help. Sunders sounded like he was stating a fact. However, the word try my best sounded a bit frivolous. This trip is worth it. Section Ephemera, Anne. Hee hee. Little Angor, you're such a lucky star. Sunders and Angor did not understand what they were talking about. They kept mentioning Angor's name even though they were obviously teasing him. Their conversation ended with Flora's creepy laugh. Sunders turned to Angor and explained, the thunderclouds didn't come naturally this time. That's why they covered the entire area in an instant. But don't worry. I've told the cloud whale to avoid the center of the thunderclouds. You'll be fine as long as you don't leave the tent area. By the way, Flora and I will be leaving soon. You'll be in charge of this place for the next few days. Ask Good if you have any questions, Sunders said to Angor. Angor knew that Sunders was going to leave soon. Still, he was surprised that Sunders would give him the responsibility. Did this mean he was now under Sunders' protection? Professor, are you leaving because of the thunderclouds? Sunders chuckled. It has something to do with the thunderclouds, but not too much. When you become a wizard, you'll know even if I don't tell you. It's not good for you to know now. With that, Sunders adjusted his bright bow tie, put on a black top hat, and took a black cane from Good. He then took a black gold cloak from Good, put it on, and strode away. Flora floated to Angor. Angor, little bro, if you feel lonely, you can let the little ones out to play with you. Hee hee. With that, Flora left together with Sunders. She did not forget to wave goodbye to Angor with a strange smile. The little guy Flora mentioned was, of course, the winner of the deathmatch in the 9 cabins. He didn't dare to let the thugs out. Every time he left the tent, they would stare at him. God knows what would happen if he let them out. As for Nausicaa, he didn't dare to let her out either. Besides, Angor didn't think Nausicaa was a pushover either. The other winners of the deathmatch might be jealous of Nausicaa, but Angor didn't think Nausicaa was an easy target either. Releasing them might not be a good thing. He had very little social experience and learned most of it from books. It's always good to be more vigilant when you're outside. When everyone left, Good was the only one standing behind Angor. He didn't say anything, and Angor couldn't sense his existence. Angor asked curiously. Good. Butler, are you a wizard too? Why do you always wear a mask? Angor wanted to call Good Grandpa Good or something else. His professor didn't tell him what Good's last name was, but he couldn't even tell Good's gender. Mr. Pat, I'm not a wizard. I'm a shadow servant from Darkaville Empire. The mask is an alchemy item given to me by the master. It can strengthen my natural ability. Darkaville Empire was a kingdom built by underground dwellers. Most of its citizens were underground dwellers. Because the place lived in the shadows, its people were mostly chaotic and evil. Some criminals escaped here. Shadow servants were native to Darkaville Empire. Because of their natural abilities, they were usually leaders. After chatting with Good for a while, Angor sent him away. The thunderclouds outside were still lingering. Angor was worried about Toby's safety, so he asked Good to bring him here. Good had been delivering food to Angor for the past month, including Toby's food. So Toby wasn't a stranger to Good. Not long after, Good brought Toby and Toby's small wooden bed. Toby stood proudly on Good's shoulder with his head held high and his chest puffed out, looking very majestic. When he saw Angor, Toby was still mumbling something. Angor didn't know what he was talking about. Angor shook his head with a bitter smile. Lady Greya was right. He didn't need to worry about Toby at all. After taking care of Toby, Angor looked at the thunderstorm outside. He wondered how long it would last. Let's hope everything goes well. Angor asked Good to spread a blanket on the floor of the library. He decided to sleep here tonight. The thunder was still rumbling, and flashes of lightning flashed through the window from time to time. Even though there were no candles in the library, it still didn't look dark. Logically speaking, the sound of thunder would make people restless and uneasy. Surprisingly, under the soft blanket and smelling the book ink, Angor soon calmed himself down. Calming himself down in the midst of extreme noise actually made his mind more active. Angor recalled what Sunders told him during dinner. He didn't think he would go to the nightmare realm for his talent test. Also, he almost lost his life when he was chased by that strange woman with stitches all over her face. What bothered Angor the most was that the woman did not kill him, but she still left a wound on his back. However, the wound was just like the special channeling method mentioned by Sunders. Angor remembered that the wound on his back was bleeding in the nightmare realm. But when he came back to reality, there was no injury at all. Also, how did he get to the nightmare realm in the first place? If it was his body, Mara would have noticed it. If it wasn't his body, then how did he go? Spirit? Or soul? Would he really die if he was killed by the woman in such a state? Angor had no answers to these questions. He could only wait for Sunders to come back and ask him about it. The wound on his back was not a real wound, but the itchiness showed that it was not normal. Back at Barbie's restaurant, when Angor wanted to ask Greya about it, Sunders interrupted him. Now that he thought about it, maybe Sunders interrupted him because he knew something. Maybe Sunders even accepted him as a student because of this. Angor's mind raced. 1 second, he was thinking about Leon and John, who were far away at the old Earth. He wondered what they were doing now. How was John? Did Leon inherit the title of Earl in Waterford? Speaking of which, Leon promised to take him to the Ocean Theatre in Waterford to watch Master McGee's solo concert. There was probably no chance for that. As expected, such a huge gathering of thunderclouds quickly attracted the attention of the major organizations. In the sky above a small county in the south of Goman Kingdom, a group of wizards in green cloaks was flying between the trees. Every step they took was hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters. They were so fast that they broke the stability of space and broke the sound barrier from time to time. The leader of the group of wizards was a white-haired old woman. Her withered limbs looked short and weak, but she was the fastest among them. She had hooks in her ears and fruit accessories that looked like cranberries hanging from them. They clinked as she flew. The thunderclouds are too big. We won't be able to hide for long, the old woman suddenly said. Her eyes flashed with the light of spells. The sea thousands of miles away was already covered by the raging thunderclouds. We need to speed up. Sigh. Let's hope Boko can stabilize the situation for now. The people behind her all responded to the old woman's words. If Boko wasn't too greedy and didn't want to take advantage of the situation, this wouldn't have happened. If we had informed the organization long ago and started the fusion process, how would we have made it so that everyone would know about it? A black-haired man sneered. Lady Danae, I think Boko was too reckless this time. He didn't consider Gravity Forest's position at all. He should be punished. The white-haired old woman was Lady Danae, the only level 2 wizard in Gravity Forest. Save your breath, Saipan. If it was you, would you notify the organization first? Lady Danae sneered. The black-haired man, Saipan, was speechless. A few oceans away from Devil's Water, on the southeast coast of Fey Continent. Under the calm sea, a giant ray with a wingspan of more than 100 meters leaped out of the water and glided quickly toward Devil's Water. Every time it leaped, it could travel several miles with the help of the current. It was so fast that it could disappear in the blink of an eye. A group of people stood on the back of the giant ray. They were dressed differently, but they all had one thing in common: they all had a fish scale on their skin. The locations of the fish scales were all different. The shapes, sizes, and colors of the fish scales were also different. If there were any official magi present, they would definitely be able to recognize these people. Song of the Deep was one of the top 10 sorcerer organizations in the southern region, and their headquarters was located at the bottom of the sea. In the western part of the Fey continent, there was a country that was quite advanced in style. All the towns and cities were built with steel and iron. Irong did not have a large territory, but it had a high status in the Fey continent. This was because the railroads, steam trains, and most of the mechanical products were imported from Irong. Irong had a very high status in the mortal world, and it wasn't low in the wizarding world either. Floating Mech City, the largest alchemy city in the wizarding world, was also located in Rong Nation. Amidst the clouds, a gigantic mechanical city that spanned hundreds of miles hovered in the sky. Mortals would occasionally be able to see this magical city of machines when the weather was clear, but no one could truly climb it. There was an unimaginable barrier between mortals and wizards. Today was a clear day. A steam-powered battleship full of steel and metal suddenly flew out of the mechanical city. The mortals working in the fields below could even see the burning flames at the tail of the battleship as it flew away. The mortals below were shocked by the sight. It was the first time they saw such a gigantic metal monster. When the warship disappeared into the horizon, the mortals began to exclaim in shock. Perhaps in the next decade, or even a century, this scene would become a common topic among the citizens of Irong Nation. Under the northern ice field, a group of white-robed wizards flew up. Their cloaks were embroidered with frozen crescent moons. In a swamp filled with poisonous fog, a few people with bright green eyes laughed creepily and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Beside a beautiful waterfall, a white-haired old man with a cane suddenly looked up. Compared to his wrinkled skin, the green eyes under his hood were bright and clear. He looked toward the direction of the endless sea and mumbled, "The wind is coming." Then, he limped toward Goman Kingdom. In the middle of the Caspian Sea, there was a floating island made of pure white coral. At this moment, wizards wearing the same uniform flew out of the floating island under the lead of a white-robed academician. Apart from Gravity Forest, Song of the Deep, and Floating Mech City, the Thundercloud attracted many other organizations. Many other organizations also began to move. Some powerful wizards even used their special spells to travel to Devil's Water. Who would win the grand prize of this rare event in the south? Everyone was waiting to see who would come. At the center of the violent thundercloud, a man covered in green clothes with skin that looked like dry tree bark was being pushed around by the twisting space force. Every now and then, a space fisher would appear and release a powerful suction force, causing the man to sway. The fisher appeared more and more frequently. If the man did not escape before it filled up the entire space, he would be in big trouble. Below the man, there was a small island. As the spatial rift cut through it, the island was also torn apart. Soil flew all over the sky. From time to time, plants and small animals were sucked into the spatial rift and turned into a bloody mist. The green-skinned man was able to keep moving between the fissure thanks to the floating island fragments. His body would flash with a dark green light from time to time, which would cover the island fragments with saplings and vines to help him adjust his position and avoid being sucked away by the fissure. However, more and more of the island fragments were being sucked into the space fissure. If he did not leave as soon as possible, he would be turned into a cloud of blood mist. The man looked at the dropper in his hand. There was a thin layer of liquid inside. There was not much of it. He still needed 7 or 8 drops to reach 2 milliliters. The man looked at the liquid in the dropper and showed a greedy expression. At this moment, another space fissure appeared beside him. The moment it appeared, a light spot that was almost invisible to the naked eye was thrown out of the fissure. The man's hands were shining with white light. He waved at the light spot from afar. The light spot seemed to have a layer of silk attached to it and quickly fell into the man's hand. The light spot fell into the dropper and automatically turned into a drop of transparent liquid, which slowly rolled down the glass wall. After the light spot was added, the liquid rose a little, but it was still a distance away from 2 milliliters. After a while, the man was already far away from the fissure and was now at the edge. Monstrous waves roared behind him. The turbulence of the spatial cracks caused the ocean currents to become like ferocious beasts. The waterspouts completely surrounded the area. Any living thing that passed through the waterspouts would be torn to pieces. Another wave of space fissure rose near the edge, and a large number of light spots were thrown out. After the spot of light left the crack, it would shine for a brief moment before disappearing completely. If it wasn't caught when it shone, it would automatically merge into the crystal wall of the world of adepts, never to be found again. The man gritted his teeth and seemed to have made up his mind. Fixing a piece of broken island at the periphery, a black vine emerged from the soil of the broken island. The man controlled the vine to bind his feet, then he pounced forward and rushed into the dangerous new area of the space crack through the gap of the space crack. In the central area of the spatial rift, the rifts had all been connected, forming a black void. The void was extremely dark, an endless devouring and attractive force spread out from it. The darkness in the void was the kind that was extremely deep and could annihilate all light. Its attractive force was like a monster waiting to devour people, full of a terrifying and grand aura. Plane fusion was a double-edged sword for any world. There were pros and cons, and it was difficult to determine the pros and cons in the end. Once the plane fusion started, the pulling force of the world's consciousness would also constantly repair and suppress the corresponding area. The central area of the spatial rift was suppressed by the world's consciousness, so the attractive force and attractive force were not that strong. As long as one was not in the central area, there was no danger. As for the new rifts in the periphery, they were not suppressed by the world's consciousness, so they were extremely dangerous. Only when they truly fused into the central rift would they slowly enter the control and repair stage. The place where the man went was the area of the new rifts in the periphery. The most valuable but also the most dangerous area. After the man entered this area, the vines under his feet helped to stabilize his body, so everything went smoothly at first. Moving left and right, not only did he avoid the rifts, but he also collected 4 or 5 light spots that flew out. The next few times, although there were dangers, he smoothly avoided them with the help of the vines. The last light spot fell into his palm. He carefully poured it into the dropper bottle, and the dropper bottle finally reached 2 milliliters. The man excitedly closed the cap of the dropper bottle and let the vines pull him out. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. A huge new rift suddenly appeared, and the location was very tricky, lying between him and the vines. The moment the rift appeared, the spatial ripples were like a high-powered split-wave knife, cutting off the vines that connected him. Oh no! Seeing the vines disappear, the man did not stop his spell, trying to use the previous connection to reconnect. But the power of space was not something he could resist. Seeing the vines break, the man's withered skin showed a panicked expression. He took out a wooden staff from the soft pouch at his waist and pointed it in the air. Magic patterns rushed out from the bottom of the staff, and a hexagram magic array appeared in the air. The man wanted to use the magic array's power to quickly escape the area where the rifts were growing. However, as soon as the magic patterns on the wooden staff appeared, they were torn to pieces by the cracks. Even the exquisite wooden staff was broken into 2. At this moment, the man was in a completely sealed state. The spatial crack had completely surrounded him. Despair and regret appeared in the man's eyes. If he had known this would happen, he would not have been so greedy for the fragment of eternity. In the early stages of the plane fusion, the fragment of eternity would be thrown out. This was a very precious opportunity for the sorcerers. But during the fusion process, and even after the fusion, there were also great opportunities. Could it be that he was going to pay the price of death for his greed? The man's cheeks were pale. He watched in despair as the black shadow of the crack gradually pushed him toward the center. Once he truly entered the central region, the mighty force that could tear everything apart would leave nothing behind. Just as the man was about to lose all hope, a strange laughter entered his ears. He, isn't that Boko the ant? Are you going to the fusion point so early because you want to be the first one to get the fairy worm? Ah, you are really greedy. If there were people, it meant that they could be saved. Boko's eyes glowed as he looked toward the source of the voice. He saw a young girl in a dark purple lace tutu dress floating down from thousands of meters in the air with a gorgeous umbrella. The umbrella was extremely exquisite, and the surface of the umbrella was engraved with exquisite embroidery that looked like it came from a fairy tale. The tutu skirt was waving in the strong wind of the waterspout. But miraculously, no matter how hard the skirt was lifted, the lace petticoat in the center did not move at all. The girl with the umbrella was Flora, who had left the cloud whale and arrived at the center of the thundercloud. Flora the Blood Witch. Boko's voice came from the other side of the spatial crack. It was hard to tell if he was surprised or scared. It's very rude to call a young girl by her name. Boko had no interest in arguing with Flora at all. He was on the brink of death, and Flora's appearance had given him hope. Flora, help me. Boko's voice came from afar, but the sound of the waterspout drowned out his voice. He was using his mana to maintain his body, so he could not cast any spells. He could only yell repeatedly, "Help me! Help me!" Flora heard Boko's cry for help, and a wicked grin appeared on her face. I told you, it's rude to call a girl by her name. Lady Flora. Help me. What are you talking about? I can't hear you. Flora was naturally good at distance sound. Boko said anxiously, I said, help me. Help me. Help me. Oh, so you want me to help you? I thought you entered the fusion point because you were confident. So you entered it by accident. Poor you. Flora's nonchalant attitude made Boko's teeth itch. But he had to endure it since he was asking for her help. He dodged another crack, but the cloak on his back was cut into pieces. Yes. I entered the danger zone by accident and got trapped. Help me. Please help me. Boko was a shameless person, and he did not care about his image as a wizard at all. When Flora was done with her teasing, she said, help you? No problem. But according to the principle of equal exchange, I'll save your life, and you'll have to pay a high price. My life is cheap. It's not worth much. Boko said in a serious tone, how about 10 magic crystals? TSK, are you serious? Flora stood in the air with her umbrella open and looked down at Boko from above. Boko seemed to know that 10 magic crystals was not enough. He hesitated for a while and said, how about 20? Flora smiled but did not say anything. How about 30? No, 50. Boko's withered face showed a pained expression. Flora had heard about Boko's shameless personality, but she did not take it to heart. She did not expect a wizard to be this shameless. Boko saw that Flora was not moved at all. He stomped his feet and said, then what do you want? My life is worthless. Flora smiled. Give me all the fragments of eternity you've collected, and I'll save you. Fragments of eternity? No way. I put my life on the line to collect them. But you're going to die now. Flora showed a pitiful look. You're the only one who uses fragments of eternity as your grave. Boko's face showed signs of struggle after hearing Flora's words. He had always been a stingy person, and he did not want to give away the fragments of eternity that he worked so hard to collect just like that. Flora did not say anything. She watched Boko struggle on the edge of the Grim Reaper's knife. How about I give you 1 drop? Boko's face showed his reluctance. Without a reply, the space fisher grew bigger. 2 drops? 3 drops? Boko's face turned gloomy. Flora looked at him coldly. When Boko said, I'll give you 80% and at least leave me 4 drops. Flora was still smiling but did not say anything. Alright, 80%. I'll save you. A hoarse male voice reached Boko's ears. Flora looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of her and curled her lips. Professor, I almost got all of them. Why did you interrupt us? It was Sunders. He turned around and spoke in a low voice. I sensed Lady Danae's mana just now. She seems to be locating the coordinates from afar. If Lady Danae was here, she would not even get one drop, let alone 80%. This was why Sunders showed up. The spatial crack was very powerful. Boku found that he was surrounded by spatial cracks, and there was no way he could get out on his own. Flora had been bargaining with Boko. She looked confident, but in fact, she could not save Boko with her power. Even if she could, she might lose an arm or a leg. It was not worth it. Sunders was the one who saved Boko. Sunders had been hiding somewhere, waiting for Flora to negotiate. He only showed up when the time was right. This way, he could maintain his dignity without exposing his true strength. When Boko was about to die, Sunders made his move. Wearing a gentleman's suit, Sunders widened his eyes and drew a strange trace in the air with his black cane. Mana rushed out from his fingertips, and a spell was instantly formed in his hand. The speed at which a wizard could cast a spell depended on their understanding and familiarity with the spell they were casting. In order to cast a spell instantaneously, they either had to spend a spell slot and fix it on their spirit model, or they had to have a comprehensive understanding of the meaning of the spell. The former was too extravagant, while the latter required a lot of knowledge. Either way, a wizard had a lot of knowledge. Sunders cast a random spell in an instant, which showed how profound his knowledge was. The ripples of the spell fluttered his black and golden cloak, which made a loud noise in the wind. A demonic horse covered in black flames dashed out from between Sunders' cane. It neighed loudly and stomped on the ground. A strange magic array appeared under its feet. Next, the horse turned into a streak of black light, bypassed layers of space barriers, and dashed to Boko's side. The next moment, Boko disappeared from the crack and reappeared on the magic array the horse drew outside. The horse replaced Boko in the space gap created by the spatial crack. Boko was still a little confused when he suddenly found himself in a different space. He looked around and made sure he was out of danger. He sighed in relief. It's Phantom Master Sunders' spell, Nightmare Substitute. Boko looked at the black flame horse that was torn into pieces by the space fissure and exclaimed in shock. Nightmare Substitute was Sunders' signature spell, which allowed him to use a nightmare to escape from all life-threatening situations. It was the only spell in the wizarding world. Boko cried out in surprise and finally saw Sunders. Sunders hooked his finger at Boko. Boku ran over to him. I didn't call you here. I just want you to hand over the fragments of eternity. Hearing this, Boku was dumbfounded as if he had been struck by lightning. Pain and confusion appeared on his face. After a while, he stammered, I can actually. Hand it over, said Sunders with an expressionless face. Boko was on the verge of tears. You. Why don't we discuss this again? Don't call me yours. The deal is done. I'll save you, and you'll pay the price. So hurry up and hand it over, or I'll throw you in again. Sunders was getting impatient. He cast a spell and summoned a nightmare to carry Boko on his back. As soon as Boko gave the order, the nightmare would rush into the fissure and die. Don't, let me down. Boko was already exhausted by the dimension fissure. He was a bloodline wizard with plant bloodline, so his stamina was not as good as a bloodline wizard with demon bloodline. Plus, he was naturally restrained by fire. Being carried by a nightmare, he felt like he was about to die from the black flames. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Boko wailed with a sad face. Sunders still did not order the nightmare to put him down. Boko finally landed on the ground when he took out the dropper containing the fragments of eternity from his space capsule. Sunders kept his promise. He took 16 out of the 20 fragments of eternity and left 4 for Boko. During the trade, Boko maintained a grief-stricken expression. Even when facing Sunders, who was a higher level than him, he did not show any signs of pain as if he was being eaten alive. You could see how stingy he was. Sunders smiled when the deal was done. With these 16 drops of fragments of eternity, this trip was worth it. Every wizard knew that a plane fusion could bring great fortune. However, one must be strong enough to obtain such fortune. At least, one had to be as strong as a legendary wizard to have a chance of obtaining it. However, there had not been a legendary wizard in the southern region for at least 1,000 years. No matter how great the fortune was, it was nothing but a bubble. Wizards below the legendary level could only rely on the outside. Fragments of eternity were the main material of a sorcerer's garden. They could not be found on normal days, and there were very few ways to obtain them. Usually, one could only find 1 or 2 fragments in the early stages of plane fusion. They were the most valuable material in Harvest of Eternity. 16 fragments of eternity might not be enough to build a large sorcerer's garden, but it was more than enough to build a small one. Usually, sorcerer's gardens were the standard equipment of large wizard organizations. There were very few wizards who owned a sorcerer's garden because the materials were scarce and the supply was huge. However, once a wizard had a sorcerer's garden, even if it was only a small one, he or she would become much stronger. Sunders was overjoyed. Boko, on the other hand, was crying on the side. "Professor, over here." Flora's voice came. Boko wiped his tears and looked up. He did not know when Flora set up a giant blood magic array out of thin air with a large number of magic crystals and materials. Boko looked carefully and found that the magic array was used for protection and amplification. It also had a small teleportation effect. However, teleportation could easily go wrong within the area of plane fusion. He did not know why Flora set up such a magic array. Boko's confusion was cleared up in the next second. Dozens of kilometers away, through the gaps of the waterspout, he could vaguely make out a group of adepts in green robes rushing towards him. The leader of the group was a white-haired old woman wearing a cranberry earring. It was Lady Danae from Gravity Forest. How could Boko not understand when he saw his senior Lady Danae leading a group of wizards? Why did Flora set up the magic array in advance? Why did Sunders only ask for 80% of his fragments of eternity? Because Lady Danae was here, Lady Danae might not be able to defeat Sunders, but they had the advantage in numbers. Otherwise, why would Flora set up such a magic array? It was to hold them back. Boko hated it. If Sunders came a few seconds later, he would not only be saved, but he would also not have to give up his fragments of eternity. Boko stared at Sunders with clenched teeth. Sunders was not looking at him at all. Only Flora was giving him a strange smile. To Boko, the smile was full of mockery. But he could not refute it. Lady Danae spent a lot of resources to locate Boko's coordinates and came here through the plane passageway. As soon as she came out, she hurried to the fusion point without stopping. When she finally arrived, she saw Boko with a sad face. Lady Danae glanced at Sunders and Flora not far away and felt a little scared. Seeing Boko's expression, Lady Danae suddenly had a bad feeling. "How many fragments of eternity did you get?" Lady Danae quickly asked. "Only 4 drops?" Lady Danae glared at Sunders. Her weathered face showed a hint of anger. "You've got it all planned out, Sunders. You knew Boko was greedy, so you just let him fall into the space crack, didn't you?" Sunders curled his lip but did not say anything. He simply stood in the center of the magic array and stared at Lady Danae with his eyebrows raised. It was a perfect display of his arrogance. Lady Danae felt a little guilty under his sharp stare. However, she returned the stare fearlessly as she had the elites of Gravity Forest behind her. Lady Danae did not expect that Sunders' aura alone was enough to make everyone feel suffocated. The elites behind her either rubbed their noses awkwardly or lowered their heads. Only the dark-skinned man, Saipan, stood on her side and glared at Sunders. "Lady Danae, you're accusing us wrongly." "Boko was already trapped when we arrived," Flora said with her usual playful smile, which made it difficult for others to tell whether she was telling the truth. Even Boko himself did not know whether Sunders came first or later. "There are no such things as coincidences in this world," Lady Danae humped coldly and did not speak again. Saipan spoke up, "Lady, should we?" He made a throat-slitting gesture. Lady Danae grumbled, "Didn't you see the magic array under their feet? It can be used to attack and defend, and it's impenetrable. There's also a small teleportation rune. It's an intermediate magic array. I wonder which rune master drew it." Saipan looked over and saw faint runes appearing beneath the two men's feet. Besides, we can't keep them here even if they don't set up the array. Lady Danae sighed. She had no choice but to swallow her loss. Professor, did they give up? Flora chuckled. They don't dare to fight. The fusion point is about to enter the second phase. The plane barrier here will be extremely weak. If she messes up, the world's consciousness will not let her go. Sunders was not worried about getting into a conflict with Dini at all. Dini was also a level 2 wizard who lived twice as long as Sunders, so she knew a lot more. Under such circumstances, starting a conflict would only be courting death. Still, Sunders didn't overestimate himself. He knew that plane fusion would attract a lot of attention. Once the second phase began, the coordinates of the fusion point would be known to everyone in the plane passageway, and chaos would surely ensue. Moreover, not everyone was as self-disciplined as Dini, who could easily go on a rampage. If he stayed in the magic array, he would have a way out even if something went wrong. The fusion of the planes was speeding up. The thunderclouds in the sky were getting darker and darker. It was noon, but it felt like midnight. Coupled with the appearance of the waterspouts, the tides became strange and opposites. The roaring waves were comparable to the height of a 100-meter-tall building. The roar of thunder, the sound of violent waves, and the howling of the wind. The scene became chaotic, and no one could hear each other's words. The sorcerers had no choice but to use their various abilities. Distant sound, spirit bond, and thought synchronization. Spells from the three major factions flashed frequently. At the center of the fissure, an extremely deep darkness was slowly eroding the tiny cracks and expanding them bit by bit. There were no more new cracks at the edge of the fissure. This meant that when all the cracks merged into one, the fusion point would truly enter the second phase. Suddenly, the sound of water splashing came from behind. A row of waterspouts about 10,000 meters tall that reached into the center of the thunderclouds were cut in half. A gigantic ray flew in through the crack in the wall. A group of magi dressed in different clothes adorned with beautiful pearls stood on top of the ray and slowly sailed in. Flora glanced sideways and saw a slim woman who covered her chest with a shell. There was a green tattoo of a fish scale on her belly button. Next to her was a man in black armor who was sitting cross-legged. He was casually swinging a greatsword in his hand. There was also a fish scale tattoo between his eyebrows, but this one was dark in color. At a glance, the exposed skin of every magus sitting on the rays had fish scales of different shapes and colors. Song of the Deep, Flora muttered. The symbol of a wizard from Song of the Deep was a fish scale tattoo on their body. Song of the Deep was one of the top 10 wizard organizations in the southern region. Its headquarters was located under the Endless Sea and controlled several underwater cities. Most of the wizards in Song of the Deep had talents related to water. Their abilities were also reflected in their personalities. However, few of them were gentle like water. Almost every one of them wished for a great flood. They perfectly inherited the fickleness of water. These people are troublesome. Sunders shook his head. Song of the Deep came faster than expected. They hadn't even entered the second phase of the fusion point, yet they were already here. This showed how well informed they were. However, no one was surprised. The plane fusion was taking place above the sea, right in the backyard of Song of the Deep. It was normal for them to come so quickly. The first phase is over, huh? Looks like I won't get the fragments of eternity, said the leader of Song of the Deep, a handsome young man with long silver hair. Wizard of Big Fish, Sliv, Flora whispered the name. Despite his young appearance, Sliv was actually older than Sunders. However, Sunders never stopped the traces left on his face by time. His current middle-aged appearance was the result of centuries of sexual activity. Sliv, on the other hand, deliberately consumed his mana to maintain his youthful appearance. Stay away from him. He's dangerous, and he doesn't care about the consequences, Sunders whispered to Flora. Understood, Flora replied. On the other side, Saipan, the dark-skinned man from Gravity Forest, heard Sliv talking to himself. Is he talking to himself using a sound amplification spell? He rolled his eyes and yelled, Flora has taken all the fragments of eternity. Damn it. His voice was loud and clear, and he had used a spell to amplify his voice. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. Saipan raised his head proudly. Lady Danae gave him an angry glare, but he didn't realize it. Saipan's action wasn't wrong, but he had seriously offended Sunders. Sunders was a powerful individual, and Brood Cavern was an unreasonable organization. Song of the Deep had its gentle water, while Brood Cavern was filled with people who loved to see the world plunged into chaos. Gravity Forest had always been peaceful. If they offended Brood Cavern because of this, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sliv glanced at Saipan and grinned. Then he looked at Sunders on the other side. Hee hee. Mr. Phantom Master, Mr. Sunders. Long time no see. Sliv stepped forward in the air and approached Sunders. When they were only 100 meters away, Sliv hurled a water arrow at Sunders. The water arrow was blocked by the magic array. Sliv grinned. Oh, I made a mistake. Then, he changed the topic. You set up multiple magic arrays. You're really careful. Flora cursed in her mind when she heard Sliv's sarcastic tone. What the hell? Like Lady Danae, Sliv observed the magic array under their feet and frowned. Instead of advancing, he returned to his own camp. He wasn't an expert in magic arrays, but he knew the arrays must be from a master. It would take him at least 1 or 2 hours to break them. While breaking the arrays, Sunders could still fight back or even teleport away. It was a great weapon for both offense and defense. When the last fissure was devoured by the darkness, the second phase of the plane fusion officially began. A white dot began to appear in the center of the black domain. After a while, the white dot slowly grew larger. The edges of the white dot could be seen with the naked eye. It was like a cyclone that was constantly rotating. So this is the second phase of the plane fusion, Lady Danae commented as she watched the whirlpool getting bigger. There are many steps to plane fusion, but there are only 3 stages that are useful to wizards. Therefore, we've divided the fusion into 3 major stages. Lady Danae was over 500 years old. She had seen a lot and knew a lot. He was a truly knowledgeable senior from the academic faction. Lady Danae explained everything about plane fusion to the new generation behind her. Everyone listened. Even Flora and the wizards from Song of the Deep did not interrupt her. At the same time, dozens of miles away from the fusion point, several planar passageways appeared. 20 to 30 wizards came out of them. Some rode on their familiars, some stood in the air, some had alchemy equipment on their backs, and the most eye-catching one was the giant steam warship from Floating Mech City. They were all from major organizations in the south. They all came here for the chance to enter the fusion point. When these people gathered together, there were faint sparks flying in the air. After all, as long as one was human, one would not be able to maintain peace forever. There were many disputes between the large organizations. Now that they were gathered together, many wizards had already begun to treat each other with hostility. If it were not for the suppression of the leaders of the organizations, spells would have been flying everywhere. Organizations had people who knew how to control their emotions, but lone wizards did not necessarily know how to control their emotions. An orange-haired woman wearing an eye patch was fighting against a white-haired old man with a cane. Traces of spells could already be sensed in the air. Get the hell out of here if you want to fight. If the world's consciousness gets involved, I'll destroy your soul and put your family to eternal rest. A half-naked man whose body was engraved with magic runes and totems appeared between the two of them. His face was dark and gloomy. If the two of them really started fighting, he would definitely fulfill his promise. The woman with the eye patch and the white-haired old man were both famous lone wizards in the south. Under the threat of the totem man, they restrained themselves a little, but the spell ripples in the air did not disappear. The totem man narrowed his eyes. Before the fusion point officially entered the 3rd stage, he could not make a move. If he really wanted to make a move, he had to kill it in one strike. Otherwise, the aftershock would spread to the central black domain and be targeted by the world consciousness. The consequences would be unimaginable. Lady Danae's deep voice entered everyone's ears. The 1st stage of the plane fusion is actually the period of new spatial rifts. Countless spatial rifts will appear during this period. We wizards named it after the benefits we can obtain, the Garden of Victory. Lady Danae seemed to be explaining the key points of fusion to the wizards from Gravity Forest behind her, but this time, she used a spell to transmit her words to everyone on the spot, as if she was trying to remind them. Fragments of eternity will be thrown out from the spatial rifts. They are the main material for building a sorcerer's garden. That's why we wizards call this stage the garden phase. So this is where the fragments of eternity came from. A sorcerer standing alone in a corner had his eyes lit up. Sorcerer's garden was the standard for large organizations. For many new organizations or small organizations, having a sorcerer's garden was the guarantee of their longevity. Lady Deanie, did you take away the fragments of eternity at the fusion point? Can you sell them to us? A wizard from a small organization sent a high-pitched voice transmission. He did not try to hide it from anyone. Many wizards cursed in their minds, that brat beat us to it. Another wizard yelled, we want them too. Gravity Forest already has a sorcerer's garden. Why don't you give us some? We'll give you a price you'll like. If you don't, hee hee hee. A group of black-robed wizards scanned Lady Deanie's body with their ghostly green light. The topic of fragments of eternity quickly changed the direction of the scene. Flora's expression changed. They were the ones who took most of the fragments of eternity. She whispered to Sunders, Professor, something's wrong here. Should we make some preparations? Sunders' expression also darkened. He silently cursed Lady Deanie for being so talkative. He was confident that he could defeat everyone here. However, there were already 2 level 2 wizards on the spot. He was confident that he could fight 1-on-1 or 2-on-1 at the same level. But 1-on-3, and a group of level 1 wizards, that would be troublesome. Sunders glanced at the fusion point in the distance, which was already in the second stage. He became serious. Sunders took out something that looked like a crystal ball from his shirt pocket. He sent a spell wave into it from his fingertip. Soon, the color of the crystal ball changed, and a picture appeared on it. The image showed a cloud whale flying leisurely. Under the dark thunderclouds, the cloud whale flew in the direction of the Goman kingdom, oblivious to everything. Sunders grinned when he saw the picture. Give me the core of the reverse magic array. Flora heard him and quickly took out a roll of parchment. Sunders placed the crystal ball in contact with the core of the magic array. Some of the runes on the array changed slightly. When the change was complete, the crystal ball cracked. This luminous crystal is a mysterious treasure I obtained from the Nightmare Realm 100 years ago. Too bad it can only be used once. Sunders sighed. He looked at the broken crystal ball and felt sorry for it. Fortunately, they obtained a large amount of fragments of eternity this time. Sunders could still afford the cost of the luminous crystal. Sunders handed the scroll back to Flora. The teleportation array is no longer a short-range locator. I've set it on the cloud whale. If anything happens, we'll be able to reach it in an instant. The cloud whale was a treasure of Brute Cavern. There were countless arrays carved on it. With its own strength, it would not be in danger even if it was ganged up on. Besides, most wizards believed in individual strength. They rarely fought in groups. Back to the chaotic scene. Many people were asking Lady Deanie about the fragments of eternity. Even large organizations were asking for them. Lady Deanie did not change her expression. She did not care who had the fragments of eternity or how much they were worth. Flora, who was at the center of the magic array, felt a little better. She was not afraid of anyone, but if she was ganged up on, she would not be able to control the outcome. Lady Deanie had her own considerations. Boko obtained 4 drops of fragments of eternity. It was not much, but it was still valuable. She did not want to lose such precious materials. On the other hand, she did not want to offend Sunders. The man was strong, and Brute Cavern was a very protective organization. It was not a good idea to offend them. This was why Lady Deanie did not answer anyone's questions. Sliv also knew that Sunders obtained most of the fragments of eternity, but he did not say it out loud. It was not because he was afraid of offending Sunders. He just had other plans. Instead of letting the wolves feed the tiger, he would rather take them all. Lady Deanie told them about the key points of realm fusion in order to stop them from fighting each other. However, when she saw the fragments of eternity taking the wind away, she had no choice but to continue. The second stage of the plane fusion is here. Look at the center of the dark zone. There is a white vortex there. It is slowly expanding. When it reaches its full size, the dark zone will disappear. This is the most dangerous stage of the plane fusion. But at the same time, the greatest fortune comes with the greatest danger. The greatest fortune? Greed appeared in the eyes of many small organizations and lone sorcerers. What could be the greatest opportunity that could be obtained from the fragment of eternity? Lady Danae spoke slowly. The second stage is called the Path of Infinity by us wizards. I believe many of you have read the World Book. It states that the wizarding world has an enormous collective consciousness. It seems to exist, but it also doesn't seem to exist. It has no thoughts, no emotions, and everything it does is according to the original rules. Some people call it nature, while others call it the origin. But in the end, it is a great existence that maintains the stability of the world. Plane fusion is the blending of two worlds, which is a great opportunity for wizards. But for the world we live in, it's a double-edged sword. The addition of a new world can increase the limit of the world's origin. But when two planes fuse, a lot of origin power will be lost. One is looking into the future, while the other is losing the present. It's hard to say which is better. The path of infinity is when the world's consciousness consumes its origin power. By injecting origin power, the world's consciousness will suppress the expansion of the black domain and slowly build a passage connecting the two worlds. This passage is the white vortex in the center of the black domain you see. The reason why plane fusion is the greatest opportunity for wizards is that the passage created by the world's consciousness consumes its origin power. It contains many mysteries and allows you to see many things. For example, the more distant planes, the realization of the plane's coordinates, and even the main world with a trace of aura could be found in the passage between the two sides. It is precisely because it is accessible in all directions that the planar paths are endlessly derived from it, that it is called the boundless path. At this point, the wizards finally understood why the path of infinity was called the greatest opportunity for wizards. With the help of the world's origin power, finding unknown planes or opening new paths meant an unimaginable amount of resources. Lady Danae also mentioned the materialization of plane coordinates, which meant they could use materials to open a stable passage to the corresponding coordinates on the path of infinity. Even Sunders showed a hint of desire in his eyes. If he could enter the path of infinity and find the coordinates of the nightmare realm, would he be able to open a stable passage connecting to the nightmare realm? Everyone was excited by Danae's words. But there were also those who knew the inside story who showed no expression and sneered at the excited ones. But the path of infinity is not that easy to enter. You must be at least a level 5 wizard, which means you can't enter without legendary power. Otherwise, he would definitely be implicated by the world's consciousness and turn into a mindless source, with no possibility of turning the situation around. Everyone fell silent after Dini finished her sentence. Since the departure of the great distortion sorcerer Basil 1,000 years ago, there had never been another legendary sorcerer in the southern region. Not to mention legendary sorcerers, even level 3 sorcerers were rare in the southern region. Only legendary wizards can enter. What do we do now? Just watch? Someone shouted, I can't accept this. Lady Danae glanced at the man and said, you can try to force your way in. But let me make this clear. During the path of infinity, the world's consciousness will expend its origin energy to open a passage between the two sides. If anyone tries to force their way in, or if they accidentally touch the path of infinity during a fight, the world's consciousness will turn you into a speck of origin energy to help open the passage. So, everyone, be careful. Don't make a fuss and bury everyone with you. Treeman Boko had been wearing a sad expression since Lady Danae arrived. His peers were all angry at him for giving Sunders the fragment of eternity, so no one spoke to him. Boko remained silent for a while. When he heard Lady Danae saying that he could not get anything from the second stage, his greedy nature prompted him to ask, what about the third stage, Lady Danae? Dini glanced at Boko. She felt both angry and helpless. After all, Boko did the right thing. Someone saved your life, and you had to pay the price for it. This was a widely accepted rule among wizards. Besides, Boko was the one who discovered the plane fusion by accident. If he did not add fuel to the fire, the plane fusion would not have happened so quickly. All in all, Boko did not do anything wrong. He even deserved to be praised. However, Dini felt sad when she thought about losing the fragment of eternity, so she did not worry about Boko anymore. Even if Boko did not ask, Dini would tell him the third stage. Dini sighed and slowly explained the third stage of the plane fusion. The third stage is the final moment of the plane fusion. The passage connecting the two planes will be completely solidified. However, there is a time limit for this. During this time, we can go through the passage and obtain the resources from the other plane. After the time limit, the other plane will become a subsidiary plane and join the wizarding world, which will make it difficult to find the entrance to the other plane. Wizards called this stage the time of plunder. So our chances to plunder? Someone asked. Lady Danae nodded. Yes. The great disturbance caused by the plane fusion will wipe out all the powerful creatures in the other plane. It's the best time for us to plunder. Without the prying eyes of powerful beings, plundering resources like this was much easier than planar journeys, and there was no danger involved. This was why many wizard organizations sent their representatives here. Of course, there were good and bad resources. They did not know the specific situation of the other plane yet. Like Schrodinger's cat, no one could tell what was inside until they opened the box. Jajajaja. Who was the first to discover the plane? During the initial phase of the plane fusion, you can see the other plane. Tell me what you saw, or else, ha ha ha. It was Puppet Master Bogula, the leader of the team from Floating Mech City. He was one of the only 3 level 2 wizards in the room, a man covered in a dark purple armor. Bogula tilted his head. His bright red hair covered half of his face. He licked his lips with his long tongue like a snake's tongue and chuckled from time to time. His originally handsome face was completely ruined by his grotesque actions. Bogula's words silenced everyone. Everyone in the southern wizarding world had heard of Bogula's freakishness. Bogula loved beautiful women. The prettier they were, the more excited he would become. It was said that every puppet he made was his lover. Bogula wanted to find the first person to fuse with a plane. He didn't want to be noticed by Bogula. He was so beautiful. What if Bogula took a fancy to him? Dini also did not want Bogula to be talked about in public. He was her wizard, after all. Even if there were grudges, there was a bottom line. On the other hand, Sunders and Flora knew that Bogula was the one who discovered the plane fusion. Bogula had sent his familiar to contact someone from Gravity Forest. However, the familiar was intercepted by Sunders and Flora, which allowed them to save Bogula as soon as possible and get a large amount of fragments of eternity. Unfortunately, it seemed that Bogula did not only use his familiar, but also some other means. Otherwise, Lady Dini would not have arrived so quickly. Otherwise, with Flora's trickery, she could have gotten 2 milliliters of fragments of eternity. Sunders and Flora did not expose Bogula. Dini sighed in relief. If Sunders did not say anything, no one would know who Bogula was. However, as soon as she relaxed, she heard a high-pitched male voice. Bogula, aren't you the first to discover the plane fusion? Then hurry up and tell me about the situation on the other side of the world. Dini turned around abruptly and saw Saipan glaring at Boko viciously. Saipan's voice was neither loud nor soft. He did not use sound amplification, but everyone's attention was focused on Gravity Forest. His words were heard by everyone. Dini glared at Saipan, feeling so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. She knew Saipan was a narrow-minded person, but she did not mind. There were plenty of narrow-minded people in the wizarding world, and this was not a big deal. However, Saipan was not only narrow-minded, but also lacked the ability to see the big picture. More importantly, he had set his own teammates up. Dini clenched her teeth in anger. Her expression was so gloomy that it was almost dripping. Saipan seemed to have sensed Lady Dini's anger. He turned around subconsciously and saw Lady Dini's vicious eyes. He felt a chill down his spine. It was only then that he realized what he had meant by his words. Lady Dini did not care about what he did in private. However, setting up a teammate in a situation like this meant exposing the internal conflicts of Gravity Forest to the public. Every wizard organization had their own secrets, but it did not mean they were willing to expose them to the public. Saipan was so scared by Dini that he kept quiet out of fear. At the same time, the side effects of pushing Boku out began to fester due to his momentary gratification. Everyone was looking at Boko. Many of them were looking at him with evil intentions. Boko felt like crying. So it's at Boko. What a lucky guy. So he has the fragment of eternity as well? Hee, should we, Aunt Boko? I remember he's a bloodline wizard. He had a plant bloodline implanted in him. He shouldn't be that strong. He's also a level 1 wizard, and he's not on that path. What's there to be afraid of? Let's fight. All kinds of discussions were heard. Dini was even angrier after hearing this. She was still a little angry at Boko, but now all her anger was replaced by the idiot Saipan. The noises got louder and louder. Dini did not have time to deal with Saipan. Instead, she used sound transmission and asked Boko to deal with it. Since Saipan had already pushed him out, there was no need to hide anymore. He should just say it out loud. With Dini's support, they would not dare to do anything. Dini also wanted to know how Boku did all this. She received a message from Boku saying that he had inadvertently caused the fusion of 2 realms, but he did not mention the details. Therefore, even the people from Gravity Forest were very curious, let alone other people. Boko heard Lady Danae's telepathic message. He hesitated for a while and finally stood up. But before he showed himself, he rubbed his face hard, making his wrinkled face even messier. His eyes were no longer his eyes, his mouth was no longer his mouth, and his face was tilted to one side. What? Boku rolled his eyes and said telepathically, I'm afraid Bogula will take a fancy to me. I need to keep a low profile. Dini almost coughed up blood when she heard that. How could these people be so careless? One was petty and brainless, while the other was thick-skinned and greedy. At. You think you're afraid of being targeted with that face of yours? Dini took a deep breath and held back the swear words on the tip of her tongue. She nodded at Boko with a stiff face, signaling him to speak. Boko was still immersed in the delusion of being harmed. He nervously glanced at Boko, who was smiling pervertedly. Boko shuddered as he slowly recounted his experience under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He skipped the reason why he went to Devil's Water. He only said that he received a message from Mad Bear Sabo, who asked him to escort the Redbud. On his way, he found a small island with glowing velvet grass growing on it. Glowing velvet grass was a magical plant from another world. It was the main ingredient for making glowing velvet potion. Glowing velvet grass was not expensive, but there was no record of it being planted in the wizarding world. Boko was not good at making potions, but he had the bloodline of a mutant plant. He was born with an affinity for plants. With this talent, he planted many magical plants and traded with other wizards. You could say that he was quite good at planting magical plants. However, Boko still failed to transplant glowing velvet grass from another world to the wizarding world. It had always been his regret. When he found a large patch of glowing velvet grass growing on an island at Devil's Water, he was shocked. He did not know whether it was the original plant or someone had transplanted it, but he decided to stay on the island. He wanted to observe the growing conditions of the glowing velvet grass so that he could transplant it into his own garden. He had been observing the glowing velvet grass for more than a month. He had recorded everything he needed, such as soil, water, wind, humidity, and so on. So he decided to transplant it. However, before he could dig out the root of the glowing velvet grass with his first shovel, he felt a strong gust of wind. His head was dizzy, and he saw another world. It was a world full of green plants. What he saw was one of the grasslands. The ground was full of shiny glowing velvet grass that looked like dandelions. He only glanced at it once, and the vision in the other world disappeared. Then, thunderclouds gathered, lightning flashed, and space cracks appeared. Boko finished his story. Everyone knew that the world of green plants Boko mentioned should be the plane that had merged with the wizarding world. A grassland full of glowing velvet grass. Everyone began to imagine. Although glowing velvet grass was a magical plant from another world, it was a low-level magical plant, and its production was quite large. Several wizarding organizations sold glowing velvet grass across planes, so it was not that valuable. A single stalk of glowing velvet grass was not worth much, but a grassland made up of glowing velvet grass was worth a lot. According to the current price in the wizarding world, one glowing velvet grass would cost 5 magic crystals. The value of all the glowing velvet grass in the grassland was beyond anyone's imagination. Besides, what Boko saw was only a tiny part of the other world. Plains varied in size, but no matter how small they were still tens of millions of square kilometers. If a tiny part of the plain was so valuable, what about the other places? Would it be an even more tempting material? Everyone's imagination began to run wild. Even if they only obtained the glowing velvet grass from the plain fusion this time, it was already a bountiful feast. After telling his story, Boko was ready to return to Gravity Forest's camp. He attracted everyone's attention by mentioning the glowing velvet grass. Not only did he reduce people's attention to fragments of eternity, but he also lowered his own sense of existence. For a moment, no one was paying attention to him anymore. As the first person to discover fragments of eternity, no one was paying attention to him anymore. However, as soon as Boko returned to his own camp, he heard Bogula calling him, "Wait." Boko shuddered. His mind was in turmoil. Just a moment ago, he was still thinking, "Damn it. Even a crooked face can't hide my radiant beauty." Now, he was thinking, in order to not be made into a marionette by Bogula, I'm willing to do anything. Obviously, Boku's unconstrained thoughts were superfluous. Bogula didn't stop him because of his beauty. Bogula didn't even look him in the eye. "Sabo asked you to escort the redbud?" Since Boko mentioned Sabo before, Bogula's tone was much nicer this time. "Sabo is at Devil's Water too. Why don't I see him here?" Bogula was an eccentric, but there was someone who could control him. It was his tutor, Mitra. Mitra was also Sabo's tutor. Although they had different starting points, Mitra was Sabo's tutor. In his mind, Boku heard Bogula's question clearly. Bogula's question was not what he expected. Somehow, he felt a tinge of regret. Sabo is escorting a group of talents back to the south. As the guardian, he shouldn't be too far away. Boko had no idea what was going on with the redbud. He could only guess logically. "Oh, I see. Did you apologize to Sabo for not escorting him?" Boko was confused. Why should he apologize? However, when he saw Bogula's "I'm going to kill you if you don't apologize" look, Boko nodded without hesitation. "Oh, you apologized? All right then." Bogula did not ask any more questions. He nodded and believed Boko. The other wizards from Floating Mech City who were standing behind Bogula all frowned when they saw how confident Bogula was. As a matter of fact, Bogula, who was rumored to be an extreme freak, easily trusted others when it was not for his own benefit. Even if someone was lying, he would not see through it. He was as innocent as a child. He had a kind side, but when it came to personal benefits, he would become extremely shrewd and overbearing. Therefore, a demon and an angel, evil and pure. The two combined into one. This was the real Bogula. Boko's words made everyone look forward to the other side of the plane even more. On the other side, the path of infinity was coming to an end. The white vortex in the center of the dark domain was getting bigger and bigger. The cog-shaped tail around the vortex was spinning faster and faster. The vortex was about to overlap with the dark domain. When the vortex completely covered the dark domain, it meant that the time of plunder had officially arrived. This was also the time when the origin of the world's consciousness was splitting the most. The enormous power of the origin came out of nowhere and poured into the black domain, helping to stabilize the passage of the boundless road. The origin was the most basic power that made up the world. None of the adepts present could clearly see what origin power was. Kind people would see the origin power as the natural light of all living things. Evil people would see it as the filthiest top-grade wine. Either way, the origin power contained too much information. It was both a nail that stabilized the dimension and a brush that traced back history. This kind of enormous and boundless power was not something that could be defined or shackled by good or evil, good or evil. When it appeared, every magus present was intimidated by its boundless power, and they felt their own insignificance. The power of origin. Such a huge amount of power is too powerful. Can a human really control this power? Someone sighed. Yes, you can. But you can't doubt yourself. Because you're a wizard. Doubting yourself is doubting the system of wizards. Someone retorted, don't forget the opening of the Book of Wizards. Use knowledge as the fulcrum and spells as the lever to pry open all impossibilities. The more knowledge you have, the more power you can wield. Search for the truth of the world, explore the end of time and space, and control the life and death of planes. Wizards can do all of that. As long as the path is not cut off, the future is long. One day, you will see the beautiful scenery at the end of the road. The origin power suppressed the dark domain in a frenzy. The wizards were also amazed. Most of them were quietly waiting for the vortex to cover the entire dark domain and for the time of plunder to truly begin. However, there were exceptions. Song of the Deep. Sliv, who was standing on the back of a giant ray, suddenly twitched his ears and heard a soft murmur. Sliv suddenly grinned and turned to the other side. There was a group of black-robed men standing there, a total of 13 of them. Everyone was wearing tattered black robes that covered their faces. The fluctuations on their bodies were dark and strange. The thin figure standing at the front had an even more strange aura. Sometimes it was as deep as the abyss, and sometimes it was as shallow as an ordinary person. It was hard to see through him. The black-robed leader and Sliv looked at each other from afar. Sliv reached out his hand and made a few gestures. The black-robed leader hesitated for a moment and nodded. Sliv's grin widened when he saw Feng Qiu's reaction. While everyone was captivated by the magnificent sight of the origin power, Sliv suddenly growled. Attack! As soon as he finished speaking, the bodies of all the members of Song of the Deep glowed with a watery light. Then, countless water curtains descended from the sky and landed in the center of the field, separating all the organizations present. The water curtain blocked everyone's view, and the scene was a little chaotic for a moment. Sliv, what are you doing? Song of the Deep, how dare you? Are you declaring war on all of us? Lady Danae was furious as well. Sliv, how dare you use a spell at a time like this? Aren't you afraid of the world's consciousness? If you want to die, go into the darkness yourself. Don't drag us down with you. They did not know if the world's consciousness had feelings. However, Lady Danae was certain that if they attacked now, the world's consciousness would notice them and turn them into origin power without hesitation. They would never be reincarnated again. Note that they was not he. Sliv was alone. The world's consciousness would not care if they were flies or dogs. It would treat them all equally. Someone was gathering mana. The waves of a spell hit the water curtains that blocked their view. Don't use spells. The space here is extremely weak because of the fusion of planes. Once the spell waves exceed the limit, it will cause a large-scale chain reaction. The world's consciousness will notice us, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Lady Danae also sensed the spell waves and shouted. Lady Danae was an authoritative academic wizard. Some people might not be convinced by her strength, but they were convinced by her experience. Hearing her reminder, for the sake of their own lives, everyone stopped casting their spells. Lady Dini is right. You'll attract the world's consciousness's attention if you use spells. I don't want to be dragged into this mess. Everyone knew that it was Sliv from Song of the Deep who was talking without even looking at him. You're the one who's dragging us into this mess. Why don't you cancel the spell? Sliv's innocent voice came again. Spell? What spell? Don't try to frame me. You're still trying to argue? I'm going to, wait, hold on. Feel it. Is there any magic wave in the water curtain? Let me try. Heh. There's nothing. Lady Danae also reached out her spirit feeler and carefully touched the water curtain. She was a level 2 wizard, but her spiritual power value was not high. It had been hundreds of years, and her spiritual power value had only reached 25 points. Therefore, when her spirit feeler touched the water curtain, she felt a bit of pressure as if it was being washed away by the current. However, there was only a sense of oppression and nothing else. There's no magic wave. It's not a spell, Lady Danae said. Yeah, it's not a spell. It's Bicky's water manipulation talent. Sliv smiled and patted the giant ray under his feet. It was the Bicky that Sliv mentioned. As an occult summoner, Sliv earned the title Sorcerer of Big Fish for a reason. What do you want? I'm warning you, the path of infinity is about to end. If you don't cancel the water curtain now, You'll become everyone's target when the space stabilizes. Lady Danae scolded. Don't worry, I just have something to do. It'll be over soon. Sliv's voice faded away like ink dripping into water. When the water curtain appeared, Flora's eyes widened in shock. She did not expect that someone would dare to make a move in front of the world's consciousness. What are you doing, Sliv? You're too bold. You're not going to start a fight, are you? Answer me, Sliv. Before Flora could speak, Sunder spoke in a low voice, don't shout. There's a psyche soundproof wall around us. Your voice won't get out. Psyche soundproof wall? Flora was puzzled. Which spell is this? Is it a self-created one? Sunder shook his head with a serious look. Neither. It's an ability from the haunt world, telekinesis. Clap clap clap, a round of applause entered their ears. As expected of the Phantom Master. You can actually recognize the power of telekinesis. You are indeed experienced and knowledgeable. In the center of the water screen, a figure slowly appeared. The water flowed past his long silver hair and handsome face. Finally, he slowly appeared in front of the two. It was the leader of Song of the Deep, Sorcerer of Big Fish, Sliv. Once a psychokinesis user leaves the haunt world, his or her psychokinesis will be greatly weakened. Only a 2-star wizard in the haunt world can set up a psychokinesis barrier in the wizarding world, Sunder spoke in a serious tone. The haunt world was also a world with a special power called psychokinesis. The power of psychokinesis lay dormant in the bodies of all living beings in the haunt world. It could only be awakened through a special training method to unleash its unique effects. The haunt world was a low magic plane, and the strongest psychokinesis was a 3-star psychokinesis. A 3-star psychokinesis user's psychokinesis could be as destructive as a level 3 wizard. However, this was only the strength of a psychokinesis user in the haunt world. Once they left the haunt world, their psychokinesis would be greatly weakened. A 3-star psychokinesis user could only unleash the power of a level 1 wizard in the wizarding world. This psychokinesis barrier was the same as a level 2 apprentice's psychokinesis barrier. However, the one who set it up was a 2-star psychokinesis user. This was the difference in power between different worlds. Wizards were able to roam freely across thousands of planes because they were not affected by the world's restrictions. A wizard who embarked on the path of truth would not be affected by the difference in the world at all. A wizard's power was simply the application of knowledge. As long as they could think, their power would not be weakened. You hired a 2-star psychic to ambush us? Sunders looked at Sliv and asked. Ambush? Of course not. I just want to make a deal with you, Mr. Sunders. Sliv walked through the water barrier and stood on Becky's back. His long silver hair fluttered in the wind, giving him an outstanding look. A deal? Do you really need an otherworldly visitor if this is a normal deal? Sunders mocked. Hee hee. Are you still thinking about the fragments of eternity? Flora suddenly spoke up. That's right. Lady Flora, you really know what I'm talking about. I just want to trade some fragments of eternity. Sliv grinned. No way. Flora was about to mock Sliv when Sunder stopped her. A deal? Since it's a deal, why don't you tell me what you want? If it's to my liking, I don't mind giving you some. Professor. Flora grumbled. She felt a little uncomfortable. Sunders only waved his hand and made a secret gesture. Stall for time, now is not the time to make a move. Flora understood what Sunders meant. She shut her mouth and stepped behind Sunders. A bargaining chip? Sliv grinned. A cold light flashed in his eyes. How about both of your lives? Both Sunders and Flora's expressions darkened. You're courting death. Flora yelled. Use our lives as a bargaining chip? Are you sure you can kill us? Sunders scoffed. Sliv was not afraid at all. Of course I can't kill you, but the world's consciousness can. If you or I do, the consequences. Hee hee, I don't have to tell you. Flora thought Sliv had some kind of ultimate weapon. She rolled her eyes when she heard what Sliv said. You're asking for it. No one here can escape no matter who it is. Do you really think you can survive? Don't waste time. I know what you're thinking. Sliv clapped his hands and summoned several shadows. The leader of the shadows was a thin man with a strange aura. They're from Hauntworld's Induk clan. You know them, Mr. Sunders? Sliv spoke. They're from Hauntworld's Induk clan. Induk? Sunders looked at the skinny man in the front and was surprised. You're Crow Induk? The thin man chuckled and spoke with a foreign accent. Yes, I am Crow Induk. Crow took off his hood and revealed Elder White. He looked like a human, but he had a pair of beast ears with black and white patterns on them. The pair of ears indicated that he was not a human. He was a humanoid intelligent creature. Sunders' expression changed when he heard the man's name. He was one of the 5 3-star psychics in Hauntworld. His psychic ability was called Origin. This ability was extremely powerful in Hauntworld. It could even affect the entire world. He could create an origin of an element and use it to expand. Fire could be used as the origin to create an endless sea of fire. Water could also be used as the origin to create a vast ocean. This ability was not limited to physical objects. It could even use time or space as the origin. Crow had left Hauntworld, so he could not do as much as he did in Hauntworld. However, if he used his ability reasonably and used the stable space as the starting point to create a shelter, even if the space collapsed, they would still be safe and sound. No wonder Sliv said those words. With Crow here, they would not be affected by the world's consciousness. A good plan, Sunders said in a gloomy tone. Sunders' expression darkened. If he did something, he would attract the attention of the world's consciousness and bring trouble to everyone. Sliv, on the other hand, could survive with the help of the Raven. If other organizations found out about this, it would be Sunders' fault. If Sunders did not make a move, Sliv could also use Crow to attack. A 3-star psychic like Crow was at least as strong as a level 1 wizard in the wizarding world. This was enough to deal with them since they could not use their full power. Whether they made a move or not, they would not get anything good out of it. Sunders was also trying to figure out Sliv's bottom line. As a matter of fact, Sliv could have used a spell from the very beginning to turn everyone present into specks of light and kill them all. He could then take all the benefits from the 3rd stage of plane fusion. However, he did not do so for a reason. Maybe Crow's psychic ability was not enough to protect everyone in Song of the Deep. Or maybe Sliv had other plans and did not want to offend all the organizations here. Still, Sunders was curious why Sliv dared to do this. So, what's your answer? Don't waste my time. I'll give you 1 more minute. If you don't answer me in 1 minute, I'll do it. Your lives, or give me the fragment of eternity. Sliv looked confident as if he already knew what Sunders would choose. To wizards, life was more important than anything else. Feelings? Virtues? Bravery? Those were only spiritual comforts for mortals. To wizards who tried their best to see through the nature of the world, nothing was more important than their own lives. Suddenly, Sliv saw Flora taking out a leather scroll. Magic runes were flashing on the scroll, which was connected to the magic array under their feet. You want to leave using a teleportation array? Sliv raised an eyebrow and smiled. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. The water curtain around us is covered by a layer of psyche barrier. Since we're in a different world, our psychic abilities are weakened. But it can still hold you back for 1 or 2 minutes. Psyche barrier? Flora quickly looked at Sunders and saw him nodding. Damn it. Flora cursed in a low voice. She looked frustrated, but anyone who knew her well would see that her eyes were clear and calm. There was no anger at all. Due to this psyche barrier, the place fell into silence. 30 seconds left. I hope you make the right choice. Sliv took out a mini hourglass and watched the sand falling down bit by bit. The smile on his face grew wider and wider. Time ticked by. Suddenly, Sunders looked at Raven and asked, Mr. Raven, did you enter the wizarding world through the proper channels? Raven glanced at Sunders without saying anything. Is almost equal to so I was right. You're reaching the end of your lifespan, aren't you? Raven looked up and stared at Sunders with a cold and judgmental look. What do you want to say? Raven spoke in a low voice with a strange tone. Nothing. I just want to tell you one thing. Sneaking into the wizarding world isn't a trivial matter. By the way, don't trust a wizard's promise so easily. Sunders looked at Sliv. Wizard of Big Fish, Sliv. I hope you can show me Raven's certificate the next time we meet. Otherwise, it won't be me who comes looking for you. It'll be the Supreme Cult's enforcers instead. While Sliv stared at her blankly, Flora tossed the scroll into the air. In the next second, a strange crack appeared in front of them. Under Sliv's incredulous gaze, Sunders and Flora went into the crack and disappeared. Sliv could not believe his eyes as he watched the two disappear. He had the perfect opportunity, but they still managed to escape. And why was their teleportation array still working? Sliv glared at Raven in anger. Raven shook his head. The barrier wasn't triggered. They didn't leave through a plain passageway. Sliv used his spirit feelers to check the area. Indeed, there were no spatial ripples. Damn it. Then how did they manage to leave? Did they use a displacement spell? No, there was no spell ripple. Sliv almost lost his mind. He did not plan to let Sunders go this time. He already arranged for the other members of Song of the Deep to make sure Sunders stayed here forever no matter what he did. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles. Besides, Sunders or Brute Cavern might take revenge on them. Raven's identity was already a big problem. A stowaway from another world in the wild was not a big deal, but if it was a stowaway with great strength, then it would be a big problem. If the Supreme Sect accused him of revealing the secrets of wizards because of the crow, he would have nowhere to cry. Even if the secret was leaked, Sliv would have a hard time entering the wizarding world without a guide. However, Sliv did not leak the secret at all. All he did was make a deal with Raven for a life-prolonging potion so that Raven could become Song of the Deep's pet fighter. If the Supreme Cult's enforcers were to investigate him, they would say that he had only made a deal with Raven to make a life-prolonging potion. But if they were to accuse him of leaking the secrets of the alchemy potion to the otherworldly stowaways, that would be troublesome. Damn it. Sliv clenched his fists. He had nowhere to vent his anger. Not only did they not gain anything, but they also offended Sunders. To avoid being targeted by the Supreme Cult, they had to get rid of Raven as soon as possible. What a great loss. Sliv thought the current situation was bad enough, but what he didn't expect was that there was something worse waiting for him. The cloud whale was leisurely flying under the thunderclouds. After experiencing the thunder and lightning several days ago, the ranch outside was already in a mess. Fortunately, the weather was much better these days. Apart from the thunderclouds that had yet to disperse, there were few bolts of lightning. He also moved back to his small tent. Today, he took an afternoon nap and left the tent full of energy. Since Sunders and Flora were not around, Angor felt much better. Even Toby's chirping on his head did not disturb his good mood. As soon as he stepped into Sunders' luxurious tent, Toby immediately flew out of his hair, did a few circles in the air, and headed straight to the dining hall. Butler Good set up a small compartment for Toby in the dining area, which had all kinds of food and toys. Angor did not go to the dining hall. Instead, he went to the library, closed the door, and drew the curtains. After making sure he did not miss anything, he took out an ancient bronze pocket watch from his inner pocket. The pocket watch was given to him by Irene when he left the Redbud. The oval-shaped pocket watch was designed with a flip cover. The metal cover was embossed with patterns, and when he turned it over, he could see the white face of the clock. However, he did not open it from the front. Instead, he unscrewed it from the back. When he opened the cover, he immediately saw the fine rotating gears and bars of the clock. From one side of the gears, Angor gently picked up a square crystal as thin as a cicada's wing. This crystal sheet was the precious gift that Master John had given him, the holographic tablet. When Sunders and Flora were on the Cloud Whale, Angor did not use the tablet just in case. Now that they were not here, Angor had nothing to worry about, so he had to make full use of the tablet. Sunders once said that he could read all the books in the library as he wished before he arrived at Endless Continent. There were a lot of books in the library. More than 100,000 paper-bound books were placed all over the place. Angor did not have a photographic memory, so before he arrived at Goman Kingdom, he only read some basic books. So far, he had only read about 100 books. Now that Sunders was not here, Angor had other ideas. The hologram tablet had a recording function. He could not remember all the books, but he could use the function to store them in the tablet. So, on the second day after Sunders left, Angor switched to being a cameraman lion and spent a lot of time on the shooting process. Today was the 5th day of shooting, and Angor had already recorded 99% of the books in the library. Only some rare leather books were left. The shooting process was easy. When the oil lamp on the chopping board began to dim, Angor had already recorded the last part of the book. Angor checked the time. There was still some time before dinner time. He turned on the hologram tablet and sorted all the pictures he took so far. During these days, Angor did not pay attention to the contents of the books, but he had a general idea about the distribution of books in Sunders' library. The books in the library seemed to be carefully collected by Sunders. There were 11 bookshelves in total, each of which was 4 meters tall and had a double-sided floor-to-ceiling shelf. There were about 100,000 books in total. The first 2 bookshelves contained knowledge about apprentices and some general knowledge about wizards. Starting from the 3rd bookshelf, Angor could vaguely see the traces of formal wizards. The 3rd bookshelf contained rare leather books with a long history. Most of the leather was cracked, and they were mostly about the travels of ancient wizards or some anecdotes. Other than that, he could also find some ancient spells. For example, Initial Glory, which recorded the birth of the first meditation technique, was also in the list. The 4th bookshelf was mostly about wizards. However, there were few spells recorded. Most of them were biographies of famous people, and some key points in training. The 5th to the 1st bookshelves were the ones Angor was most interested in. There were a lot of miscellaneous books, such as rune drawing, basic alchemy, material extraction, illustrated handbook of abyssal monsters. But most of them were very basic. In other words, Sunders' library did not contain any profound books. Angor guessed that Sunders must have screened some of them before showing them to him. Sunders probably wanted Angor to learn by analogy so that he could find his own path in the future. Most of the books in Sunders' collection were his personal collection, which was hard to find outside. Some of them were even unique books, which showed how precious they were. However, just as Flora warned Angor, most of the books Angor could understand were for apprentice wizards, which were not worth much. But that did not mean there were no valuable books in Sunders' collection. Sunders was generous enough to let Angor into the library because Angor was immortal. Most of the books in his collection required a certain level of training to understand. Even if Angor could not understand them, it would be useless. Even if Angor tried to memorize them, how much could he possibly memorize? There were more than 100,000 books in the library. Memorizing 10 books in 10 days was already the limit of a mortal. One must know that other than the rare leather books, there were thick stacks of paper-bound books. Furthermore, if one wanted to understand most of the books, one had to combine the words with the pictures on the pages. In other words, if one wanted to memorize by rote, not only would they have to memorize the words, they would also have to memorize the pictures, which was even more difficult. Because of all these difficulties, Sunders was generous enough to let Angor into the library, which was coveted by even formal wizards. However, Sunders did not expect Angor to record all these precious books in such a way. Sunders spent countless magic crystals, connections, and hundreds of years of hard work to collect these books. Yet Angor could take them all without any effort. This was a great opportunity for Angor. Reading these books would also help him build a solid foundation for his training. Using these books to pave the way for him, his future would be smoother. The first 10 bookshelves were all useful to him. However, the last one was a bit of a challenge for him. There were many things he could not understand, and there were also many words he did not recognize. The last bookshelf contained everything. There were also some research notes, such as records of organ transplants, biological modification, and so on. Many of the books also had thick annotations from Sunders. There were also many books written in strange characters or patterns. Just by holding some of the books in his hand, he could already sense a soul-stirring aura coming from the strange characters. For now, Angor put all the books into a folder named Pending Research. Angor only categorized the books in the system. He could only make a decision after reading them in detail. It was already 8 in the evening. Angor heard Butler Good's footsteps outside the door. He stretched himself and ended the day. They followed Butler Good all the way to the dining room. Toby had already started eating. There was a steamed fish in front of him. It didn't take long for him to finish the fish with its sharp beak, leaving only the bones. Angor ate quickly. After dinner and several milk desserts, Butler Good came to him and whispered, "Mr. Pat's current speed, we'll arrive at Fan Continent by noon tomorrow." Angor considered for a moment. "I see. But my professor isn't back yet, so I don't know what to do next. Let's follow the original route. Tell the Cloud Whale to stop near the coast of Twilight Harbor and wait for my professor to come back." Butler Good nodded and left the room. Angor's plan made sense. Cloud whales were as strong as wizards. They were gifted with the ability to control the sea. They could also use the energy of the sea to exchange air with the outside world so that they could soar in the sky. Cloud whales were one of the best mounts in the sea. However, there was a fatal drawback to using a cloud whale. When flying above the continent, it could not use the energy of the sea to fly indefinitely. It had to rely on external forces or its own energy reserves. Cloud whales were also huge. If they ran out of fuel halfway, they would not be able to find a place to land. Therefore, cloud whales generally wouldn't fly to the mainland. The sea was their home. Perhaps it was because they had left the devil's water, the thunderclouds in the sky were much thinner, and the roar of thunder and lightning was much less. They could even see a little bit of starlight through the thin clouds. Angor walked out of the tent with his stomach full. Toby was hovering above his head. Since the lightning was gone, the cow had returned to the grassland and was wagging its tail. Everything was very peaceful, except for some provocative voices that could be heard from time to time. Not far away, the curtain of a tent was lifted. A tall man with short gray hair leaned against a pillar and taunted Angor, "Hey kid, you've been playing with birds all day. Why don't you come in and help me?" Angor turned around. The speaker was wearing a woolen shirt and deerskin pants. Not only was he tall and strong, but his exposed arms were also bulging with blue veins. He looked quite intimidating. Angor grinned. He knew he could not defeat the man with his body, but he could not come out now. It was just a war of words. Angor was about to taunt the man. "Ebony, shut your mouth. This isn't Blackberry. It's not a place where you can do whatever you want. If you want to play with birds, I'll play with you when we get there." A mature and sexy female voice came from the other side. It was Nausicaa, Angor's neighbor. Ebony was speechless when he heard Nausicaa's words. He gave Angor a meaningful look and closed the curtain. Angor watched the man put away his gun. He did not even have the chance to start a war before this woman extinguished it. He did not know if he was lucky or disappointed. "That's Ebony, a swordsman under my command. Just ignore him." Nausicaa took a drag from her long pipe. Smoke curled around her mouth. That mouth of his caused a lot of trouble. He can't change it in the wizarding world. A swordsman under her command? Angor looked at Nausicaa, who was still wearing her armor, and tried to guess who she was. Someone who won the deathmatch using brute strength, and her subordinate was also a winner. But Angor remembered Nausicaa mentioning that there were only 2 people who won the deathmatch using brute strength. One of them was Nausicaa, and the other was Balba. Ebony's name was not mentioned. How did he win? Did he rely on his mouth? Actually, he was more interested in Nausicaa. According to Nausicaa, she was quite strong, and she had Ebony as her subordinate. She couldn't be a general of some country, could she? If so, a female general? So cool. Angor was curious about Nausicaa's identity, and Nausicaa was also curious about Angor's identity. Especially when she saw the strange masked man who used to follow the wizard around. He treated Angor with great respect. This made her even more curious. Was Angor the bastard child of the wizard in the tent? Nausicaa was just guessing, but it was a fact that the wizard valued Angor. Ebony was her former subordinate. He might be a bit of a playboy, but they fought together for many years. She did not want him to offend Angor, who might have a powerful background. Nausicaa looked like she was scolding Ebony, but she was actually warning him. It was midnight. Angor was sleeping on his bed. It was a bit hot, so he kicked his quilt aside and lay down on his side. Toby was sleeping on his own bed, snoring loudly. He did not look like a bird at all. Angor and the bird were sleeping soundly. Outside, the cloud whale suddenly stopped flying. It opened its round eyes and looked in a direction. Suddenly, a deep fissure was torn open. When the fissure appeared, all visible light within hundreds of kilometers was sucked into it. Even the faint moonlight that pierced through the thunderclouds was sucked into the fissure at a visible speed. On the cloud whale, Good was in a secluded hall, giving orders to his black devil phantom servants. Suddenly, the candlelight in the hall flickered and dimmed a bit. Good was startled. He sensed something and quickly left the hall. Nausicaa was already asleep. She did not know why she woke up, but she could not fall back to sleep. She took out some tobacco and tried to light it up. However, when the lighter was lit, it was a normal orange flame at first. But as the flame flickered, the orange light disappeared, and the lighter was replaced by a dark flame. The same thing happened in many places at the same time. However, it just so happened that it was midnight and the sky was already dark. Other than a limited number of people, no one noticed this phenomenon. As time went by, the fissure above the sea grew bigger and bigger, and it was absorbing more light. When the fissure reached 3 meters tall, it seemed to have reached its limit. All the light that was sucked in suddenly came back out, and the light was as bright as day. In that instant, the figures of a man and a woman emerged from the fissure. The man walked steadily, while the woman walked gracefully. They were Sunders and his apprentice, who were forced to leave the plane fusion site. Sunders, in his black gentleman's suit, stood in front of the fissure with an expressionless face. Behind him was Flora. She looked gloomy, as if she wanted to start a fight. Sliv is too arrogant. Next time I see him, I'm going to skin him alive. Flora said angrily, thank goodness the nightmare crystal cleared the way with light and shadow. Otherwise, we would have been trapped by those stowaways. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him if Sliv caught him. Damn it. I wish I could use blood surge and let the world's consciousness kill all of them. Sunders shook his head. Someone will go after Sliv. If he doesn't cut off one of his arms, he won't be able to escape from the law enforcers. Sunders snorted when he mentioned the word law enforcers. He did not like those wizards who wreaked havoc in the name of the supreme cult. But sometimes, wizards with such extreme thinking could be a good weapon. When used properly, they could achieve unexpected results. Besides, we already got the most precious fragments of eternity. We only lost a nightmare crystal. That's a great gain. Sunders patted Flora's shoulder with a smile. Let's go. Don't keep Good waiting. Flora looked up and saw Butler Good already standing aside in his black robe. Just like them, Butler Good was floating in the air. Flora considered. It was a pity that they could not enter Good's plane to plunder resources. But as Sunders said, they already got most of the fragments of eternity, so it was not a loss. Flora sighed and stopped thinking about it. No matter how many conflicts happened between wizards, it was not a big deal. She calmed down and returned to the cloud whale with Sunders. What they did not know was that the fissure in the air did not close right away. Instead, strange energy was gushing out from the fissure. On the other side, Angor was still sleeping. He did not know that his teacher had returned. He was still mumbling as if he was dreaming about a delicious meal. A gust of wind came and lifted the curtain of the tent. Angor did not notice anything. And scattered light spots suddenly appeared on his chest. At first, the fragments of light were like fireflies, fluttering in the air. But soon, the fragments of light seemed to be bound by something. They slowly condensed and merged into a single point. It was a tiny speck of light, but it emitted an incomparably shocking brightness. The light dot circled in the air and slowly sank into Angor's chest, disappearing from sight. The appearance and disappearance of this light spot seemed to be without any warning or reason. Suddenly, the wind outside the window grew stronger. The cloth of the tent was rustling loudly. Countless light spots appeared around Angor and gathered around him. Just like a repetitive stage play, the light fragments gathered together again. However, they were no longer a single light spot. Instead, they became countless light spots that fused into Angor's chest like a swarm of bees. No one noticed that the fissure in the tunnel created by the nightmare crystal did not disappear. Endless energy kept pouring into it. If there was a legendary sorcerer with the space attribute here, they would be able to see from a higher perspective that the strange energy had only seeped into the other end of the light tunnel bit by bit. Once that bit of energy surged out, it was destined to dissipate into the world without any support. But for some reason, the energy that was supposed to dissipate suddenly rushed to one place and disappeared. Immediately after, a strange attractive force gathered all the strange energy that had escaped from the space and flocked to the place where the energy had dissipated. Waves of strange energy gathered together just like that. What was even more shocking was that the light channel that was about to disappear actually slowly stabilized. The strange energy seemed to be sucked in by a water pump, crazily gushing out of the light channel. The energy streaked across the sky like ribbons of light, leaving colorful trails in the air. However, non-space-type legendary magi could not see anything. This was because this strange energy did not follow the path of the real world. Sunders returned to his tent and discussed the sorcerer's garden with Flora. Suddenly, he paused and looked around with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong, Professor?" Sunders pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I sensed a strange ripple." "Strange ripple? What ripple?" Flora closed her eyes and used her spirit feelers to sense it. But she did not sense anything. A moment later, Sunders muttered to himself, "I think it's the origin." Angor, who was still sleeping, did not notice the light spots swarming toward him. In his dream, he was running in golden wheat fields. The soft wheat fields felt like he was stepping on clouds. Every step he took, he jumped far and flew high as if he was not being pulled by gravity. In the real world, Angor slowly began to fly as well. However, he was not flying by himself. A necklace in front of his chest slowly pulled him to the air. The necklace did not mean to wake Angor up. It simply carried Angor in the air. Angor did not even move from his sleeping position. Angor made the necklace himself. It looked ordinary. However, the pendant hanging on it was the culprit who brought John to this world from Earth, the alien eye. Inside the metal net-like pendant, the alien eye was sucking in all the light spots around it like a siphoning whale. The transparent crystal was now dyed with a faint golden light. All the light spots were being absorbed by the alien eye. The light spots around Angor were decreasing at a visible rate. But as they decreased, more light spots came in from outside the window. This process repeated for an unknown amount of time. The alien eye slowly returned to its transparent state, and Angor slowly descended from the sky like a feather. He didn't seem to be affected by Angor's fall at all. When he landed on his bed, he frowned when he felt the hardwood under his feet. At the same time, the specks of light gradually dissipated, and the light channel in the void outside finally closed completely after the torrent of energy stopped flowing. The storm on this side of the plane stopped when the crack disappeared, but something else was happening on the other side. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the plane fusion point, Sliv was standing on Bicky's back with a gloomy look. The water curtain around them was still there, but the two men who were trapped by it were already gone. Sliv was still regretting his incomplete plan and trying to figure out how to deal with the negative consequences. While he was worried, the people from the other organizations outside also started to move. Whoosh! 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 It was the sound of water splashing when the water curtain was cut open. Before Sliv could react, the water curtain was cut open by someone. Three figures as agile as sea swallows landed on Becky after a few flips. They surrounded Sliv in a triangle formation. Sliv stared at the three people who dared to make a move at a time like this. Weren't they afraid of getting involved with the world's consciousness? When Sliv took a closer look, he realized that the three people who surrounded him were all beautiful women with beautiful figures. They had short hair, long hair, straight hair, and curly hair. The only thing they had in common was that they all had blonde hair and blue eyes. Their weapons were all magnificent greatswords that almost reached their chests. While Sliv was still trying to figure out who they were, someone already told him their names. After the water curtain was cut open, everyone's sight was no longer blocked by it. They naturally saw Sliv being surrounded. "Those are Bogula's beautiful puppets." Someone pointed at the three girls on Becky's back and exclaimed. As soon as he spoke, the three girls began to move. The three women's speed was extremely fast. With a wave of their swords, there was a sonic boom. Sliv abruptly jumped up and dodged the triangular snipe. Crack! Crack! A close-range fight was shown in front of everyone. For a moment, no one understood what was going on. Sliv raised the water curtain, cut it open, and the three beauties fought Sliv. Everything happened too fast. While they were still trying to figure out what Sliv was going to do, the plot took a turn for the worse in the blink of an eye. Sliv finally understood why the three girls dared to attack him. Because they didn't use magic at all, they were fighting with the power of their physical bodies. Without magic as a catalyst, they naturally didn't have to worry about being targeted by the world's consciousness. Sliv also heard someone pointing out the identities of the three puppets. Sliv could clearly see that the three girls were stunning in their own ways. Even the freckles on their cheeks made them look sexy. However, their eyes betrayed their identities. The whites of their eyes were all black, and their pupils were all red. When they looked at each other, Sliv could not see any emotion in their eyes. It was as cold as a machine. It really is a magic puppet. Sliv narrowly dodged a slash. Anxiety flashed in his eyes. Sliv was best at summoning spells. Now that the plane fusion was imminent, he did not want to attract the attention of the world's consciousness. He also didn't want Raven to come and save him. Sunders was the only one who saw Raven, so there might be a chance to turn the situation around. However, if Raven's identity was exposed in public, he wouldn't be the only one who could bear the consequences. After dodging 2 strikes, he was secretly glad that he had transplanted the bloodline of the hidden mist civet into his body. However, due to the limitation of his talent, he didn't pay much attention to the bloodline. After 30 years of hard work, he only managed to use 1/10 of the bloodline's power. Although the efficiency wasn't high, the hidden mist civet's innate dexterity bonus allowed him to dodge the attacks of the 3 women again and again. Sliv dodged the encirclement with his doggy crawl again, and the joy in his heart disappeared. He realized that it wasn't a matter of dodging or not. Each slash from the 3 girls left him an opening to react. However, every time he tried to use that opening, he would end up in all kinds of indecent positions. They were humiliating him. Bogula, let's talk nicely. Why do you have to use weapons? Sliv was furious, but he had no choice but to hide it. Kakik, Bogula tilted his head and ignored Sliv. Instead, he was staring at his puppet in the middle of a battle with an infatuated look. He licked his lips with his snake-like tongue, venting his lust that had nowhere to go. Sliv clenched his teeth and once again dodged the attack with his butt in the air and his limbs on the ground. This posture made Sliv, who was known for his elegance, blush. Even his eyes turned red out of shame. I knew it. Level 2 wizards aren't easy to deal with. His plan, which he thought was 100% successful, was easily disrupted by Saunders. He thought no one would dare to attack him because of the water curtain. However, Bogula used a melee puppet to slap him in the face. Sliv was in an awkward situation. Everyone around him realized what was going on. Dini shook her head when she saw Sliv dodging the puppet's attack again. I know Sliv's personality. This kind of humiliation is worse than death. On the other side, an old man in a white robe and holding a cane spoke up, and he stepped on Sliv's bottom line. He didn't even have a chance to use his mana. Of course, the world's consciousness wouldn't notice. The old man in the white robe had a lot of wrinkles on his face. He looked very old, but his green eyes were clear and bright. Together with his white eyebrows, he looked like a kind old man. Dini was surprised to see the old man in the white robe. Master Gandalf? You're here too? Master Gandalf. Dini didn't try to lower her voice. Many people saw Gandalf and looked at him with respect. Gandalf was still a level 1 wizard, but he enjoyed a high status in the southern region because of his personal virtue. He was an alchemist who specialized in alchemy and was also known as the Holy Light Walker. He was a kind and selfless person. Anyone who asked him to make potions would only need to provide the materials themselves, and the potions he made were of high quality. Gandalf was a walking opportunity in the southern region where alchemists were scarce and the price of potions was always high. It was a pity that Gandalf loved traveling. It wasn't easy to meet him. Due to Gandalf's easygoing style, even some black wizards who weren't academies called him master. Back when Dini became a level 2 wizard, she also asked Gandalf to make a wall-breaking potion. As a fellow academies, she was more than happy to befriend this kind old man. Gandalf nodded at Dini with a smile and greeted the people around him. I'm here to see if I can find a plane with magical plants. I'm so lucky. Gandalf's answer was as expected. Planar exploration could yield a lot of resources, but academies could easily run into danger while exploring a plane. That was why most academies would only station themselves in another plane after the exploration was complete. By then, most of the resources had already been plundered. Plane fusion, however, was an exception. During the fusion process, the world that took the initiative would directly wipe out most of the high-level life forms in the other world. When the passage between the two sides was stabilized, there was no need to worry about being attacked. Besides, a plane was very big. If they spread out and searched inside, they would be like grains of sand falling into the ocean. There was no need to worry about conflicts. Gandalf didn't want to keep looking at him. Mr. Stoker's taste never changed. Puppets are always blonde and blue-eyed beauties. Stoker was Bogula's family name. That's right. Bogula is surprisingly loyal. Someone joked, "Miss Flora is the prettiest among us. Too bad she's pinkish-brown." Wait, where's Miss Flora? Someone else noticed that not only Flora, but also Phantom Master, one of the only 3 level 2 wizards on the scene, was gone. Everyone was puzzled. Only Deanie knew that Flora had set up a magic array with teleportation function long ago. But she was also puzzled. Why did Sunders leave at this time? Did Sliv attack Sunders? Even if Sliv did, he couldn't force Sunders to leave voluntarily. On the stage, Sliv was still being trained by Bogula's 3 beautiful magic puppets. Everyone was waiting for a good show. People from Song of the Deep tried to help Sliv, but they were stopped by all kinds of tricks. They were still angry at Sliv for trapping them in the water curtain. They didn't want to let Sliv off so easily. Everyone was secretly guessing that after this incident, Sliv would not dare to show his face in public for at least a few years, considering how prideful he was. "The path of infinity is about to end," Lady Danae suddenly said. Everyone looked to the source of the voice. The black domain and the vortex had almost reached the same size. As Lady Danae said, the path of infinity had come to an end. The long-awaited time of plunder was about to arrive. Everyone was looking forward to the moment when the vortex and the black domain merged. Even Bogula had summoned the 3 beautiful magic puppets back to him. Sliv finally took a breather. His cheeks were flushed with shame and anger. He wanted to leave this place right away. But when he thought of the benefits of plane plundering, he forced himself to suppress his anger. Little did he know that he would soon regret his decision. When the vortex and the black domain were almost the same size, everyone could feel the origin power released by the world's consciousness growing stronger. The power that transcended all levels weighed down on everyone's hearts like a giant monster. Even if they were just watching from afar, they would feel an endless sense of defeat. No matter how much they coveted the origin energy, their level of life was simply too low. It was impossible for them to get their hands on it. The vortex kept spinning. After a while, someone asked in confusion, "Why doesn't the vortex get bigger?" No one responded to this person's words for a while. After a while, another voice popped out, "Not only is it not getting bigger, do you guys feel that the cyclone is shrinking?" This voice was like water that had been dropped into a pot of boiling oil. In an instant, thousands of ripples erupted. It's true. The white vortex is shrinking. It's spinning less and less, and it's going counterclockwise. Lady Danae, do you know what's going on? Lady Danae, as a senior scholar of the Academy, was the center of attention among all the wizards present. Lady Danae noticed the realm fusion point as well. She gave it some thought and found nothing similar in all the books she read so far. Lady Danae shook her head. Everyone looked disappointed. After all, it was a matter of interest to all of them. "Let's wait. Maybe it's just temporary," Lady Danae said. With a glimmer of hope, everyone continued to wait. But as time passed, not only did the cyclone stop expanding, it actually shrank even more. Lady Danae looked at Gandalf. Lady Danae had read a lot of books, but Gandalf had a long way to go. Perhaps Gandalf's experience will be able to explain the current situation. But to Lady Danae's disappointment, Gandalf was also frowning with a puzzled look on his face. Suddenly, a cry of surprise entered everyone's ears. "Bogula! What are you doing?" Bogula's beautiful puppet dashed to Sliv's side and grabbed him by the neck in a blink of an eye. Then, she lifted him up into the air. Sliv kicked and struggled for a long time but to no avail. The beautiful puppet's attack was so powerful that it was completely different from her playful attacks. Ha ha ha. Shouldn't you explain what you just did? Bogula's eyes were wide open. Sliv's reflection was reflected in his pupils. Of course, Sliv would never admit what he just did. His face turned red, either out of shame or anger. Sliv clenched his fists. The anger hidden in his eyes was rising bit by bit. Let go. Bogula replied with an eerie chuckle. I said, let go. Sliv roared. A shocking amount of mana burst out from his body. Countless runes appeared behind him. The runes intertwined with each other like gears. No. He's using a spell. Everyone was startled by Sliv's action. They used their own abilities to run in all directions. They were afraid that they would be targeted by the world's consciousness if they were late. Countless monsters crawled out of the runes on Sliv's back and tore the dimension apart, creating ripples. There were ghost sharks with tentacles, flying fish with goat horns on their heads. These monsters had different appearances, but they all looked like fish. However, none of these fish monsters looked like the fish they usually saw. The summoned monsters pounced on the beautiful puppet in an instant. In just a moment, the puppet was covered in wounds and no longer looked like a human. Bogula snickered and snapped his fingers. The beauty marionette exploded into pieces under the influence of some unknown force. Then, dozens of beautiful puppets appeared around Bogula. At the same time, the monsters summoned by Sliv also swam around him, wagging their tails. The battle between the two sides was about to start. Huh? Why isn't the world's consciousness responding? And the summoning spell didn't do anything even after tearing the dimension apart. Impossible. Lady Danae, who had run far away, suddenly turned around and exclaimed. Those who were running away stopped and looked back. It was just as Lady Danae said. Even after using such a powerful spell, the will of the world did not sense it at all. Someone suddenly yelled, look. The vortex is shrinking faster. Not only was the cyclone shrinking faster, but everyone could also clearly feel that the power of the origin was actually decreasing. What the hell was going on? Everyone was confused. The path of infinity was broken, the power of the origin was weakening, and the world's consciousness was gone. All of this defied common sense. Suddenly, Lady Danae sensed that the origin was moving in a certain direction. She closed her eyes in confusion and released a spell ripple. Soon, she opened her eyes wide and flew to Sliv. Ignoring the monsters around her, she asked in a stern voice, what the hell did you do in the water curtain? Lady Danae's strange question confused Sliv as well. Why was everyone asking about what happened in the water curtain? Did Sunders have something to do with the vortex problem? What did I do? I didn't do anything. Sliv did not dare to admit it. Lady Danae kept asking, then tell me, where are Sunders and Flora? Where did they go? How should I know? Sliv curled his lip. How do you know? Then tell me, where did they go? And didn't you notice that the origin power is all flowing to the place where Flora set up her magic array? Lady Danae's words surprised Sliv. Everyone tried to sense the flow of the origin power. Just as Lady Danae said, the origin power was all flowing in one direction. It was a place that looked ordinary and empty to the naked eye. However, if they used a spell to open their eyes, they would see a strange crack that was madly absorbing the origin power. The truth was right in front of their eyes, and everyone was staring at them. In the end, Sliv chose to tell part of the truth. However, he did not mention Raven. He only said that he used a special method to force Sunders to hand over the fragment of eternity. Not only did Sunders not give it to him, but he also teleported away. There were many loopholes in his story. Most importantly, Sliv was much weaker than Sunders. How did Sunders defeat Sliv and force him to use a magic array to teleport away? No one believed it, but Sliv insisted that it was the truth. No matter what the truth was, they only remembered one thing: Sunders opened a strange crack and left, which caused the origin power to flow backward. And the culprit was Sliv, who wanted to take the fragment of eternity for himself. Sliv saw the anger in everyone's eyes. Even the members of Song of the Deep were looking at him coldly. He truly believed that there was no such thing as the worst. Worse still, the origin power was madly siphoned away by the strange crack, and the process lasted for a long time. When the crack stopped absorbing the origin power and disappeared, the plane fusion had already failed. Plane fusion was a double-edged sword for a world. No one could gain anything from it. This time, the world's consciousness lost a large amount of origin power. Even if the plane fusion succeeded, it would still suffer a great loss. The world's consciousness was like a scale. It could not lose out on the benefits of this world. At the very least, it had to ensure an absolute balance. Therefore, after the world's consciousness weighed the gains and losses of this situation, the fusion was stopped just like that. Moreover, the entrance to the other world, the black domain, was directly ruthlessly exiled, its whereabouts unknown. End of chapter 80. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.